24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. Let the games begin. All day I hustle. 24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. I'm a hustle for sure. Man, it's 9 to 5, it's got me feeling stagnant. Boss is always on my nerves, zapping away my happiness. Can't believe it's happening. I'm supposed to be rapping and jumping up on the stage and grabbing microphones and smashing it. So I chuck the deuces up, loosen up my tie. Tell them losers I refuse to lose or choose another guy. Gotta chase my dreams, sick of chasing yours, sick of waiting, sick of being patient, sick of pacing floors, anticipating more. No, I'm a champion, baby. Always a step ahead, even if you break my leg or try to amputate it. I got a legacy I'm working on. Special with the verses, I can burp and make the perfect song. Out muscle you, I will out hustle you. I will out tussle and win without touching you. Yeah, my destiny is just to be the best that ever did it. On a different level with it, I'm a hustler for sure. All day I hustle. 24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. Let the games begin. All day I hustle. 24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. I'm a hustle for sure. You looking at a champion, baby. So many people slept on me like they took ambience, maybe. I'm about to wake them up. I'm about to wake them up. Tell them haters hating, they should take a break and tape it shut. Serious with sentences like criminals that face the judge. Spit lava that's hotter than the inside of Jamaican clubs. Top 5 dead or alive of all the letters in the alphabet, none better than I. Ahead of my time, a rookie with a veteran vibe. This beat that I can win, the sky's the limit. Get back, music, handle my business. I don't talk it, I live it. These haters upset and pissed, they ain't knocking me off my pivot. Watch me get it though. Melt your face acidic flow. Let these critics know that lyrically this kid is critic bold. Already decided that I'ma win and losing is not a thing. I'm willing to die in pursuit of my dream. I'm a hustler for sure. All day I hustle. 24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. Let the games begin. All day I hustle. 24/7 hustle. Won't stop till I get to the end. That's right, I'm a champion. I'm a hustle for sure.
It's never ending. I am the lonely one tonight. Can we just stop pretending I'm the only one? I'm not the only one. I see your glimmer up ahead. Outrun the stars to follow it. You take my hand, I glow. Am I the only one who's ever told you so? Oh, I've been walking in a straight line. You got me running and it feels so right. I come alive, the times we get together, there's a light. Our love could be forever, come alive. I need you now more than ever, come alive. I need to know it's forever, yeah. Every time we see each other, there's a light. I see like no other, come alive. I need you now more than ever, come alive. Because we are together, come alive. Come alive, come alive. Come alive, come alive. You drive me out of my mind, but I don't want no other kind. Cause with one touch I know that you're the only one. Yeah, you're the only one.
I see your glimmer up ahead. Outrun the stars to follow it. You take my hand, I glow. And I'm the only one who's ever told you so.
Oh, I've been walking in a straight line. But you got me running and it feels so right. I come alive, the times we get together, there's a light. Our love could be forever, come alive. I need you now more than ever, come alive. I need to know it's forever, yeah. Every time we see each other, there's a light. I see like no other, come alive. I need you now more than ever, come alive. Because we are together.
I can't go back to life.
the times we get together. There's a light our love could be forever. Come alive, I need you now more than ever. Come alive, I need to know it's forever. Yeah, every time we see each other, there's a light I see like no other. Come alive, I need you now more than ever. Come alive, because we are together.
Come on and show me what you got. Come on and show me what you got. I said I'd give it one more chance, but I lied. I won't go back again once I made up my mind. Go, 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 go. I wanna no. I wish you'd show me just a little bit more. We're taking it to the top. We don't stop, and we'll go till it gets too hot. We're gonna pop, gonna crank up the dial on the stack until it shakes. Playing high stakes, so show me what you got. We're taking it to the top. We don't quit, gonna turn up the heat till it rocks until it's lit. Gonna crank up the dial on the stack. We got a hit, yeah, we want it all, not just a little bit. Come on and show me what you got. What you got? Go, 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 go. I wanna no. I wish you'd show me just a little bit more. They think that they know, but they just never will. The secrets we hold and we're dying to spill. Don't wanna hold back, no, I just wanna thrill. Come on and show me what you got. We're taking it to the top. We don't stop, and we'll go till it gets too hot. We're gonna pop, gonna crank up the dial on the stack until it shakes. Playing high stakes, so show me what you got. We're taking it to the top. We don't quit, gonna turn up the heat till it rocks until it's lit. Gonna crank up the dial on the stack. We got a hit, yeah, we want it all, not just a little bit.
I see the bright lights, city spin. I feel the rush coming again. So let it go and breathe it in. Show me. I see the bright lights, city spin. I feel the rush coming again. So let it go and breathe it in. Show me.
We're taking it to the top. We don't stop, and we'll go till it gets too hot. We're gonna pop, gonna crank up the dial on the stack until it shakes. Playing high stakes, so show me what you got. We're taking it to the top. We don't quit, gonna turn up the heat till it rocks until
It's do or die time here in Seattle. The International is back in business, and it is our last day of the group stages. This is where every single player currently outside of LFY are going to be biting their lip. They realize that this is the only chance they have to go ahead and secure their spot on the main stage. Will it be upper bracket? Will it be lowers? Or will you be even lower than that? 6 feet under and forced to watch from the stands as the main event does transpire. It all comes down to this, $23 million on the line, but a whole lot more than that. And indeed, I get to introduce you to the crew that are going to be telling you everything you need to know, the do's and don'ts, the will they, won't they. I have, of course, PyCat, we have the lovely CCNC, and we have Blitz on the end there, rocking a cheeky turquoise today. Guys, this is it, Blitz. This is where the high-pressure Dota truly begins here at the International. You have games where you know the rules coming into this, right? You know you win, you're in, you lose, you're out for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, this is, the intensity alone is absolutely insane. You have to imagine, and people think through the mentality of a Dota player. You worked your entire year, you sacrifice so much throughout the year.
Yeah.
You give up everything. Potential relationships, you can't do anything else. You just have to play and grind. The entire month leading up to this, all you did was think about Dota, live with the same 5 guys, and there's a potential that all that sacrifice through all that year, in 1 or 2 games, suddenly you're out, and it's going to feel like the biggest disappointment.
It is hours upon days upon years of dedication. And I mean, I have the dedicated joining me as well as, of course, the ones that we'll be seeing in game. PyCat, you can kind of testify. This is the culmination of hard work, sacrifices, and just a whole lot of Dota.
Yeah, for sure. Man, TA is, it means everything to anyone who plays Dota. If you do well at TI, you know, your year, it's good. It's been a good year.
Yeah.
If you don't do well at TI, well, try again next year.
The amount of pressure like going into these matches is just immense. Like, it's so stressful watching other teams play, especially for the teams that their fate isn't completely in their hands. Like, it kind of depends on how other teams do. Sitting and watching these other teams play, hoping, man, I hope they lose.
Right.
Or, you know, I hope, you know, we do our well in our next match. Just sitting there thinking about it, rolling it around in your head, it gets like really stressful.
I hadn't even given that consideration. Like, not even just when you're in the server, not even when you're just playing, but also when you realize, okay, they need to lose a game here. Your fate is completely out of your hands. Okay, there is a lot that is going to be going down today, and it is my absolute pleasure to be able to guide you through this turbulent time for the players. 18 teams from around the world doing battle here in Seattle. Ooh, battle in Seattle. Why have I not done that before? I like that. Either way, get involved for this battle in Seattle over on social media. There's plenty of stuff to do. It's just the hashtag TI7 and throw it at Dota2. This is going to be the hashtag for the entire week, or rather fortnight, of video games, so be sure to get involved, and also just try and go ahead and let us know who you think is going to make it, because it is not clear at this point in time. Facebook as well if you're interested, Dota2, and over on Instagram as well, because we're hip and cool and like our pictures filtered. Dota2 TI is what you can go ahead and hit us up with. If you're watching on Twitch, welcome. If you're watching on YouTube as well, that's right, you can watch it on both with different functions along the way, but for the dank memes and the KAPPAs, you can find it all on one particular platform. Now then, gentlemen, you know, that's the housekeeping done. I think we start, before we start telling this story, by just bringing up those standings and trying to understand exactly how we got to this point. It will be brief. I want to kind of focus more on where we're going, but I think just to kind of fill us in, there's lots of new faces potentially joining us. How did we get to this point, PyCat?
Well, we got to this point
Let's
because
start with Group A.
Starting with Group A, we saw everyone kind of anticipated Liquid to do well. Everyone thought that EG would also be up there somewhere. Those teams, they've been, you know, doing what they're supposed to. There were some hiccups along the way for, I would say, EG. Liquid have been looking pretty solid. Secret, some people expected them to do better. I guess they've been underperforming a bit. Empire, no one knows if they would have done, you know, better or worse with the, you know, without their stand-in.
Sure.
And then there's TNC. They had a, I think still, it's a, they did better than people expected them to, although the question is, should people expect them
that was
to,
kind of
to
what
be up there already?
Yeah.
Or, you know, are we still kind of thinking that they're underdogs?
I mean, this is going to be, what's they've managed to do over the course of these 3 days is make sure that they're not going to be falling kind of into the, you know, elimination zone. But there is so much more on the line as well, Quinn. You can testify to this. Upper bracket is the dream for the 4 teams. Of course, it is going to be split 4 into the upper bracket of main event, 4 into the lowers. And so TNC, EG, IGV, they're all up for like contention over in Group A for that kind of upper bracket dream.
Yeah, not even just having the cushion, but not having to play that best of one is just so nice. Like the best of one is just absolutely terrifying. It's, you know, like Blitz said, it's your entire year for, you know, 45 to 60 minutes and just gone.
That is a fantastic way to summarize it. Your entire year. We've just said how important TI is, Will. And I'm laughing, but I guess it's because I don't really know what else to do. Your entire year in a best of one.
Yeah. Look at this. We're in a situation throughout the year, Planet Odd. We get top 4 at Boston Major.
Yeah.
Year's okay. We win ESL Genting shortly after that. And then, you know, you don't qualify. You don't even qualify for TI, much less place badly. And it feels like all of those things, it didn't matter. Why did we do any of that? Why did we waste our time together? It's the biggest disappointment that as a Dota player that you're going to go through. And the weird thing is we kind of got over it because, you know, it's whatever. But when you're at TI and you do poorly, you just think it's such a disappointment. And the bigger thing, too, that we should mention is being in the upper bracket, historically, the teams that have started in the upper bracket, at least for the last 4 TIs that I can remember, have gone on to win the event.
The only exception is EG, right?
EG, I thought, started in the upper and then they lost.
Yeah, right.
To go into
But the lower bracket era.
But they started. But
Yeah,
they had that cushion of a game to learn from. You absolutely want this. Think about DC last year, CDEC, all the teams that have historically done well. They've had this upper bracket advantage. You don't want to be the first team to have to make history.
Absolutely not. We talked about Group A just briefly. We'll touch on Group B as well now in terms of how we got here and where our eyebrows are most particularly raised. Quinn, I know you're familiar, and I do feel like I'm sometimes throwing you into the DC discussion a little too much, but it is interesting for a multitude of reasons. I'm sure Blitz will remind you of that. But DC 6 and 6, they are safe from elimination. I think that for them, that's kind of like that's step one of many here at TI.
Yeah, it's relieving making sure you aren't in that bottom slot for sort of these middle tier teams that people aren't sure how they're going to perform. But, you know, they'd still like to get into the upper bracket. I think it's still possible, right? Yeah, so, you know, they're definitely shooting to just win out the rest of their games, trying to get hyped before the matches today and just, like, be ready, go into it confident. Because, you know, like we talked about, the upper bracket it's, like, absolutely massive, especially for a team that's, you know, not considered to do super well.
So if we look at this now, just quickly, when we're putting DC under the microscope, they must win all of their games, and then, so great, congratulations, you've won all your games, and now you just have to sit there and cross your fingers and toes and hope for 2 or more losses from OG and IG. Any sort of Dota friendships are out the window today, Pycat, because you're going to be hoping that some of those buddies that you will go and meet at the after party or share a coffee with in the morning, you're going to be hoping that they lose.
Me?
No, not you. I was talking more generic.
Right. No, yeah, for sure. That's how it is. I think DC, and the thing is, you don't want to put yourself in that position. You never kind of want to be, you never want to be put in a position where you need to rely on others to lose. And they have. You know, they've had their chances in these group stage matches. Had they done better already, they wouldn't be in that pickle. So.
Aw, pickle. There is, I was saying this to you, wasn't I? There is occasional words you use which just blow my mind that English is a second language to you. Pickle is one of them.
Right.
You said linger the other day. I was like, linger? Crazy. All right, well, his English skills aside, there is something that is more alarming than that, and that is, of course, the fact that we talk of DC, Will. OG have only got 1 extra win on top of that. OG, their upper bracket hope, you talk about winning TI, you know, OG would probably have been in that category of, you know, need the win, want the win, and have the opportunity to do so. Now they're only, you know, separated by a single game from that of DC.
Yeah, and if you think about it, one bad year last year, okay, maybe that's a fluke. 2, you're starting to see a pattern, and you don't want that to kind of be your label where you show up to the other events, you come to TI, and you disappoint. Because at that point, I think it's a mentality thing. And I mean, can you imagine the position that both DC and OG are in? For example, that second game against OG that DC played where they were up 18K, can you imagine, Quinn, 1 game separating you from being able to win TI?
So just to put into perspective for OG, right, they have to win all 4 of their games today.
Yes.
And they have to hope that IG only win 3. That's the only way for them to get to upper bracket, and the magic number is 11. And 11 wins guarantees the upper bracket for NewBee, VP, OG, IG. That is something to bear in mind. So if you are a fan of any of the teams we've just mentioned, keep your eyes on those standings. We'll be updating them, and we'll be joining you throughout the day. You'll be seeing a little bit more of our faces today as we continue this adventure. But yeah, keep your eyes on that. 11 is the number. You can see it there. Currently, I mean, it feels quite far away. I mean, 7, 6. DC, of course, we've talked about their chances is a little different. But outside of that, we'll start looking towards the bottom of the bracket. Cloud9, can I ask you now, Quinn, not throwing you under the bus too much, is this a disappointment? Is this a disappointing performance from Cloud9? Have they not met expectations?
Yeah, I think they were sort of expected to be that middle of the pack. I think people even had higher expectations for them, higher than DC. So, maybe one of those teams that could potentially break into the upper bracket with a good run. And I think, even more than disappointing for fans or people watching, it's disappointing for them, right? You come into this, you do really well in the qualifier. You've played well against other teams. They've done, quite well at some of the tournaments they've made it to, almost beating EG at Manila. And then suddenly you come in and you're 2-12. You're right on the brink of not making it to the main stage of TI.
You watched some of their games, right? What do you think? Can you find anything? I mean, you played with these guys, against them, etc. Is there anything you can find, like when you look at them, that you feel this is where it kind of went wrong?
Is there something obvious, I think is the question.
I think a major part of it maybe just be like confidence, may be like a mental thing. You start losing these games, you lose confidence, and you kind of just flounder around. You can't find your stance again. And I think that's where they've been at for the past couple of days. Hopefully they've figured things out somewhat for today. Do
you think they're different from kind of how they were playing when they were playing in the qualifiers?
I think so. I think they were a lot stronger in the qualifiers. Granted, against weaker teams.
It's against weaker teams, yeah.
But okay, so you've just used the word confidence as to where some of those shortcomings have come from. This is where I'm going to start pulling on the coach thread, because we have 3 people who in one way or another are in relation to coaching. Some have coached. Quinn, I know that you're kind of supporting Stan King, who's going to be behind Cloud9. On the other side of things, Hellraisers, who are also in that situation with Saxa. Of course, Will and Pycat are familiar with them. Can a coach contribute to confidence, Will? Is that something you've given a whack at? Do you sit there?
Clearly not me.
Pat them on the back and say everything's going to be okay?
I mean, you can pat them on the back all you want, but you still have 1 win if you're HR.
Yeah.
Like, that's rough. I feel for Saxa. I was watching the games with him the other day, and I was like, it's brutal, isn't it? And he's like, yeah. Because it's a different experience where, I mean, Pycat can attest to this. You just sit there, and you can't do anything. It's out of your hands at this point, and you're just wringing your hands, and you're just like, I hope they learned from what I told them. That's all you can hope for at that point.
I didn't even consider that, Pele. Like, it doesn't matter what you've said, doesn't matter how much of a tendencies you've outlined or the draft you've won. It's entirely out of your hands of how that success is kind of translated.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that is the thing about coaching. That's why you need to make sure that you are as prepared as possible, and that means, and that's everything. You need to talk to the players about when they go into this game, what should they be thinking about? They should be, you need to be focused on this game. You need to be thinking about your own hero. Okay, what am I going to do? You go into this game, you go into this booth later on at main stage. Now it's this group stage, but you go in there, you're going to play your game, you sit there, you know your enemy team, you kind of see the heroes that they're going to pick. You need to start thinking, okay, what am I going to do this game? Am I a support player? All right, where are my wards going? Are we going offensive tri lane? Are we going safe lane? What do we need to see? What do I need to do in this game? And and as a coach, that is also kind of part of your job, to kind of make sure that they are in the right mindset to start thinking in these kind of patterns.
So almost like on an individual basis, like a flowchart. Kind of like, okay, minutes 1 to 5, this is what I want you thinking about. Is that the kind of thing you're up to?
I think you prepare them to kind of go into those type of thoughts. You prepare them, you set them up so that there is an outline. Because I think that when you are at tournaments like this, anytime you can make it easier for players, then you do something. All you need to do, you just need to make it as simple as possible, because Dota is a really hard game. Dota is very hard, and people are also difficult, especially when it comes to tournaments with a very big sum of money. And there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot at stake. People become nervous, they become scared. You need to deal with all these things. So when you can make anything easier, it's a lot better, because then it's just more clear. You have kind of a structure, you have sort of a plan, and you can kind of if you can just follow that plan and you feel comfortable with it and everyone kind of knows what to do, it helps you immensely.
Does that sound about right to you? Well, is that a similar format that you approached when you were doing the old coaching? Because, I mean, the reason we're on this coaching topic is because the 2 teams who are battling for survival, of course, in Group B, both have a coach. You guys both know those coaches to different degrees, and I think it's interesting to know that, who's going to take this?
HR all the way. I know they've only got one push so far, but come on, Saksa, put it together. You've got some time. You know that you can still make it despite all these things. I mean, it's like the worst situation to be in where you're fighting to not be last place. Like, that's not exactly what you imagine when you go to TI and you're trying to accomplish your dreams. But I mean, PyCat, as somebody who this year on Navi has been in this position frequently, being near the bottom and just trying not to be last place and embarrass yourself, what kind of mindset do you feel like you have to prepare yourself in?
Well, I think when you are there, like, you need to find a way to get a fresh win. You know, you need to find something that you can kind of like that you can cling on to. You need to find anything that you can all just unite under and believe in and just go with. And I think that's one of the things that we had a really hard time with. And I think that's one of the reasons for our, poor performance with Navi, that we never really found something. We didn't find this common ground where everyone felt very comfortable, and it showed. And so that's what I think that HR kind of need to do if they want to have a good chance.
Do you think, like, we talk about sometimes with players, looking back at games like, man, I wish we'd won this game, with like Red or something, we'd be, in a different position. Do you think there's an aspect of that for coaching? Like, man, I wish I had prepped a little bit more for my team, or I had.
For sure, yeah. I can remember multiple different games where I wish. It's a very hard balance too, because sometimes you need to push for something, and sometimes you need to know when not to push. Because what you can't do is you can't put heads in people's thoughts. You can't put thoughts in people's heads that they can't kind of follow through on. Even if it's a good idea, if they don't really fully understand your idea, or if they don't fully understand what you want to do, if they actually don't get it on their own level, then it's too hard. Then you can't push for that idea. So you need to know when to push for an idea. You need to know when to not do it. And sometimes I felt like, yeah, okay, maybe I should have pushed harder. Maybe I should have been more, firm on what I thought, I should do. And yeah, absolutely. I feel it's the same kind of as with playing. You can regret things and stuff like that.
Interesting. So you actually, so there is not, it's not just player regret. Coaches have an entirely different breed of it. But let's not get too sidetracked, because there is so much more to be discussed. We talked about the elimination on one side of the bracket. Fnatic and Infamous kind of fall into the same category over in Group A. They've still got games to play. Fnatic, however, actually no, saying that, I was just trying to remember who. Okay, Empire. Empire had 16. They played all of their games, and so they just kind of sit back, relax, and we'll have a chance for that main event. But outside of that, we got Infamous, we've got Fnatic, and we have already kind of discussed their shortcomings in towards Group A. Quinn, if you talk a little bit about Infamous or Fnatic, who do you believe is going to be keeping their head above water in Group A?
I think Infamous will end up making it out, actually. A team that I think most people expected coming in to almost definitely be taking the last place slot out. But I think Fnatic have shown up not at their best. And I think Infamous, they've taken a couple games, they took a game off of Secret. Yeah. They haven't looked that bad in some of these games. I think they've had some draft issues here and there. But I think they will end up making it into the lower bracket. And
that's kind of just a step in the right direction. You make main event, that's like, okay, tick that box, and then you'll put your back against the wall, as we've spoken to PyCat about before.
We saw at the Kiev Major, we saw the SG.
Yeah.
We see those South American teams on the main stage.
South America has had a great history with these single elimination games.
Yeah.
If you remember Kiev Major, best of 3 SG Esports against. Yeah, exactly. And they win that. They were one Roche fight away from getting top 4. They were one Roche fight away from getting top 4. And then on top of that, before that even happened, at the Frankfurt Major, we had what was the team?
Unknown.
Team Unknown. They took out IG in a best of 1.
Yeah.
So for Infamous, I think they're going to look at that historic date and say, South American teams have consistently been able to surprise in these positions. They've been able to place a lot higher than people expect. So for them, I think they're going to be able to do it. Whereas Fnatic, man, this is, especially for some of these guys, QO, he got top 6 at every single Valve event that he's played in. And to finish like this, it's got to be so disappointing.
I mean, sometimes you swing and you miss, but it's not going to be any more easy to process, is it? We have avoided the Fnatic discussion, but I mean, they're not necessarily entirely out of this one. They're kind of crossing their fingers and toes for other people to underperform, of course. but that is the reality that Fnatic are living in. Execration is another name I'm going to throw at you while we're talking about the kind of the bottom half of the standings back over towards Group B. Now, their aspirations, they have to win both of their games versus OG, and that secures just lower bracket. Like, that's just like, okay, doesn't matter what anyone else does, you're safe. And so that's kind of the luxury, right? We talked about this, Blitz. It's entirely in their hands. They know, win 2, we're safe.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good position to be in, just because when you talk to some of these players, something that Quinn brought up earlier that I really liked is they are wringing their hands. They're thinking, they're running through the scenarios. There's so many different scenarios. Yeah. Imagine a team like DC, they've got Bulba. Can you imagine? All he's doing, I talked to him yesterday, all he's doing is like, okay, so what needs to happen? And his manager had to tell him like 6 different times, if this happens, and this happens, and this weird scenario happens, and we win these 2 games, and these guys lose their game, it doesn't feel good. Whereas if you get to control your the fate in your hands, at least you get to say, okay, we either did or we didn't. It's all entirely on us. That feels so much better as a player, I think.
Did you guys see that video with Slacks put out about Bulba? Did any of you catch that?
Haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, it's really interesting. Just showing that, like, yeah, despite all of the kind of the dank memes surrounding Bulba and some of it sometimes is his faults, but also he just shows that this guy. There's a reason this guy is in all of these legendary lineups at some point or another, and we'll get to see more from him. Where does he fall in your kind of your player categories? Kat, do you have a lot of admiration for what Bulba's capable of?
I mean, he coached EG to winning TA5, right?
Yeah.
So the guy has a very high understanding of the game. I think sometimes he's had a hard time kind of getting that out into the game.
Sure.
And I feel personally like this support role has suited him a bit better than 3. I don't know what you guys think.
I think it kind of depends on how the meta is shaped and how his role fits into the game. But I think generally Bulba likes to be on a role where he can control the pace of the game, where he can make calls early and get things done. So I think for how the game is now, I think him being on a 4 suits him quite well, because he can tell people, hey, let's go kill this guy, or take this tower, because that's the kind of role I think he plays in a team.
And I mean, you know Bulba very well, Will. Does that sound about right? Position 4? Is that where he's going to thrive most?
Yeah, you want to know my first memory of Bulba?
Hit me.
A meeting in real life. It was TI2.
Yeah. It
was, PyCat probably remembers this very vividly. It was right after his match versus Ferrari. It was the TA versus Invoker match that he just got bodied in. Like, Bulba, there was this NA Dota thread. It was like, what is the biggest embarrassment of 2012? And it was Bulba versus Ferrari TA mid. And all he's doing is he's refreshing the Gosu Gamers comments so that he can see what they're saying about him. And so I noticed this guy instantly. He's like, this is a guy who gets affected by what others think. For sure. He's the kind of guy that this is the first thing he does. He's like, dude, were they kind to me? Like, sometimes we'll mess with him and we'll say, like,
and I mean,
should have heard what the Spanish caster
said. I think you have to know the magnitude of that matchup. That is the biggest mid stomp in TI history, right?
That was,
I think, still to this date, no one has ever.
But he's still here playing.
Yes, he is. So
and he's looking
Ferrari's
at the comments.
Not. Ferrari's not.
He's not anymore.
Resilient.
That's the thing.
He's very resilient.
Because this year, the biggest change was, in the past, yes, he would do stuff like that. But nowadays, this is a different kind of Bulba for me. Because in the past, if he got behind in a series, it was done mentally. But if you imagine where they came from in this environment, remember, they were in the qualifiers were hard for them, especially the Kiev major one. They were always consistently down a game, but they managed to come back. They started so low in this recent TI qualifiers. This team, they blew that huge lead to OG, but they still managed to pick up wins after that. I think this is a different kind of squad.
And just, talking of the qualifiers, I mean, Quinn, you competed in the qualifiers, were very close yourself, but I'm kind of, in a weird, bittersweet way, glad we get to pick your brain on the panel as well. But people regarded that as one of the most competitive qualifiers for the North American region. Can you kind of recap us in kind of the twists and turns of those qualifiers, or is that a bit of a challenge now?
Yeah, I think it was very close. I think people expected, DC and NP and Planet to do very well, and I think DC underperformed and Planet underperformed, and we kind of overperformed. And so there was a lot of like unexpected teams having results that weren't. It wasn't what people expected. It's a little bit reminiscent of of TI currently, with DC a little bit overperforming, Cloud9 underperforming. You see some of these any teams, they can be pretty volatile at times.
I mean, and the scene in general, I think that it's going up and up. You're rising to the top of that scene now. You're getting to go ahead and try and battle versus the best. Do you think there's only good things to come from the North American Dota scene?
I think so. I think NA Dota is probably the best it's ever been. The qualifier for NA has never been as close as it was this year.
I mean, Will, you can testify to that, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Planet didn't underperform. We got 3 out of 6 members here at TI. Like,
can I ask you though, Will? 'Cause
2 out of 5.
2 out of I'm here at the panel. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I gotta ask you though, because DC was like expected to go, you know, bottom 16 or, you know, bottom 12 at TI6. And I got them to top 2, and I, you know, kind of handed this team over, and then you got this top 2 TI team and didn't take them to the next one. So what happened?
There were some
The gloves are off.
extenuating factors that
Drink.
made this run very challenging for us, but maybe the expectations. I don't know. Man,
What have you done?
dude, this killed my soul. That's the first thing I thought of
Was it
when we
actually?
lost.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I'm gonna be the first person that gets blamed. I was like, this sucks so much.
Do you refresh the Reddit tab?
Yeah, I
Did
was
you
like,
sit there like-
I was like, did Blitz ruin Planet Odd? I was like, oh, this is so rough.
Jeez.
Trust me, I put that on myself every single day, Pycat. All they did was talk about how good of a coach you were.
Oh, come on.
But I mean, it sounds like people are always forgetting that the players are human beings as well. It's not as simple as just saying
think-
like they are always going to play at exactly this level, at exactly this time. Things change, people change, and
Everything
lot
is
of
very
factors.
circumstantial, I think.
Absolutely.
And there are always a lot of factors that you kind of can't take into account. That, I mean, there are so many things around this game that happens.
Right.
Just how people feel on a certain day, you know, it's a lot about momentum and mood, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't align for you, and then
And in that same thread, and kind of referring back to what we talked about before, here's a tough one. Do you think the existence of social media, the Reddit threads we keep referring back to, all of that is only going to kind of like be a hindrance for players when they're playing live? Like, as in, do you think there are some players that will be, you know, we talk about Bulba and how emotional he is. If someone's going to tweet him saying, you know, I hope you suck today, as a very light example, do you think that's going to make, you know, that's going to add extra pressure? There are players that are affected by that, Will?
Oh, for sure. And there are some people that really get affected by that, and they have to just completely
cut
get off of it. And there are some people that love it. Like, my favorite example that I ever tell people is Sumail. You remember that tweet he made about Shiki at MLG Worlds when they played? He's like, he made this tweet. He's like, I can't believe I lost to Shiki. He's so bad. Like, if you're going to make a statement like that, you better show up. Like, you better stomp this guy the next time you play him. You better just delete him from the surf. Because if you make a comment like that and you don't back it up, oh, you look so bad.
Yeah.
But that shows you the kind of confidence he has. He's like, this is how I feel. I know I'm better than this guy. I know I'm so much better than this guy. How did I lose mid? That's the kind of pressure he puts on himself, and some people just simply can't deal with it. But for the most part, I think Dota's going in the right direction, and so people are going to talk of players like they are stars that they are in traditional sports in that sense. And you know, when I watch a lot of basketball, I'm also that guy on the NBA subreddit flaming players. Like, I hope they never read that.
It exists. It really does. I mean, okay, here, kind of in the same vein for you, Quinn. You know, because you are so emotionally invested in the game, it can be, you know, processing the loss, processing the trash talk, whatever. It's very much a reality for you and for a lot of us here and on the stage tomorrow, or excuse me, the day after. Have you put much thought into how you can get better at that, or is it just cold turkey? Don't look at it.
I think not looking at it is an option, but I think trying to look at it as objectively as possible and thinking about, is any of this criticism valid? Can I learn from any of this stuff? But I think the most important thing is, like, you know, knowing who your friends are and the people that know you, and, you know, if you have questions about, you know, your Dota play or who you are and stuff like that, you don't let all this stuff like get to your head and stuff and ruin your play, because I think, you know, some of this Reddit stuff, like let's say, like with the Bulba thing, like it can affect you at times and makes your play worse and stuff like that.
And that's just like, I don't know what the word is. It's just it grows exponentially. Then at that point, right? You're playing bad because people are saying you're bad, which then means they're saying you're bad.
Spiral.
It's downward spiral. Thank you. That's the badger. And we talked a lot about these players. We talked about what this means. We've talked about the circumstances by which they have to secure themselves, not either upper bracket or even just continuing to play at TI. These are your 4 games. This is the 4 that we'll be starting with as we continue to go ahead and get all of these games done. 18 teams, we will have just 16 by the end of today. That is the reality we live in. NewBee will be starting versus Virtus Pro on stream 1. You'll have OG versus Execration over on stream 2. C9DC on 3. And you get IG versus HR. And now all of those games matter. So, you know, get a friend, pull him into the room, tell him he has to watch 2 streams. You have to watch the other 2. And, you know, just try and go on this, well, let's recap exactly what all those games mean. I tried to write it all down. Wish me luck. Have you got it in your head, Pycat?
Best of luck.
I'd love that.
I think NewBee versus VP, right?
Yes.
If I'm remembering this correctly, if
they
they
have
tie,
to them.
Yeah, well, NewBee versus VP, if they tie, if these teams start taking games, it's going to be real tough for both DC and OG to advance. I think I'm not sure what their current score is, but I think if these teams get almost any more points, I think those guys are going to start being in a lot of trouble. So I think if you're DC, I think you want this to be a 2-0 for, you know, either team, and then you want the team that loses to keep losing, and then the other team to keep winning.
So this, just to kind of put it in the simplest terms possible, if they want to go in upper bracket, NewBee and Virtus Pro have to win both here. You have to 2-0 your opponent if you want to go in upper bracket. They split the series. We're into tiebreakers. We're into some chaos. 2-0, and we will have a very clear upper bracket for them. Still, Virtus Pro, high hopes from the CIS region, are about to clash with China. It's NewBee on the other side. Let's find out how this one goes down as we kick off our final day of the International 7 groups.
What an amazing and knowledgeable panel, Cinderin. They must have said something really great. We're here to cast NewBee versus Virtus Pro, game number 1 of our final day of the TI7 group stages. Of course, I'm Toby, one here with Sind. And we're already underway, man, and we have ourselves an IO, a hero to slip through the first phase today.
Yeah, I actually think that's the first time we're going to cast this hero in any of our games in the tournaments.
Yep, we haven't had him yet.
It's been banned in a lot of the games, and in a lot of the games it was just ignored as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in action for VP. Keep in mind, this is a really important game. These two teams are tied for second in their group, so there's a lot at stake here. More or less, if it's a 2-0, the team that gets that is, I think, secured top 4, or at least very, very close. They would need to win one more game to be 100% secured in that case. So expecting both teams to bring out some of their best strategies here. This is a very valuable game.
Yeah, and, I'm looking forward to it, especially, like you say, best strategies. It seems NewBee's taking a page out of some other people's books as well. First phasing up the Passage, going with the puck as well. So everyone right now is not touching the ground. It is the useless leg strategy from both sides.
Yeah. Flying arrows on a guy who doesn't even have limbs. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so ban-wise, this is pretty straightforward, I think. NewBee going to ban the Darkseer against VP. I think that's the team that will be respect banned the most Darkseers against. Pasha's Darkseer has been... Stalker is the most banned hero of the tournament so far, not too surprising either. And VP will ban the Lich and Sand King. Lich has been getting a lot of love, a lot more than I thought it would. Here at TI7. It's been first phase picked a lot. Just a good opening pick that can give you a start in their lane.
Yeah, it seems to also be that dual offlane. We were talking about it yesterday with the way LGD was drafting with the mag as well as the Nyx Assassin. You just start the lane in a way where you can't really contest someone's offlane. It's just too strong unless you commit too many resources. Then it frees up the mid, which we've also seen becoming a dual lane during TI.
Yeah, there's generally... In a lot of the games, there's 2-on-2s in mid in the start, like, or pseudo 2-on-2s. The position 4s are like running into mid and putting some pressure there, and then moving around, getting bounty runes and runes after, of course. So
kind of surprising to the one hero who normally appears in that mid lane doing that is the Nyx Assassin, who hasn't been banned or picked in this draft so far. And that's against a Bat Rider who's still in the pool. I'm wondering if NewBee actually have space for it in that draft.
They do, I think. They could definitely pick that. I don't know if NewBee want to play this Visage as a 4 or a 5, but I don't think it's a core. I think Faith really likes this as a 5-position hero.
We're not mooging it up and having him like go RTZ style?
I mean, they could, but I'm not sure if that's the way NewBee want to play it. The nice thing about picking it here is that the options are open, so they can wait and see what's going to happen. I like the Nyx pick. I think it's good against both the Batrider and the IO, so Could be a great choice here for NewBee. We'll see if they do choose to grab it. There we go. Very nice. And, well, VP did ban out the Drow, which I think was the most obvious ban of the entire draft when the enemy team starts with these two. And then they banned the Lifestealer, a carry that Mugi has been playing very well, and that it also has a great matchup against the Bat. So, not too surprising there. NewBee with the Sven and DP bans, both of them great pairings with IO that VP like. So what IO heroes do VP have left that they like? They have Ursa still, which could be very interesting here. They're going to go for their support first, though, the Disruptor for solo. It's always Lil playing the IO, never solo.
Yeah, and it's always solo playing the Disruptor.
Yep. I think we might have seen Lil play it once or twice, but it's very rare that it goes to Lil. It's mainly their 5 position. Solo's best supports, I think, are probably Ogre and Disruptor. Those are at least 2 of his best, for sure. We've been seeing a decent amount of both from him recently.
So they've got the Initiation, they've got the Global. You could think about the combination with the IO. They may just go for Sustain as well. Maybe going back into something which is... I don't know how much he's really appeared in this competition, but the Chaos Knight's another combination with the IO.
That could work. I think it's not the easiest CK game. All 3 opponents have something that has AoE control. There's familiar drops, there's the coil, and all the nukes from Puck, and Nyx has Carapace and his stun. So I don't think it's the best CK game, but depending on what the cores are, it could turn out really good. I think that's also what VP are just thinking here. You know what? We have IO, we can buff up whatever good core we want. We want to pick it as late as possible to get information about our matchup. Here's Mugi's hero. I think it's a pretty good pick here. Looks like VP were expecting it. At least we're very quick to pick this Dragon Knight. The Weaver from Mugi was played yesterday, and he went out of control. I think it was against Hellraisers. Played it on the safe lane carry role. Great hero against Batrider and Wisp. And Disruptor, I think.
They seem to be lacking, though, like a real big frontliner. Obviously, the Visage can be very, very tanky once he's got that cloak up and running. And the Nyx Assassin's very difficult to kill as well. In fact, most like Puck and Weaver are more dodge from ganks and attacks. But who's your frontliner? Like, who does NewBee put in that front to push high ground?
They have a couple of options when it comes to KP's hero pool. I think it could also be an offlane Puck for him, and then they get SC something else in mid.
Okay.
That has a good matchup against Dragon Knight. I'm not quite sure where NewBee are going with this, but I think it's a fair point that their lineup is a little bit fragile overall. So getting someone to go in front, either something like, we know KP likes to play Tide Hunter, it's one of his best heroes. It's maybe not the best Tide game ever, but it could be a thing if the VP carry doesn't have the best matchup. Like if VP are going Ursa, I'll almost guarantee you they don't pick Tide, for example. Oh, they banned it themselves. Interesting. Okay, they were worried about the Ursa into Dragon Knight matchup in mid, which is a very Ursa favorite lane. Other heroes that come to mind that fit that lane well are Razor and Timbersaw that NewBee could be looking toward. Both of them can actually frontline as well, so that'd be nice. I think SC's Timber is pretty good, the way I remember it. But
Timber might be a little bit problematic, though, against the Disruptor.
It's playable.
That would be the only issue.
It's definitely playable if you work around it in the right ways. You can get like a Yule Scepter against Static Storm, then you outlast more than half of it. You could get just a standard build-up with the pipe, or just a hood into Bloodstone. Actually makes you very tanky against this VP lineup that's currently really magic heavy. Batrider is all magic. Dragon Knight for the first decent amount of the game is very magic centric, and Disruptor has nothing else either. IO the same. So we'll see if this is a hard physical damage dealer VP put on their carry. It could be different. Maybe they look towards something like a Phantom Assassin for Ramses, actually. I think it's good against the Visage. It is good against the Weaver if they land a stun from Dragon Knight, for example. Then they have the burst to bring him down very quickly. Saw some success yesterday as well. PA played by LGD in 2 or 3 games. They played it with Mag, though, but it was really good in those games.
At least allow them to close the distance as well. Right now, like, unless it's Glimpse or Lasso, they're not going to hold a target in place.
No.
And against a Weaver, that's one of the critical things to make sure he cannot run away. He can't just easily time-lapse out of a fight.
Yeah.
And there'll be a lot of space creators around him. Like, if you got Buzz stunning you up, you got Nyx Assassin causing you issues in the back lines, you got Puck with his silences and Dream Coil. Mugi should have a lot of space to move in these fights unless he gets initiated on. Maybe we get out Tiny finally.
We haven't really had any Bristleback this tournament, I think, which is interesting. But I don't know if this is that good of a Bristle game. I feel like Visage is a pretty good matchup, but it's they have to assume right now that it's a support for Faith, I think. That's the absolutely most likely here.
Yeah.
Bristle against Weaver is also a bit so-so. It's just, you know, I'm just thinking what combinations have VP run in the past with this IO that have been good. And a lot of them are out. Like, they banned the Ursa themselves. The Sven is out. Well, let's see what it is. It's going to be the Chaos Knight. So
Alright.
they do go for that. I think it's still okay. There might have been a better pick in the pool, but that is an instant Medusa counter pick from NewBee, and that is a really good pick this game, I think, for SC. So, good against Dragon Knight. Good against the Chaos Knight especially. That's the reason they're taking it. SC looks happy.
Yeah.
It's like, nice, we didn't random Alchemist. Good job, boys. Let's go.
we have ourselves a fantastic draft. It was the one thing which NewBee didn't have something like to deal with the Chaos Knight, which was the clearance, and throwing in SC now on that Medusa, they've got it. And he can tank that initial attack as well. Very difficult to kill off heroes. Maybe the damage output is going to be a little bit low until Mugi and SC get items. That would be my only concern from the NewBee lineup.
Yeah, their physical component is not that strong, but their spell damage is still really high. Even just like when you run it, it's one of the boons of running an offlane Puck is that just with levels, even if you don't have the best farm, Puck actually deals a lot of damage pretty much every game. If he can get a blink dagger, plain Puck, if it's too greedy, just get the blink. Then 15 to 20 minutes in, if that's when you get your blink, if you have a hard game, you start outputting a lot. Then they also have, obviously, the Nyx support is one of the higher damage supports, and Visage is probably the highest almost in this patch, so I think damage will not be the biggest problem for NewBee, actually. Let's look at some predictions here.
Yeah, we could do that quickly for people. Player with the longest kill streak.
I'm feeling the Medusa here, actually. I think he's gonna have the best game out of anyone. It's hard to call, actually.
I'm feeling the Weaver in this game.
There's many heroes that could. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
First triple kill.
I'm also thinking the Weaver. I think he's gonna play it around. The CK is probably the better one to go for.
I think I'm taking CK. He's gonna have one good team fight where he really gets things going, actually. Oh, Solo's in a really interesting position here in his Disruptor, by the way. Just a side note while we're doing the important predictions.
Yeah.
First tower, I'm gonna go with...
it's the time of destruction.
11 to 14? It might actually be pretty late this game.
You've got a DK though, so it should be 8 to 11 with a DK up.
I think Medusa will defend it though. I'm gonna go 11 to 14. Last player to be killed. That's the first death of the last player who dies, not the last kill of the game.
Yeah. This is always a rando.
Yeah, that's pretty random. I'll do Medusa. We'll see.
Yeah, Medusa is the safe pick for that one. All right, and focus on our lanes. Pasha is all the way down south. He's going to be doing the creep skipping, and Mookie and Faith will have to try and stop him, so they're going to run the safe lane with the Visage as well as the Weaver. Solo looking for his Courier snipe with the Observer Ward down. He might actually get this too. The Courier, in fact, he's guaranteed got it. The Tangos on the Courier are lost. Sniped in mid, so SC won't have that extra regeneration to battle against no one who's playing his DK in mid. Karka's looking to do exactly the same thing, smoked up behind the towers in the mid lane. And, well, he can't really harass the mid while he's sitting here. He's taking too long for the Courier, who's only now just making his little trek out.
This is a really good start for the mid lane for VP. Losing these tangos might not seem like the biggest deal, but when you're playing 2 tangos and there's a disruptor coming in to harass, you're gonna struggle. And no one's gonna have a way better time. Kaka and Solo laying into each other here.
The bottle is already done for no one. Like, because he was rushing this. You got both a salve as well as the bottle.
Oh,
it's actually Lil who buys it.
Yeah. But the bottle for Dragon Knight isn't far away either. He needs 200 gold, so
I'm wondering.
Getting it next.
I'm wondering at that point if you actually want to expend the bottle charges on no one and just completely outwin the mid lane, send the Courier back. Lil doesn't need it at the moment.
I think currently he's going to focus on making sure Ramses has a good laning stage. The Puck matchup versus CK is actually very good for Puck because once you get phase shift, you can avoid both of Chaos Knight's spells with good timing. If it's a strict one-on-one, I think this is actually a Puck-favored lane. Fairly hard, so we'll need a little bit of help here against KP's Puck up here. All in all, that's how Lil has started out. You see him sustaining Ramses nicely, getting good CS. And he is kind of free to leave soon, I think, when Ramses has a little bit more creeps here.
CS-wise is actually currently going the way of no one. 12-6 in the mid against the 5-for-2 of SC. But it's the fact that he's still the highest CSer on the board, like across the board as well.
Yeah, that initial harass from Disruptor can't be overstated how important that was. That was really massive for the outcome of this mid lane already. When you're tripling up like this, currently has a double wave more or less running into the tower here, no one as well. So there's going to be more CS lost for SC.
Unless he can get better with that 62 points of damage.
I just got breathe fired. Yeah, good luck.
Kaka has to try and zone him out, but no one's out of mana. Like, he's fine. Like, he'll only bottle up when he has to use his breathe fire, which is right now again underneath the tower. Bottom lane, Pasha in trouble, trying to get away. The Soul Assumption, he's going to get the Weaver bug off him. The Swarm, it does do damage, and I don't know if he's going to kill it in time. He doesn't. He'll die on the cliffside. Mugi was circling around him as the Weaver. So the first off-lane kill. VP were attempting to get KP down a while ago, just burning off Ramsey's initiation. Doesn't work, but for NewBee, it does work against Pasha.
Solo trying for the courier again. They almost send it out as a ground courier, and then he would have killed it a second time. But this time it's too tanky. Disruptor needs to hit this courier 5 times. It's funny to see Solo even trying that. It's like straight disrespect to your opponents. How little attention are you guys paying in your mid lane?
Hey, at least he's keeping the Nyx Assassin there all the time. Kaka probably was looking to rotate down the bottom lane to kill off Pasha. He's gone for a 1-1 in...
Oh, Pasha could be in trouble. Oh, he got away. Okay.
Yeah.
If he gets grave chilled here, this can very quickly... They can get nasty very quickly here. He's playing on the edge here with his Batrider. He wants to try to steal the stack that's been made by NewBee. That's one of the things that sometimes teams won't do. Stack their big camp in the safe lane when they're facing Batrider, just because of how easily Batrider can try to snatch that. Oh, he's actually going in here a bit against Faith. This is danger. No, there's no Carapace point, so I think he's going to be okay. And this is the exact thing, right? Like, now he's going to fly in circles here, get a lot of nice experience probably. He even stacked the camp himself. Very nice timing by Pasha here. And this is going to reward him quite a bit. Actually, he didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, his Firefly just wore off. He has a sticky napalm up, but that's just a lot of low heroes. And look at Kaka's positioning too. Rotates around the back, says hello to Pasha. Just stole Pasha's bounty rune.
Yep, now he's going to go get his own as well. And yeah, this camp is actually going to heal up to full because there's a big Satyr Tormentor in it. And the 2 Centaur courses that spawn makes it difficult for Pasha to farm that camp with his Batrider. So a little bit of bad luck, I guess, on the RNG on the spawn there. Else he might have been able to clear out at least a bit more of it. So what's happening elsewhere? So Solo has moved to the top lane and has started pulling. He's very low level because of all that harass in mid, but it was well worth it, getting the courier snipe and winning his mid lane for no one. Now he's currently sitting on just level 2 with his Disruptor 5 minutes in, and he needs to pull to get toward that 6, which is really when Disruptor starts becoming a scary hero. KP didn't make it too easy for him, though.
KP's actually been having a pretty damn good time on that offlane. Like, able to find net worth, able to find experience. And more importantly, like, he's not feeding in towards Ramses. Ramses is one of these players who is so good on the safe lane. He's Mr. Consistency all the time, except normally he's able to find a kill, and you're like, okay, how the hell did he even
it is scary
achieve
right
that?
now. That's a lot of heroes.
SC, yep, 4 heroes right on top of him. The shields won't protect him anymore until maybe a little bit of extra help. Kaka, create space. Mugi diving over to kill off the IO, taking away that regeneration. Pasha and no one focusing in to Kaka underneath the tower. Mugi's not done just yet, however, chasing Solo into the Radiant jungle. He's got a decent run to go, but luckily Shikuchi, high movement speed, and Solo cannot escape from that. Maybe in the trees. No, not gonna happen.
That would be the juke of the century if he got out without boots there. What are you supposed to do?
Absolutely nothing.
So that was a 2 for 2, I believe, right? Was it only a 2 for...
No, it was 2 for 2. It was Io Disruptor for Medusa and Nyx.
Yeah, so it sounds good on paper for Virtus Pro, but they did use a Dragon form that didn't really do any tower damage. So.
And they're going to lose more as well. Solo's getting ganked up. KP as well as Kaka teaming up together. Wasn't the cleanest kill. Kaka missed his impale, and Ramses will maybe punish this in time. Yeah, with Pasha here, he definitely will.
Nice ward placement there, just in the end by Nyx, though. I don't think VP would have realized that he got that ward out just before he died. He barely even turned his hero to place that, so this ward he just put in might have full duration. Nice move in the heat of the moment just to get that ward down from Kaka. And now the pressure begins on bottom, so this mid tower is It's going to be very important in this game, and that's one of the interesting things about this Medusa versus Dragon Knight matchup, is that one of DK's contributions to the game that's very important is taking that tower, but it's so hard to do against Medusa. You really need to make sure you kill Medusa first and overwhelm her and then take that tower, and it's not easy. You saw that attempt VP did before with 4 heroes, and they still got, what was that, 200 damage in total on the tower, which was all by the siege creep.
Yeah.
So, won't be too easy for no one to get that done.
Yeah, NewBee turned it into a team fight more than anything else.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think about. Like, the fact that no one takes so much damage and is losing so much mana as well every time SC throws out that Mystic Snake. Mugi, he's very aggressive. It's been a while since I've seen a Weaver diving underneath tier 1 towers, and Eternal Envy's not even in this game. Like, so aggressive under, forcing glimpses out very early on, so Disruptor didn't have it for that second time he went for the dive.
It's just it's a very good Weaver game against those 3 heroes. Disruptor, Io, and Bat Rider don't have the best tools. Later on, Bat will be annoying when he gets the Blink Force Staff with Lasso, but from a laning stage perspective, Mugi knows very well what his limits are. And when you play against VP, putting pressure on them is a very good approach to the game, because else they're going to do it to you. VP is one of those faster-paced teams that want to make the moves, and against them, I think a good offense is the best defense in a lot of cases here, and NewBee are definitely doing what they can. They haven't just been sitting around. They've been moving a lot with their supports. They've been pressuring with their Weaver. And I guess the passive hero they have is Medusa, but I mean, how else are you going to play this hero, really?
All she's going to do is make sure DK has to stay in the mid lane. It almost feels like the opposite way you look at this mid matchup. The DK is meant to be the one where you want to see the mid rotate off so the DK takes the tower. In this case, if the DK rotates off, SC will more than likely just force into the tower and do considerable amounts of damage.
For sure.
Mugi's going to do the same thing on bottom lane. He's got that early Blightstone combining up with the treads. The tier 1 tower on bottom lane's already taken chip damage. It's NewBee who are threatening buildings and not the opposite way around. And like, how do you get around that? You want to burn Phantasm? Ramses just did that to try and attack the top lane, but Kaka is already here. So is KP. They're farming up the small camps behind the tower, and they're still keeping the creep wave away from the tower.
Yeah, VP can't seem to do any big structural damage right now, so I think what they're just going to look for is getting levels on their supports, and they really need it. Both of these supports, this is very uncharacteristic for Virtus Pro. Their supports are both very low level.
Yeah, they're both level 3 compared to the 5 and 4 of NewBee.
Yeah, Faith is going to crack his 6 in a moment, and VP kind of need 2 tomes right now.
They're rotating. NewBee are going to try and gank up on the top lane, smoke maneuver. Kaka and Mugi together. KP has the Dream Coil, which is probably going to make this work. Ramses has no Phantasm. He burnt it before, and with the orb up, well, it won't be able to connect. KP will get the follow-up silence, and the stun. It connected onto the Dragon Knight as well, but Lil arrives in time, connects himself up with Ramses, giving the much-needed heal and recovery. KP can't even get out. The glimpse is perfect from Solo.
Oh, he's going to get a kill.
Wow. Okay, moment. Sorry, misclick. I don't know if that's a misclick. I'm sorry, Lil. I didn't mean to kill you. But Ramses gets the revenge, and Puck goes down underneath the tower.
If that was an NA pub, that was not a mistake. That's for sure. That's one of those moments. Oh, you guys 4 and 2 to us, or 4 and 3 or whatever, and you were owning us in that fight, and I just got that kill. You're just missing the question mark in all chat. Then you got the full NA starter kit.
What he really meant to do was use chat wheel to it's a disaster.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that was a nice play under pressure here from KP. At the end of the day, though, I don't know if NewBee should try to go for these kind of plays onto the CK. They have to know that the IO is on backup or can at least TP in an assist. They need more bursts to bring down Ramses Chaos Knight in these situations. You have to probably bring the Visage as well, or at least send up the birds for that gank.
Well, he's only just picked up the birds on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have that option at the time. I just think that kill was very optimistic, and they got punished for it.
Actually sent the birds into mid lane, passing past no one.
And these CS values of VP are so high. Both the Dragon Knight and
the CK.
Chaos Knight are getting very high farm. It's rare that you see 2 heroes having above 80 at 10 minutes or 11 minutes. It's generally one of them, like either there's a Shadow Fiend mid who's very farmed.
Dream Call, they're going again onto Ramses. This time, as you asked it, man, bring in the birds. Phantasm comes off. The birds make a break for the tree line. Mugi also hiding there. The Scarab Swarm just missing on the Puck.
They didn't think they could get a kill here at all. They're
just baiting out Phantasm.
They're forcing rotations. That was not a kill. I think in their mind, they were just like, okay, we're going to go on him, we're going to force rotation, then we're going to back out instantly. It looked like they were 100% on the same page. The moment there was any response, both of them just backed out fully. And it's good for them to force this IO around, and especially force the Phantasm, like you said. It's just draining these VP key cooldowns that allow them to play aggressively. It's just buying space on the map for their own heroes to progress their game plan.
Because they got the Familiars also up on top, Ramses is leaving. He's headed towards Faith in the mid lane. No one's up here to defend top lane. Mugi will take this tower.
Oh.
Nothing is actually here to stop it, so they're giving up their safe lane tier 1 tower for no trade-off just yet. Looking for kills. SC's abandoned the mid lane, giving it to Faith because he was busy farming up Ancients. Actually has himself a nice stack to the north part of the tier 1 tower in mid.
Kaka is looking for his level 6 now. Oh, this is a pretty strong invasion here from VP. They're not really going to find anything, though. They're just going for that bottom tier 1, safeguarding it with 5 heroes, more or less.
The Familiars saw solo. They were chasing around. Ramses had to reality rift one in. And does it make it over the trees? It does not.
Oh, he didn't resummon, actually.
No, he did not. He held on to him.
He's holding on to 1. This trade is pretty good for NewBee overall. They know they're going to lose this tower to the Dragon Knight Dragon form, so they're getting half a tier 2 up top. Mugi is on that. And Disruptor is just tier 2. Soak up some experience. So, Nyx just found his level 6. This is when Solo's going to die, apparently. That was pretty quick use of that. See ya. And they're going to probably think about keeping up the pressure up here now. They should know that Relocate is not available if they've kept track of Lil's level progression.
They should know that, I suppose it's still only a level 1 Phantasm. They're not going to really be that scared by it.
Ramses has to TP up.
Yeah.
In the fog, and they're probably just going to back out here.
Yeah.
So again, NewBee forcing these rotations. Again, good pressure from them. It's creating a lot of space for Medusa, who, by the way, is going for a very good build in this game. So there's been this arising trend. Wait a second, we should look at top now. Ramses.
Yeah, Dream called up, gonna try and Phantasm his way out of it. The Scarab Swarm's gonna be able to connect. So does the stun onto Kaka, and the crit from Ramses. I think Kaka was ready for that much damage on him. KP doing his TP out. Pasha, he started the lasso, but it did not connect. KP barely making it out by the skin of his teeth.
So VP got a kill on the Nyx, but they rotated 3 heroes and used Phantasm, and I think NewBee are fine with this. Again, it's like the same type of play that we're seeing over and over here, and I think VP are tired of it. Now they want to make their own. If they find SC here, that would be a really big kill.
Yeah, they're actually surrounding him. Pasha, they do actually have a little bit of an early warning system. Was Pasha running in underneath Kaka's Vendetta, and Pasha, well, he wants to go for more, but right now he's stoned. SC and Kaka can just beat the crap out of him and get a kill. That was meant to go the other way. They do still, however, pick up KP. VP looking to keep the pressure on. SC underneath his own shrine has already been burnt. Kaka, he's got another stun available. Can actually hit 3, potentially 4. Solo on the back lines, dying to the swarm. And Mugi, he's now going to join the fray. Lil into the tree lines. The tower's going to be killing him off. Faith now, he's the one under pressure. A 2-second stun is long enough to kill him down. And no one, the pressure from Mugi, turns his attention towards ZK. On the run, but 2 very, very tanky heroes. They'll need another stun, another control, and they don't have it in range. So NewBee break off the fight after Virtus.pro's very aggressive attack in.
SC was playing that fight very well, I think, on the Medusa. He was the one getting gone on. He kept his cool. He had a really good Mystic Snake out that gave him full mana during the Static Storm, and just was not a kill for VP. They couldn't bring him down simply, and got out of there alive. So I wanted to point out his item build here. He's gone for the Yasha that we often see Medusas go for, and then a lot of the times there's this build with Linken's Manta that I personally am not a fan of at all. I really like his build this game, though. He's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter, and the reason he's doing this is how good it is against CK. What the Aghanim Scepter on Medusa does, it's one of the newest Ags in the game. Let's see.
Yeah, found KP, but he got the orb off just as the initiation was happening from Ramses, so had a place to jaunt to.
He's getting it for the CK. So this this Mystic Snake Aghanim Scepter upgrade will let the Mystic Snake petrify as well against those illusions. That is incredibly powerful. As I do believe it just one-shots them as this with the same rules as Stone Gaze. I think the Petrify just kills illusions off, unless I'm mistaken. I haven't really seen this in play, but I remember the theory crafting when it came out that was going to be a really good counter to illusion-based heroes.
Well, you get to watch the team fight, and then we'll have
we'll see if
a
I
definite
remember
answer.
It right. It's not something you see every day. It has been fairly fairly common in mainly the Chinese scene. In their competitive games, there's been a lot of Medusas played compared to the Western scenes, where the hero is way less popular. So this is definitely something they're going to feel very comfortable with. SCC has played this hero many times. And at the same time, VP has probably not played that much against it. So, you know, that's like one of those benefits when you have those clashing styles of play or picks sometimes. That one team will have a little bit of an advantage there. Ramses is going to go for Diffusal Blade. Wonder why.
Break free.
He's got a mana burn. Like, they need some sort of mana burn against this last pick Medusa. I think that was a brilliant choice here from NewBee. They also picked it pretty fast. They knew exactly what they wanted when that CK came out.
Just have to make the most out of it. At least they're seeing where the Medusa is farming. They had 2 Observer Wards down. One of them was blocking the Ancient Camp. The Medusa was looking to farm up. NewBee actually had to commit 2 Sentry Wards to find just that one Obs.
Still, you're still just waiting for that moment when VP gets that VP groove going, and they just go from kill to kill and find good fights. But it's not been going too well for them so far. I think we're soon going to see them look for some sort of aggressive smoke, either to try to contest that top tier 1 tower from NewBee, or find them inside their own jungle. Maybe a kill on Medusa would be really big if they could manage, but
Pasha's hunting for it.
Easy.
Like, he's got the Blink Dagger available and now just found a Haste Rune in the bottom river. This is a good way to move forward, but there's also a massive smoked army that Pasha just kept running into. At that kind of speed, he couldn't pull out in time.
That was this Observer Ward down here at the river that saw Pasha pick up the haste, and that was just an instant goal call from NewBee. Bring in their invisible heroes that he can't possibly prepare for. Dream Coil, easy pick.
Yeah, it's meant to be Pasha who was fighting the kill with the Blink Dagger.
Yep.
NewBee, just perfect rotations. Turn it on his head. No one's going to show himself on bottom lane, and that's enough for Mugi to initiate. He's got the support from Kaka, so no one already been beaten up. That's a nice way to slow him down. Yep, Diffusal Blade charge from Weaver. No one out of mana in the relocate. Double stun from Kaka. Io gets picked off instantly into the familiar drops. Ramses will die as well. It started off as a gank on no one. The Virtus Pro brought more meat to the table. Maybe they have another fight. Pasha, in he jumps. He was looking for the lasso, couldn't get it on KP. Spike Carapace, the oldest counter in the book to the Batrider, and what was meant to be 1 kill turned to 2, turned to 3, and is now 4 heroes down for Virtus Pro.
They got outplayed really hard there. That's one of the things you can do against this Io, is that you start poking and prodding a guy, and they're like, okay, I need help, right? He doesn't have mana. He can't get out. The Dragon Knight has to get help, or he will eventually get killed because he has no mana to play around with. They try to come in and assist, and then the whole team is there, apart from the Medusa from NewBee. Very nicely set up. So not only was that 4 kills, but SCC was free farming the whole time. So here comes his Aghanim Scepter now. Already 19 minutes in, Yasha Ags. It's got to be the highest net worth in the game. Actually, he still isn't. The Dragon Knight's slightly ahead, but he also went for the Midas build. This is that was a big moment of this game for NewBee. That should put them in a very good position moving forward here, as VP lost a lot of steam there.
Yeah, they actually picked up about 4,000 in the experience and almost the same in the net worth advantage shift. Because Virtus Pro were holding a slight lead at the beginning.
Mid lane, they're thinking about it.
Yeah, but what have you got? You're going to glimpse him back into the wall, turns on that Aghanim Stone Case, and well, 2 seconds on the stun, plus the lasso. They just combined it all up with familiar drops, holding Ramses in position. Let the snake bounce around, petrifying everybody. SC, he's running low on mana. He will go down. They get the kill, and no one keeping Kaka in control. Despite Carapace turn around, at least you'll get that stun back. As Batrider got picked, Mugi, they're retreating towards the shrine. It's already been triggered, so that won't help them. But KP's double Dream Coil, that'll do the work with the familiar drops. So much control from Faith and KP. Lil cannot stand up against this, and another double stun. Kaka in the trees, runs it with Vendetta. He just wants to one-hit down range, but gets hit by the breathe fire of no one. Loses too much life. Mugi's just trying to be a man, but Mugi more of a man. Ultra kill up, and he would love it. He'll take it. It's gonna be solo, and along with it, the rampage of NewBee.
13-0 on this Weaver right now. Mugi is having an incredible game.
You said he went insane last time he played it. I think this is actually stepping it up a level.
Yeah, this is only slightly better. That's the thing, but he's been really good on his Weaver. Oh, we did get the Petrify confirmed there, by the way, at the start of the fight. The Mystic Snake did one-shot the Chaos Knight Illusions. You saw Ramses playing around it very well with the initial Stone Gaze. He was like turning his back, waiting for it to be over, Phantasm, then turned them around, and then, oh man, again. Then there's just a Snake coming in, removing it right away. So they did get the kill on SC, but it takes so many resources for VP to bring down this Medusa. And now they're going to lose the Roshan to boot. They can't get in here in time. This is gone.
Yeah. If they had still had the Firefly up from Pasha, maybe they could give it a shot, but Pasha burnt it and then just threw the Flame Break. So it was more of the just keep it in mind, but not really contesting move from NewBee. And NewBee can just, from VP, NewBee can just keep pushing further ahead. Hand of Midas pickup now from the Puck, so it's old-fashioned style of build from KP, Blink Dagger, and then just get the Midas around the 22-minute mark.
And the slight switch up that we see a lot of in this patch with the first item Soul Ring. Yeah, it's been very popular on the Puck especially compared to the past. I think we've seen both Universe and KP do it.
Yeah, it was Universe that did it on day one of this competition.
I think so, yeah. But there's many heroes now that start to pick up Soul Ring. I think players are taking more advantage of just sustaining their resources all the time. Soul Ring is, in theory, a really powerful item. You obviously pay health for mana, but it has HP regen in itself. So in a way, you just have a constant flow of mana if you don't get harassed. For a hero like Puck, that actually increases your farming speed by a lot, and allows you to be ready for combat.
I'm thinking about the issues that Virtus Pro are having, and it seems most of them are coming from. I would love to say it's the fact that like it's SC who's just picking off illusions, but it feels like most of the pressure is from Kaka as well as Faith. These familiar drops, the Spy Carapace into the double impale stuns, making so much space for Mugi. How does VP now play around this? How do they play around the control that NewBee seems to be finding every time?
I think one additional Blink Dagger could work wonders for them, either on... I guess it should be on no one. I don't think Ramsey should get a Blink on his CK, but I would like a Blink or Shadow Blade on the Dragon Knight just so they can open the fight. The problem that they seem to be facing right now is that their only really key initiation is that Bat Rider, and he is getting hard countered. Like, Pasha's having a very hard time on his Bat Rider. So, looking toward that Dragon Knight Blink Dagger, especially when you have an IO on backup, you can play really aggressively with Dragon Knight. All that armor plus overcharge makes you an incredibly difficult kill. That could maybe allow them to find and pick off, for example, that Nyx or the Visage early on in the fight. And they could set up from that, even though, you know, Visage isn't exactly the easiest kill, even in the support role. They just need to get the fight started on their terms for once.
It's very difficult, in fact, almost impossible to do while NewBee are doing what they're doing. 5 heroes together. KP is kind of like that guy who's just far enough out that he'll scatter any kind of VP aggressive maneuver in. No one is taking the mid tower, and in fact, talking with KP, gets a Dream Call onto the Dragon Knight. He'll blink out and, well, actually relocated out.
That was a really, really clutch relocate from Lil. Not exactly like he needed to do it that tight, but he did it really, really perfectly. Oh, almost got the TP as well. Went for it. That's I believe that is a frame perfect trick. You have one server tick to do that. If you TP out in the exact tick that you come in from relocate, you get out. Which I think is, what's that? 0.03 seconds? Something like that. Is there 30 ticks per second on the Dota servers? Can't remember what it is. It's very hard. It's happened like twice in the history of Dota.
Ah, that's my line.
I took it. I borrowed it. You can have it back. That's not that good, actually.
Yeah, it's severely overrated.
Yeah. Like a certain player.
2-2 tower, gonna go down in mid. And nothing VP want to do against that one. Obviously, when relocate's down as well, they don't have that that either save or better positioning for the fight. Maybe that's the other thing we could think about for Virtus Pro, where they can find underneath some level of vision so they can understand where the best relocate position is, get into those back lines, kill off the Visage, and let the CK fight away from Medusa.
I think we're kind of getting to the essence of the problem here for VP. There is no good target. I think that's the problem. Like, if maybe they find the Nyx, that's the best target I can think of.
Kaka found a target.
Oh, nice
wait, did he?
Pasha. That was a scan from both teams. Pasha got the hell out of there. So, the problem is, I think if they can catch Nyx or Puck, that's probably the absolute best. But Visage is maybe too hard to kill relative to his fight impact. Like, it's really difficult kill. Medusa is a really difficult kill. The Weaver is going to be very hard to find as well with the counterplace. So who do you go on? That's what seems really hard for VP in these team fights. There's no ideal target.
If you had a silence, I would say the Puck, but you don't. Not an instant one. Solo can't do that.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Like, you need the bat needs to blink lasso the puck before puck reacts with phase, or you need to get a Dragon Knight stun, but he doesn't have a blink dagger to surprise him with. Chaos Knight takes time to get in. It's just hard all around for VP, and this game is very quickly getting out of reach for them. Really, yep. They're not gaining anything on the map for the last 10 minutes. You look at that gold and the gold graph. Look at all of those green squares and those few red squares in the bottom. That's the last 10 minutes of the game. It's just.
It's
20 successful moves for NewBee and like 3 for VP.
And VP just... I think they understand the position they're in, but they're farming up. Maybe that's how we look the other way. We look at the critical items. The fact you do have that 10-second BKB on no one, he will be able to stand a little bit better in the fights. You're getting the Manta style soon up for the CK, so at least he can't be instantly silenced and controlled for that early portion. And then there'll be obviously more CKs to fight with.
Yeah.
The Aghanim Scepter is what Solo's trying to rush up on the Disruptor. So
that's going to take a while, though.
Yeah, it will.
But it would be a really good item to get. I think at this point what VP should maybe look to do is, actually, on second thought, they need to silence the Medusa. I think that's the play, because then Ramses gets to play his hero. Medusa is such a good hero against this Chaos Knight. Oh.
But did no one see that? Karka just ran underneath the Sentry Ward.
Looks like
and the range and melee creep turned over to attack him. So he at least knows where one sentry is.
If they get the silence on Medusa, maybe the CK can do something. Like, the problem is, you know, I think Ramses' build is good this game. He's going for the Manta as well. For, like you said, he has more illusions. The problem is they all die to this Mystic Snake. But what else would he get? They need someone to be able to kill Medusa. It kind of has to be him through his itemization.
Oh, is it him, or is it going to be DK? Like, he can burn off the mana and then let DK do the last bit of the work.
DK can't kill Medusa with these items.
Oh, right now he's the highest net worth on the field. He has to be able to kill somebody.
Not the Medusa. He can kill other heroes for sure, but if they want to kill Medusa, they need to get out of mana. That's how the hero works. And none of their heroes innately have an ability to do that, so you have to itemize. Now with Manta and Diffusal, there's a lot of illusions being able to burn that mana from Ramses. What he needs to do is play around that Stone Gaze and Mystic Snake. Last time he played around one of the two. So the best way to secure that, Static Storm on the Medusa. If you can catch her in that, you at least buy Ramses a couple of seconds to go for a target, whether it's Dusa or someone else. He will get something done in the fight, and that has to be the approach that VP will be looking for. But you're right, at least they're keeping up well in farm on the Dragon Knight. He's definitely rich here.
He's still #1 net worth, but only just.
Not anymore.
Yeah, look at that Weaver. BKB, Diffusal Blade, Dragonlance, plus the Desolator, and now he's looking to build into a Lincoln Sphere, which will take away the initiation the VP would love to use on him, which is the Lasso.
Yeah, they have that on the Medusa as well. Also the Lincolns. And now we're going to see the Manta come out next here for SC. So it's still a very slow build damage-wise, but it gives him a lot of survivability. The thing I was mentioning earlier, I'm really not a fan of this Lincoln's Manta-style build, but I think if you get an Aghanim's first in this type of game, it makes a lot more sense and makes it a way better build. I don't know if the Manta, the primary benefits of it this game is that he can dodge like a CK stun, he can get out of the sticky napalm, and maybe if he's really clutch, get out of the kinetic field. Maybe that's the idea.
This is so good for NewBee. They smoke up. That Observer Ward inside the dire jungle sees so much. Lil and Ramses, and they've worked out that something's going on, but Lil trapped by himself. The damage is so high from Mugi. Finish the job. Yep, they finished the job.
Good sticks. Almost got out of there.
And now NewBee, with no IO on the field for 28 seconds, they're going to go high ground, but they also saw the fact that DK was burning his Dragon form to farm up some Ancients. So this DK form will not last long.
Let's pop the Mjolnir here as well.
Yep. So the creep wave can come in. Are they backing up? Yeah, they're BTing out. They're not going to force the issue. I thought maybe with no Dragon form, they would consider going high ground. We are 30 minutes in with a lot of critical items already on NewBee.
I just think, just draft-wise, NewBee are not in a hurry. I think this Medusa pick is going to be worse and worse to deal with for VP as the game goes on. They're probably fine with just farming and not giving VP any free kills. Should be feeling ahead in the game. And like they have good control of the map. Probably looking for the next Roshan before they want to go high ground. Get the Aegis on the Medusa, then it's like an extreme fail-safe for that hero. It's so hard to kill twice. I think that's the go call, actually, you know? Take it easy, guys. We're ahead. Farm the map, get the Rosh, and then we can think about starting to knock down some base towers.
Well, 15 seconds and Roshan will be up. Meanwhile, NewBee, like, they see exactly where Virtus Pro are. I I just want to like praise the warning game of NewBee. They're focused on 2 areas. One where Lil and Ramses is right now is just the triangle camps for Virtus Pro.
Yep. And VP are very focused on that little bit of the river in the middle. I mean,
actually, there's 3 observer wards around that part.
It kind of looks funny, right? It looks very inefficient, but you need to consider what options they have to get out on the map. Like, the map is very scary. They're playing against Nyx Assassin. You get out the vision you can to protect yourself. Like you said, that triangle area, they want to at least cover that so they can farm, so they've warded for that. But here goes the Roche. Very easy pick for NewBee. VP can't really move out on the map with confidence. They're so worried, especially about this Nyx Assassin. And that's really been the story of this pick for us. I think this hero has a really good win rate in the games we've cast, at least. I don't even remember it losing a single time.
I actually cannot believe it got through 2 ban phases. He's going to steal the double damage rune from no one as well. He got through both of the ban phases, and that was when VP first phased up the Batrider.
Yeah.
Didn't ban it in the second phase. They were focusing on everything else, but Kaka's stuns screwed up everything. That gank that was meant to work for Virtus Pro on bottom lane, the relocate in with the CK, and then he just double stuns them. You're like, what do we do now?
Kaka's stuns have been almost perfect the whole game. It's very impressive because Nyx's stun is one of the hardest stuns in the game to use since you can't target it. I believe it's the only stun that is strictly, like the only stun of that type rather, that's strictly ground target. You could say there's like Light Strike Array from Lina or whatnot, but these like impales, the Lion Impale, they used to be like similar, these 2 spells, but got changed to make it more unique. It gives Nyx, it's like a few situations where you could argue it's an advantage that you ground cast it only, and others, most of the time it's just like, I wish I could click the hero.
I don't think anyone else will actually argue that it's like it's more skill based on the Nyx than like on the Lion, just because also the animation time. The animation time for Impale. I think it got made better, but it used to actually be even worse than what it is.
It's a pretty difficult spell to use effectively in team fights, but Kaka's been doing a very good job.
Solo on top. He's still trying to find that farm. He's so close to his Aghanim Scepter. He may as well buy one of these items before death, and he doesn't do it. We'll lose a couple of 100 gold and gives 311 gold over to Faith.
He's keeping his buyback ready, or just didn't react correctly under the pressure there. He lost like 100.
He was actually 60 gold. Like, he got one of the creeps while the farm was going on, while the gank was going on. It was 50 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. That would have been worth it. It would take him longer than 30 seconds to push the base. But for now, VP just try and keep him out. Nyx Assassin is missing. Weaver is missing. Yes, invisible heroes are missing.
We need detection. That's the next one.
Actually, Weaver is definitely not missing. Mr. Arcane Rune Weaver pushing the mid.
Midas is missing no one. How about that?
God. Petrified.
Yeah, here we go. So this is as expected. The Aegis in hand, SCC is going to start going here. They could have waited for his butterfly, but I think they just feel like, you know what, if we do that, we won't have enough time on our Aegis. So rather just going to go and start hitting this tower.
No one's already using the Shrine. He needs mana for the fight. Here goes your first attack. It's Ramses attacking in. Still has his Phantasm, gonna commit it out as well, but the Stone Gaze, already the Mystic Snake did its work. Disruptor died instantly. They were hoping to wrap around the back, but the stuns are just way too good here from NewBee. No one will stand its ground and at least pick off a bug, but that is all they're going to get from this fight. A buyback from the Dragon Knight, does not have Dragon Form, BKB, all Mjolnir effect, and SC is still as strong as he was when this fight began. Has the Aegis Immortal, 3 familiars dropping down. DK can be silenced up. If this is a dieback, you may as well call the GG, because there's no way NewBee are leaving your base. In fact, that's exactly what happens. Virtus Pro just stunned and outclassed by NewBee here in game 1.
That Medusa pick just kind of sealed the deal. I think that pick was the best pick of the draft. That's one of the... What's the biggest advantage you have by having the second pick is that absolute last pick of the draft that can sometimes just mess with your opponents really hard. So I think in that fight that kind of just highlighted the problem that I was mentioning for VP. The Static Storm went on someone else than the Medusa. She cast her ulti, the fight ended. Like, CK went and used Phantasm, they instantly vanished, and then you're like, oh, yeah, well, okay, that's kind of 80% of the hero just out. Play Chaos Knight in this game. It's probably what Ramses is saying, guys. I couldn't really do anything in this game.
I don't think there was much more to do. Like, Virtus Pro, like, you can't really blame them for what happened. They understood what I think they need to do to do their ganks, and that needed to pay off, but it didn't. So then SC got space, and it just amplified the problem. But problem over, at least for game 1. They can regather and come back for game 2 and see who can actually take it out.
Oh, man.
Hard game, hard life. Game 2 in a bit.
Oh, damn.
Did you see the way that they pushed that bottom racks without Exorcism? I think with double magnetic field, they could probably just take it down with the corrosive haze, right, from Slaughter. It's more that if a fight does break out, then you don't have Exorcism to take the fight. So Cloud9 gotta think about, you know, the risks versus benefits. Do you just go in without Exorcism should a fight break out, or seems like that is the choice that they make? Boba though, lurking.
Dire scan reveals on the high ground, Dubu. Do they want to go in? He's busy doing a bit of dewarding. MSS getting cold feet. And time is being bought for both squads. Fada 50 seconds off his ult, but the Global's going to be ready sooner. There'll actually be a window here because he never completed that Octarine. He ended up going into a Shiva's first. Wanted the plus armor versus the Terrorblade. But that means a long time to wait if that Exorcism is committed erroneously.
You know, one of the items that I think Envy could have considered getting, maybe instead of the double pipe that, you know, looks a little bit sweet, but like you said, perhaps not the best game for it, it's perhaps Necrobook. You know, like, there's Mirana on the other side, there's a Nyx Assassin.
That used to be the old, like, basically get Midas, you go straight Necro 3 with POTs. Like, that used to be the old
you can't
ideal Arc Warden build before the Rapier cheese was discovered and patched out eventually.
You still can't do the Necrobook cheese. The cheese is that, you know, every time you summon in a new Tempest double, they would have Necro on cooldown. Like, then you just have Necro every 30 seconds or whatever. But still, you basically just don't even think about it like that. Think about you just have 2 sets of Necrobooks at you know, whenever you need. And that's just huge against this kind of
It
item.
is a lot of gold you're potentially feeding.
It's about the pipe, right?
The enemy team, though.
The same goal as the pipe.
No, but I'm saying you're feeding a lot to the enemy team, potentially.
I mean, then it makes it easier for Pi and an Aoi to not buy wards like what they're doing right now.
Boba does catch out Aoi here, gets off that initial stun, but do they have the follow-up? Would have liked to see an arrow there, but 4F had already thrown it out elsewhere. Not available for the chain stun. So the delicate dance around the pit continues, but C9 back to the safe confines of their high grounds. Will wait.
I'm still somewhat surprised that they lost a previous team fight that led to DC poking into the Roche.
DD Rune on Terrorblade was huge there.
Yeah. I guess MSS was unable to get off a good initiate because it was nighttime. It was Aoi in the front giving them all the vision. But somehow DC got the better jump, which I just found surprising.
You look at the 2 drafts, and certainly you would expect Cloud9 should have vision supremacy with Night Stalker, with amp damage, and even, you know, with the Arc Warden, the Spark Race. Like, they should have the map control edge for sure, but just hasn't really been the case. They also did get Aoi's gem. I don't know if we touched on that.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if Cloud9 have thought about buying a new one, or if they even can right now, but that will help mitigate what should be a vision edge for them. Not seeing anything right now. So Envy's next item. He's gonna go Butterfly. Thoughts on that?
No counter in sight, right? Like, he's got the pipe. He's got, in fact, the double pipe, so a lot of the magic damage gets mitigated. Physical damage is going to be an issue as well. Mason nowhere near any type of, like, True Strike or stuff like that, so yeah, good item choice.
Abed closing in on the fabled level 25 for the Queen of Pain. Creeps continue to march in. They're trying to bait this. BC acting like the Queen of Pain is just there farming, but C9 again scared. They're the team with the most to lose here. DC, an upper bracket berth would be sweet, but they know they're going to the main event. Cloud9, even that is not a certain thing.
Yep.
So you can just feel it in their play right now. They've lost a few fights. They're barely ahead. They're very tentative. And they're reluctant to commit.
You know, instead of the Butterfly that Envy is working on, I wonder if some sort of utility item would be better. Think of something like Orchid into Bloodthorn, or even just a Hex. I mean, you can make an argument that Orchid will get dispelled by things like Mantisile, Yule Scepter on the Queen of Pain, but you got 2 of them, right? Because you got 2 heroes. Or even better, just Hex. You know, you can't Mant out of it, you can't Yules out of it.
They're not building a Lotus Orb either.
Exactly. So I just feel like you could get a lot of mileage out of those kind of utility items. But
oh, big kick, big pick, but no one there to follow it up. We haven't seen those arrow connections mount to much this game. Back in the day, Mirana's hitting big arrows would often like open up the game, but DC will finally make their move, marching down mid, but as they hit those sentries, they are revealed.
Well, they feel strong enough to actually push. We're going to see what Arcworthen could do on the defense.
DC are just, they're feeling like they want to make a play. They're the ones pushing out. Cloud9 are the ones saying, come to us. We have the map control edge. Still not seeing those openings until now.
Yules.
They catch out Bulba to start the fight. They get the silence off. Time just right. No ability to retreat. He gets his own Yules off, but the blink won't be there in time. The gem gets thrown down. Already Envy scrambling to send that illusion towards top. Shove in the lane. He sees opportunity. Bulba with no buyback. This probably is the Roche.
That was a very high-risk, low-reward play, in my opinion, by DC. I think they just feel like it's daytime, and they just feel the pressure to do something. But jumping right in front of the tier 2 and missing the stun was perhaps not the way to go.
They're still going to look to contest. This arrow comes in. Ward's being killed off. Dubu has the global, lobs in the curse. With the Roche is getting low, they're going to have to commit real soon if they want to take this fight. DC, if they hesitate and then try to run, they might end up forfeiting 3 kills here. You can see Abed waiting in the wanes off to the side. The Moonlight Shadow committed. The arrow comes in again. It only hits the Roche this time. And now the TV Illusion's marching forward. BKB available. Global committed. Now is the time to fight. But Fada gets off the Spirit Siphon, standing in the front lines. The rest of the team staggering back. And on the other side of the fight, Bulba has rejoined the party. 4F getting melted in the pit. Fada's still healthy. Mason not doing the damage they need. He's lacking that big right-click item. But now with the help of the Medallion, he drops low. The Roche almost fallen. The Queen of Pain ult's there. Abed gets the kill with the ult and the Aegis. DC coming back, but still, Fada hangs on. He will pop it now into Owie. Cloud9 crumbling as they get run over. They might lose more on the way out. Envy's got to retreat. TP time for him. Pi and MSS scratching their heads. Oh, mamma mia. That was not the Roche fight that they were hoping for.
That was a very indecisive Roche fight by Cloud9. Half the team wanted to finish Roshan, half the team wanted to say, let's take the fight. And what ended up happening was that the weave ended. Remember at the beginning half the fight, you were saying, hey, that Terror Blade looks like it's not hitting that hard. It was the solo crest on the Death Prophet, but it also was weave ending. All of a sudden, like, the armor on
the
Fada,
Medallion, silencer.
Yeah, I think it was solo crest actually at that point. Or is it? No, just
still,
a medallion.
Still
just,
medallion.
Yeah, but basically he just lost like 25 armor in a drop of a hat. And all of a sudden that Terror Blade was hitting hard. Aegis and Cheese going to the side of Digital Chaos. And blunders after blunders from Cloud9. This is, you know, on paper, this is a game that they have all of the advantage. That a top tier team, one of the best teams in the world, should just win. But now they're making it very hard on themselves.
Now the Solar Crest picked up, so Envy's ability to get damage out in these fights, definitely a concern. No MKB for him.
Yep.
No Bloodthorn for him. A breath of fresh life for DC. Very scrappy squad here. You know, Bulba dies and you feel like, oh, they might just have forfeited their chance to contest this Roche, but manages to get back into the engagement.
I also think they're trying to min-max a little bit too hard. They started that Roche, remember, after killing Boba, without Exorcism. They're like, okay, you know, we got Magnetic Field, Boba's dead.
Just
commit.
Take the Roche.
Just commit.
And then go wait in your base for it to be ready again.
Like, you know, there's no need to be too efficient with a double E. And it just kind of feels like that's the case here.
Try too hard for that and you end up with a double F.
Yeah.
Of efficient. As your grade. Cloud9 now, smoking in, looking to take a fight. Perhaps could catch DC off guard. Abed dropping low here to that Envy Tempest double. Tower has fallen, tier 2 eradicated. Wasn't actually finished off fully earlier. And now they make their move. Mason shoving in, he's got the Arcane Rune, so it's a pretty low cooldown, I believe. on the Metamorphosis this next round of push, and they will commence their siege on the tier 3. But Envy making that hard.
Yeah.
Don't actually have to creeps either. Any urgency here for DC Lumi? I know initially when we discussed the draft, you were feeling like their lineup would start to trail off for DC late game.
They're trailing off right now, but I think you give it 10 to 20 more minutes and they'll surge right back. The level 25 of Queen is coming. Mirana is a core that will scale. Her item right now is pretty bad, but you know, again, you give it 10 to 20 more minutes, she's gonna have at least 1 or 2 more items. And then hopefully Silencer by that time could work towards Refresh Orb. Double Global is definitely a big thing in the late game. So I wouldn't count DC out completely in the late game. They do have some decent scalings.
Yeah, obviously with Arcwarden, this hero farms incredibly quickly, but
you also reach your max quickly.
he is a little bit like an anti-mage in that regard.
Yeah.
You know, where it feels like he gets his 6 items real fast, and then you start trying to figure out which ones to swap.
Yep.
So I guess on that note, the pipe, I suppose, is an obvious candidate for a swap here. I honestly have not
felt the effectiveness.
Felt the effect of the pipe. I wish we could easily see stats on how much damage was blocked, but I imagine it's quite low. Almost all the damage in these fights is Mason on the Terrorblade, a Queen of Pain pure damage ult, like some mediocre nuke damage, but it just doesn't feel like it's the best pipe game.
Yeah. One of those things that look really good on paper. I was nerding out when he first bought it, you know, talking about it, interested, but seeing it in action, it's just...
How about this, though? Hex.
Yeah,
that is a value Arcwarden.
Yeah, that's
item.
the one that I was like, you know, hey.
That I love.
Yeah.
Great against the TB. The BKB is getting lower as well. It's down to 8 seconds.
Oh, he sold his Midas. Feels bad. Did he sell his Midas or did he backpack it? He just completely sold it.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, Hex is a potentially game-changing item, so...
he basically wants to retain buyback and have the Hex, and that's the only way. He goes in the bottom side, and he just goes right onto the tier 3. Trying to dodge that. Oh, Hex going for the kill straight up here. Not going to get it. But you can see how disruptive MD could start to be.
With that Hex, he can threaten for solo kills.
Yeah.
So that is a big asset of the item.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about how DC was able to win the fight, get the Aegis and stuff. Looks like the Aegis was just waited out, or did Abed use it somehow?
I think it's just...
Yeah. I just think that Aegis overall is more important for DC to not let Cloud9 get it than to have it themselves. Because I don't think they could really effectively use the Aegis. Basically, all of these fights happen.
And the saga of Virtus.pro versus NewBee can now continue. Game 2, NewBee, the flawless, the beautiful, the play. Virtus.pro,
the not so much.
In that game. The not so beautiful, the not so flawless play.
I feel like when you look back at that game and you just think about what happened, they made a couple of strategic mistakes in the draft. I think that game was really difficult. They ended up getting last pick Medusa when they had CK, and they let Nyx through to the second phase after picking Batrider second. So it's like, you know, there's a couple of things a VP probably regret after that game that they're going to adjust to, and here's the first one. They've banned Nyx this time. We'll see if they want to grab the IO again. NewBee seem to not care about it at all. They're just banning the same as last, Night Stalker, the Darkseer. What did VP ban last game? It was the Lich plus...
Was it the Darkseer as well? Or
no, that was NewBee's ban.
That was NewBee's ban?
They banned Lich and... I can't remember. Was it the Shaker or Sanking?
I would look it up, but I cannot.
No, I'm going to try to find it. Actually, don't remember.
Watch tab tournaments, the International 2017.
Thank you, Toby.
Yeah, I got your back, bro.
Where is it? It's here. That is not where I'm supposed to click. Keep casting, Toby. I'll find it. It's all good.
Let me analyze this draft. Hello, IO. Virtus.pro. Decided to pick that one up. NewBee. Santa Claus getting picked up.
I think that was what they meant.
We're trying to push him back into being the most picked hero at TI. He lost his title recently. But now he is back. Night Stalker being banned out. And we're going to go for Puck. So again, NewBee opening up with this slightly harder to read a draft. KP can play both the Sand King as well as the Puck, but of course it could be support, it could be mid. Very difficult to read from the first two pickups. Or maybe that's what NewBee like a little bit more about, like VP getting that IO to start with. Like, it's very obvious how they're going to run their lanes. It's not going to be like this dual off lane we saw like LGD running with the Mag and the Nyx. It's not going to be that easy like buff up in the mid. It could be with the IO, but it's not going to be the harass style buff up. It's that like just difficult to kill kind of thing.
It's just very, like, both of these openings are not that telling. I would say the IO is the most telling out of the two. There comes the Ogre for solo. So it was the Sand King. I just checked. It was the Sand King that VP banned last game. And generally when you look at NewBee and you look at Kaka, he loves playing these Impale style heroes. He plays that Sand King and Nyx, both of them very, very well. Good at landing those line stuns and seeing the moments of opportunity. So they will be grabbing it this time now that it's through. And I don't blame VP for banning that Sand King, because I think it's been Kaka's best hero for quite a while as well. So, you know, like, pick your poison kind of thing. VP grabbed the Ogre, Solo's classic hero, together with the IO. This is going to be a sick carry that they build with this combination of supports. We might be looking at something like a really true late game carry here for VP. We've seen them play something like Faceless Void in a couple of their games. They could be playing that both carry or mid for no one. I think he actually played the Void mid in one game. Or we look towards something like VP maybe getting themselves a Medusa type hero that I know Ramses likes to play. Like, he's definitely played that well in the past. Classic carries that don't fit too well with Io would be something like Anti-Mage. You just can't keep up with his pace. You can't really use that together.
Yeah.
So that is probably not on the menu here for VP. Or maybe they just go back for their own classics, get the Ursa. I don't think he uses Bloodlust too well though compared to other carries, so we'll see. Why don't you just get Magnus as well, VP, so you have the Empower too, and then we go. Then we have a true Loda Alliance draft, you know. It's
you just sort of like lacquer on team fight after team fight after team fight.
Me carry, buff me. That's the Loda Juggernaut draft with Ogre.
No. If you're gonna go full Alliance on this one, you need a lone Druid to get like have the bear.
That would actually be nice.
The bear buffed up and go that front.
I can tell you, a bear with Bloodlust and Overcharge is really sick.
Okay, so then you also need to buff it up with Alacrity. So you have the Alacrity from the mid Invoker, which no one can play, and then you run your lone Druid.
Yep. I don't think that's going to be the draft, Toby. But
I don't think so either.
It would be lovely. Yeah. I like seeing that. However, this ban from NewBee, I think, is very good. They banned the Sniper. That's a hero that Virtus.pro love playing when they have the Ogre. So NewBee definitely with their homework on point here for what VP like to play. And then they banned the Sven. Just like, you know, standard IO pairing.
It's the standard ban against a lot of teams in the second phase. It's just that the hero who has way too much physical damage, he just can't deal with it early on.
I think it's kind of overtaken as an IO pairing compared to some of the others in the past. Sven has kind of become that new IO favorite instead of Tiny. That said, though, I do think IO Tiny still has a place in competitive Dota and can be run, but we haven't seen it this tournament. Tiny is still unpicked entirely, I believe. One of the few remaining heroes that haven't been touched at all. I don't think it's been banned either.
That's the reason why I joked about it in the last game. Just like, hey, you can do IO Tiny.
Yeah.
Hasn't been picked. This is actually, well, probably one of the few games where a puck gets picked up in the first phase and Drought Ranger is not banned out in the second phase. So, something NewBee could potentially look at. Dangerous when you're up against Nio, however, to do it.
And you might be right. They might be setting up for it.
Here's the Visage. So, if they do this, you could potentially push the puck into mid.
Or the off lane, it's fine.
Yeah, I suppose the SK can also just be the roaming ganker. Yeah, that's fine.
Solo has that they're gonna pick Drow look on his face right now. And when you
do we want to pick Drow with an IO?
When your eyes start moving like that, that's when you've been Drow or Huskard. So he needs to plan ahead here. This is the tricky part. You kind of have this feeling, okay, Drow is coming. That's what we're expecting. NewBee don't have to do it. They can just do something else. But
you just pick a distance closer that is going to intimidate them not to pick it?
You want to not overcompensate for the Drow pick right now. If you pick something that is specifically extremely good against Drow, but not against the rest of the lineup, then NewBee are just like, haha, we didn't want it anyway. And then you kind of cornered yourself. For example, a good example of that would be picking like a PA now. Where like PA is really good against Visage and really good against the Drow, but against Sand King Puck, not so much. Those are like harder matchups. So you want to wait and see if you can get that confirmed read, because else you're just picking a PA now, and then if NewBee go for another PA counter, it might just be too hard to play the hero. Yeah. You can see they're discussing here like what the options are for what NewBee want to do, and they're going to go for a Lycan here. This keeps their options fairly open.
Yep.
Very strong with IO, by the way, for the reason that Howl is coded as a heal. So together with Tether, you can heal extreme amounts of health by combining those two abilities on the target. I believe if you do a little bit of quick math, at nighttime, Howl gives 400 health, right? It gives 400 health, which means the IO Tether target gets healed 1,000. Because IO gets healed 400, the target gets healed 400, and then the target gets healed 150% of what IO gets healed. So it's a 1k heal instantly that you can just pop with the Tether. It obviously requires that both of them have lost health, etc., etc. But you know, it's cute. Sometimes it seems extremely broken. If you do it right.
It's just not a like.
There we go.
Okay, so it is going to be the Draw Ranger
anyway.
So it seems interesting to hear something like that, but right now I'm not feeling like they're going to be able to have that damage in time. Lycan's going to take a little bit of time to come online. The Yoga might be able to try and harass the mid, but now with this bonus damage on the field for NewBee, they can just run the lanes quite comfortably. In fact, with a DK being popped up in the mid, it's even easier, because you're not going to be feeling any kind of real pressure to kill off your mid heroes. Two very tanky cores in the mid. You just play someone who's got some good range and can bring them down. If not actually even put the Draw Ranger herself into the mid lane to go up against that with a little bit of help.
I think this game is going to have a very, very narrow window where a lot of stuff will happen.
Yeah.
Like, the lanes in the beginning will probably play out. You know, Ogre and IO can actually harass and do a lot in the laning stage. Maybe they're not the best kill combo, but they can pressure lanes really hard if they play together. The reason I like this Lycan pick a lot is that he's like a hybrid thing where he is good against the Drow that you're expecting to come later. Lycan is a classic counter pick. Just use your ulti and you just run at her kind of style. But he's also better against the remaining 3 heroes that NewBee already had than a PA, for example, would have been. So I think this Lycan pick was very nice as a solution. And they got the Drow they expected. There comes the Dragon Knight. So what's going to happen here is that NewBee will want to try to just build up in their lanes, get their Drow to level 6, get ready to start knocking down towers. And if VP are ready to fight, their lineup plays really fast in fights. Lycan is quick. Dragon Knight with IO is very strong and can deal a lot of damage pretty fast. And then you have both of them with Bloodlust. So this VP lineup is mobile. It's really, really fast. And I don't know if NewBee are in as good as a position as the last game. There's going to be the Queen of Pain to round it all off. That is an off-lane QoP for Pasha. Very unusual pick these days, but again, it kind of maybe just ties into their idea of how they want to play the game. Like, get some levels. This time, we just want to fight them. Like,
yeah.
That's probably what they felt after the last game. Guys, we're VP. If we can't fight, it sucks. Let's pick heroes that can at least fight.
So then NewBee need something that's going to help them sustain and just win the fight hands down. That's what they need in return. But what do you get in that case? Do you get someone like a Death Prophet who's like, well, if you want to initiate on me, I'm at least going to Spirit Siphon you out and have like a huge amount of physical damage. They still need a second tower pusher to go with the Draw Ranger.
I think Timbersaw is pretty good this game.
Timber?
He's good against Dragon Knight in lane. He's good against Lycan in the game. He's good against IO. There's 3 strength heroes.
Would you push him into KP's hands then and let...
Timber mid.
Oh, so you actually push Timber mid against the DK.
Because the problem is, like, when you look at VP's lineup, they can't put Queen mid. I think so. I mean, technically, they could put Queen mid, Dragon Knight safe lane, and then you off lane Lycan dual lane or something like that. But honestly, that sounds pretty bad. Yeah. So this QoP is not going mid. And that means you're guaranteed a melee matchup in mid. You know you're facing DK or Lycan. You could get an Ursa as well, or you can get the DP, which I like that pick as well. I think it's fine. Like you mentioned, it's good against, again, similar logic, good against Dragon Knight in lane, good against Lycan in lane. It's no one's
Queen of Pain. They're going to put her in the mid.
What? Off-lane Dragon Knight, dude?
It's... maybe.
Trixie was talking about this months ago. He was like, this is the new thing. And then it wasn't.
Okay.
And then it wasn't for months.
Are we really using...
Look at see, rubbing his hands together. Let's go, boys.
I love this game.
I want to get some Dragon Knight steak. I don't know if VP feel like forced to do this just because of that DP matchup in mid, but this to me sounds like something that can either look incredible or just suck. Like, those are the 2 options here. I don't think there's a middle ground.
If you're using Trixie as your reference, yeah, incrable or suck is a pretty big one.
That's pretty rude, Toby.
I love Trixie.
That's kind of harsh. But okay, I'll let it pass. It's okay. Go for it.
You'll let it pass. The rest of Finland shall not allow.
I'll allow it.
Oh man, but yeah, this draw from NewBee just looks really, really good. I'm wondering if they get as much space as they did last time. The rotation that came out from Moogie with the Weaver, like he bumped up to the top lane, they tried to be the ones ahead of the rotation before VP. This game seems to be different. Who's able to get the rotations with these heroes?
So KP is playing the Death Prophet, and SC is playing Puck. Okay, I'm
sorry, what?
I have lost track of what is happening in this game now.
I'm not even going to look at predictions for this one. I'm going to focus on the lane. So it is Moogie's safe lane. They're going to run SC as the Puck in the mid, and it's now going to be an off-lane Death Prophet while we're running an off-lane DK. No one will take the Quap to the mid lane. Solo and Lil doing their thing with the Ogre as well as the IO, and Ramses is going to be that bottom lane like him with double slippers first. So looking to get that PMS and survive. And KP built boots first and a couple of tangos, like set of tangos for the offlane Death Prophet.
This is awesome. This game, like no matter what, this is just awesome. I'm so curious here. This is an offlane Dragon Knight with Poor Man's Shield, Tango Flask, and he will be facing the Drow. I guess that's a pretty good lane if you're offlane Dragon Knight to face like this kind of physical damage only hero.
But it's going to be terrible because you got no escape. The second she hits the second level up in the cold arrows,
it takes Drow a lot of hits to kill a Dragon Knight with Poor Man's Shield. A lot of hits.
I don't disagree. But then she hits level 6 and then it takes almost none.
Oh, but, you know, I mean, if you at least are playing until level 6 as Dragon Knight offlane, that's pretty good, you know.
But what's your second plan for both of these offlane? It's like, do you bail off into your side camps and farm this off if your lane doesn't go well? Do you rotate? Does someone rotate to help you?
I think the main thing you just do if you're a newbie is that you make sure Drow gets to play. Like, Drow gets a good start, gets that 6, and then everything else is secondary, because when Drow has the 6, you can start activating your lanes way better. So just make sure she gets a good start, try to get a read on what VP are doing with their lanes, and counteract it. And if you're VP, you want this support duo to get something done. Like, IO and Ogre will want to put a lot of pressure, because I think at this point in time, they are the two strongest heroes on the map when they combine. The IO Ogre duo is very powerful early on, and they're gonna have to help out mid. It looks like no one is already under attack.
So is KP. Like, you got Pasha being attacked, you got mid being attacked. Kaka is there for that. KP gets initiated on by Solo and just commits a Spirit Siphon. This is his way of surviving against Solo.
But you can have a look at Pasha top right now to get an idea of how long this is gonna take.
Grave Chill attack.
He just stood still. Like, come on.
Dragon Blood and full PMS up. Yep, got this. 11.3 regeneration with a Tango Bunched.
Yeah, 7 armor and the base regen plus 4.
It's funny to watch like both teams experimenting with this. It does really look like hard off lanes to kill. Kaka, a little bit of a trouble for him. Getting caught by Solo in the trees, but at least he's taking the Ignite and not KP. How's no one looking for CS in the mid? It's 5-3 up against SC's 4-3, and still fighting underneath the town. So that's not terrible. It's the Lycan who's having a great time. Ramses at 11-4 is CS.
Yeah,
looking a lot better than the Draw Ranger's is, but Draw Ranger's attack animation is also ass.
We're generally seeing these safe lane Lycans get a lot of CS in lane just because of how good his base damage is, plus Feral Impulse, plus Quelling Blade. Like right now, Ramses' attacks deal 100 damage each on creeps. It's very difficult to contest. All right.
Nice.
That's surprising. Ogre just found Sanking, and Solo went for the 1-1-0 build. He's probably going to start maxing Ignite now, or Bloodless, pardon me. But that was... that's what sometimes happens at these runes, you know. Both heroes want to go for the rune. Sanking was fairly low. Nice first blood here for Solo on that Ogre Magi.
Yeah. Nice little dream start as well if you're a Yoga. Looking to get the levels, looking to get the boots, looking to get the movement speed.
Toby, I'm just saying, this offlane Dragon Knight has 9 CS and he's level 3. And you were questioning it. You were like, this is not
I was questioning it, throwing it down. Just like, I questioned the Trixie, alright?
You're like, this is not going to work against Drow. I'm like... Look at this, man. Okay. He is actually... Look!
Dude, later on, it's not going to work against the Drow Ranger. At the start, like, it's the level 2 cold arrows I was talking about, but Moogie's prioritizing into the aura. He's going for a 1-0-2. on the Drow Ranger.
Look at this attack. Oh, 25 damage. What am I going to do with my 7 base regen? He's actually almost out healing the attacks of Drow.
They're rotating up. Here goes your stun. Ignite as well. You got the Breathe Fire. Mugi's got a couple of one-shots up his sleeve, and Faith, Grave Chill, needs to create space but cannot do enough of it as she puts himself in harm's way with no cloak to protect him. Faith will go down under the tower, and Virtus Pro, and now 3-0 on the board after 3-2-2.
And that's what the IO Ogre can do. This is that exact play where these two heroes together can just dive towers. Ogre is super tanky with 8 base armor. You see him rocking this Boots, Lace, Orb of Venom build. This is like as early game oriented as you can get with your item build, and they just dive in. The IO Ogre together is one of the strongest support pairings early on in the game, and hey, just punishing NewBee there.
You're questioning KP's offlane. This man's gone 15 for 7 on the offlane, Synderen.
Yeah, it's going great for both offlaners.
He's got more CS than the Lycan has at the moment.
I mean, Dota isn't that simple of a game, you know. Like sometimes, you know, this famous quote from the artist saying, "Anything can work." That's Dota for you right there.
So is that beautiful thing, right? Like, no hero is a support. No hero is just, like, they're not just one thing. They can be anything as long as you can make it work. The cool thing is about this, like Solo as well as Io rotated up towards the top lane, and here they come again looking for Mugi. Mugi reads this coming. Faith, well...
he didn't read us. We're just like, see ya, man, I'm out of here.
I'm booking it.
This is a problem, though. This is what Drow cannot have happen in her games.
Yep.
She is getting forced into the jungle minute 4.
But when this happens, that's when like Kaka was attacking into the bottom lane. It's when KP gets up in Ramsey's face.
No, when this happens, you just get dove in the jungle as well. That's what happens.
Boy.
Here they go.
They need mana. They need mana for Ogre. He doesn't have a stun available. Ogre. Mugi could also move over to the shrine, but now that no one's blinked forward, he's got 3 points up in Scream, but they don't even need it underneath the tower. They'll find the kill. Dro will now have her 2nd death.
God, I love this hero so much. I miss playing Ogre. That's not something you hear every day, but man, this hero is so fun, actually. Look at that.
Is it just the voice lines?
It's like everything about that hero. Just look at him, man. Look at how this hero is, and its voice lines, and how you play the hero.
Oh, mid lane, SC, try to play no one. The silence did not last long enough.
So what SC was trying to do there was to orb in, get the orb on no one, then level up from the CS and skill coil and coil, but he wasn't fast enough. That was very close to being one of those like perfect level up plays that we see sometimes in that mid lane. That would have been beautiful from SC, but yeah, this is a puck favored matchup, and he even has Drow Aura, so I'm expecting SC to do big things this game from that mid lane, and they're probably going to need it because their safe lane is doing very small things or big bad things.
They're switching lanes.
Yeah.
KP's going to TP up to the top. He's finished up Strength Treads on this Death Prophet.
It's gonna
and can then go top. His base damage is 77. That ain't too shabby. No wonder he's having some good last hitting.
Up. Faith tried to get into his jungle. Oh, here comes the puck, though.
The damage. Does he have enough to kill off Lil? Kaka, he can't reach it for the burst strike, but the Dream Coil is what gets the kill onto Lil. And Solo trapped up. Pasha moves over. Dragon Tail Stun onto the puck. He's got 9-1 charges plus the orb. The orb will move in towards the front lines. Caustic Finale should be able to pop on Solo as he moves towards the tier 1 tower. Kaka, burst strike. He could use it to ensure the kill. The attack from the tower is not enough. Solo does not have a TP scroll, so they're letting SC take that into the trees. And into the tree. There we go. Into the trees and found him. He'll take the ignite. He'll take the damage. But SC will get the kill, Solo.
Oh, this hero.
And he ends a dominating streak. He got 320 gold for a kill on a support Ogre.
It's important that the puck gets activated here. This is NewBee's way back into the game. And I'm saying back in, you know, it's 5 minutes in, but that early game was starting to look really scary very fast, simply because of it being a Drow strat that got countered very hard in the lane. But SC still has a lot to play around with on this puck, and he's making a very good move for his team there by rotating to the top lane.
God, Solo is being such a great pain in the ass to NewBee. Puts the Observe Ward behind the tower, so yep, they'll find Faith. Mugi's still nearby, but he's a level 4 Drow Ranger, like with a 1-1-2. He doesn't have that much presence. And with the puck rotating around trying to help out, they actually move KP now into the mid lane. You have that game of
trouble now.
You have that game of musical chairs where everyone looks like they're in the correct lane. Death Prophet, now Spirit Siphon, Trouble, maybe not. Maybe with a Sonic Wave, KP still surviving through this because of the one charges. He makes a break for the tree line, but no one. The Shadow Strike was still on him. Solo wants to escape. Faith comes up through the rear. You can stun him all you want, but SC now with the double kill, making it 4 in total for him, and takes the haste rune. At 8 minutes is actually, it's Ramses who has it. Chasing SC, he'll have to get himself in range of the Shrine for the heal. Ramses can stick around for the damage, but he decides not to. Happy the Shrine burns.
Yeah. Force them to Shrine there and then get out. Again, a good counterplay here from SC on the pucks. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform in this game, I think. And he's delivering so far. That play from VP, I think they overestimated how much damage they really had, or they didn't expend the Sonic Wave very early. Maybe they thought they wouldn't need it, but when those 2 siphons came out from KP, he stayed alive very long and got his team those 2 kills. So it was 2 supports for a core kill. It's pretty even at this stage anyway.
They're coming again. They're going to get rid of the Observer Ward, which was giving Mugi just the security to stay in his own jungle, but he's on top of an Observer Ward. There is no safety. Kaka was making the most of the top lane space.
Dragonlight is level 8 with 50 CS, so he's a core that they can really play around right now. This offlane Dragon, is he like he's the 2nd highest net worth in the game, only behind the Puck right now. Pasha is getting a lot. Could pop his Dragon form here and look to knock down this tower, and I think NewBee will concede it. It seems like really difficult to defend.
SC just TP'd in.
All right, maybe
you also have Drow Ranger. Oh, she's so damn close. She needs 13 points of experience right now.
She's going to go and get this little...
Actually, a little bit more.
Kill this Ice Ogre and get her 6, and then...
Yeah.
That's going to activate their lineup a lot more as well. Will boost the DP Phoenix, that's a Visage, and the Puck.
They're smoke ganking top.
It's not an easy kill. If Io is in range, they won't kill this guy. I think that they're thinking twice. Like
Io is not in range. Io is currently farming and waiting for the 10-minute rune. And maybe that's the other thing they waited for, is the fact that Io wants to go back for the rune. Pasha adds the pressure. Death Prophet's TPing in. And they're thinking Io is in range, or else they wouldn't have brought KP in. They didn't need him for this fight, or maybe they did. Pasha will fall. KP gets the kill.
Yeah, they actually needed him. I think that TP play would have worked. Io was far enough away. NewBee called the bluff, basically. There were...
And KP's going to push.
There.
Exorcism is up. They can actually beat into the tier 1 town while the Dragon Knight's down. And Drow Ranger has given them the level 6 now, so she's done her job.
Explain me this, Toby.
Yeah?
How are these fish that DP has flying around, how are they her sisters?
What you don't actually understand is underneath that veil is a fish mouth.
That really doesn't look like it when you look at that veil, too. That looks like a ghost to me.
See, you can see the wet patch from her slobbering.
Maybe ghosts are just related in a different way. I don't know. Oh, bottom lane. Ramsey's actually going to pop the shapeshift here to try to go for Kaka. He has sticks, though.
Yeah, he does. He's waiting for the Burrow Strike timing. He'll stun up on Ramses, and in comes Faith. They slow down Solo, and Mugi is coming through the side, so they'll kill off Solo. Ramses, he'll also do his TP. There is no stun to cancel it. But a 1-for-1 trade-off and your expected phase shift, but the tier 1 tower, Mugi will deny it on the bottom lane.
And they claimed the top one, right? Yeah, that didn't get denied. So that went the way of NewBee. Didn't get the last hit, but it didn't get denied. So it's a good influx of gold for the NewBee squad. And they're going to need it. Like, they're still... This farming of VP is looking very good in this game. And we talked about the core matchups, like the Drow versus Lycan later on in the game can be very dangerous. So yeah, VP are looking a lot better in this one.
It's like how both sides, like I don't want to say they're playing mirror matchups, but they're playing, which is very difficult when you start with offlane DK as well as offlane Death Prophet. But top lane, speaking of DP, yeah, that's a very, very dead hero. Or then again, relocate in. KP Spirit Siphon gives her a lot to fight with. The Dream Coil as well as the Orb attack. KP almost killing off Solo. SC will do it himself, but he came in too close for it. The Sonic Wave killing him while he was stunned up. There was 16 one charges that SC wanted to trigger, but he was waiting until the last moment and loses his life for it.
Oh, they're going to go for Pasha here. Birds and Sand King.
Oh, in through the rear.
I didn't get the stun off.
Sand King, where are these birds drops? They're waiting for it. They're keeping the damage going so they can turn their attention into the 3 chain stun. First Burrow Strike, second is to stomp down no one. He's actually got the life to survive this. 11 one charges and will escape.
That 10 strength talent as well helps out a lot.
And now another tower. So you've taken 2 towers, Virtus Pro, but both have been denied.
Yep. And that moment before top where the puck came in, SC made a bit of a mistake in that moment. I think he was feeling the pressure when he TP'd in. So he got the coil off, but he silenced the ground. He actually coiled, silenced, and then orbed. And I think he just silenced absolutely nobody next to that tower. That could have been a very different fight if that would have connected. Unless I misread that, but I'm pretty sure he just silenced absolutely nothing. Sometimes those mistakes can be costly mid lane.
Yep, Spirit Siphon, KP's going to get it off right now. Kaka looking for the double burrow strike. You can see Solo as well as Pasha trying to dodge it. Sentry Wars down, so Kaka very, very visible. They'll take another 2 kills here, Virtus Pro.
Oh, Lycan using Shapeshift, they want to dive.
Yeah, they're coming in for the back line. Moogie is around the corner, so is SC. Ramses, that's a lot of damage. The Dream Core will hold him there. Faith needs more life, does not have it. And the arrows, they're not doing enough work. And in fact, if they can run in closer, SC and Moogie under the tier 2 tower, why run? When you can blink, you do get silenced and locked in position. Moogie will fall. Puck already joined herself away to safety.
That's a VP dive right there. That's a VP play.
It was effective, but they're not like letting them go. Kaka, he actually TP'd himself into the shrine so they can try and catch up at least Lil, which they will be able to claim into the hands of SC.
I tried to relocate out as well. That's pretty big. That's a 100-second cooldown, and honestly, just a bit of a waste from Lil. I think even if he gets out there, not realistic that he can bring back a hero with him or come back alone and then survive. So just a bit of a panic reload that ends up failing here, and that cooldown could matter if NewBee can set up a play in the next minute. They should have heard that he tried to use relocate as well on that companion cube, so...
NewBee are prepping themselves for a push. Burrow striking the wolves so SC can actually get the arcane rune. But KP's got exorcism, and I wonder if you now look at KP almost like a Rasta. Like you have to push and push and push every time exorcism is off cooldown.
I think the main problem once again is just this Drow is... It's not like he's completely destroyed, but he's still fairly far behind, and this core matchup that he has against this Queen of Pain and Lycan makes it very difficult for him to join fights. So realistically, Moogie has to just farm for the next while, at least until he gets this Force Staff that will help him create some sort of distance. And during that time, his team can try to push, but it just seems really hard for them to be able to just go to a tower, use Exorcism, and expect to get away with that. Like, VP are going to be ready on defense duty with this extremely powerful Queen of Pain they have right now. Level 12 with Veil and 100 CS on no one's Quaff. It's not easy to just go into that.
Thought Moogie was going to be a team player. he's going movement speed to try and get away from VP. Oh, I think it was Blitz I was having that conversation with about, like, Hurricane Pike, and why do you actually spend that much money on a full Hurricane Pike as opposed to just keeping the Dragon Lance and going for the other critical items you need? But I suppose in this game, positioning is everything. You want the 4-star.
Drow is a positioning hero. Yep. She can't really do much else, right? So she has to play position.
Unless you turn her into the damager. Pick up something like a Maelstrom.
Yeah, but you have to play on position.
They're going to fortify on this tower. You still got the catapult there beating into it, but they want to get the denial. KP, they won't get it this time.
This
2 out of 3 towers denied.
This Dragon Knight is really tanky. 2100 health, like 25 armor. Actually more, he has 30 armor when he uses his armlet. So 2100 health, 30 armor, and a Wisp behind him, and Bloodlust.
Alright, SC, you really want to go for this? He gets the Veil onto no one's Solo and Pasha. But there's no follow-up. Lycan's going to shapeshift in a level 2 Necrobook ready to run around the back lines. And the Wolves are doing so much scouting. They know exactly where Faith is. They know no one else is behind it. They understand there's only 3 heroes actually fighting for this mid tower. Kaka is trying to get his Blink Dagger money on the top lane, but he's still short by 200 gold. So while Virtus Pro take this tier 2 tower, all NewBee can do is just sit there and watch. They need both of their blinks, the SK and the Puck. The only upside for it is the fact that Moogie was still getting a lot of space to get levels, so he's about to hit his 2nd level up in marksmanship.
That's going to help him quite a bit. It's extra 20 agility. Increases your farming speed by quite a lot. Helps the team a little bit as well, of course, with that aura. That's, what's that, like 7 damage per hero? Can you guess that?
Well, it's 44 right now, and it went to 52.
So 8 damage. Oh, not too bad.
You're close in.
Yeah. Here comes Sand King's Blink when he wants it.
Here's Puck's Blink.
So this is a good spike for NewBee to try to use now that they have these items. I think if they just slow this down and just farm, they're going to get picked off and eventually lose. Oh, the Wolves are on SCC's tail. He can't blink. He has to jaunt this orb.
And this is bringing him closer towards the tier 2 tower, running away from Ramses. Does he have the time? Phase shift now. Blink will come off cooldown. Oh. He's got his TP scroll available too. Another quick orb, but the Yule Scepter. Is the orb going to last long enough? DK was already there waiting for him. And Puck needs a way out. Phase shift once more. And now Blink, but he's burning still. SC will go down. Kaka adding pressure to the tier 2 tower on top lane. Actually fakes the blink up and goes down to the tower, but he brings the tier 2 tower down to 5-2-4.
Made the best out of that situation. The puck dying is a big deal, but it's a lot of space. At least the chase took them like 15-20 seconds, so they managed to get a little bit of damage out on that top tower.
Solo and no one are coming for a kill. Their observer ward is looking at the Visage, but what they really want is to draw a Ranger once more. And Smoke will break. A quick gust from Mugi. Doesn't actually connect on his target. And Faith, well, getting body blocked up by his own creep wave, has to use the familiar drop to create more space.
Failed. That's surprising.
And they smoke again.
Oh, he smoked in the creep wave with no one, and that got pinged out by the DP.
Maybe they're thinking it is going to be Roshan. That's where Lycan is at the moment.
I think this is some next level stuff from VP. They wanted them to see that smoke, so that they're scared and standing back, and then VP want to roach, but NewBee aren't taking this bait.
Yeah, and Solo is de-warding the Observer ward. They understand what's going on. This has to be the perfect epicenter from Kaka. They have to get the timing right. There goes your orb. The Burrow strikes on the Queen of Pain plus the Gust. Quap will die. No, she won't. Defensive Yulsep to Ramsey has the Aegis the Immortal. Dream Call is nice. Puck takes a stun. Quap takes a stun, but she's still alive for the moment on the back lines. SC so low. The Wolf of Ramses was finding that kill. A double kill across the board from both sides. VP retreat back to their shrine to trigger it. They keep the Aegis, the Immortal.
I want to point out how good of a play this was from no one. That, to many, that would look like a completely idiotic move, what he did. He walked in on the right side here. He's going to get jumped, but somebody has to take the bullet here, because else NewBee get this full combo into the pit. So they're going to send in their Queen of Pain. The moment she drops, they howl. So he gets healed enough here to survive when he blinks out, and then his good friend, no one, that's himself. But it's fair enough. His good friend Lil is going to come in and heal him as well. So that was a very, very difficult fight for VP to play, but I think it was the right setup. The alternative is you run the Dragon Knight to the right, and then Queen stays in the pit. But one of the two has to go out there, or yeah, maybe the Ogre could have also done it, actually, but just someone in that moment, and they felt like Quap could take enough damage and still survive, and that was the perfect read.
She almost didn't. Like, if that wasn't a level 1 silence from the Death Prophet, she wouldn't have survived. She wouldn't have been able to blink out in time.
Oh, epicenter.
Yep, Kaka lets it rip all over Solo with the orb damage and soul assumption. Faith will take the kill. And Ramses, he's looking for something else. The Wolves, they are looking everywhere. Ramses is having a fantastic game here. And when Familiar drops, no, he's holding on to them.
Oh,
now they're going to drop.
Birds as well, if they want. Looks
they
like
will.
they do.
That's easy money. Even Dragon Tail stunning. They commit to
relocate
one.
top.
Draw Ranger.
They have the
TV won't happen in time. As you said, the Yule Scepter is up, and Mugi, 13-1 charges, potentially can make a break for the tree line. Is going to use it, but is already dead. And they're out before Kaka can arrive.
And now Lycan's going to use the shapeshift running at SC. SC does not have a TP on him. It's in the backpack.
He has to all jump out. He's on the cliff.
This is actually a pretty good position for him right now. He
Yeah.
can blink into the Roche pit and be fine. Oh, better farm, guys. I'm not up here. That's actually so cocky. I can't believe it.
What are they going to do to stop him? Lycan cannot scale hills.
But they have other heroes that could maybe connect there, you know? Like, I guess he sees something with his ward up top. He sees the Ogre.
Quap's the only one that would really be able to do it properly.
Yeah. Speaking of Quap, Orchid is coming close for no one.
These Necro books just look to force the lane every time. Big props to Ramses for how much vision he is giving for every single fight. I don't think there's been a point where VP have been surprised by NewBee's positioning at all. Maybe that's not so great feeding the Necro book to KP.
This hero seems to be really powerful. There's multiple teams running Lycan with great success. EG has not lost a game, I think, yet with their Lycan either. Well, maybe they've lost a single, but it's been having a very high impact in every game I've seen. The Wolves are on the hunt again. He will get a little bit of information with this first Wolf in the dire jungle.
You see just how defensive they're being. Face holding himself back behind the tier 2 town. We can also look at No One and SC, the two big players from either side. The builds slightly modifying up. The blink into Veil, as opposed to the Yules and Veil, but Quap's still on her way towards the Orchid. And Puck needs his Yule Scepter.
Yeah.
Needs more control, but more evasion than anything else.
He's expecting this Orchid to come in from the Queen. He saw the Oblivion Staff, and he has to counter-itemize because the Queen will be targeting him with that Orchid. He doesn't have it. Relocate top. Kaka gets Breathe Fire at the same time.
Oh, TP out. They've got the Yule Scepter once more. No one. Time and time again, they get this to work. Does NewBee try and punish on the relocate back? Ogre's hanging around. They have the Observer and Sentry. Solo and Ramses reveal themselves on bottom. But the relocate is just so far south that there is no punishment space.
They're playing really well around relocate VP. This is a different beast than in game number 1. They get to play the IO the way they want, and suddenly it looks like a completely different hero. This tower's gone as well. VP extending their lead. We're looking for Roshan, so the Aegis will be reclaimed momentarily. They might just look to try and high ground with their Necro book.
Yeah, Ramses goes in, hasn't triggered the Necro yet. They still have that Aegis, the Immortal. It doesn't have much longer left on it, however. It's only got another 15 seconds before it's going to burn, but they get the fortification down from NewBee and do some chip damage to the tier 3 tower.
Ramses needs to be careful here. If he goes in now on this wave,
yeah,
he can get killed.
The Aegis will be gone.
It's expiring now. Let's see if VP... Oh, they don't care.
Yep, well, Pasha's coming to Dragon form. Here comes Kaka with the epicenter, the damage into the Dragon Knight. Lil trying to actually repair him, but he cannot do enough in time. In fact, getting caught by the Dream Call into the Soul Assumption. And Virtus Pro, maybe you should have had a care in this world. Lycan has to shapeshift to run away. Puck's trying to catch up to him in time. It's too far to go. But 3 heroes lost, 2 supports and a DK.
I'm surprised they went for that. That looked a bit just... I don't know, arrogant, almost? Naive? That Dragon Knight could just... I mean, it is a tanky Dragon Knight, let's be real. He's really tanky, but he doesn't have magic resistance. And these heroes are destroying him. If he had a hood there, this would have been a totally different story, but the itemization of DK right now doesn't allow for that style of play. The Blink Dagger has 0 value. So you look at his net worth and you're like, this is a farmed Dragon Knight, but that's 2k of his net worth in that fight is inactive. So it's a 6k net worth Dragon Knight, who's standing on the enemy high ground 25 minutes in and expecting to survive that. If they let NewBee set up like that, that's just not going to happen.
Yep. And this is now going to give items into NewBee. Mugi's looking to pick up an S and Y. Your Yule Scepter for the Puck is completed, flies out in the courier now. Death Prophet has Solar Crest plus the Yule Scepter, and is looking for a Blink Dagger onto KP, so he can be the initiator. Even Kaka is so close to finishing up his 4-star. You're adding all of these critical items, and the Aghanim Scepter from Visage is now 1,400 away from it. These items are going to allow NewBee to have far superior fighting to what they used to have, which basically brings them on par with VP.
That was definitely a big mistake VP just made there. That kind of broke the game wide open again.
Yep. What was actually the swing? So you went from about 3k in the net worth to about 1,000 in favor of Virtus Pro, just under it. And NewBee, for the first time in this game, actually lead the experience run.
It's also a bit of a momentum swing. It's one thing that they get these graphs the way they do, but these deaths from VP allow NewBee to get some time to push their waves out and get their cooldowns back and feel comfortable in the game.
Kaka, that's ballsy, Kaka. Ramses, they Sentry Ward, he Burrow Strikes and then blinks away. I don't know if you're trying to bait out the Necro books for a tier 2 tower kill or something, but Sandstorm underneath the tier 2 tower in front of the entire VP lineup.
VP will not be making the same mistake again here.
No.
Or they're going to go away. I think VP's play now was, okay, you know what, guys, that was too much. Let's chill, get the top tier 2. Now we've taken all the outer towers, farm the map, wait for Roshan, get our BKB on the Lycan, and then we can think about going again. I would actually still really like to see a hood on Dragon Knight. I think it would be a really good investment, to be honest. I know this is late into the game to buy a hood, but look at what problems he's facing and what he's against. And remember, he's an offlaner.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to itemize a lot of damage. He has a Queen of Pain and a Lycan to deal the damage for him. If he's like a controlling, tanking beast, I think that's really good as well.
And instead, right now, he's just trying to get the evasion. He's trying to go for the Solar Crest.
Yeah, he's going to get the Crest. It's also a good item, of course.
Oh, wait. Are we actually going to get Tesla Ranger? You got the point booster in the Drow Ranger at the moment.
I think this is an Axe. It could be a Scotty, but
yeah, it's a completed Axe. He's finished the entire thing. It's on the courier.
Oh, he has it.
We actually have Tesla Ranger.
Well, not yet.
Not yet. We need to have the Maelstrom. He's going BKB next. Shame, shame, shame.
Yeah.
But still, with the Aghanim Scepter, this is a lot more difficult now for like Wolves and Necrobooks just to easily force into the buildings.
It also increases his farming speed by a lot.
Oh yeah.
He farms a lot faster. He just cleared an ancient stack or an ancient camp rather.
Yeah.
A few seconds there.
He's put in the Maelstrom Formionia build into his quick buy as well. We'll see which one he wants to go first. the BKB for immunity is obviously a nice thing, but right now the rest of his team is doing good work, and with a Blink Dagger, like, soon onto KP, like, he's already going to be the front liner, which VP can't deal with, so Dro's just got to keep a distance, and it's kind of odd to also see you go Aghanim Scepter before you get Maelstrom, because normally it's the other way around. Maelstrom allows you to farm faster to get the Aghanims.
Yeah, I wonder what the logic is here about that order.
It's probably because he just had the money.
I wonder what the... Like, if you just think about the math for it, yeah, Maelstrom increases your farming rate by a lot, but not this much, I think. Like, his damage is so high now that the Chain Lightning does not compare to a Split Shot. It's also a more expensive item, but it also, the stats on it are way better as well. Like, all of this... nice to get that health, the agility for Drow. And
it's because it's not a natural progression. Like, they had a great fight, but he got a crap ton of money in, and he could just afford the entire thing straight up.
Oh, Ramses.
Yeah, Wolves are scatting out, however, he just sees so much.
VP need to be careful to not drop the ball here. If NewBee get ahead in a fight, I don't think they can lose it. Like,
Roshan's up.
Their lineup is very naturally snowbally in fights where the Exorcism is running, and you have the Drow getting right clicks off, and the Visage Burst will keep dishing out damage. So if VP aren't very careful, and they just lose a hero fast, I don't think they're coming back into the fight realistically. So, gotta be very cautious not to get jumped. And Rosh is... This is going to be the most important moment of the game, what's about to come up here.
Yep, both teams are watching it so closely. You got the defensive observe ward up from NewBee, so no one from VP will aggressively assault in unless they're going to basically smoke into the enemy jungle to find a kill before Roshan. So it's very defensive wards. Both wards are on their side of the river, but it lets them cover the front of the Roshan pit.
Looks like
and then Familiars look inside.
Mugi changed his plan, by the way. It is going to be the Maelstrom before BKB.
Okay.
So full damage. Focus.
It makes so much more sense, though. And especially just to get that, and then you can go into the BKB before you finish up the Mjolnir.
Yeah, just get the Maelstrom at least. I think this is a better choice as well.
Yeah.
Like, he has the Pike to position himself, and the only
VP
really
just
big stun
in.
is Dragon Knight.
They're starting up Roshan, burn the Necro books, burn the Dragon form. And NewBee also... Okay, here comes the TPs. They smoke before the Puck and the Drow Ranger are ready, but yeah, this Roshan dies so quickly. Familiars can't get in, and Pasha actually farms both of them on the way out of the pit.
That's why the Solar Crest is very valuable. Kill the Rosh a lot faster here, Pasha. If he didn't have the Crest, that could have maybe turned into a fight. But NewBee were probably not expecting it to be this fast. It's just like it's nighttime, there's Howl, there's Book, there's Crest.
Yep.
That's a quick Rosh kill.
So how does VP now approach this? You have an Aegis the Immortal on your Queen of Pain. You've got the Cheese on the Lycan. But pushing into the NewBee lineup inside their base seems like a really bad idea. You can't keep the creep wave up because of what the Drow Ranger is built into. You can't just go inside the base because then you're battling against an SK which you cannot stop. Like, you can't stop it from getting the epicenter. You cannot stop the Dream Call from SC. They got a lot of control from NewBee, a lot of damage, where Aegis and Cheese may just mean that you just die twice with the Aegis, and there's no rebuttal.
You can play a bit of a slow Aegis here. I think that's fine for VP. You know, farm up, get another core item. There goes the Shiva from Co-op. That's going to help a lot. But the BKB on Dragon Knight, I think it's important. Like, I was talking about the Hood. Of course, the BKB will be a better version.
Shivas.
Oh, they found the
Yules. You got the Orchid available because there's still the Yules from the Puck. So it's this bait game. A blink up from SC. Phase shift too strong. Can't find him. No one's trying to. SC will get his TP out. No one won't find him in time.
Oh, they may have found the Sand King though here. Lil.
Yeah.
Courier.
Kaka just wants out.
Yeah, Kaka's out as well. They didn't get any kill. So what I think VP could do, it looks like they might just go down bottom and try again, but I think waiting for this Dragon Knight BKB is really valuable because then they have this frontline Sieger that feels safe. Like right now, it doesn't seem like any hero can feel safe. They could do it with Queen though, with this Shiva and the Aegis. He has 30 armor and 2k health, so is pretty tanky, of course, and the second life makes a big difference.
Oh, look at the clearance. Orb as well as Crypt Swarm.
Yeah, the Maelstrom's complete. This Drow clears waves really fast.
Yeah, especially when they're chipped down by everybody else. That's why I don't see VP being able to get inside the base of NewBee. And even if they do take a lane of Rax, it's still not enough. This could be one of those games where we actually have Megas on Megas because both teams are just so adept at defending high ground. Maybe not so much the Virtus Pro lineup, but definitely the NewBee lineup.
This is such a stalemate. It's like, we push wave, you push wave. But VP have access to the jungle. So if NewBee are just standing here, they're losing a full triangle every minute, which is about, what's that? Like 600 gold, 500 gold?
Oh, the silence on Puck. Has the Earl Scepter up. Now, maybe baited in. Pasha too far in the front lines. The Burrow Strike is there. Mugi just letting the fire rip. The Sonic Wave massively ineffective. And look at the bounces. This Drow Ranger, they have to stop it from doing the damage, but the Familiars are holding him in position. Death Prophet was merely a distraction, but Ramses now inside the base. Cannot kill off Kaka. Doesn't have the vision for it. The silence on the Queen of Pain. It's the gust from Mugi. It's enough control. And Io came in to help, but all Io ends up doing is dying as well. VP tried to force the issue. The Aegis Immortal will allow Ramses to TP away to safety. Pasha, maybe not so lucky, blinks up in 2 seconds time. SC, does he find him? He guesses the wrong side of the trees. Checks the lane instead. And he will not find the DK or the Lycan who are home.
VP are just running their heads into a wall a bit here. I don't know. That's the exact same play they did last time. This time they might feel like, okay guys, this time we have Aegis and Cheese, we can definitely do it. But the problem is this Dragon Knight takes so much damage so fast that they have to relocate him out, and they get into the fight on the back foot, and this Death Prophet gets like 3 or 4 Spirit Siphons out, and really makes that fight difficult for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, like, where was your burst damage? Like, you want to kill the Death Prophet so you can focus on a new target, but she's Spirit Siphoning 3 people, has her Exorcism up, it's too much. And then the 3 Familiar drops, I think, actually stunned 4 heroes with each drop. Because they all grouped up.
It's really not that easy for them. Like, this NewBee lineup is super good on defense, and now that the Mjolnir is complete on Drow, it's going to get even harder. I think at this point your approach might be something along the lines of, again, get the BKB on Dragon Knight, BKB on Lycan, and then you try to break the base by using your BKBs. During that time, your heroes will not die to the NewBee lineup, at least. It's only, like, this Drow lineup, or this Drow build is very magic damage centric right now. He hits for 300, which is a lot, but they have a lot of armor, and the Mjolnir is ineffective during that. So.
SK, Kaka, no one's able to get a nice little pick off. I don't like the strategy you're talking about to push in, it doesn't sound like something that's sustainable enough. Like, you might get one lane of Rax.
Yeah, that's a better start than this.
I am not going to disagree with that. Instead of the stalemate, you can get something. But it doesn't seem like something that's going to help you end the game. Because NewBee's counter push is still insanely strong.
You got to start somewhere. Like, it's better to get one Rex than none. And if the alternative is to just farm the map and control and gain gold, fine. Then they need to play that. But, you know, they had this iron grip on the map right there where the entirety of NewBee's lineup was in the base. They had the triangle that they were farming on the right side. NewBee definitely didn't have any heroes out on the map. You have 2 options there. Either you try to run your head into the enemy base and take that tower, or you just go with 1 hero and farm the other side of the map. Like, you could imagine this situation where VP keep 3 heroes in the area they were in, and then IO +1 is just farming all the creeps in the jungle, and NewBee will have no idea because they don't have information to go on. That's when you're out farming your opponent really hard, because NewBee get 1 wave every half minute, and you farm 2 full jungles. Then we're talking like a swing of about 1,000 gold per minute between the 2 teams. That's what they could have done. And you look at NewBee's lineup, it's not very likely that they're going to go on these skirmishes, right? With like 2 heroes out in the jungle and trying to find picks. Like, that's not how their lineup works. It's a 5-man lineup. So I think VP could think about approaching the game in that way. Or if they want to go for this push, they have to approach it differently. It needs to be the Aegis hitting the tower, not this Dragon Knight that needs to be relocated out immediately.
Oh, we can wait another minute and a half before we'll find out when Roshan's going to spawn, and then VP can make their plans as well. But NewBee, together they move out. Together it's hard to be picked off. The SK, okay, yeah, you can lose Kaka on the top lane, but he's also... Actually, has he finished it? Yeah, he's got himself a Earl Scepter flying on the Courier. So you've got more and more heroes that you want to engage on, which have more and more escapes. You've got 3 Earl Scepters now onto NewBee. Faith doesn't need one because he's got the 4 points up in Gravekeeper's Cloak, plus Ghost Scepter and 2k life.
He's so farmed, actually. This is a tank. This is a really farmed Faith. Yep. It's unusual for him to have 9k net worth at this time.
He has more net worth than the SK. Yep. They're neck and neck. Like, there's 50 net worth between the 2 of them, but... Yeah, Kaka is out looking for his own Aghanim Scepter too.
You can just see the change in mindset of VP right now. Just look at how their playstyle just changed in the last minute. This is exactly what I was thinking, right? Like now, they're just farming woods. The Queen of Pain just took the entire top side of the map. The Ogre is starting to farm jungle. The Dragon Knight is farming jungle. And look at how terrified NewBee are. They're moving as like these 3, 4, 5-man groups while they're just getting out-farmed across the map. Check the tendency on the gold graph. This is 0 kills. This is just raw map that they've managed to gain about 3k gold out of over the span of 2 to 3 minutes. So that's the 1000 GPM I was mentioning. If NewBee don't start taking chances and getting out into the map, that tendency will keep going.
And they have to wait 2 minutes for Roshan as well. Yeah. Like, the longer this takes, the worse it is for them. But then again, VP still have to go high ground. As long as NewBee are in position when VP properly commit and they win a team fight, then NewBee know they're going to gain a lot of this gold back. 1, through the team fight, and 2, through the push that will come directly after it.
Oh, NewBee are going for this tier 2 tower. That could backfire if
Mookie needs like 2 hits.
Into the enemy base.
Literally 2 hits.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
They can't go further though. If they start going for the VP base, I think it could backfire pretty hard. VP still have the IO advantage of being able to relocate and then push and defend at the same time. And that looks like NewBee have the same read on that. They're going to back off.
Yep.
By the way, VP with 2 10-second BKBs. Both Dragon Knight and Quap have picked up theirs. So now we're reaching that point where there's a lot more margin for error in the fights. Lycan's BKB is still on 9. So I have a lot of time where this puck has minimal impact. Only that Ag's coil will be able to get something done.
God, can Mookie decide what the hell he's going to buy? Like he went from having his BKB to a butterfly, and now he's got both of them sitting in his.
I like the idea of not going BKB, honestly. I think it's nice for him to just go more damage. The way they're defending and positioning their heroes, he's a pretty difficult kill for VP in these types of fights. And how much is your BKB really going to help?
He can rely on his teammates to keep him alive. The BKB just meant to be immune to like what, the Queen of Pain silence, the DK breathe fire.
That's the same. He can prevent getting stunned by Dragon Knight, and he can counter the Veil and Shiva damage, which, I mean, it's obviously something. It's significant for sure. It's not a bad item.
If DK is going to stun you, he's going to blink in and get the instant stun. You probably won't be able to get the BKB off in time. NewBee, this is probably the furthest outside their base they've been in a long time.
That's a big rune. That's a big rune.
Oh, and no one's able to pick it up. Well, at least that means you'll be able to kill off one of the familiars, maybe.
The VP of 5 minutes ago would have run up that hill. I'm just saying. Yes. They would have run up that hill.
They're waiting for Roshan. The Orb and the Wolf scan out Roshan, so both teams are aware that Roshan is alive. I still love the split. We're gonna keep in mind the split push power. When you pick up BTs on like a player like SC who was pushing the lane out, he can bounce onto the familiars too. He can just keep the split push going, or Faith can keep the split push going with familiars. NewBee are gonna smoke in, and they need to have a sentry ward down so they understand that the wolf is there. In fact, they get rid of the wolf with the familiars. The ping comes in from Ogre.
This is Gem on SC.
The Radiant are scanning out. No one's being aggressive. And that's it. Yep. Gem on SC, no one will be able to catch him off guard. No wolves, no shenanigans. He's actually going Dagon as well. They're going for the burst damage on the puck.
I think it's a good choice.
I thought they would go for a little bit more control, but...
Probably try to kill the Wisp, if you can, maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with Veil and Dagon.
They can do a pretty substantial amount of burst damage together. Him and the Sand King can kill the supports with this combo of items. But, so... You see, the thing that just changed in the map over the last 2 minutes was that NewBee managed to... Oh,
top lane, quick Your Scepter. Eyes in the neighborhood, but they don't have another controller. So Park will have to phase shift, jumps into the tree line, no one. He was about to start his blink down to SC, but we'll miss it. So yeah, what has changed, Cinderin?
So the way NewBee managed to get out on the map, you can see in the graph as well, right? Like this is a change where they were starting to lose control, and then they got their side of the map back. Drow was farming the triangle, Sand King is pushing bottom, and the rest of the heroes are moving together. So they got efficiency back. Now this is important.
Yeah, SK's got to come back. The double stuns from the familiars inside the pit. The Necrobooks are down. SC with a 2-man coil. Epicenter. The Dragon Knight is dropping down low. Fresh familiars up on the fight. But then again, the damage is way too much. They're right on top of Faith, but Moogie, no one is near him. KP surviving with that Spirit Siphon. Where is your damage? The Yulsep will take the Drow Ranger up. KP has finally fallen down. The bash from Ramses. It catches the Drow. No buyback for her. Buyback is available for the Visage as well. But Ramses is just cleaning up NewBee. The one fight, the big fight they had outside their base. And it goes so well. Oh, Pasha. SC's doing the work. It's not done yet.
They're going to get...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Roshan is done. He would like to get an extra pickup, but without the Dagon, it ain't happening. TP away.
If they didn't kill that Dragon Knight, this could have been maybe 2 lanes of Rex. I think at this point it might only be 1. They can expend multiple buybacks, but if the DK doesn't buy back, VP might be repelled just by the buybacks alone. Getting that Dragon Knight kill for SC was very important.
There's the SK buyback. SC's just trying to get rid of the creep wave, but Ramses does so much damage. They'll burn the fortification. Burrow strike in. Kaka hiding in Viz for the moment. You still got that Gem of True Sight in the safe hands of the puck, but you've just had a dieback on SK.
Interesting. That seemed like NewBee weren't on the same page whether to buyback or not. I think they just lost the game. This is going to be probably Mega. Sanking can't respawn now.
Oh boy.
He bought back. 2 other heroes had buybacks but did not expend them.
They need the Draw Ranger to fight this.
She's not alive.
They don't have the damage output to actually repel Virtus Pro.
They could go for Megas here.
13 seconds. No one can die. If NewBee lose 1 hero here, then maybe it is going to be Megas, but 8 seconds until Drow Ranger is up. KP does not have his Exorcism. Looks towards no one. This is more of intimidation to push no one away. Same with Ramses. SC jumps in for the double silence. Lycan into the wolf form, but here comes Moogie! Oh, that damage is still not enough. It's KP who falls down. Moogie needs to get back into safety. He cannot afford to die now. There's no buyback on him. This could be the game right now. There isn't enough firepower in NewBee's arsenal to repel Virtus Pro. Maybe when no one commits so heavily in, SC gonna commit his dream call, but Queen of Pain happy to stand here. KP will fall, and that really is the game. There's so many players from VP here. They have Megas up, and no one from NewBee that can really stop them from taking the rest of the base. That escalated very quickly.
Yeah, this is probably what VP were hoping to be able to accomplish on their previous pushes, but this time it was set up way better. The fight happened outside of the base. They managed to drag NewBee out to the Roche pit, force the to happen there. They had great positioning, good teamwork again. The Dragon Knight got jumped on there. Well, it's very different. They relocated him just a bit off to the side, regened him up, came back in, and when they're fighting out in the open compared to the NewBee base, they could chase them down with the Lycan, run them down, and get those kills. And I think they're like, you know, we've lost 2 Roches in a row. This is the one we have to try to fight for. We have our items. They go for it. Didn't work, and the game just spiraled out of control immediately after that. So I think it's very important for VP to win this game after they ran those ran into the Dire base twice and failed, and it's going to be good for their confidence that they won it. But I don't think they feel happy with how they won that game. I think that showed some of the old VP weakness of being too over aggressive sometimes that can still be polished a bit going.
Yeah, and they got the opportunity they wanted from NewBee to actually have them come outside the base. So what they were trying to force, NewBee ended up providing to them, and that gives a 1-1 result, keeping the group stage insanely close, because you can keep tabs on all of that over on all the official websites, and we'll be back for our second series of the day in just a bit.
The battle in Seattle rages on. A battle for pride and a whole lot more. And already so much to try and understand, so much to dissect, and so much to try and get our head around. I know you guys are probably in a very similar situation to us here at the panel here in Seattle to try and understand exactly what the games you've just witnessed across those 4 streams mean. Some even happening right now, but I guess we'll focus first, of course, on the one you have just witnessed, getting to see NewBee and Virtus Pro doing Battle of the Dragon Knights and a battle of a whole lot more. I'm your host, Machine, and I am joined by some beautiful people who will hopefully be shedding some light on where we are at and how that series transpired the way it did. I have Pycat, we have, of course, Quinn CCNC, and we have Blitz, or Will, on the end there. Okay, guys, I guess we just start straight into the nitty-gritty. We saw the first series go the way of NewBee, first in the series go the way of NewBee, and in quite convincing fashion. In fact, you guys were having quite the heated debate. This was really fun. I'm just going to throw this back to the Wolves here. And there was a discussion surrounding a DK, Quinn. Now, you just didn't feel like that was a DK game.
No, I don't think it was.
Let's get our heads around this. Why wasn't it a DK game? Because others disagreed with you.
They didn't really have any lane push that game, so it was very hard for them to make any moves happen or do anything. And they kind of needed a lane to play around. And
but is that not a DK game then, or is it the other heroes that don't fit? Because do you not think it was a good game for DK, those heroes?
Well, you can look at it from both perspectives, right? DK doesn't fit into the other heroes, and the other heroes don't fit into a DK game.
No, but the other heroes are weak against what NewBee had, whereas DK is actually good against those heroes.
I don't know if that's particularly true.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's a Weaver running around. We saw a Weaver Rampage. You can bring that highlight up for you. There was, it was quite the scary start for Virtus Pro fans, I'm sure, Pycat.
It was. I mean, I think it's a very tough Wisp game. for sure. This Weaver kind of just running around doing whatever he wanted. I think we're going to see soon a clip where Weaver gets to do pretty much what he wanted. He has a pretty good lane against his Batrider, and he has 2 supports that are pretty much free kills. And it's Disruptor and Wisp. And yeah, the CK, we saw him get quite heavily countered by this Dusa Axe.
Yeah.
Those illusions are just...
So where should that Wisp have been?
The Wisp, in my opinion, the Wisp should be in the offlane, kind of helping out the Batrider to make sure the Batrider gets off to a good start, make sure Weaver doesn't snowball like he did. And while he does that, he puts a lot of pressure, I think, on the supports of NewBee to kind of stay in that lane. And with that, the DK should be fine in his lane, and the CK will get a lot of farm top. I also think that he went for the wrong item. He went for a very early diffusal bait on that CK, and I kind of think he had to go for an earlier BKB, but...
Yeah. Getting into the real nitty-gritty there for a moment. There was in the second game, there was a DK in the safe lane. No, off lane. Where was he?
Yes.
It was off-lane DK. They had off-lane DK, and I was asking you, Will, when was the last time we actually saw an off-lane DK?
No, for me, it's been quite a long time, and it's one of those things where PyCap brought it up really early on in the panel on day 1, where he said that you need to be diverse with your heroes, and you need to be able to pick heroes that fit situations. Yeah. That is one of the few times that I've ever seen a DK not run in the mid lane, for example. And when PyCap said, like,
gonna want to see if the Naga's coming back, because if Naga has an early point in Ensnare, they have a very good chance of killing the Void in the lane. Ensnare and the Disruptor. Yep. So let's see. They have they read it. They actually they saw him walk past just now.
Walk back, so
they more or less feel like it's gonna be either around the bounty area or this spot.
Yeah, so they can deal with either spot since they knew where he walked. And Febby actually messed up. He TP'd to the tower instead of the shrine, so he actually was very late to put the
I
ward
didn't
down.
notice that. No wonder.
Yeah, it was,
no wonder they were in time. So right now, Arteezy is down here. So what are they thinking? Why is the Lycan here? Are they trying to
lane?
Wait, are they
expecting a Luna aggro, like Luna Rubik aggro tri-lane? Or they see, right? They have this ward. They do see Timbersaw and not...
Isn't Lycan... I think Lycan's fine though against Void. You don't... Huh, that's strange.
He's going back top now.
Maybe he was thinking the Luna might come aggro lane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were expecting the aggro lane, they realized it's not, so now they're back to the expected lane.
Yeah, you're right. Because previously, the Night Stalker came in and put quite a ward to help out the laning phase, so maybe they were thinking, oh, they might come aggro because they are having these kind of wards here. So fairly reasonable, and their lanes are quite strong. Night Stalker, Rubik, and Luna. If you put these 3 together,
definitely the lane I'm looking forward to watching is going to be this QO versus Sumail mid matchup, the battle of the flashy mids. A kind of unconventional matchup, but a matchup where they're going to be getting in each other's face quite a lot. Melee on melee, Timber versus Earthshaker. Going to be quite the lane.
Bottom lane, so Fnatic have decided to have 3 heroes down here to deal with the pressure of the... This lane is very strong, Mirana plus Naga Siren. Very, very strong. So they decided that they need 3 here, and QO is going to be alone against the Shaker, and Void should be fine top lane against the Lycan plus Disruptor melee hero.
I would imagine Timber will be just fine against the Shaker.
Void should be able to get quite a good amount of farm and XP from this lane.
Against the dual lane. He got pulled extra Tangos and started with a poor man shield.
He got pulled?
He had 6 Tangos with the poor man shield. Yeah. That's I guess they knew he'd be up against a dual lane, so even just having 2 extra Tangos could make a big difference.
Such is life, you know.
Off lane is no longer the sacrificial lane. You're a carry lane.
I mean, if you're a Void, sure.
Right now, CS-wise, you can see pretty even. Timbersaw with a very slight edge. Luna maybe so slightly ahead of Lycan, but all lanes being very hotly contested. DJ does push forward here at bottom.
The Night Phase is gonna
lift into the tower. They get the arrow onto the Luna, but the lift is there, and Zai will pay with his life. Good bait from DJ. He knew that the aggression was coming and waited till they were close.
Yeah, he didn't lift right away. He was just waiting for the right moment until EG committed 100%, so he could have he could lift him to the tower and get that few shots.
Always have to be careful against the Rubik. Even if you're outside of tower range, like you can get pulled in and brought down, as we just saw.
So
Hayo's got the Orb of Venom. He's bullying Arteezy. This top lane is going
yeah,
so
but
well
once
for the
Lycan
Void.
gets his points in, I always talk about this, the Feral Impulse, then the lane is Gucci.
That level
he's gonna
3
be fine.
is that second point is
DJ
where
gonna go down here. The pressure is still very heavy from the Mirana Naga. A lot of kill potential. I think Fnatic, you wanna wait for Night Phase. Once your Night Phase kicks in, then the Night Stalker can maybe be. But then the same thing can be said for EG. Then the Howl will be able to give double HP to the other lanes or higher. In trouble, no time walk. He tried to go for the kill on crit,
bottom
but the
lane
Howl.
meanwhile, looks like they may be considering a kill onto Zai's Naga Siren. It's Fnatic gonna get arrowed up. One more right click.
That arrow was important. If
Universe.
Night Stalker was
Oh, mid lane Kuo, very, very low here. Has the sick charge. He's trying to bait Sumail, but Sumail with a bottle heals himself back up. I mentioned how exciting this mid lane can be.
This lane is actually very contested.
They're both going to be low health constantly. They're both farming well. They're both farming on low health often. And Timbersaul's a hero that really relies on those reactive charges. If he can't get them, could be in some trouble. Sumail's looking for the kill.
Yes, stick charges. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Kuo wants back in. Sumail hoping for a 4-minute rune, you've got to imagine. Bottom lane, DJ again being gone on the lift into arrow combo. They've got another kill on him, but will they pay the price? It does certainly look like it. Zai going to go down. There's a cost for this one. And Crit TPing mid, refilling the bottle. Good selfless play coming in from the Disruptor, who had to make... I believe after getting the kill top, he just had to make a fountain trip, so... helping ensure mid lane goes well.
Oh, very close. If he was able to get another enchant, then Kuo would be in trouble.
Even there, he got another totem off and gets him down low, but 15 reactive charges giving him 22 armor. As Kuo will salve up. It is almost dead even between these two mids. 3 CS lead for Sumail. Febby getting low here at the bottom rune.
Okay, so nighttime kicks in. Let's see if the Night Stalker or the Lycan can actually give his team the bigger advantage in the laning phase.
Yep.
The Howl right now is 200 extra HP, so that's a huge deal. So we'll see how they try to make it help the other lanes.
Feels like this mid lane stabilized. Like Timber can't really be killed now that he's got level 3 reactive. Shaker's not really. Maybe at level 6.
I think level 6. Yeah, level 6 is possible.
Would need a Night Stalker rotation, I imagine, and it will be a Night Stalker TP mid. Just level 2 on Febby though.
Level 3 soon.
3 soon. He may look to lead some experience now. He's going to actually swing back towards bottom.
He just wants to place a ward right now. So where's the new ward for EG? Oh, they place it on the safe lane. They place an extra ward there. So wanting to secure the Lycan's lane. The Lycan is like pretty much okay now. Like I said, level 5 is the point where you can't really do much to the Lycan anymore if he goes for the 3 points in the Feral Impulse. As an offlaner, you basically can't stop him from farming. Too much regen, you can't trade. So the Void has decided to move around, try to control
something. Echo Slam, Kuo and Sumail going head to head. The Echo was not quite enough. Kuo had the raindrop.
Yeah.
Help save his life, and Kuo barely survives. Sumail also getting very low. Both mids do have shrines to play
and
around.
Raindrops. They're just basically
they're just throwing spells at each other. It's like they're in a freaking gladiator arena, just like, oh, I'm gonna punch you, I'm gonna punch you back. Oh, we're both alive still. Nobody actually wins.
But Sumail has Howl, so it's definitely gonna be harder to kill.
That was likely coming into play on that one.
200 HP, bro.
Well,
so 6-minute rune. Febby's gonna be able to get a haste.
Yep, it's not bad. And big thing here is just keep denying these runes from the Shaker. That's where the playmaking comes in. Febby, though, very under-leveled still because of this tri-lane down bottom. He's only level 2. We see this often sometimes with his full
arrow,
position.
Howl damage. Okay, kill.
Yeah. I feel like Febby often sacrifices himself too much for the team. He's level 2, 6.5 minutes in. It is nighttime and you want to be active, but you also want to be like level 3, level 4 when you start making those moves.
Oh, here comes Crit. Crit's moving towards the mid lane.
As does the Night Stalker. Crit is actually going to drop a ward, and Febby should be able to get this kill.
He has a TP though, he can TP now.
Will he be enough?
Oh, he killed the tree. Okay, unintentionally, of course.
That's right. You know, that's fun. Things happen. Dota can be a very comical game with.
I don't think he didn't mean to, like, he's just like it's definitely unintentional.
No, of course. Sumail getting low, but likely kind of
just to bait out some spells here, and does have the Shrine to fall back to. So I believe that is Phase Boots picked up. Wanting that movement speed burst against the Chakram slow, and just to get away, and getting close for a nice Totem stun.
It's the burst as well with the damage.
Yeah.
It's quite strong. I think I personally kind of like
Universe is here, they want to kill QO, but he doesn't get the first Totem. If he hit that stun, there would have been an arrow to follow it up.
I personally like the face boots as well. Like, I know most of the players go the threads.
Yeah, you get more, you get good damage with the Totem.
And then you have the talent as well, so on top of that, so you become really tanky.
Smel's not about surviving. He wants the kills.
If I kill you first, why do I need to survive?
Yeah. Very much the Sumail approach. Ahai's level 6 now on Void.
Yep.
Not necessarily going to be able to get kills on his own. He may look to team up.
Okay, it's daytime, so...
DD rune on Shaker, by the way. Universe, kill up bottom. They get one. The return from Arjit. He's got an Eclipse here. What can he find with the Naga Illusions? Probably not a whole lot. Sumail, solo kill onto QO mid.
Double damage. She had double damage.
And, yeah, double damage with an Echo Slam. Talk about the danger of that rune when he picked it up. Finds. We look away for 1 second. I've been watching this mid lane so closely, and imagine QO may have not been expecting the Echo to come back up already, but that was a good solo kill and puts G in a strong position.
So pretty much, I think you can consider all the lanes big, really good. What, destroyed?
RTC building Pipe of Insight. is this his Eternal Envy call out? Envy loves his pipe, you know.
Where? Who's building pipe?
TZ jokes. You see the chat.
Oh, like I got so confused when you said that. I'm like, huh?
No.
What?
I think he's probably just alluding to the fact that Envy loves to build the item and just built Pipe of Insight on an who was he playing in that last game? Some unconventional hero he got Pipe on.
He gets pipe on.
He loves Hood and Pipe. I mean, it's a super value item, but it's the survivability item. He's a player who has the approach where he wants to survive more than he wants to kill his enemies.
Because if I'm alive, I can do damage. Whereas for Sumail, if I kill you first, it doesn't matter.
Two very different mindsets, both with their own merits. How important is it for Ahai to actively look to use this Chrono right now? Or
yeah, he's the only person that can make something happen right now. He needs to try and... You know, it's like not only sometimes waiting for a team to set up something, like it's also about taking initiative to try and put yourself in a position where the Chrono can be usable. Right now he's like more I feel like waiting to react to something happening. He's been holding his TPs for a long time. He hasn't been moving to other lanes. I think a Chrono on the Luna's lane with Eclipse is just pretty much going to be killed, or even the Timber's lane.
QO knows he might be in some trouble. He does spot Zai with the Sentry Ward though, and chains away from the Earthshaker who was coming in to also look to bring him down. QO just chasing that Naga out of his lane. His mid lane looking very dangerous. He's a bit lowish on health and doesn't have the reactive up for the time being.
Still, like from the laning phase, first 10 minutes, EG definitely going to be very happy about the outcome. And here finally comes the Void. He's going to want to use his first Chrono with his team. There won't be nighttime for another minute and 20, and Fabi is still not level 6, so he won't have his Darkness available.
They want to go bottom because this is the tower +1. They want the kill +1. They want the kill and the tower.
They could have actually gone mid.
EG are ready for this. They actually TP like and they scan themselves. I don't think so. No, he didn't see or hear a scan. Void is ready for this one. EG are trying to go on the Luna, but they may pay the price. Febby pops out.
Chrono.
Here comes the Chrono. RTZ barely outside of it. Throws the Howl to try and help Universe out. Universe very tanky with the Treads Bracer.
Oh, the Static Storms.
Arjit could knock it off the Eclipse. He's going to get brought back now by a Glimpse. May need to just throw that Eclipse, but there's just too many targets to go on. He's going to hold the ultimate, and EG bring 5 bottom, kill 2.
Well read. Like, you see all these movements all the time. The carry moving to the opposing carry's lane to try and create a situation, but maybe EG already understood that Void's not in the lane for some time. So, very likely going to bottom.
Into Arrow. Uh-oh.
Root. Another Root.
They've got the Totem, and there should be enough damage. There's the Root. The Echo Slam being used as well. They want to get QO. He's not going to be able to out-heal it, and that is another big kill going EG's way. QO has, at this point, well and truly lost the mid lane matchup. Even though he's farmed decently, the deaths going Sumail's way have led to a 12-minute Blink Dagger, more or less.
Second Night Phase kicks in. but
we are preparing our eyeballs for something exquisite. Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Well, Liquid are having, well, not as much on the line. It's the positioning in the group stage they're looking for, but Team Secret, they must get victories here in order to potentially still force the tiebreaker. I'm Toby1 here with Synderin. Welcome back for our second series of the day.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. This is going to be, like you said, Secret needs 2 wins. Liquid are playing for positioning. They're currently #1 in their group, but with 2 wins here, they guarantee their first place, at which point they would be 13-3, which LGD cannot catch up to. So, judging from that, I think Liquid will still try to secure that first spot, allowing them to... I believe the rules say they can pick their opponent between the 3rd and 4th place of the opposite group. That's how it usually goes.
I believe that's correct.
I'm not 100% positive on that, but it's still an advantage to have that. Not only, like, maybe you look at the other group and you're like, it would be nice if we could choose between them, because sometimes you have a better matchup against the 3rd place than the 4th place, just playstyle-wise or draft-wise or whatnot. So it's a nice advantage to have. As you mentioned, Secret currently sitting on 7-7. They are behind TNC and Evil Geniuses, who are both of them are 9-5. So if any of those get 2-0'd and Secret also get a 2-0 here, they can force a tiebreaker for 4th place, giving them a chance at the upper bracket. So a lot at stake for Secret here. They're definitely going to bring their A game to try to force that situation.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. You got one last?
Just to mention very quickly, the matchups that remain are Evil Geniuses are playing Fnatic as their matchup, EGR 9-5, and the other team is TNC, who yet have to play LGD. And TNC 2-0ing that will be a tough feat. They could very well get 2-0'd, which means that Secret would then have their tiebreaker. So we'll see how it goes. So Liquid will open up with their Shadow Shaman pick. Secret will follow through with Keeper of the Light Clockwork, and that will be a very easy Night Stalker pickup for Team Liquid. Good counter hero to Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, vision game is always a thing. There's a reason why Night Stalker's been picked up in the first phase by so many teams, and Keeper of the Light does offer vision, but only during the day. So the rest of the time, he's still going to be pretty damn good for the counter pushing. So it's a safe kind of pick up the Poppy can go for in the first phase, and a very open second pick. It could be Yapsaw, or it could actually be Kezu playing the Clockwork.
The interesting thing for me about this Night Stalker pick is that when I think Team Liquid, I think ban Night Stalker first phase. That's something Liquid usually does, because they want to grab that Keeper of the Light or the IO. But this time around, we have a very different scenario that they have secured themselves here. I like this opening from Liquid a lot. Night Stalker isn't the best 5-man hero, but Shadow Shaman can put those wards down and secure that you can take towers, and once the map opens up, that's when Night Stalker starts getting really scary, because then you have a hard time coming back into the game. Obviously, the counter pick to Keep Up the Light is very apparent, and yeah, that's pretty much it for now. The thing I'm thinking with this Night Stalker pick is this really a GH hero? Like, does GH play this a lot? I don't think I've seen it very much.
Well, maybe your other question then is it more of a mind control here?
That is what I was thinking. Maybe they even consider putting it offlane here later on. We'll see. I think Night Stalker offlane still has a place in some games, so it could be an option. If you even want to take it that far, you could play it on a core position, mid or safe lane. It is possible. Night Stalker's talents are actually fairly good for a core position. You get a attack speed talent and you get a damage talent later on. Could see some of that old school S4 style Night Stalker with armlet first in mid would be. I would love to see that. I'm a big fan of the hero, so I love seeing different playstyles. More than likely not happening, but you know, let's just cover our bases and see if
you're going for the low percentage.
Yes,
low percentage options for Team Liquid.
If this was fantasy and I could assign this hero a role in this game, I would assign it to 4. But I think the risk reward of assigning it to another role is pretty low. But you never know. We'll see what happens.
If you just want fantasy points, you just get Yapsaw's Rubik and let him kill steal everything with Fate Bolt.
Yeah, that's actually a very accurate depiction of how he plays the game. Very good.
Amber Spirit's out. So no global battles is one of Mid1's favorite heroes. And we're still waiting for, like, if we look at this, we can basically say we're looking for the 3 cores. That's what's left, and that's what both teams are banding out priority-wise. The Lycan just being removed. It's one of Mentomaman's favorite heroes. The Venomance are now being taken out by Team Liquid. It could cause some real problems in the lanes. Wards on ward action. Shadow Shaman actually ends up losing that one in the late game.
It's also a hero that gives vision against Night Stalker. That's what Secret might have actually wanted. They've played the safe lane Veno and MP on multiple occasions, similar to the Necrophos. So Liquid have targeted MP very much in the second phase, and we'll see what his plan B is here. We've seen some Phantom Lancer for him. For now, it's going to be the Bat Rider, so this will put the Clockwork onto a support role, with Bat Rider being played by Kezu. He was very good at that yesterday.
It actually works really nicely to also block the pick from Team Liquid. If they actually got the Bat Rider and the Night Stalker together, running that 4-position Night Stalker, 3-position Bat,
it's strong.
It would have been really difficult for Team Secret to take a fight.
At the same time, it's like one of these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situations where, yes, you could give the Bat Rider away, but at the same time, you just pick Bat Rider into Night Stalker, who limits your visions. It's like, you know, it doesn't feel the greatest maybe for Secret to pick this hero, but they're very confident in Kezu's ability, and like you said, it's also semi-deny pick, so it's probably all right.
They just have to coordinate a little bit better. Like, you got Clockwork, Rocket Flare. This will give you a little bit more eyes. And it's a lot of deep push now. Like, you got a little bit of spam into the wave. You got the Illuminate. You got the Firefly. So it's not that easy for Team Liquid just to walk into a fight. And they are looking to force. Like, you got a Shadow Shaman. You're wanting to push down towers nice and early on. So Team Liquid needed some team fight control, and the puck will offer this.
Yes. It's got some nice synergy with their lineup in general, I think. You know, Night Stalker goes in, you want to run away, then you're coiled, then you can't run away. That's kind of annoying. What I'm wondering when I look at these Secret picks is whether they're considering to put Bat Rider safe lane and do some aggro shenanigans with either Coddle Clockwork or Coddle something. And even, you know, you actually have the option in that case of even swapping roles around, still playing a different kind of position. We'll see. Here comes the Invoker of mid one. I believe this hero has had a pretty poor tournament overall in terms of win rate. I think there's been definitely more games lost than won. Okay, now I'm saying definitely. That's a bad thing to do when you haven't checked the stats. My gut tells me that Invoker has lost more games than it has won. The very memorable game, of course, that he won was the marathon yesterday between Empire and IG. Or was it IGV? IGV.
That was the paparazzi game.
120-minute defensive game with Invoker and Drow on
the 48 fantasy points for one game for the Invoker.
That was quite something.
It was pretty nice. But it's also fantastic. So mid one gets that one. Synergizes nicely with Clockwork and Bat Rider, so they can go for nice ganks and then still have that bonus damage from the Sunstrike. Difficult for Shadow Shaman in fights when he wants to stand still and continue to channel. Shackles and the Brood Mother is up. Well, that answers our off-lane question, as well as our mid-lane question. Or you would throw it to mid?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
That's one of Invoker's big weaknesses as a pick, is that he can't really go anywhere else than mid. I mean, you can technically put him safe lane, but in a lot of games that's going to be hard to use. He's not that good at pressuring the off-laner. He needs the levels. Invoker can't play this lane. This is the absolute worst matchup out of any for Invoker. Broodmother, impossible. Like, you're not going to play this lane. So you have a problem now if you're Team Secret. Either you need to really assist this mid lane a lot to secure your Invoker a game, or you have to look into alternative laning placement where you do put that Invoker safe lane, which would end up creating a lot of chaos. I think this is a kind of one of those like Trump picks almost from Liquid here that will really dictate the pace of this game. I love this Brood pick as much as I hate Brood. I can appreciate a good pick.
Well, maybe you can finally get your Zeus pick up for the mid lane. 10 seconds. You were waiting for it for a while.
Zeus is not going to solve this problem either. You need a hero. So what Brood generally commands in the game in the draft is that the enemy needs to have a hero that can deal with Brood almost on its own. Because there's like constant pressure on you to kill this guy, to ward off this guy, blah, blah, blah. You want a hero like Sand King or Axe or Darkseer that can just, you know, you're on Brood duty for the next 20 minutes, enjoy your game. And then we're playing Dota on the other side of the map. And Secret don't have that pick, and I don't know what they can get. Like, Bat Rider can pass as a Brood counter in lane, or at least as a hero that can maybe stand there, but I think he eventually loses anyway to this Brood. Secret don't have that pick. I wonder what route they're going to go here. They do ban the PL. That was actually the pick I was going to suggest Liquid take fourth here. I thought they were going to go for the PL. I saw a lot of promise in that pick in this game, but they're going to ban out the Sven. So getting rid of a carry that could stand against the Brood, potentially in mid. And yeah, we'll see. I'm glad I'm not Secret right now. I'll say that. Just from a drafting perspective, I think this is one of the drafting nightmares, is this kind of Brood pick. Kuro probably has like this smirk on his face right now. Does he? Matoma Man's warming up. I'm getting to play Brood.
we got this, boys.
You know what? It doesn't surprise me that this guy's a Brood player. You know why? He's playing all of these annoying heroes, you know? Like, think of Matumba Man's hero pool. Necrophos.
What was that? You just see GH at the end now, just like slapping his leg.
Let's go, boys. Poppy's like, let's remake, boys. So, what's Matumba Man's active hero? Like the hero pool that you connect with Matumba Man. He plays Safe Lane, Lone Druid, Necrophos, Timber Saw, Brood Mother. Not a bad choice here. I like this from Team Secret. This is a hero that can deal with that brood of Matumbas. It will be Miracle on Lifestealer. That's something very unique because it's one of Matumba Man's best heroes. I didn't mention that one as well, but you know, just fits the bill. Right? He also plays Lifestealer.
So, let me just find a list of 20 heroes which you can't say during the drafting phase for 2 seconds.
That's going to go on Miracle because Matumba is their brood player. And that's going to be interesting to see. I don't think I've seen Miracle play Lifestealer a single time while being a member of Team Liquid because it's one of Matumba Man's absolute flagship heroes. So very interesting to see here. MP will be thrown onto that Bristle and mid one on the Invoker. And what to look out for in this game, you know I like to say when the game starts, like, have a look at the first 10 to 15 minutes, how the things move. I think in this patch, it's a lot more about the mid game. In this game, it's about how do the lanes get set from minute 0. Because this Brood has the potential to ruin the game. And not in your classic pub kind of way where he grieves. Actually just makes Secret want to leave minute 5.
He actually is a good player.
We're going to see. We're going to see how it goes. I've hyped up the Brood a lot now, and I watch it fall completely flat and be useless. There we go.
Then it'll be like, well, we'll just send the Bristle back into the lane, and then he gets completely cool sprayed out because Chakra is just giving MP the biggest buff up in the world.
So what I'm thinking about here is what type of lane Secret want. So the thing that's very obvious is that they want Bristle to face Brood. That is the #1 thing. The way they can secure this is by putting Bristle mid and Invoker safe lane, in which case Invoker would be facing an offlane Puck, which is a Puck-favored matchup. So Secret has to help with their supports, which are Clockwork and Coddle, which are both not that good against Puck.
And Coddle kind of has to stay on the safe lane anyway, and then, unless they're going to run an aggro lane and put K to the safe lane. Maybe that's when they push the Bristle and the Coddle to the off lane instead.
And in the meantime, you have Liquid having the Lifestealer versus Batrider matchup. I'm trying to place these lanes in the optimal way for Secret, and I can't find a winning constellation on laning. I actually can't see it. Lifestealer beats Batrider in lane. He's also pretty good against Bristle, and he's good against Invoker, so there's 3 good core matchups for Lifestealer in lane. Broodmother is amazing against Invoker and good against Bat, but okay against Bristle. It's not like you lose by playing against Bristle, he just does well. And then finally you had that Puck matchup that we talked about, who can play against all 3 cores. So I love this draft from Liquid from a laning perspective. I think it's very, very well constructed here by Kuro. And if they get off to a good start here with their laning, this could be this could actually become a very one-sided game, Toby.
Well, we're getting out laning now, so just to check through it all, Yamsaw and Batrider are currently hovering around the top lane, so looks like Kezu will run top. He'll be going against the Puck of Mind Control on the top lane. Pushes towards the mid. Mid one is the Invoker. No full surprise there. He is sitting around for the rune, so it looks like they are going to push MP to the bot lane. Mid one will have to go up against Matumba in the mid, and it's Miracle's Lifestealer on the offlane. GH and Kuro are down there with him at the moment as the Night Stalker, as well as Shaman hovering around that first bounty rune. And Yapso will try and contest him. And I don't know if he's going to force GH to stick around. Kezu's come in. There goes at least your first one. They go on Sticky Napalm as the first level. Luminous able to connect over on GH. So they'll remove 2/3 of his life.
Good harass.
But that's all.
Oh, this is an interesting item build from the Night Stalker, by the way. What we most of the time see NS do is buy boots and go Tango and Clarity. But he went for the stick plus Windlace, assuming that he would either be playing around Batrider's lane or maybe just... or the Bristle lane. Both heroes use spells so much that this stick can become very high value. This is very smart itemization from GH.
Team Secret actually did switch around. So Kezu's on bottom, Bristle's on top, and Poppy is currently just contesting GH as he moves between the lanes.
So we do have a Brood versus Invoker in mid.
We do. Good luck, mid one. Wait, Poppy can actually get this. With the help of Roshan, GH is putting a rock in a hard place now.
He has sticks.
Oh, Roshan turns around him. You're right, 4 stick charges. Poppy's still going to try and force him. Like, his clarity's up. He'll burn his clarity straight away. He thought maybe he'd try and deny himself up to Ancients. GH is almost baiting him in. It's like, come on, you think I'm going to deny myself? Another clarity, Poppy. He's got a Luminate available. Keep the range harassment going. If he guesses the angle right, and GH knows it, that's why he puts down the Observer Ward. So he knows exactly what Poppy is up to. What is this chase? Top lane, MP's being forced back underneath the tower. The orb's only going to hit the wave up there, but finally GH will move back past the tier 2 tower. Puppey, the man on the horse, is now 1 out.
That's some of the clowny stuff I've seen this tournament. That was so weird. They effectively waste each other's time, so there's like no net gain for either team. I don't know who I would say this favors most, that he goes back to base here on the Night Stalker. I guess he has to buy TP. Nice 50 gold reward there. But the Caudal at least not finding any space or any levels from that, and had to use all his mana. I guess that's the thing. He used both clarities. All right, I want to have a look at mid right now, because this is when mid gets scary. Matumbaman has hit level 3 and he's starting to build an army, and mid 1 is starting to
die.
Yeah, starting to get upset.
At least he has a sentry ward down.
Yes, that is a requirement to even stand the remotely. That's not a word, but to even remotely stand a chance in this lane, you need to absolutely have a sentry. But
the issue is his Tornado doesn't do enough damage, so Matumbaman just runs in, gets the spiders in front of him, blocks him up, and he's trying to get up the ramp. Mid 1's so low, there's no spawn spiderlings, there's not enough mana. He tries to GG branch his way around. Actually, was that Matumba's or mid 1's? Don't know if he tried to consume it. Yeah, it was Matumbaman's. He body blocked him with the GG branch.
Nice play top from Secret, though.
MP able to get the kill on both GH and Mind Control underneath the tower.
Yeah, this is big for Secret that this lane goes well, because this mid is going to be a problem. But when they manage to get this double kill on their Bristle top with both the Night Stalker and the Puck dying, they make sure that Bristleback gets to have a good game here, and then they can maybe use him again on Brood duty later. If he is doing well in his other lane, he can solve this problem later, perhaps. Bottom lane, we do have the Miracle off-lane Lifestealer against Kezu's safe lane Batrider, and that is actually still going to favor the Lifestealer. It's just a good matchup overall. Kezu will get a lot of farm here with the Firefly on the stack.
Unless Miracle tries to contest it, Yapsol's going to burn off a little bit of the mana and keep Miracle down the hillside.
Stopped him a bit there.
Yeah.
This lane starts getting especially scary for the Batrider when the Lifestealer gets Phase and Orb of Venom, because then you actually just run at the Batrider the whole time and pressure him. So the reason they're keeping Clockwork down here this much is that they need to secure that.
Kuro's going to rip in through the rear. Tornado doesn't control enough, and well, there's no point up in Shackles just yet. He's got the extra point, but because of the Cold Snap and the tower damage, mid 1 will get the kill on the support of Kuro. Wondering where that second level was, if he was trying to work out if he needed Shock or Shackle.
I'm surprised he even skilled Hex level 1. I don't...
Bristleback's dead on top. He can't escape from this. Mind Control's got to be careful as well. Or maybe he can. Salves up in the tree lines. GH already has 4 Quill Spray stacks on him. Make that 5 now. Gets the Void onto MP, but yeah, MP.
Oh, this is the Night Stalker dream. Nighttime with level 1. He's actually slower than Bristle. MP is trying to run him down. He could kill him here.
If he can keep the sprays
He
up,
didn't get level 2 from the
Mind
boundary
Control's coming in as well! Thanks to the Observer Ward, MP knew exactly what he was up against, and GH will die. MP now has his 3rd kill of the offlane.
So he did say going into the game that Night Stalker isn't GH's necessarily like most known hero. But this is not good. And that's not because he can't play it by any means. It's just like the way things have flowed and the decisions that have been made have not really favored him very well. Now he's going to go here for MP.
Yeah, all forward from Mind Control. MP though.
Good pressure.
He's got so much regeneration. When you've just got the Soul Ring as well as the Ring of Regen, you're already at 6.7. That's without eating a Tango.
They forced the Shrine out at least. He's going to Soul Ring probably and farm a camp here.
Mid lane again, Matumbaman moving forward. The battle for the Invis in mid is just hilarious to watch. It's Sentry, and mid one's just holding on to the shared Tango so we can like counter Sentry if Matumbaman drops his Sentry. But that's one way to do it. Send the army of Spiderlings forward, and then you take the Sentry yourself. And then the Sentry gets taken back from the Sentry. Sentry Wars.
Look at that damage, though. He just puts the medallion onto mid one and sent his spiders in. Look at the damage of that.
He's got spawn Spirelings. No, he doesn't. Soul Ring's on cooldown.
A tornado.
It buys some space, but not enough. He can Cold Snap onto Matumbaman and allows Poppy to do something, but the spiders are still hunting under the tier 2 tower. Matumbaman doesn't care. No one is one of the funnest divers in the game. Now Yapsaw trapped in with spiders. Matumbaman can't get outside the cogs. At least the Illuminate's going to get rid of a couple of them. The Rocket does the rest. Bakuro is now in the mid lane with a 1/1/1 on him. An Invoker to return. Yapsaw's got no mana. He can't really fight this. All they can do is just try and intimidate them back off the lane. But look at that CS. It's 51-7 for the Matumberman in the mid lane.
This is something that Brood can do that no other mid hero can do. It can farm the side camps in this triangle area while laning. It's very powerful to be able to do this. That's why his CS is going to shoot through the roof, and why he can safely build up an army of spiders. He can just retreat to this area for a little bit, get his army back up, and then head in toward mid. Here comes his army again, and now mid one will be in trouble again. He can't really cross the river, as it looks, honestly.
He's bringing Dust this time.
And that's another problem, man. The support duo of Secret's just not good at killing Brood. Like, Clockwork is... You can't use battery assault, man. There's going to be spiders everywhere. You're just going to hit spiders all the time with the battery. And Coddle doesn't have any lockdown for the Brood to kill him. So it's like close to the perfect Brood game, this one.
That's a good observer ward. It's able to see GH. He's just trying to wrap around the back. Mid one, able to get the tornado into a call snap, and Kezu's nearby. And they actually give it to Kezu. Not a bad thing, because he's going to bring him very close to his drums of endurance. Got some good levels on the Batrider. Is this the lane changer? Like, you give Yapsor now the bottom lane so he can get his level 6 and then eventually start like stealing kills. And then you put the Batrider into the mid to deal with the Broodmother. Stops the counter push, can burn up a lot of the spiders.
Where does Invoker go?
Bottom lane. Like, it's the only semi-safe place he can farm.
But you just put Clockwork there.
Yeah, but after Clockwork hits 6,
you
rotate him out.
Yeah. By the way, we didn't even talk about this, but mid one felt forced to play Quas.
He had to push Miracle away, and then just TPs the Void. It's going to cancel it. Miracle, he's got stick charges, 1 charges in fact, allow him to get his mana back from everything that Yapsor burnt off, so that's an easy kill onto the tier 1 tower at the end of the first nighttime cycle.
Yeah, with the Invoker playing Quaswex, that's something we really should have talked about. Mid one always plays Quasic Sword. But in this game, he feels like he has to play Quaswex to at least stand a chance in mid. That means he will have low farm.
Go embrace your former teammate, Kuro. Puppey is just standing there. Mid one will come to help out, and Kuro will go down. Mind Control, throwing the orb, but it's too far away from Kezu. Even just safety wands, in case.
It's going to be really interesting to see what mid one does here. I don't remember the last time he played Quaswex, so he's going to... Quaswex generally goes for like phase boots into either Orchid or Force Staff. Maybe a Midas along the way is maybe a requirement, actually.
Phase boost for him are on the courier.
Yeah, he's got those coming out. I think he's going to go Midas next to try to like get farm in this game. The thing about Quaswex, though, is that it scales a lot slower than Quasic Sword. So the way Quaswex generally does well in the game is by finding kills and using something like the Drow Aura to amp you up so that you're strong. But they don't have that this game. If he went Quasic Sword, I think he couldn't even lane mid. Like, at least this way he's getting something. He has 50 CS minute 9, which is actually pretty remarkable considering what he's up against.
Yep, but Matumberman's coming back. GH able to get the Void off. Mid one needs the movement speed, and well, he's got it for the moment. Kezu's on the way in. Nice tornado into the EMP. Kezu has his level 7, which means Lasso is up. Broodmother, he cannot drag him back close enough, but he has to keep the Firefly on. But Matumberman up the hill and almost away. Mid one, what would you give for a Sunstrike right now? Off Matumberman just to stick around. Oh, you do no damage. You're a Quaswex.
Yeah. That was a nice attempt from Kezu, though, coming in at a good time and getting that lasso off. When Brutus dusted, he moves pretty slowly in these webs since he loses those 20% move speed. So they were able to run at him, but not fast enough. GH saving him there with the Void on the Batrider, taking him away. So
MP has actually had the best time on this bottom lane. Like, he's forced Mind Control to burn Dreamcall for no reason before. He's getting a lot of CS down here. He's building up on his items, and he is going to go for the Hood to start with extra life, sustainability.
Yeah, and I haven't talked too much about the lifesteal. It's been a pretty quiet game apart from mid where a lot of the action has been happening, but lifesteal is going to go for a Midas here. Miracle is very close to that. And
maybe even talk about the supports too. Talk about the difference in the farm. It's the Keeper of the Light who has been really uncontested. He's just been pushing back the top lane.
Yeah.
After Bristleback left, Puppey's just been sitting in these 2 camps, stacking, farming, already has his Buckler up and running, and could look for something else as a saving item. I think he did this in the previous games where he went for a 4-star straight after the Tranquils.
Mid one mid.
Yeah, issues, Dreamcall, Yapsor, Cogs will create a little bit of space. The Dreamcall from Mind Control's holding him there. And with the safety illuminate from Puppey flying over their shoulders, MP TPing in, they're going to push and take this mid-tier 1 tower.
Full 5-man squad of Secret here to get this tower away from the Broodmother.
Yeah, Puppey's already left. He realizes he shouldn't be here as well. Up to top lane, keep the defense going. If he wants to recall someone up, he can do so. But that
Nice
tier 1
little move
tower
there.
goes the way of Team Secret.
Yep. Good rotations. It's expensive to bring 5 heroes there, but I still think it's worth it to get that Brood Tower down. Open up the map, push that wave out a bit. Should give them more safety around their own jungle, so maybe Invoker can start catching up. He is going for that Midas, by the way. Almost has it, as a matter of fact. The recipe plus, wow. He's going to get a 12-minute Midas on Quaswex against Brood. This is really impressive stuff from mid one.
It helps when he gets the last hit in the tower. Like, that injection of money has gone a long way.
He also has 90 CS.
To the,
I guess he
to
got
the 103 of Brood. He got a lot of Spiderlings.
He must have got a lot of Spiderlings in that mid-fight. That gives him a lot of gold here. Very nice for him. That's the phase, or sorry, the Midas coming out just now. And yeah, interesting to see for me, because I know this matchup is like unwinnable for Invoker. When you're Quaswex Sword, it's just impossible. But I didn't know how well Quaswex actually fares. He's still losing the lane, but it's not as much as I thought he would, even as Quaswex. So
it's not going to restrict the scaling of mid one's Invoker.
No, he's just going to probably start building into Exord at this point with his Midas. He's going to get the levels in time. Might see him go for the experience gain talent now on 15, just to make sure he gets to peak at the right time instead of the Forge Spirit summoned.
Actually seems kind of funny. Like, you're going to get like the earlier items onto Team Secret that allow them to fight before you have them on Team Liquid. Like, Miracle's still trying to build himself into his armlet. He kind of needs that to fight. Losing Kuro is not going to help out either. Mid one claims his 3rd kill of the game. But you're going to have Bristleback with both a Hood and a Vanguard in the next minute.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem to bring down.
Yep.
We're also going to have a Brood Mother with Radiance in 10 seconds. So that helps. 13-minute Radiance for...
Have we just baby knighted this up now?
This is going to be the standard build for mid-broods that you'll see in this tournament, I think. Maybe plus minus the medallion. It depends on personal preference, I think. But the Radiance, it's just... Brood gets this the fastest in the game. Like, there's no contesting this. Who can get a Radiance minute 13 this patch like this?
Oh, where's the hookshot? Yapsor? He had vision on Kuro, but it's the invisible Night Stalker with the lifesteal sitting inside of him, right on top of mid one. They get the silence off. Invoker cannot actually invoke up his Ghost Walk. Does he have enough time and life? He does not, even with the 1 charges. Yapsor will trap GH inside the cogs. He'll burn it by taking to the flight. As Yapsor open wounds in 3 seconds time. Hook shots down to Kezu. He's already back in the safety of the shrine.
Nice teamwork to get out of that one, but they still get the big kill. They got mid one, that's what they came for.
But they couldn't have expected the invis room from the Night Stalker.
No.
All of their vision is pretty defensive, looking for the invasion into their top area, where the Keeper of the Light was farming. And Puppey does have the defense. Kuro commits Mass Serpent Wards, but they just lost their wave. So these Mass Serpent Wards won't last long, and in fact already Kezu triggers the drum charge, trying to catch up to Kuro, who's already very, very low. He's got shackled with Flame Break and Firefly on top of him. He needs 1 more sticky Napalm charge, and the tick from Flame Break, it's just worn off, so Kuro does still have the life. 3rd sticky Napalm charge up as Matumberman, well, he'll kill off Bristleback. The Clockwork Rocket will find that kill as well onto Kuro behind the tower. Well, with no tier 1 tower, it was already sitting at like 100 HP. Matumberman just dove in after the Bristle. Difficult to kill to get, but he got it.
Yeah, so Liquid just took 3 towers in a row there. Or actually, never mind, they didn't get the top one, but it was close. Brood mid tower got denied by Bristle, but then he got killed. Mind Control took the bottom tower because no one was there, and this top tower is now low. And this is how a lot of Brood games go. Like, at some point you lose control. Unless you have that core matchup that just does so well. And
if you get the Blink Dagger on Kezu, then you're going to have that matchup doing well.
Then you have a way of catching the Brood.
Yeah.
The problem is this Brood is currently...
Okay, you catch the Night Stalker, that'll work. Tornado up, and GH. He was trying to snipe the Courier, who was chasing it before, and kind of hung around too long.
This is... I know I'm talking a lot about the Brood Mother, but this really is like the story of the game. When you pick Brood, it's a Brood game.
Yeah.
And look at his net worth, man. Just look at that.
9.6. What's his goal per minute? I'm like, hey, can you beat an Alchemist? Probably not. Dream Call, catching out Puppey, so Keeper of the Light. Troublesome, but there's no follow-up damage. Once Ether Shock's already been used, now Mind Control on the run, has his Phase Shift and Orb, gonna try and get the distance. It goes into the tree line. Maybe not as far away as he would have liked to. But luckily for him, Yapsor does not have his hookshot available.
A secondary thing to consider in this game as well, by the way, is the economy of the Radiant team. They have to buy so many sentries. That hurts supports. You can really feel it in some games that the supports are starved because of sentries. Fortunately, they have the Coddle to be able to do it. But look at Puppey. You were saying he was farming so much. His gold is going into sentries. He still has Tranquil's Buckler at 16, and I don't know if how much he's really progressing here.
He's got a Glimmer Cape.
Okay,
on
he got
courier.
a Glimmer Cape. That's good.
He was getting a lot of money.
It's very good for them that they have this type of hero that can farm as a support and get rid of these spiderlings, so Puppey can keep the economy flowing. You don't want to be buying sentries all game as clockwork. Like that would be really, really bad.
Bin1's actually killing so many spiderlings just from like Tornado. Like they're being massively grouped up. Now in first pop out, you can say goodbye to Yapsor. Silence, so he cannot cog, but Lifestealer and GH, they're in very, very deep. The EMP's down, so they run into this one. Everyone's bone drive mana. Miracle wants to escape. Broodmother now going to get cliffed. Not really cliffed, but then again, she cannot get down as long as she continues to take damage. Those webs won't work. They have to create space. Kuro does it with the Mass Up, more smack bang in the middle of the fight, but MP's got himself a double kill, looking for a triple on the GH, and Puppey denies himself to the neutral creeps.
Oh my god, did you see that? He didn't run into the camp. The Satyr just poked its head out, just ran at him and clubbed him once on the top of the head and he got killed. I think he's very happy with that. He's probably going to die to the Night Stalker.
Well, after we see if Mind Control can escape from this, he's got some mana. Phase Shift, Orb is on cooldown for the moment. Here comes Batrider, a Flame Break, just trying to interrupt him for the moment. There goes your Phase Shift to Orb. They'll tend him down south, and he actually, well, he's actually dead. So
we're gonna
let's see the fight once more.
So this is a really good response from Team Secret here. This is the perfect way of playing it. They get the EMP in, so Matumba has no mana. He gets dragged up on the cliff by Kezu. They kill Miracle up here with the Bristle, I believe. He will eventually bring him down, I think. Yeah. And at this point, this fight is really hard for Liquid because their highest net worth hero can't play. He's doing Radiance damage, but that's it. And now Puppey just barely surviving. But that was about the best fight Secret could have hoped for. That was really well done by them. The quick response to the kill on Yapsor, like you said, Liquid were in deep with the Night Stalker and the Lifestealer. And Secret very quickly brought over the rest of their lineup to take that fight, and everyone contributed exactly what they had there. So, nice stuff from them. Bringing them back to a pretty even footing in this game, actually. It was starting to look bad for them, but that was a 3k swing on gold. Experience actually leading now.
And they're looking to go further ahead. A 4-man smoke up. The dive vision was too far south, so they did not see this. As the Blink Dagger Lasso. That's what they want to start this with. Kezu is the man. GH is the one they don't want. But I guess they'll take whatever they can get. So, Night Stalker, Mr. Plate Mail first, is going to get brought down by Team Secret.
I guess he's going to go for a Lotus Orb.
Yep.
Against the Batrider mainly, and against Mana Leak.
But this is such a good move now from Team Secret. Like, you're able to get the kill, you get aggressive vision down, and they do what they want to do on top lane. Take out the tier 1 towers, try and restrict the tower vision and the tower positions of Team Liquid. So if the Brood does come out, there's not a quick and easy TP right behind him. And MP is fantastic at bringing down towers. Soon, with the money that they've claimed from this, he'll also pick up his Solar Crest. When this tower goes down, he'll have the cash for it.
This is a max Wex Alacrity, by the way, so that gives a lot of attack speed. Not so much damage, but the attack speed is very nice.
TPing top.
Like Bristle.
Yapsor's coming in behind them. He's got his hook shot available. Shadow Shaman able to get the Mass Morse down. Doesn't trap in Yapsor with the shackles. Maybe it will be enough. And the silence, it does do its work. MP's arrived. Hasn't spent that money yet, so doesn't have the Solar Crest available. But he'll move in to try and farm up the Mass Serpent Wards. Mind Control might have something to say about this. With that jump in, Infest Bomb, Kezu dies so quickly. And Broodmother, well, there's not a lot of mana to work with because, again, they ran into the EMP willingly, Team Liquid. But they're not going to push the tower too heavily.
This is a very high impact build on Brood right now. He went for the Mask of Madness, so he's putting his net worth to use, and this is going to ramp him up even faster. Such a quick farming build. And now into the BKB, that is when things are going to get scary for Secret. Then they can't really use their Invoker against it. They still have the Lasso, of course, that they can try to cliff him with.
Yeah.
But it's going to get harder for them. And that was a good move from Liquid to find those 2 kills. Get that aggressive vision out as well.
I'm waiting for them to Roshan as well. Like you've got a Broodmother running in the mid with Mask of Madness up and running.
And the Medallion. Yeah,
and Medallion. Like there's so much that allows them just to snipe out Roshan. Even Miracle. Like just having him on the front lines for Roshan does the work.
Yep.
But the longer they wait, the more opportunity it is for MP to get in there and take Roshan. They have negative armor of their own. GH, once again. It seems like he is the punching bag of Kezu.
Yeah. He has 7 out of 9 deaths on Liquid. Oh, wait, that's wrong. 7 out of 15. That's not how the scoreboard works. That's half the deaths. He's getting found and targeted a lot, and it's a good thing for Secret to keep him down. I think if they could choose, they would have probably rather had a couple of those kills on someone else, but the supports of Liquid are not having that good of a game. That's where the net worth discrepancy is, because their cores are doing wonderfully.
YapzOr's in trouble. Nice tornado, creating some space here from mid one. YapzOr needs that distance, and the Glimmer Cape from Puppey will do it. But Tubberman wants to fight, but he's blinded up at the moment. Mid one, keeping the cold snap going. Is that fresh? Actually, no. Wu has the gem. It got picked up. It's in the hands of Invoker, who goes down. The gem of True Sight gets lost on the deck. MP's trying to regather it. It's not going to work. It's in the hands of Kezu. They need to keep this gem of True Sight, but now it's Kezu. They're just going from gem carrier to gem carrier. A double kill for Miracle. And now it's up to MP to stand his ground and keep the fight going. He's got the gem. Third gem carrier. This thing's an albatross. Take it and you die. Team Liquid lose 4 heroes. Team Secret lose 4 heroes to Team Liquid.
They have to buy back. This lineup pushes really fast as well. Lifestealer and the Brood can both hit. There's the Insatiable Hunger.
That's money you do not want to have to use right now.
If they don't buy back, they lose this tier 3. Then they will probably hold after that. But losing that tier 3 and opening up the shrines next to Roche will also give Liquid Roshan inevitably. They are going to back out. Yeah, Miracle's actually sticking around for a bit. Alright.
Ease away.
That's enough. That's a big swing, that moment. That's like a 5k swing.
Yep.
That one fight. And it looks scary from Matumba. I don't blame Secret for going for that kill. Matumba was really far out on his own. They had the gem. They just didn't have the damage.
He's got so much lifesteal. Like, how do you combat that? And now Puppey's going to die as well. It just went from bad to worse for him. He needed the 4-staff in the last fight, but he decided to invest into the gem over finishing his 4-staff.
That's what Brood does to you. It's that mental damage. Actively giving the enemy team brain damage, Toby. That's what that hero is.
I just love how you've gone from VP smacking their head up against a wall in our first series to the day 2. Now the brain damage which Team Secret are suffering at the hands of Liquid.
It's really hard, man. It's hard to play this game. I think Secret are actually playing very well. I want to commend them on this game. In my mind, this game is so difficult to play, and they've made a lot of good moves, but it just takes one slip up like that to put themselves back in a really bad spot.
Yeah, and then they play recovery. Like mid one had the better lane than anyone thought he was going to. The influence of MP early on was also fantastic. They shut down Mind Control, because Mind Control as well as GH gave them that double kill on the top at the very beginning of the game too. So they've taken the good parts. They at least came up with a plan. Like, they pushed down tier 1 towers. They try and restrict the field of play for Team Liquid.
They played the Quaswex Invoker. They took the steps that they could, and they got the laning that they could, which at the end of the day was not that bad. Like, their laning was fine, to be honest.
Is Kura meant to do this? He's got the Tome of Knowledge sitting in his backpack. I guess, is there a reason to save it beyond level 11?
Kura, read a book, dude. Just read it. This doesn't do anything. I think he just forgot, honestly. He's not noticing, and I was like, oh, I have a book.
It's like, I must have my Sentry Ward to reveal there.
Unless if he wants to save it to just get level 12, and wants to, like, fool the opposing team to thinking he's level 11. Something like that. Like, some next level stuff would be the only reason I can see. Okay, now it was definitely a mistake, because now you Serpent Force.
Yeah. Mass Serpent was down, right on top of Roshan. And Bristle is in the neighborhood. Roshan's going down not that quickly. The Dream Coil's burnt, and the fact that mid one's already lost in the mid lane is 100% Team Liquid will now get Roshan. No YOLO YapzOr play. And they actually had a lot of player deaths in this game.
Yeah.
30 already at the 25-minute mark. Harder one to predict.
The rest is going like I predicted. I said Liquid for Roche kills, first blood 0 to 3, and then highest net worth Brood Mother, because this is a Brood game. This is such a Brood game, man.
I'm still wondering if he could end it. Like, you've got the BKB, you've got a wonderful combat thing, but pushing high ground against Team Secret is a pain in the butt. Like, if you get EMP Tornado, like, you're already gonna run out of most of your mana for the Brood Mother. Like, this combination is difficult to force the issue against Team Secret when they defend high ground.
Kuro has still not used this book, man.
Getting triggered.
Yeah, I'm
Blink
starting-
last art. They found a target up on top. It's Lifestealer pulling it back in. They need a quick kill. Locking him inside the cogs will allow them to fight Miracle. But Miracle, he does so much damage with an extra Crystallis in his inventory. He'll hide inside of Mind Control. Tornado picking them up and down. Still able to jaunt away to safety. And Yapsor's already starting his TP out. Matubman is in the middle of this fight. He knows he cannot stand and live here. Matubman triggering the BKB. Quick 4-star. Gets mid one a little bit further out. He's got that Rod of Atos. He's waiting for the right time just to pop somebody. And the only casualty of war here for Team Secret was actually Puppy.
And the courier.
Oh, and
got killed by the tower. Flew in.
Okay. Whoops.
Oh, courier's the book, Toby. Here we go.
Oh wait, did he?
He noticed, I think.
Okay, he's been smarts now.
Yeah. I was starting to wonder, since it had been that long and he had used another item from his inventory, that he simply was doing something that I wasn't aware of, but I think that's too much. So anyway, let's go mid.
Yeah, Rod of Atos on the Broodmother, trying to hold in there as long as they can. Get that negative armor in. Mass open wards triggered out by Kuro in front of the Rax. They need to actually focus down onto that Rax, but it's only the melee. But Tornado's going to pick him up. Remember, he's got the Aegis Immortal, so he'll come back to life. But no BKB, no insatiable hunger, but they have a Miracle moving straight forward. Yapsor, hook shots forward, doesn't actually get the cogs off. It was on cooldown. Rod of Atos is actually slowing down Batrider. 4-star was able to pull Matubman back in range of Yapsor and MP. The trade-off is a 1-for-1, however. Mind Control went in deep, and GH, successful TP out. Yep, he's able to do that. Who else have they got? It's Mind Control. Not a lot of mana. One charges. He's getting cold snapped up. Unable to use his blink. The Illuminate's a little bit off target. And now, oh, do they actually see the edge vision? Orbs down. Still worried. Down south. The Sunstrike. The Illuminate's going to connect. They know he's there. There's no TP out. This is an important kill if they can get it, because it's their gem of True Sight that they want to reclaim. Mind Control now heads north after being down south. Mid lane got attacked, and you actually lost your mid Rax because Miracle just ran in and took the bloody Rax while they were chasing Mind Control Gem up on the top lane.
He juked them for a good 20 seconds there, at least. Wow. And
Smoke mirrors distraction.
That was a really good defense, though, by Secret. That was very nice. The way they combined their spells and set up the defense with the Tornado EMP, like you mentioned, they get the right lasso target, the right time, and it was probably a little bit too deep by Matubman there on the Brood to dive like that. He felt safe. You know, he had Aegis on level 22. He's a really strong hero.
Alright, is this Team Secret just saying, like, alright boys, like, enough is enough. We'll have mid one. Actually, mid one can't beat TN. He's got phase boots. There's like 4 heroes grouping up for the mid. Let MP do the pushing. TP is on the way from Team Liquid.
They can bring the Invoker with recall at least, so
that
they
is
will
true.
be able to get him back.
That's if the fight comes off. They're smoking up and they're going to wrap around the bottom. There is no vision whatsoever, but the circle which was drawn up from mid one was right on top of where Team Liquid is.
Oh, they're going to find someone here.
Yeah, MP's nearby. Mind Control. Okay,
maybe not.
They've gone the wrong direction, but obviously they don't see what we see. Or else they would have turned left.
Full on disengaged there. Secret. They just, the moment darkness was popped, they just ran for the hills. Oh. GH did get some info there. He saw MP, but doesn't have enough assistance from his team to go for that kind of a kill.
I like the build from MP. Shiva Scar's coming up next for him. This is going to be difficult to keep the spiders alive, as well as keep the chase going once the immunity's out for both Lifestealer as well as Broodmother. Not to mention the great armor.
My concern for Secret is still that they don't have enough damage.
Yeah,
I think that's the problem. Like, maybe you have to go for Shivas here, but who is actually going to kill the heroes in BKB and in Rage? They are going to have a very hard time bringing down anyone.
It could be Invoker, but not for another 10-15 minutes.
Yes.
So they have to survive for that long and get
mid-1 space. He is starting a Bloodthorn build-up on Invoker, or at least an Orchid.
They're going to try and kite it. Like, that's what has to happen. You've already got 3 4-stars, mid 1 Yapsor as well as Puppy, and 4 actually. Kezu's got 1 as well. So with all of these 4-stars, then you Rod of Atos, you just have to kite them out while Rage or BKB is triggered. It's the only way they can really do it.
For that to work, Liquid has to want to fight them, though. They can just choose to farm. They own more than 3/4 of the map right now with their heroes. And Brood can just farm with the spiders while they push out all the lanes. And this is this is a lineup with Keeper of the Light and Invoker to push waves that just can't get out anymore.
Trapped at home.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, Team Liquid can keep their farm going. Matumberman, he's actually looking for a Bloodthorn of his own. Able to farm very efficiently across the map. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, it's 1 minute 40 seconds until Roshan could potentially spawn for them. Then Aegis, the Immortal, and Cheese to go high ground. What's Mind Control? So it's just... He's got the Lincoln Sphere coming on the Courier. So more ways to counter the initiation of the Bat Rider. They got the Lotus Orb already up on the Night Stalker. It's so hard for Secret to get initiations. They actually they have to rely on Liquid to run at them. That's
pretty much. And they just got the gem on Bat Rider, so maybe they can try to find the Brute that way. But right now, Brute is kind of 5,000 range away from the hero, so that's not really going to work for now.
This is not what they wanted to have to do. Like Kezu expending his BKB money in order to buy the gem.
Yeah.
But Poppy also needs to complete up more items. He's actually he just bought a Ghost Scepter to try and survive.
That's one good thing here. There's no diffusals yet on the Dire. Looks like they're not interested in buying them. Lifesteal is going AC. Brute is going Orchid into Bloodthorn, more than likely. Well, he already has the Bloodthorn recipe. He has the Chrysalis as well, so the Bloodthorn is not far away for Matumba.
He's gonna hit like a truck. Like Daedalus on Miracle. Like he's already hitting like a truck. And the Assault Cuirass. Looks like he only needs the Plate Mail now. The rest of it sitting on the Courier, which is coming out with the Bloodthorn. I'm just trying to look on the bright side for Team Secret, and there isn't much of one. You're 20,000 net worth behind.
It's day.
With no way to really stop it. Yay!
That's kind of the upside.
And no darkness for 62 seconds.
They got a 60-second window to try and go.
But no Aghanim Scepter on a Keeper of the Light.
No.
Oh.
If they don't try to go now, then it's going to be harder in 2 minutes. It's going to be night for 6 minutes.
It's 25k on the experience graph.
Yeah?
Oh.
That's something Brute does as well. We talked about how farmed it gets and how good the lane is. His talents are incredible. 25% XP gain, 350 health on level 15, 70 attack speed,
He's
and then
gonna be level
8
25
webs.
by 35 minutes in.
Yep. What's his XP per minute right now? Oh, that was a kill. Mid one. Found Kuro. The entire team connected up there to get that kill.
Oh, and money. MP taking the wards.
It's 800 XPM on Brood right now.
Alright, maybe it's going to be the Broodmother and not the Meepo that everyone thought it was going to be who gets that one.
I need a couple of more Brood games that will go like this, but I could see it happening, for sure.
Oh, Mind Control.
Left.
Infest time. Only you're doing this if you want to go for a gank.
Yeah, they're trying to snipe a kill bottom lane, I think. When this wave pushes in, they're expecting 1 or 2 heroes to just try to defend this wave and then pounce on that. This can go wrong. Secret actually here with good numbers, they're not going to try.
No. At least mid one has the money for the Orchid. He'll have to expend his buyback if he wants it. And they just come to Roshan instead. That'll work. BT's up. Miracle just hitches a ride. So, nice for them. Aegis and Cheese. Miracle's got a slot open. Do you give it to him just because Matumberman, like the Aegis? Just because Matumberman's already pretty invincible?
Matumba takes the cheese. I think the Brood is more susceptible to dying than the Lifestealer. Lifestealer has a lot more armor. But what they're going to do here is they put the Aegis on the hero that's going to siege the racks. They'll send in Lifestealer, he will use Rage, and he will hit the tower. If he gets lassoed, he has a second life, and then Liquid are going to come in storming with all of their team fight.
Oh, blink, lasso. That Aegis the Immortal may not be going to good use. They forced up again, trying to get him in range of the tier 4 towers, and also using that new silence they've found. But Miracle rages up, and maybe he's got enough lifesteal to stay alive. Bristleback turns the back. EMP, no, not following up, just the Tornado. But Matumberman has no matter anyway. Cheese is available. Miracle, Aegis the Immortal has burnt. And a lot of that doesn't really count for much now. Team Liquid not getting what they wanted out of it.
Lasso's on cooldown. That's the silver lining here.
That's true.
Now Lifestealer can go in and hit with Rage, and nobody can stop him.
The cogs are there to push him back once it breaks off. Kuro puts down the Aghanim Scepter Master wards. These have to be killed off by Team Secret if they want to continue to fight around their own tower. Kezu
Stacking everyone up with the gunk. Sticky napalm. Nice hook shot from Yapsaw. Isolating Miracle. He'll fall down with no buyback. But Toman triggers his BKB. But it's a low BKB time now. And already Kezu is on the hunt, trying to keep the vision. Tornado is not going to reach Matumbaman. Tier 3 tower remains alive on the bottom.
Nice kill.
You can already see him coming back to make sure that there is no shenanigans. But the man who did it last time, Miracle, is dead.
That was really well set up. They forced him to use Rage, and then when Rage was on cooldown, the angle for the hookshot was presented to Yapsaw, and he just jumped for it. Had a feeling that Rage wasn't going to be ready, and Rage came off cooldown just when Miracle died. Still, though, you know, it's like a bit of both, right? It's great defensive plays by Secret, but honestly also just a little bit sloppy. Liquid send in the Lifestealer alone at first, he gets caught, then he's in the enemy base, wastes the Aegis, has to disengage, and then the second time he gets caught again. So, you know, Liquid can probably just group up as 5, play this one a little bit more tight and a little more disciplined, and they would probably have a second lane of Rax by now. But a little bit of mistakes and maybe overconfidence can cost you a bit. They have a big buffer.
Yeah.
They have so much margin for error right now.
But when you have this kind of buffer, every mistake means so much as well. Like, you had an advantage of 22,000 net worth. You get to lose 2,000 just because you've lost one hero.
Yeah. Do you think that Lifesteal's going to die 11 times?
I don't know about that many times. Yapsaw's going to look for the hawk shot. Too short. Mid one wants to go for more. A quick tornado up. There is phase shift as well as orb. And he's able to do both of those to get away mind control.
I think he would have died if that hook connected, actually. Yeah. Pretty sure they had enough in the tank to get him out.
Because it would have been like battery assault and more control.
Yep. It's pretty good damage. Clockwork still deals good damage at this stage of the game when you isolate a hero.
He just need to have a little bit more of a level. Have that level 3 hook shot.
Yep.
As opposed to the 2 he's got.
The angle was good enough, he just didn't have the range. Liquid are going to go again. They don't seem too phased by that mistake they made before. They still have the cheese, I believe, on the Brood. Yes, they do. He's going to run down.
I say at least on this time, hook shot's off cooldown, but it's a low cooldown time. Miracle runs in, and goodbye Tier 3 tower. Lincoln Spear from Mind Control, helping to protect him. Tornado will fly through, doesn't hit on anybody else. Meanwhile, Matumbaman attacking the top tower with an army of Broodlings.
Coddle will take care of that. One Illuminate should do the trick.
Is it actually enough? Whew, good money, good money, good money, good money. He managed to get the back shot out. They found a target. It's going to be Kuro. Battery Assault, making it difficult to really do anything. In fact, MP goes smack bang into the middle of it. Dream Call or not, MP's happy to sit in here, and they got the lasso. They got Broodmother, dragging Matumbaman back inside the basement, right on top of Yapsaw. Matumbaman will just eat everybody alive. Now we'll go for the bigger and more thistle-y version. MP trying to push Liquid away from that Rax, and Matumbaman can do it again. Back up to the mid, back up to the top. Keep chipping away at the side towers and split the defense of Team Secret. Miracle down to the melee ranks. There's no fortification. MP can't really stop him. Maybe they can get a kill. The Rod of Atos is on Mind Control. They've got the Cool Spray kicking out. Mind Control, where are you going to go here? He jumps down and then tries to orb to the west. I don't know if mid one completely worked it out. The Deafening Blast, dodged by phase shift. GH still in the middle of this fight. MP, he can't do much. In fact, he's making space being made by GH, so Miracle can finish off the bottom ranks while Matumbaman is taking the top. They're all over him like a hot rash, and I don't know if there's an ointment for Team Secret. MP trapped in with Miracle. The cogs from Yaps will try and create space, but Megas are up for Team Liquid. They have to find something here, Team Secret, because Liquid have taken everything. So Secret locked inside the Dream Call. Tornado at least sends Miracle up, back inside of Rage, so has the armor to toggle. GH want to give him a little bit more life. Into the back lines is Matumbaman and Kuro. Massup Mords are there. They drop down a sentry looking for the target, but the Hex is over on MP. Massup Mords hoping for a trap, but the 4-star breaks and free. Matumbaman going after Puppey. Self-glimmers to get back to the tier 4 towers, while MP Shivas slows down Matumba as well as Kuro. The Rod of Atos holds the Broodmother in position, but then Cheese and then Munch, but not enough Munch. And the crunch is actually going to be Kuro's bones to make Secret's bread. But you're megged.
Yeah.
Upside for Liquid.
Matumba could have got out of there 10 times after Miracle disengaged, I think, but him and Kuro wanted to stick around for some fun.
Send that message. There's a reason why we're going to be #1 out of the groups. There's a reason why Team Secret...
There's a reason why we're going to be #1 out of the groups. We will run at you and give you kills, and you still lose.
Hey, it's the Matumbaman spirit.
That's what he was always known for. He would dive when no one else would want to dive.
Man, this game is ugly. And I want to say, you know, you haven't watched this game, you just tuned in and you look at the graph and you're like, wow, Secret got trashed, right? But they actually played well. There's just some games where you're at a really big strategic disadvantage. I think they're on this stream that of games we've cast, this might be the biggest outpick I've seen. It's either this one or what was the other game we watched? I think it was one of Infamous's games.
Yeah,
that was also
the LGD Infamous game.
Yeah, there was an LGD Infamous game that was also pretty difficult. But this one, I think this one takes the cake for me. I really think Liquid did a very good job in tailoring their strategy. They've counterpicked so many elements of Secret's draft that Secret had to play their A game, and they're playing well. It's not enough. Yeah. They need to. I mean, I don't even know what to say, like what they should have done differently or better, because I'm already impressed with what they managed to do. It's just so hard.
Yeah. They fought valiantly, and now they're mega. They'll keep the defense going until Team Liquid decide to have another crack. This will probably be around Roshan, who spawns up in possibly 40 seconds. But Tavama now has Evasion to add to the mischance he's giving off, so he's got the Butterfly and the Radiance together with the Bloodthorn. So this Broodmother is beyond a beast, and the sustain from MP just, it's not going to be enough. Like, at least can reposition. Team Secret can still try and play the kite game, but there's only so much you can kite between a tier 4 tower as well as, okay, Miracle, what are you doing down there?
Like, what's happening, man? Like, what is this?
What is he doing down there?
He's like 1 on 5 in the enemy base. I don't know what's going on.
Like, the Brood's not even looking to fight that.
We still come back to the same problem with the Bristleback, though, right? You're saying he can probably still stay alive, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Liquid aren't hitting him. They're just pretending he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
In these fights. They're going
That's
for
why he's trying to
everyone
force it. Like, he's trying to get an Abyssal Blade, so at least he can...
It does
like,
deal damage, man.
Yeah, but he might be able to stun up the Broodmother when she's trying to insatiable hunger. I suppose that duration is 14 seconds, so okay, yeah.
I mean, it's still a good item. It's not that. Like, a lot of the times, Abyssal is the choice here for Bristleback. It's a good item. It's just like, who's going to kill the heroes if they actually go in together, right? If they isolate them one by one like this, then sure. But
it's got to be. I say it's got to be mid one, but he's basically always forced into Quas Wex. Now it's Mind Control, who is 1 on 5 in exactly the same position Miracle was. Nice hook shot from Yamsol. They can keep the stuns going. He can't orb away the Gem of Truth sight. Now picked up by Team Secret and Liquid. I don't know. It's like food for the poor right now. They've opened the kitchens.
Did I have any one of them in my fantasy team? I don't think so. They're just farming fantasy points.
No one will be using Liquid or Secret in the fantasy team. They only have one series today.
Oh, this is their only one?
Yeah, so it's like, unless they play 6 tie-breaking matches, you're not going to get your value out of either of these teams.
Unless Liquid somehow lose this game, they're not even playing a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I think. Or they could technically be tied for first, but I don't think that game gets played. I think it's about heads-up scores between Liquid and LGD, which might be a draw. Then I don't know what they do after that. But,
yeah.
Well, Secret staying alive. They keep finding these kills that Liquid want to give them.
And the more it happens, hey, there's Lotus Orb starting to appear over on Team Secret. One good fight, and they could potentially counter-push.
They still have to get through tier 2s, Toby. It's...
I'm looking on the bright side of life right now. Like, I'm Monty Pythoning the crap out of this stuff. Like, right now, Team Secret are being crucified, and they're like, you know what? There's a way down from this.
The biggest upside I can think of is that they do have Invoker. So if they somehow magically manage to delay this game far enough, he is probably the best hero in this game, in ultra late game.
They're turning him into a DPSer. Like, I've seen that Hurricane Pike being...
thinking about it.
And now he's been having it for the last 5 minutes, but now he changed his mind.
To Shiva?
He's changed his mind to Shiva's God.
Yeah, well, if they're just playing defense duty and they think they can hold for a very long time, they can maybe get the damage items later.
But it's also like the BKB's getting lower. Even getting something like a Scythe of Vice, like the control from that may be a nice option too.
That's a Lotus Orb on the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Hex is not what it used to be. It's hard to use that item. There is one on Mind Control, actually, in this case, but he's also not playing against any Lotus right now.
You've got one. It's on Puppy.
Oh, there's one?
And there's a second one being built up by Yapsol.
Yeah. they're mainly getting it for that Hex, and for the Night Stalker Silence. It's a Hex is definitely not as good as it used to be because of Lotus Orb, because of Force Staff, and overall the build-up of it is very expensive and very slow for this patch, so it's hard to use it.
Bristles.
I don't think that's the item that folks should get.
Bristle's not going to go for it. He's going for Mjolnir. So looking for his attack damage. Also, obviously the Lightning Shield. Team Liquid now have Refresh Orb, Aghanim, Scepter, Shadow, Shaman wards.
It's time to end with style here.
Yeah,
I think.
And they're going to smoke and come in. So
Here
prepare yourself, Secret. The Warriors be coming.
The Swarm is coming. Brood with Illus, a billion Serpent wards, Aegis and Cheese.
And they just have to Illuminate spam,
Toby,
try and keep him out.
This is the defense that they don't make. This is the hold that
I don't want to hear that negativity from you, Cinderin. Here comes your Illuminate Mind Control. Jumping in, he's got the Life Stealer inside of him. The Dream Colt already going to break the Sun. Mid one wants back. Batalman attacking into the tier 4 towers. Mass Serpent Wars #1. Mass Serpent Wars #2. With a hook shot from Yapsor. Finding Kuro, but there's so many wards. So much damage. Miracle. He has the Aegis Immortal. They'll Abyssal Blades on him up and drag him into the fountain. That's the way you win a TI. Take the cause into the fountain. Miracle. He's going to actually have the Aegis Immortal pumped. The tier 4 towers are falling. MP, too much damage from the Mass Serpent wards, and now Miracle's alive once more. MP will die by back it up, but it's already GG. The Fortress will pop, and Team Liquid, in style, take game 1.
It's like artillery barrage of Serpent wards just standing there. Oh. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? I think that's just one of those games where when the game is over, Secret are like, you know what, guys, we did our best. We played pretty well. They probably think they played pretty well, but that was just an outdraft in my book. Like, that game is really hard to play. And now Liquid are just gonna walk out feeling happy about themselves. Kuro with that grin on his face. Did you guys see that?
You see, I single-handedly finished the game.
JH walking behind them. You're welcome, guys. I tanked 4 ganks in a row in the mid game, so you guys could shine. I'm the support of the team.
Yeah, that's
very welcome.
So he understands how to play the Night Stalker. Die and make space, obviously. Game 2 coming up in just a bit. Team Secret still hunting for that win, and Team Liquid hunting to 100% secure themselves #1 if they haven't done so already. We'll be back in just a bit for that game.
Hold his hand and slowly whittle down this poor Earthshaker with nowhere less to go. Wanted to get outside of range so the Lina wouldn't get experience. Looks like that also ended up working. So Darkseer's only been picked 16 times. It's not that much. I mean, he got hit pretty hard with those nerfs. Yep. But he'll find a way. I always like Winter Wyvern's animation when he's like crippled. Oh yeah. Holding his wings, like not even flying anymore. He has like a cast on. Not even a dragon. It's like the elbows of his wings. Yeah. His set's supposed to make him look very grandiose and majestic. Winter Wyvern. What was his Dota 1 name? Wasn't it Winter Wyvern? I don't know. There's always like a title in the name. Wow. The Wyvern. Well, it's not Winter. Aroth. 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 A-U-R-O-T-H. I've never heard him called. Well, that is a huge stack. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a whole heck of a lot of it. Down bottom, there was some more action going, and Dogfight's just barely going to be able to get away from him. But I wonder if it's worth it for at some point, like the Earthshaker to come up and try to echo that.
On that. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, with a Clockwork that had a Keeper of the Light on his team?
Yeah.
Felt like he didn't need the Rocket Flare.
Yeah, he was going for like the mass mana burn, and to be honest, if you max cogs and battery, you have the highest 1v1 kill potential.
Yeah.
Because it takes the extra hit to kill the cogs, they last longer. It's a very good way to make sure that heroes like Ancient Apparition and Earthshaker just straight up die to you when you initiate.
Sure. You even get the damage oftentimes, you know, the hero does kill the cogs after 3 hits, but he runs out of the cogs and gets burned by it. It's a wealthy amount of damage at level 4. Teams at Victoria having that little bump in the night. Night Stalker's right next to him. Night Stalker spotted Victoria on the side here, and I think, yeah, Victoria just spotted Tim's as well. nothing should come of this 2-on-2. Cuckoo's just going to try and get some damage. A little bit of chip here and there off of his reverse dragon form.
Taking quite a while to hit level 6 on the puck. You know, Cuckoo's actually a full level ahead. We say that, though.
They're going to try for this kill, even though he does have a haste run in his bottle, and they knew about it, too. That is going to be a coil completely wasted. Top lane, Old 11 against God Strength. You're not going to be able to stop that amount of damage, though they do manage to kill the Tidehunter again. Really doing a great job, because the Tidehunter, once he starts getting level 7, level 8, he really becomes that unkillable territory. So I love the fact that they're putting so much pressure on him early, since it is such a farmy offlaner. It's not one that gets level 6 and moves around like Sam H's Clockwork.
There is another really strong point, too, when we're talking about the Tide, is that there's no ancient stacks for him. A lot of the time when you have these supports that kind of just sit behind a lane, when you have this downtime, you go and you stack something, because you're not really rotating around and looking for kills so much, you're just trying to prevent aggression.
Sure.
So like Victoria hasn't really been able to accomplish any of the stacking for the Tide, which a lot of the times can propel you from having kind of a rough lane to, you know, maybe you get your full arcane boots, and that just, you know, makes you accelerate your own farm more and more.
Two-man smoke gank during daytime. Smoke ganks are always awkward against Night Stalker, you know? Because most teams like to be able to smoke during nighttime, the less vision really helps. They're going to try and go onto Tim's here, it's just not going to work. Old 11 threatening to cut through the trees, but LGD, there's no way you catch them. So they give up, just going to farm.
I think it's strange that they made that rotation without the Tidehunter actually being 6. I mean, he hits it now, so maybe they're trying to go for a timing.
Does have an Iron Talon queued up in his inventory. Knows he's going to have to spend a lot of time in the jungle. Cuckoo is going to be caught by another Dream Coil. Fisher goes out, but there is going to be a small little save there from the Oracle from some magic damage, but they just hold off. Throw out the nukes later.
As DK is just getting abused in the mid lane. With the deaths that he has, though, Cuckoo still managed to get a little bit of a CS lead over the puck, and it's a lot of commitment every single time. You know, they're sending 3 heroes mid. Sam H is getting some EXP, just hits level 6 now. With hookshot available, Yao and Victoria have to be incredibly careful, because it is so easy for Sam H to just wreak havoc on those 2 supports during this stage in the game.
Victoria is not moving from this spot. He's not going to let Raven clear through that stack. So he does place down a ward.
He's just trying to get some EXP, man.
Yeah.
Needs that 6. Nice steal.
Nuisance. That's what he is. Meanwhile, though, we talked about like the potential of burning out the Morphling's mana. Maybe Night Stalker comes across or something like that, but they haven't actually really stopped Ame from doing anything. He's sitting at top of the net worth chart, 4,400.
They kind of set the Night Stalker bottom, what, the one time when they killed Yao? And then other than that, Tim's has been pretty much claiming the enemy offlane bounty rune, his own bounty, making some rotations towards the mid lane to try to help counter pressure. So he's stunned here.
They are going to be able to catch Old 11, while at the same time they are going to be diving 1437. They blow up him back over to Old 11, chased down by the Battery Assault. These are both guaranteed kills for each side, but obviously TNC get a little bit of better one there in killing the offlaner. Tim's going to be caught here underneath the tower, but he does have Cuckoo coming in, does manage to get a stun off, but after the Fisher, but I don't think it matters. Victoria can't get out of here very quickly, so mass rotations from TNC, but with the Dragon form used, it's kind of okay. May have rotated a lot of heroes, but they can try and put some pressure on the mid tower. So Ame is doing the same here against the offlane tower of TNC.
Should be dropping here, depending on how aggressive Sam H wants to play this. I think in the next wave or 2, can just walk in and get it. By the way, the Sam H, he decided to just go for like casual 2 points into cogs, and then only has double battery. I mean, I suppose it's a moot point since he'll be hitting level 7 so soon, but it'll lane again.
Goes for the tower, but they bait it out with the cliff. They're just holding Cuckoo there. They are going to be able to get the Oracle safe here, so Cuckoo managed to get the last hit onto the tower. Let's see if he can escape. I'm not sure how much healing he's really going to be able to get out of this when the Ravage does manage to hit him. It is full commitment from LGD to shut down that Dragon Knight again.
Top lane, Yao.
He did.
He is very dead.
Raven wraps around. Pretty cool play from Raven there, wrapping around like that, being able to kill the support. And with his God Strength, he can hit the tower if he wants to, but he's actually TP'd over to start doing his Ancient stack with that God Strength. Mass efficiency.
Yep. I like this. Especially considering the fact that you know that Ravage was just used, so it's going to be really hard for LGD to contest you while you're doing this. You got your Shrine up, you know, everything's looking good. Another coil.
Tim's 1437 doesn't have the save, but Sam H just might with the cogs onto 2 with the battery salt going in. But all these heroes are so damn tanky with the lower level of battery salt. It's not going to be very easy for him to cut any of them down to size. So all of LGD will remain healthy. We do save the Night Stalker's life in the process.
Got this super efficient Shrine usage though from TNC, followed by a smoke. No hook yet though.
Yeah, without the hook, they're completely relying on Tim to be able to get the silence off, but he does manage to get it. Slows down maybe. The silence isn't going to last very long, but long enough for the stun to be able to land, and the cogs push back for the extra bit of hold. 6 to 7, 12.5 minutes in, TNC with a very slight lead, but Ame grows bigger and bigger.
This is kind of what TNC need to do though at the same time. If they're not applying pressure all the time, then you're just letting the Morphling get free farm. And in the ultra late game stages, it's pretty tough, I think, for Sven to deal with Morph just because of his mobility. He's a natural Linken's carrier, and you realistically only have, you know, 2 spells that can break it. You eventually build into the Bloodthorn, which is way later, and then you have your Stormhammer, which is a projectile, very easy to dodge. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, LGD currently have a lead in net worth, even though they don't have their mid-tier 1 tower anymore. They can still just contest every single tier 1 as long as they have some ultimates.
So you think TNC need to really start running at Ame, especially with this Blink Dagger? I think Raven has a pretty good chance of chunking him down with just like 1 extra hero. It'd be pre-cast squad strength.
Yeah, it's possible to kill him. They needed the silence off really early though.
Yeah. Raven stands and fights. He does have some heroes behind him, but the Ancient Apparition denies. Blast is going to be able to come in and bump back Raven. They do manage to get the save for 1437, so he turns on Old 11, trying to finish him off. The Ravage isn't up for 2 more seconds. They're trying to finish him off before the Ravage can go down, but he gets it off just in time, and Sven explodes, so they'll get 1437 as well. Value plays here from LGD. Ame is still full HP, so he'll just keep on whacking on that tier 1 tower, and the rest of TNC's rotating heroes are just going to be here a bit too late. Maybe they can kill like a support like Yao as they run right on top of him as they round the corner, but nothing to really threaten Ame. He's going to take that tower.
If you want to keep watching LGD versus TNC, head yourself over to Stream 3. Of course, there's Dota going on all of the channels, but here on Channel 1, we'll have Liquid versus Team Secret Game 2. After Liquid had a wonderful Brood Mother Matubberman Game 1, securing victory, securing winners bracket, and putting Team Secret in one hell of a bad spot.
Didn't they guarantee Secret lower bracket as well?
I believe so.
I think they are done as well for this. They can. This game still matters for Secret because it can secure them 5th, or at least a tie for 5th with IGB.
So they can choose between Execration and Cloud9?
Yes. How did their series against IGB go? They drew, so I don't know how it's going to go. If they end up on the same score, I'm not sure what the rules are beyond that for who gets the actual 5th place. But Secret will start in the lower bracket. It is settled now. Liquid are currently in a position where they could technically tie for 1st with
Evil Jesus?
With LGD.
Oh, with
LGD. EG are done at 11 and 5. LGD can still make 12 and 4, which Liquid would be on if they lose this game. So this game still matters to Liquid to secure their 1st place. They need to win this game as well, putting them at 13-3. Very good score for the group stage. This is a tough bracket. And Secret are going to start out with the 1st pick Sankey, as you said. And this gives Liquid their IO and their
Team Secret's turn to ban.
stuff is going to go down.
Yeah. At the same time, Team Secret lacquering on the team fight. SK as well as Faceless Void together. Chronosphere, fantastic against relocating in targets as well. So Team Secret have their team fight there that they're searching for. It's so far not outdrafted.
They need to make sure that their lanes don't fall apart against this Wisp. It's nice to have the team fight aspect covered against IO, so it's hard to use relocate to make those like team fight moves. But at the same time, the second strength of IO that I think Liquid are maybe the absolute best at using is that it can apply pressure on lanes. GH is very good at identifying where to go to look for kills or to look for putting pressure, simply. I'm expecting Liquid to pick multiple lanes that the IO can combine with. I think Shaker already can actually use IO pretty well as an off-lane hero. Shaker gets very strong when he gets combined with IO to kill the safe laner. We might see them grab something like this classic Sven that they've been running on Miracle in that mid lane for IO dual lanes. There's plenty of other options. They could take the healing route as well, where they go Matumba Man on Necrophos. Since AA has been banned by Liquid, they are securing themselves the option of playing like that. I actually like Necro right now as a pick. Even in this position, it could be very good. Lane matchup against Faceless Void is great. There we go. It's great against Void. It's alright against Sand King, and they have the save. IO can take him out of the Chrono. This is worrying for Secret already. They have to find a way to pierce this healing of Liquid. And with AA out of the picture, they can't deny the healing, so they gotta have the damage. They simply need to be able to kill these heroes while also having their lanes. And I gotta say, you know, this is not Secret being outpicked in this position. It's just Liquid are so comfortable when they have a lineup like this. This is like their bread and butter, almost, of first 3 picks.
So this is when we look to see Team Secret actually pick up their comfort heroes, the ones which can still act nicely against the mass amount of heal, so we need damage, but they still want to have more team fight. They're going to go for a silencer, at least that's one way to actually put a spanner in the works of Team Liquid's machine.
It's a good choice. This is a way of preventing the healing. It's an alternative approach. Instead of having the massive damage, they're going to try to just prevent them from casting their healing spells. Silencer, a nice pick in this position. I was wondering if Secret were going to go for something like Heavy Spell Burst, but Invoker has already been banned by Liquid, seeing the Void pick. I'm not sure what other Spellburst heroes mid-1 really shines on. He's good on Ember, but the synergy with Void is pretty lackluster. You could get something like... You could play his TA, but that's really bad against Necro. Yeah, and the Storm Void is also awkward, you know? The Silencer seems like a very good choice. Like, whether it's a core or support, this is a hero that can use the Chrono and can counter Liquid. I think this was more or less the best hero in the pool, so nice pick from Secret in this position. And it seems like it's got Liquid thinking a bit.
Yeah. Liquid are going to burn some of their reserve time. But we're still looking for the other lanes from them. Like, we don't know about the off lane. Potentially they pick up their secondary support now if the Earthshaker isn't that. We need comfort. We need Rubik. That's what we need. Let the Silencer run mid. We need Yapsor's Rubik. Except he'll probably play the SK in this game.
Yeah, most likely he'll be playing Sand King. I think so too.
Yeah.
It could still be an offlane Sand King for Kazu and the safe lane Void. It is a possible constellation of heroes,
but when you're popping up saying they don't have enough damage, running safe lane Faceless Void can sometimes really bite you in the butt.
Yeah. The problem that they have is that both their core matchups lose to Necro. Void and Sand King both lose that lane pretty hard, I think. It's actually very annoying to play Void against a Necro. The reason being, the way Void plays his lanes is that he sustains with Time Walk, but the Necrophos damage is constant. You just slowly lose your regen. Necro will possibly even buy like an Orb of Venom, and he'll just keep hitting you. He'll just hit you. Oh, you want to hit back? I press my Ghost Shroud. What now? Then you can't hit me back, and then you run away. And then you just reset, keep that harassment going constantly. It's very hard to gank for the Void in that lane, because like once again, like how are you going to kill that Necro when he uses that spell? It's like a very one-sided matchup.
That's when you need the magical burst damage. That's when like you can look at a different hero in the mid that can rotate around, still have that magical burst that you're searching for. You find something that can actually lend silence and damage through that. Like Skywrath I don't see working into their lineup, even though it's nice with a Faceless Void.
Honestly, something along those lines I would be down for. I think Secret need to do something like drastic to make sure that they can find these fights and these kills. Now this Earth Spirit is going to be played by Kuro most likely, so they might be looking for a mid-hero that they can...
Gyrocopter?
Yeah.
Alright.
Damage in the Chrono. Need to kill heroes, but the Flat Cannon will not be that great against the Necro, but he has a good like hybrid of damage, like just damage, you know, damage. Need to make sure you have enough. If they go for like a greedier, slower carry, it's not going to happen, I think. So
there goes the Queen of Pain.
That would have been a nice pick as well.
Yeah,
I like that ban from Liquid.
The burst damage in the mid, the one which isn't the Lina.
And it was a hero that could avoid these Earth Spirit rotations that will be coming to mid. I'm curious if Secret, they need to decide now whether the Silencer is a core or a support on their last pick, and Liquid will see that before they choose theirs. But this mid lane of Secrets will be dangerous. There's going to be an Earth Spirit rolling, there's the Wisp rotation possibility, and there's a counter pick because Liquid have the last pick. This is the game where you don't want to play mid, you know?
Yeah.
You just actually don't want to play mid when you're on Secret's lineup. And they have no hero that fits well. Maybe they put the Void there, actually. Could they do that?
Maybe. What about something more like an Ember Spirit? Like, can you get away with mid one's Ember?
I think he's going to get trashed.
Yeah, I think most heroes are going to get trashed in the mid, but at least you've got some level of evasion.
That's why I'm thinking the Void could go mid. I wonder if they're considering that option.
Well, they don't have a lot of time. Reserve time, 6 seconds, and the decision is Pugna.
Oh.
A big hero of the tournament.
Nice.
Does still question mark, though, like exactly who is what. Silencer and Pugna could both run as a core.
It's a good hero against the Necrophos. The Nether Ward is very annoying. It gives Team Secret the ability to push. Their 5-man is very good. I think this is a solid choice, the Pugna. Yeah. Who's where though? I don't think you put Pugna mid here, man. That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, that's something like I'm wondering like exactly who's what. Puppy Pugna is not an uncommon thing.
Could
so
do that.
If you want to switch him into the support, you could still have your off lanes SK, you have your safe lane Void.
The more I look at this, the more I like the Void mid, actually. But it depends what Liquid last pick. If the Void has a matchup mid that's playable, I think that's where they should put him, and then they should look for some more unorthodox lanes, maybe, where they have maybe the Pugna in the safe lane, and then they run an aggro tri-lane with Sanking Silencer and Gyrocopter together. Something like that. Because this mid lane is going to be a nightmare. So you might as well just put the hero there that was supposed to be off lane. So he's going to get screwed anyway. And he would lose top as well, so you could try to like get around the problems in that way.
Yeah.
Let's see what Liquid choose to go for here. They're taking a lot of time. This Pugna pick might have thrown them off a little bit.
Look at Kuro's hands are up in the air at the moment.
You need to pick a hero, man.
He's got 6 seconds. Hand on the mouse. The time it takes to move from hand to mouse to click, and we get anti-marker.
Anti-mage mid.
Miracle anti-mage. Matumbaman will take the Necro. Mind Control has the Earthshaker.
Yeah. So
and on the other side, it's Kezu's Void. It will actually be MP on the Gyrocopter. And then for the final drum roll, which one does Puppy get? He'll take the Silencer, so it's a core Pugna.
I still like the Void mid. I think it's good.
Puppy without the Immortal.
If you put the Void mid, he takes so little damage from Anti-Mage when he has Poor Man's Shield and is out of mana that they might not even kill with rotations from the Earth Spirit. You can just walk away, kinda. And that way they can try to put some pressure on the safe lane. I think if Secret put mid here on that Pugna, that could get scary pretty quickly with the Anti-Mage plus rotations, because Pugna is very killable for them. Pugna can't just go Poor Man's Shield and run out of mana and play that lane. That's not how the hero works. You do that on the Void. We'll see what they do. I think if Secret puts standard lanes, it's gonna bite them. That's not the right way to go about this. Don't put that Void solo off lane and put a safe lane tri-lane or something like that with the Gyro and Pugna mid. I feel like that way they can lose all 3 lanes. Maybe they don't lose their safe lane, but yeah, it's tough if they put the.
You want to help people with predictions while everyone takes their lanes?
I can give a couple of guesses on this one. I was 3 out of 4 in the last one.
Play with the highest total physical damage done to the heroes at the end of a game.
I'll do Anti-Mage, I think.
Yeah, Anti-Mage looks like the
Say more Gyro. Gyro does a lot of physical damage even when he loses, though. You get the Flak Cannon off. But we'll see. I'll do AM. Let's see if that's right.
I'll go with Gyro just to be different.
Barracks. 20 to 30.
You actually think it's going to be that quick? And who's going to be pushing high ground to do that?
I think Liquid will be in a good position to push high ground at that time. It's that or the next one. It's not 40 plus. I
think it'll be 30-40. 30-40 makes more sense.
Player places most Observer Wards by 15 will be Kuroki, I think.
Kuro?
Yeah. Number of teleports cancelled by stun.
About 25. Who the hell is teleporting out of this?
And then these options like 0, 1, 2, or 3 plus. Yeah. I'll do 0.
I'm doing 0. 0 makes a lot more sense. Team Secret, they're trying to get aggressive, coming over the river. 4-man smoke up, and they have a target. It's Kuro, but Kuro, he turned around to get closer towards the IO, and now they may actually be able to wrap around Miracle. Doesn't want to level up Blink to start with. Puppy, what do you want to do? Okay, Blink leveled up, and IO is going to be up here to steal the bounty rune. Mid ones are making his way over. So GH will get the bounty. He'll afford his bottle up with that, I believe. Yep, it's the bottle as well as the salve.
And it's actually a mid Necro. Liquid are just putting...
Oh, they're going to fight this? MP, he hasn't worked out if he really wants to level up Rocket Barrage just yet. YapzOr's got the Burrow Strike. Now the Rocket Barrage makes sense. Should be some good damage. Instead, he's just holding it and just physically damaging him down. So GH will fall, and Kuro is in no man's land. Just running up the mid. YapzOr will keep the chase going. Gyro, as well as Silencer, will gravitate towards the bottom lane to go against the anti-mage. Puts Pugner into the mid against this IO as well as Necro. YapzOr will try and help out. Burrow Strike onto GH. Kuro thinking about helping, but he can't rolling boulder forward. In fact, it's going to be GH who will go down mid one's base attack. Able to hit hard enough to do it. And then the last lane is Mind Control against the Faceless Void. It is the ES versus Void.
Oh, GH is overestimating his abilities a little bit here, I think. That's 2 deaths in a row. Might not have expected that Sand King rotation down into that kill, but good start for Secret here. The way they put their lane, so I thought it was going to be the Anti-Mage mid, but now that they put Necro here and Anti-Mage in the safe lane, this Anti-Mage will be under quite a bit of pressure playing this 1-on-2 currently. And the top lane is Void versus Shaker, which is pretty even overall. So.
Miracle. So this is how MP wants to run it. He's running Homing Missile at level 1.
Alright. Good harass.
Yep. maybe that's the way you also ensure you get the kills, where you get like the charges later on. YapzOr. Burrow Strike. Puppy gonna lend the curse. It's Kuro who is trying to take the farm. Goes up the hill away from the glaives. Miracle will rotate over. Being pulled off the lane. That homing missile is on the way. Kuro very low. The Burrow Strike from YapzOr catching too. Puppy's got the distance. They're turning their attention towards the support. They don't want Miracle. GH has bottle charges available. One more swing from Miracle will get the kill onto Puppy. GH now he has to stay around and help Miracle get more than 2 kills. He wants MP as well. Kuro is back already. Rolling boulder forward. Connects on MP. They're going to lose all 3. Is it to Miracle? One more attack is not enough. MP. That will be enough. A triple kill for Miracle on the safe lane.
That's what you like to have happen when you're Anti-Mage in the start. Triple kill minute 2.
Now YapzOr wants to keep fighting. He's got the Arcane Rune. Looks like Puppy's going to get his +2. Taking out GH. Another thing to keep in mind with all this fighting, Puppy has stolen 6 intelligence.
That's very good
in the space of 3 minutes.
Very, very good. Who did he steal it from? Wisp all 3 times?
I believe so. Wisp has died 3 times.
It might have been 1 from Kuro as well. I think it was. 1 from Kuro and 2 from the IO. Alright.
Not that much mana then for him. I suppose GH is not going to care too much. He's going to regen anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt IO as much as it does other heroes. But still annoying, by all means.
Oh, Puppy. Looking for a friend. He found Miracle. Not sure a friend.
He's got that very fast ring of health because of those 3 kills. When it was gonna look like he would be pressured in the lane, getting those 3 kills puts him in a very good position.
Going after Mind Control. He needs another time lock. He did go for the 1-0-2 build, so he's trying his luck with the Orb of Venom and PMS. Puppy, rolling boulder, able to dodge it, so Kuro goes up the hill, goes for a curse, turn around instead. YapzOr attacking into GH, and body block. We're about to see another plus up as IO 0 for 4 and Puppy +8.
A lot of nice early game kills here, going the way of Team Secret for the supports. If Silencer gets to have a very good game here, he can get dangerous later on if he gets to scale.
Dude, Matumberman is just wrecking this mid for CS. 22-11 to the 12-3. Nothing is going to stop this Necro.
No, it's such a self-sustainable hero. Pugna's harass doesn't really matter. He'll just keep running at him and hitting him and then win the trade every time.
It seems the moral of this Team Liquid mid, time and time again. Goodbye bottom lane, Miracle. Just locked in, controlled. Got missiled and then cursed, and now, yeah, mid lane, mid 1, underneath the tower. The rolling boulder got Kuro in very close, and one more punch will do the job. YapzOr, no mana for a Burrow Strike. He's here with Puppy, but they're both bone dry. They have nothing to fight with, and I think Team Liquid have cottoned onto this fact. The Observer Ward shows that no one else is there, and the Scythe putting YapzOr down in the rolling boulder. Kuro once more, attacking Puppy, pushing him back further. Mid 1 can... Okay, he doesn't have a bottle. He can't help.
That's why IO is so scary. So scary if you get to play it like this. Liquid's rotation's very good. Important, though, for Secret to get that kill on the Anti-Mage bottom. It did go to Silencer, so even more intelligence. He's up to 10. Miracle lost 2 and gave away a kill streak. It's something. And game currently, graph-wise, is very even. Obviously, it's only 5 minutes in. The Necro is getting very, very big. That is something to keep in mind for Team Secret here.
Yep. And this is one of those kills too, like you keep getting the levels up and running. The lower that scythe happens, the more burst damage items he's able to find, the easier it will be for him to just pick off anybody. But you are having successful rotations from both sides, so the supports will be functioning with a lot of money. As you said, like Silencer was able to get that kill. Yeah, he just actually went into the ethereal form. Matamaman turns around. Does he have enough regeneration from GH? GH is trying it. He's still got the salve available if he wants to pump that health into him too. But just relying on the bottle charges instead, and Team Secret really showing their lack of damage.
They actually had pretty good damage, this is not enough.
Yep.
This Necro is tanky with the Wisp on backup. They're going to find Kuro.
Yeah, he managed to take the Arcane Rune, rolling Boulder up, back up towards the Shrine. Would like to team up with Matumberman, and, well, he's going to take Matumberman's Shrine. Suppose...
He doesn't need it.
He's self-sustaining enough as the Necro.
Oh, there could be a scythe here.
Boom. Go by mid one.
He got soloed there. There was actually not even a connection on the rolling boulder. And Matumba's lead is extending. He is getting really, really far ahead.
His net worth is 3.3k. The highest, closest to him, is MP. On the 2.2, he'll move over to try and take a fight. Puppey retreating back up to the Shrine. But they want to keep fighting. Necro's moving down towards Yapsor. The sentries and obs, double Burrow Strike. Yapsor has to get out of vision from Matumberman. The rolling boulder. Kuro almost kills him off. The Orb of Venom's keeping Yapsor slow at 13 HP. He's trying to stay away from every one of Liquid. Kuro will fall. Another +2 for Puppey.
It's got to be funny playing Shaker and Void in this game, you know? It's like everything is a complete shit show in the bottom and mid, and they're just saying up here, oh, you want to creep? Okay, I got a creep.
You'll call me if you need me, right?
Like, it's like playing two different games, honestly. Like, this top lane is a different game. That's pretty funny. Like, nothing has happened up here. Completely dead lane, and Earthshaker is winning it on farm by a little bit here. Mind Control 37, Kezo is actually 25, so it looks... You'd think he would be more than 200 net worth ahead on the Shaker, but... Not the case. Why isn't he more ahead?
Miracle playing with MP.
Oh, Kuro.
They found a target. Burrow Strike forward.
Die.
Hard. Oh, no, he's not. Mind Control.
Oh, there comes Wisp.
Part of the team. For the team. The double kick into the Echo Slam. Puppey's so low. Mind Control wants him, and he'll take him as well. And a nice little spree. Kuro barely living through Kezu. Finally brought down by him.
He did die. He did die, they got him.
Yeah.
But
he was worth 317 gold in that silencer. Not too shabby at all. Yapsol limps away. His triangle boots helping him to regen now. But mid lane, Matumberman still controlling mid one. Like, mid one tries to go for this drain. Matumberman turned around before. He threw him one base attack and a death pulse, and mid one lost 50% of his HP. You think about that when mid one's sitting at 2/3 of his HP now. Gets hit by that again, and then scythed. Gone.
Yeah. It's dangerous, and you're thinking about the move speed in mid, right? Like mid one has a 50 move speed advantage. His hero is very fast and Necro's very slow, but
he's here for the corridor. He's here for the corridor. They'll start silencing him up. There's your Chronosphere. Mid one, you can just drain the life out of him. And GH tries to help out. Tethers forward. He's just giving the sustain. The kick flies through, cancelling on Pugner. The scythe takes out Faceless Void, and support has arrived in the form of MP. The IO has fallen, but Matumberman, what the hell do you do against that? Even Miracle! Mana Void's down mid one. Yapsor wishes to retreat, blinks off cooldown in 1 second time. Yapsor, he's got 7 stick charges, which may just be enough, but Miracle predicts the Burrow Strike, blinks in front of him, and gives Yapsor a big one bear hug.
This Necro. He was so low, he was down to like 10%. He pops Ghost Shroud, Stick, and heals 600 plus his... What was that? He had the regen running from the Death Pulse kill. He got the kill as well, so then he gets 10 Death Pulse stacks. Immortal hero if you don't burst it. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Mind Control's not even caring about Yapsor. He's brought the tower within deny range, so he doesn't want to let this go. And if Yapsor does this, like, Mind Control is just going to stick, totem, and then take the tower. Okay, he's going to Soul Ring, Fissure.
And then being caught on the wrong side. Oh, he didn't reach it. He reached it over the fissure. All right, cool.
Didn't matter.
Tower is tower. Critical. Critical.
This map is very quickly falling apart from Secret now. They've lost their mid tower, they've lost the top tower, bottom is going to be next. Miracle is finding good farm in the middle of all of this. All 3 cores of Liquid are far ahead of Secret. It's just that IO, man. It's crazy how much Liquid get out of the laning stage like this. And it didn't even go perfectly, you know? They gave away quite a couple of kills to Secret. And it doesn't seem like it matters very much.
I still find it hilarious. Plus 14 intelligence over Ron Puppy.
Oh, top lane. They found mind control.
Yeah, there's your TP. Where's the stun? Where's the missile? Mind control. Barely surviving.
Important for the prediction. That missile doesn't connect, Toby. That would have been a TP cancel.
Very true. Wait, where's that homing missile? It's flying over the Radiant shop. Critical hit time. Critical hit time. Might be a critical fight time, however. Kuro and Mid-1 are going to battle up next to the shrine, and rolling boulder forward, and GH will go along for the ride. They're trying to de-ward the de-ward. Hang on. Did Mind Control have his... Oh no, because he TP'd out. It's still on... Yeah, it's still on. Yeah, it's fine. We don't screw up the prediction.
Nope. And looks like Necrophos is going Veil into Dagon. Very hard
rolling boulder.
Build.
MP able to dodge it, still silenced up by Kuro. Kick to follow up. Fissure locks him in. MP's got no way to get around that. He's trying to actually get out, but the shopkeeper, his body is blocking that exit. Kuro almost dies, but Gyrocopter is the one to fall.
And Io shows up, gives him a little bit of a nice heal. GH on the way to the bounty rune to keep up that pressure. And you just wonder for Secret now, like, where do you go from here? Like the early game was good. Now the map is being limited very quickly. They've lost 3 towers. Their own lineup has only the Pugna as any sort of pushing prowess. They have not dealt damage to a tower yet. Oh, 12 damage top.
Huge.
12 damage on a tower 12 minutes in. At that rate, they will get a tower. That's going to be a while. Okay, yeah. Anyway, they're dealing damage bottom. Finally, a bit of momentum going there for the Void. Kesso has managed to shove that in a bit.
But overall, like, we're still looking at a 6,500 lead for Team Liquid in net worth. Their experience is a 4K lead. But I suppose the thing we can look at the Team Secret is their team fight. It has to be, when can Puppy get the global silence off? When he is able to control them, work with Kezu's Chronosphere, and don't smoke underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, which is exactly what those 3 heroes just did. Oh, I'm guessing Miracle's leaving the lane and running away. Meanwhile, SK dies on top lane to the Blink Dagger of Mind Control. Echo Slam to take out Yapsaw. So Team Secret will take this bottom tower only because Team Liquid saw the smoke and does not want to fight it. Unless GH is still not level 6. They don't have relocate available yet.
No, they're not going to make it down there in time. Looks like. I was wondering if Liquid were thinking about it because they must feel like they're very far ahead. So then you can even defend this tower that you usually don't want to defend.
But now you also burned Echo Slam on top.
Even then, yeah.
You'd need Echo to defend that.
Not even necessarily. They just need to be in better position. But they were on the opposite side of the map, so they couldn't really make it down there. They're going to concede that tower. It's not that big of a deal with everything else they're getting.
No. But Tumba's still farming up, and he's going for Dagon. He's going for Veiled Dagon on this Necro. No Blink Dagger to start with. He just wants the pure damage output, and they found Yapsaw. Chronosphere, however, finds Batalman. Global Silence. They're going to try and drain out the Necro. He's the primary target, and they do bring him down. A huge kill for MP to take.
That's how you do it. You just use everything, and then you blow him up. Io was not in range either to tether, but they used the safety global just in case of the relocate. That's what they're going to have to play around. Now top gyro.
Oh, Mind Control does too much. Yapsaw's going to burrow strike in to try and create space, but all he might end up doing is feeding his life to Team Liquid. As Yapsaw hide inside the Sandstorm, but can't hide forever. Mind Control does way too much damage. Fidget's off cooldown right now, so he jumps in front, goes for the block, rolling boulder in from Kuro, and damn, Mind Control hits hard. A triple kill from him. Kezu will try and battle against it. A quick little stun. They're going to keep that damage going, so he cannot blink away. Here comes your kick from Kuro. Unable to make enough space. Mid-1 will take the kill on the unstoppable streak of Mind Control, and should be able to wrap it up with a death on Kuro. Dragged out. GH can't TP.
He wanted to save the Shaker, but he was time dilated, so Tether was on cooldown forever, and therefore he couldn't save him. He's going to end up saving Kuro instead, and now, well, guess who's dying instead, man?
Yeah.
I don't even know if that was worth it. I think maybe just leave Kuro there to die. If he could get out himself, that's probably better. But maybe they thought they would both die, and then he at least saves one guy.
Matumbaman's still committing for Dagon. I was wondering if it might have actually been better for him to go for something a little bit more sustainable, but okay.
I'll take your tribute.
Kuro, where are you off? To top lane, underneath their vision. They did leave an observer ward behind after the fight. Jara is still trying to build into his SMY. Anti-Mage has his Battle Fury. So, farm time for Miracle.
Yep. He's kind of been untouched for a very long time because of how much pressure his team is putting. So he is also going to become super farmed this game.
They know Matumbaman is there. KheZu, of course, like Matumbaman knows he's there thanks to the Observer Ward, but the Observer Ward scattered the courier, delivering the Dagon into Necro.
So that's a really good circle drawn by Kuro. That was actually just containing all 5 heroes just inside the edges of that. Wonder if he gave them coordinates as well.
36, 22, 36.
GH relocates up in 5, and then they can start playing aggressively with the Necro again.
Yeah, they get rid of the vision of Team Secret. One
Global's
Observer Ward
actually
was up there.
too.
Yeah, they have everything if they want to find Team Secret. They want Liquid to come at them.
The problem is Secret has to make their own opportunities all the time. Like, Liquid are winning by default if nothing is happening. Antimage is completely free farming. He will out-farm everyone by far. Necro is getting good farm. Shaker is getting good farm. They're just pushing the waves, waiting for Secret to make a move, and then they can choose if they want to counterplay it or just sack a hero every time.
And Shaker's almost got a full Solar Crest on top of his Blink Dagger. So Team Secret move up. They put down a 3rd Sentry Ward around that shrine. They've committed 400 gold to trying to de-ward their own jungle, and there's one Observer Ward outside the range of it. KheZu, time walks forward. They want mind control in the trees, and well, Chronosphere will be able to do that. Nether Ward's down in case Liquid want to try and fight, and well, oh no! The pull-out! He didn't even take him the entire way! They're still in position to fight!
They didn't global that. I really thought they were going to global that kill.
Observer Ward, they have good vision here from Yapsor, and Burrow Strike in. There goes your global silence. GH, the call down is on the way. GH slowed down, but he still has the distance to cover fight, but the Echo Slam from Mind Control, right on the money. Miracle will come in for the cleave damage as well. Epicenter from Yapsor picks off the back line, so Mind Control does die. GH on insanely low life, but tethers in, heals up, and has balls of steel to stand with Miracle in the middle of the fight. Puppey, the sole survivor of Team Secret. And they're losing all control now.
Now I see what their idea was, Secret. They wanted to save the global, hoping that they would bring back both the IO and the Shaker, and then IO came back alone, and they global that, and they didn't even kill the IO. They actually couldn't bring him down.
Oh, Kuro. Interesting.
It's showing off.
He tripped on a pebble.
They can just back off and continue their farming spree here. Anti-Mage got a couple kills there. That's almost going to be a Manta style for Miracle. And you're looking at this game and you're wondering what Secret can do. And I'm struggling to come up with answers apart from try to force a fight, hope for the best.
That'll work.
That helps.
Mid one gets a pick on the IO in mid. Had a haste rune, so it was very easy to close the distance to get the full drain off.
They need to go all the time. And they need to do it without smokes, because they can't keep waiting for smokes. They're getting brutally out-farmed. So if they don't look for the fights all the time, then this game is only going in one direction. There is absolutely no way to win this game without just playing super aggressive Dota, recklessly almost.
And you even see the money they just got from an IO kill. I thought IO is 1,710. And he got 431 gold for that IO kill.
Yeah, that's true. Secret get that information. They'll see that, and that will give them an idea of how far behind they are in the game.
A long way.
Yes.
And this Anti-Mage is just getting further and further. 11,000 is the net worth. How's his GPM sitting at 574? But it's just the uncontested Miracle. Completes up Manta style in just a bit. So then there's no real way to control him. There's no Decrepify, ways to break free of silence. You're actually going for a Rod of Atos on Puppey. There are attempted control against him. And MP's just trying to have enough strength to fight. Having that SMY, at least he'll have the movement speed for the fight.
but none of that real pop burst damage they need to have inside the faces of Void Chrono. Easy Roshan.
Yep.
And Aegis the Immortal. They put it into the hands of Miracle. I don't even know if that was even necessary. Like, Mind Control seems to be the one who's going to be the first to die when he jumps in.
It's him or Matumba, I think you would put it on. I don't think you put it on the Shaker this time. Anti-Mage can play very aggressively. That's the guy who has Aegis right there.
Oh, Fissure. Oh, come on, Miracle. And there you go. Global Stars, mid one's already gone. Puppey is running further to the north. Kuro rolling boulder forward with GH there. Mind Control is just sitting and watching. This is kill voyeurism.
Yeah, it's high ground time.
Yep.
Remember when you said it wasn't going to happen at 20 to 30?
Dude, Liquid have just dominated again in this game.
Owned this game.
It's like Team Secret, like if Global Silence was up, maybe they could still think about the defense, but they got caught outside or caught just on the edge of their base. And because of this, they're too many men down. Mind Control is waiting for the perfect dunk time. 15 seconds, that creep wave will come up. Keizu also considering the moment. They're pinging Matumbaman. They know they can kill him off because he doesn't have the Aegis the Immortal. So here goes your Chrono. On to 2. Mind Control creates space with a Fissure so they cannot reach him, and the relocate. Moving out. The epicenter is nice, but is it enough damage? No, and Mind Control gets another huge AoE stun. The scythe puts Void into the grave. And Matumbaman stands its ground. Maybe not forever. Miracle goes in, has the Aegis Immortal burn. Nether Ward burning a little bit of the mana, but then again, they have just so much available. Mana Void still not even used by Miracle. They'll take the mid-racks. Kick not hitting onto MP, but they can rotate towards the top lane if their heart does desire. And, well, Miracle? Really? He TPs away. Now the Earthshaker is gone. He's going to do this the very safe, secure way. Push out the top lane after TPing up.
Yeah. No need to overextend there. Stay too long. They got what they came for. They have everything on cooldown. They can just wait a little bit and get their stuff back.
They almost killed mid one. Death Pulse and Dagon connection. If Scythe was up, he would be dead.
Now Miracle's going to keep pushing top. Oh, he's going Scotty. Nice.
He originally had the Aghanim Scepter in the quick buy and decided to switch it out. Just going to have more than enough money once they take out this shrine. And Team Secret, still no Chronosphere. Mid one wants to run in. He's going to see a fake IO. Well, the shrine's already gone. MP's using his while he still can.
Oh, MP needs to be careful at bottom, actually. If he tries to farm this wave, I don't know if Mind Control's crazy enough to go for that. Alright, he's just going to go for the shrine.
Yeah.
So cooldowns are starting to be available again for Liquid. They're only missing Echo Slam for 20 seconds. Aegis is not available anymore, obviously, but Anti-Mage with a Scotty is almost as good as having 2 lives. It's very hard to see Secret's lineup pierce through that amount of health and armor.
Even a Hood on Mind Controller, he triggers that, jumps into the fight, and killing him off his heart. And then you've got the regeneration from GH and Matumba.
The only way Secret kill heroes is by using Global. It's the only solution they have. That's why that pick was good as well. Like, it was a nice choice to get the silencer to allow themselves to take these kind of fights. It's just, even with that, it's still proven to be too hard.
It's coming through the bottom now. Team Secret will not want to move outside their base to fight. This would just be more problematic than useful. Scotty. Just Scotty. So he's a 2-3-2-5. He has, he had 20 armor at one. Yeah, he's got 20 armor available, and still has the mana to break free of the control of Secret.
And 62% magic resist.
Yeah.
It's a hard kill, man.
Oh, Yapsol's gonna have to try it. Sit in the trees. No Aegis Immortal. Echo Slam straight away, right on top of mid one. Dead instantly. Sounds of follow. The Chronosphere holding Mind Control, holding Anti-Mage. The buybacks are in. Pugna wants to fight. They bring down at least the Earthshaker. Matumbaman on the run. He's got a couple of one-shots. He's going to commit them now. A Miracle back into the fight. GH is here as well. Regeneration Rune can trigger in just a second, and this will bring him and Matumbaman both back up. They cannot fight through that regeneration, nor outside their base. So the retreat is on. All ultimates gone for Team Secret, apart from Global Silence, because Puppey got deleted.
You're just waiting for that Veil Dagon right now.
The scythe being down for 44 seconds too. It's time. They shed the mech. Okay, it's flying on the courier, so it's not there yet. It's only a...
Honestly, dude. Really, man?
Take on the catapult. I don't need that for a hero. It's on cooldown for another 7 seconds. Fire strike forward. Global silence.
Yes,
Miracle is trapped, but Mantistar will let him break free. So global silence is negated.
Kuro is on a mission here.
Alright, mission from God.
Yeah, it's pretty good distraction.
Melee ranks are slowly going down to Miracle. He'll blink out. He's like, hey guys, like, this isn't a pub. You are meant to attack that homing missile when it comes towards me. With a fissure onto MP. Oh boy! Oh! I think they tried to decrepify to save him from the ES. Ended up just being better for the Dagon. Void's gone. Gyro's gone. Everyone's gone. It's a rug clearance sale. Everything must go. Team Secret. They won't be able to hold the line, and Liquid will win the series 2-0, securing themselves the #1 position in the TI7 group.
4 out of...
Good day at the office for Team Liquid.
Yeah, man, they were dominating this game. I'm still wondering what the solution is to giving them IO. Like, what you can actually do if you do this, what the approach should be. Like, most other teams are just banning out the IO and not going with Bobby is having a good time. You know, oh well. What are you gonna do? I'm really thinking ahead to the main event. What you do if you give this team IO. If that is just a default ban, you simply cannot give away, and then you target other things. Because Liquid have a couple of key heroes that they do extremely well with, and obviously Secret were trying something here.
There's going to be some teams like NewBee who let the IO through in the first phase in their other game. Like
oh, they would not do that against Liquid.
They would do it against Liquid?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe a little bit more respect. But still fantastic performance from Liquid. 2-0. Congratulations on the #1 position in the group. There is a lot more Dota 2 coming up. One main series and then potential tiebreakers if we do have them in Group B. But Group A is done and dusted for now. Everyone's locked in. And we'll wait to see the next results and the next Dota after the break.
Here we go again. Yes, indeed, we've got a little bit more clarity now as Liquid do take the 2-0 here on the main stream. Liquid are going to be top of the table in their group, and we do see LFY, of course, locking it in actually prior to the start of the day. So we know who is the #1 seed, and there is, of course, some attributes affixed to that. For now, though, we've also got a bit more clarity at the bottom half of the standings as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost our first 2 teams of TI. I'm joined by Blitz, Quinn, and of course none other than Pikecat to talk through this one. And we've got a lot to discuss. I guess perhaps first of all we do have to address the losses. We have lost 2 names. From Group B, you will see Hellraisers depart, and they'll be forced to watch from the stands. They came in from the open bracket. They looked to try and cause a stir. Saxa, veteran, trying to give them some coaching guidance. However, just a single win is going to be sealing their fate. And on the other side, we have Fnatic from Group A, who will not be making, or not having a chance to play their favorite game in the KeyArena.
Yeah, I mean, Hellraisers won. It was pretty expected, I think.
That's fair to say.
There was, they had some chance to make some upsets, but in the end, they only got 1 win. They do have this last series against Cloud9, but it doesn't matter. They don't get enough points to make it into the playoffs anyways, so... Yeah, they showed an impressive run in the qualifiers.
I think they definitely have a lot to be proud of. Coming from the open qualifiers on a team with no like old school players, no teachers, no one to like, you know, teach them concepts and stuff. They figured stuff out on their own. They grinded all the way through it, beat Adfinum, a team who's been to the major, had more online experience, and they made it all the way here. So even though they don't make it to the main stage, it's still like quite an accomplishment for a team with no leaders.
And I think that's a fantastic kind of thread to pull on. I mean, Blitz, you can add to the pile of this one. Just because they are the first team to be eliminated from TI, that also means they are one of the top 18 teams in the world at Dota 2.
No, for sure. And I was talking to Soxa when we were watching the games together, and he was worrying, and I was like, what's the general mood like in the team? Because they weren't doing so hot, and I kind of wanted to know for stuff like this. And he was telling me, this team sort of expected this, in the sense that they were just happy to be here at TI. And so for them, I think it's going to be less of a sense of loss and more of a sense of, okay, what did we gain from this experience? With this under our belt, it's going to make them a lot better players. They're going to get more experience. They're going to be more familiar with the surroundings. And then they'll get to watch the event live. They'll get to see what that atmosphere is like, and it's going to further motivate them.
Right. Do you remember your first TI?
I do remember my first TI. That was TI 1. That was the first TI.
The very first OG. Original, not
the one, but that one was the only one that was not in Seattle. That was in Cologne.
And did
Germany.
I lived there for 2 years. Lovely city. So yeah, what I'm asking from that question was, did you feel like the experience and you felt like you learned something just by simply attending that, by being part of that?
Yeah, definitely. It was such a big event. It was, I think, the biggest event at that time was maybe like $100,000, if even that. And then you go to this new tournament. I mean, no one actually believed that TI was real at first. I was like, nah, that can't be true. Nah, that doesn't seem right. I remember it. I remember because there was a lot of people talking about. Yeah, I remember the discussion. And people were like, nah, that doesn't really seem reasonable. And then it was, and it was a really cool experience. Just going to a tournament of that magnitude it's very helpful.
And I do think you've touched on it before, Quinn, but just a moment longer. That open qualifier thing. These guys, there was no invite. It was not handed to them on a silver platter. It was hard work, determination, and those qualifiers, you played in them yourself. You know that doesn't matter which region you're battling for, it is still going to be a grueling fight, and it's kind of a mini TI before you even get there.
Yeah, they didn't even make it through the first open qualifier, so they played all the way to the end of that, lost, and they had to wake up the next day, play through all the second open qualifier, and play the regionals. And I think, just stressing it again, how impressive it is for a team to make it to TI without having an old school player to teach people. Like, it's almost never done. Like, Planet Dog, now Hellraisers, and Adfinum are really only the teams in recent history to do it.
And that's going to be the note I think we leave it in with Hellraisers. Not going to be going any further in the tournament, but getting here, as we've highlighted with our beautiful panel, exactly is an achievement in itself and is only going to make it easier to go ahead and continue to do so, maybe even more so next year. So Hellraisers gone, Fnatic, just a couple of mentions.
One thing I want to mention is that I think it's the first Greek player to ever participate at TI. It wasn't Adfinum.
Greek?
Yeah, their mid player.
Oh, I see.
Greek.
Oh, other than Adfinum. Oh, TI.
Yeah, correct. Not at a Valve event, but at TI.
Damn.
So, yeah.
So shout outs.
Yeah.
I like those little tidbits. Yeah. A little bit of kind of being able to be the first in something is always pretty cool.
That's nice.
So for Fnatic, I feel like there's a bit more of a somber note surrounding Fnatic, Will. A bit more of a... I mean, was there more expectations from them as a team? I mean, in the team environment, do you think? Because their losses were quite convincing.
Yeah, and I think with Hellraisers, it was probably more a thing of experience, whereas with Fnatic, they didn't lack experience. They have players that have done it before. Febby was a part of that MVP squad as well. Ohio, of course, has a very storied history with TI, and I think for them, this is going to be incredibly disappointing.
Yeah.
For me, watching them play, this was some of the most uninspired Dota that I've seen them personally play. It just felt like they were floundering. They couldn't really keep up with the rest of the teams, and I know how competitive these guys are. All of these guys have been here before. They've been at the stage before. They wanted to at least get to the main stage, maybe make a deep run. To go out like this, I know this is just a disappointment for them and their fans, and especially for a franchise as storied as Fnatic is.
Absolutely. I think the interesting discussion had about Fnatic, I've heard it, from numerous sources, players, yourselves, elsewhere, is just the fact that individually they are not bad players, Pike.
Three of their players placed better than top 8 last year at TI. Yeah. They went 2 from top 4.
So the ability is there. So here comes the dumb question the host has to ask. What is missing? If you've got the ingredients, you've got everything you need to make a good cake, what's going on here?
It feels like they kind of lack an idea. I don't know who does all the in-game. I'm guessing, is it QO? And does he also draft? Or
I would assume it'd be QO.
QO's pooling.
I guess so.
So.
And I think it seems tough. It seems tough for him to do that. I mean, I've experienced it myself. Being a core player right now, I think, and drafting and captaining it's very difficult. It's probably harder than it's ever been before.
Can you think of many others that do that still?
The last one to do it that was successful, I mean, that was last year's TI, that was Shadow. Okay. And I think him and Y had a lot to do together. So I think it's very difficult to do it nowadays.
Okay.
But I feel like they really did lack synergy. It didn't look like they knew where they were going with these moves. They were kind of, they would run around the map, and it didn't really look like they knew what they were up to. You know, it didn't look like they had a game plan that was like, all right, this is what we do, and people followed it. It was more like people running around the map and not really sure what to do. So maybe the lack of a leader or a clear plan.
No, I agree with the leadership, especially just because if you look at last year, they had Dubu. They always had somebody that could kind of bring it all together. Because I know Kyo is a very ideas-oriented guy. He's the kind of guy that says, like, you guys are all going to play around me. This is exactly how we're going to play. That's always how it's been since the start of when I was in Korea. And I think without that solid leadership, somebody in his ear telling him, like, this is okay, this isn't, we need to pull back here. Yeah. Because that's what March said. He said, for the most part, when you have a player like Kyo, you just got to know when to rein him in and say, like, this is kind of the limit of what we're going to do for the most part. And I think without that, it showed. He was a little bit too reckless here.
Yeah. And punished accordingly as well. So Fnatic and Hellraisers eliminated. And one group is kind of locked in. Group A is complete. We know exactly how that one is going to be going down. We heard from Toby there in the cast, but just to reiterate, Group A, look at the standings. In fact, we can bring them up because it will tell the story of not only A, but also of B. It's a battle for B here in Seattle. And it actually features NewBee. You can see IG, OG, VP as alongside them. They're all in contention for the upper bracket spot. Top 4 get upper bracket. The lower bracket is a scary place to be. The first game you'll be playing on that main stage is a best-of-1 elimination match. And I don't need these guys to tell you why that is terrifying. So this is really crunch time for all of these teams. And if you look at them, NewBee, IG, OG, VP, if I tell you that one of these teams will not be making upper bracket, it's not an easy call to make, is it, Pyket?
No, and what's more is the team in the lower bracket that faces one of these, you don't want to be in those.
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
I would not want to be in, I don't want to be there.
You were talking about this yesterday, I think, Quinn, like, one of these teams is going to be lower bracket. That's just a nightmare feel for anyone that's going to be in a better one against them.
Yeah, you also just have to play so many more games. Whereas if you're in the upper bracket, you win a couple series, suddenly you're in the grand finals or you're in the lower bracket final. Whereas you come all the way from the lower bracket, it's just game after game after game of only strong teams that are coming down from the upper bracket to play you. So it's not an easy road.
And the next matches are going to be determining that. There is chance for tiebreakers though. Do you want to hear it? Because someone sent me the message. Here we go. See if you can keep track of this one. If VP and IG split the series and OG win 2, NewBee win 1, it could be a 4-way tie. That's the yeah, I know. But that is, so there is still potential for tiebreakers and it is not all locked in. We've got more Dota on the way. If I asked you just at the kind of, from the tip of your tongue, Will, out of the teams that are going to be battling for that upper bracket, you can see them behind you if you need a reminder. OG, NewBee, VP, IG. I think I said them twice. Who is going to be sitting in that scary best of 1? Is it not as clear-cut as that?
I think it isn't, but if I had to put a guess, I think OG's in the worst position, if I remember correctly.
8-6, yeah.
And I think with who they have to play, especially having to play LFY, I feel like this is going to be an LFY team that is more motivated than they were yesterday. I think when you initially secure that #1 seed, you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, we can relax a little bit. You take the day off, you give yourself a little bit of breathing room, but going into the main event, you want some wins. You want to make sure that it's not a situation where you don't try your hardest, you lose 2 games to OG, and imagine a situation where in the upper bracket, they get 2-0'd. Suddenly they have 4 losses in a row, team morale is really down. People remember stuff like that. Losses build up, so I feel like OG is going to have a really tough time against LFY squad who probably want to at least pick up a win.
Have you spoken to the OG players about this kind of, doing it at a TI as opposed to a major? Valve event heroes holding all the majority of the major titles of Valve events, but not going to be able to convert it into a TI. Have you spoken to them as to, where that stands, where that comes from, mental block, or is there a theory?
No, but we obviously had Moon come from that squad, and we just kind of asked him, like, what was the issue? And he said, part of the problem is when you come in as a favorite, when you do that well throughout the year, a large issue that you're going to run into is everyone's going to study you. And more than that, you have this pressure, you have this expectation.
From where, though? What's the source of that pressure? Yourself?
I think you put it on yourself, and more so than anything, just your peers. Everyone's looking at you. There's a lot of focus on you. Because you have to imagine, it probably got even worse this year. They win another 2 majors. They get to this TI. They have a history of players who haven't necessarily placed the best, with the exception of S4. But even him, the secret run that he had was very disappointing for him. That was a team that, in all honesty, had the talent to win that TI. And so you have these players that are underperforming at a TI. And like I said, if it happens 2 years in a row again, that's going to make you a little bit of, it's going to give you pause for concern, because you're going to think to yourself, why is this team so good, but they can't just put it all together when it matters?
It's their second chance to go ahead and try and grab that title, and then truly just feel like they're in the history books and will forever be there. Quinn, same kind of question I threw towards Will, but I mean, just wanting to know your kind of gauge of how these teams play and who is going to be kind of most likely to be in that lower bracket. You've seen them all play over the course of these 4 days.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to go with the numbers and how OG is kind of in the worst spot points-wise.
Sure.
They are playing up against LFY, but I think even if they go into the lower bracket, we saw it at Boston coming, all the way through the lower bracket. I think OG is one of these teams that are just very, very strong mentally. They, losses don't bother them that much. They come back from these, rough situations. We saw in True Sight in the Kiev Grand Final, down a couple of games. It looks rough for them, and they come back and win it. And I think that's a team that's what's going to give them this edge going, if they do end up in the lower bracket, going through it, potentially making a run, is how strong they are mentally.
It's going to be very interesting to see that game. LFY, OG battling for, upper bracket. That's going to be coming up, and just to kind of put everything out on the table, even if OG get that 2-0 versus LFY, even if that happens, they could, at the very worst for OG, it will be a tiebreaker. So they're basically, they're away from the lower bracket for the moment if they pick up that 2-0, just to try and make things as simple as possible. It's not as easy as we thought, is it?
No, it's complicated.
It is, it's not easy. So let's start talking about the matches that are coming up, because we are getting closer and closer. Whether or not we can summon them, that is a different question. With A completely locked in, so those games, of course, still have to be had, but there will be nothing particularly changing. We still have the teams in the top 4. You can see them behind me. I'll reiterate them, though. It's Liquid, LGD, EG, and TNC. I don't know if we can bring up those next 4 games, because I don't actually have them to hand, unfortunately. I thought we could maybe summon them. I'd just like to challenge. It's coming. It's coming. It's on its way. Should I do my magical clap again? I know.
Go for it. Go. This time it's going to work.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
I think so.
Hang on, let me just think about it for a second. I'm just thinking about it. Okay, hang on. I reckon if I do it like that. Oh, that was wow. Thank you. Thank you. I went to school for that. 3 years.
Smooth.
3 years it took me. OG LFY. We have NewBee versus DC. LGD versus TNC. And you get that Cloud9 HR game. We thought that was going to be it, didn't we? We thought Cloud9
that was going to be the TA game, right?
Yeah.
But it's not.
Not to be. Not to be. OG LFY mainstream, boys. Let's put some thought into that then. LFY come into TI like a whirlwind, like the Tasmanian devil, just shredding everything in their wake, conceding 1 loss to that of DC, who are now comfortable in the middle of the pack. Quinn, LFY, what has made these guys look so good? However, in some people's minds, their drafts and their general play has been very vanilla.
I think they're just very consistent, and we've sort of talked about what Fnatic lacks, maybe, which is, an idea to play around a, core theme, knowing what they're doing, and I think that's what LFY is strongest at. They play a very centralized style. They know exactly what they're going to do. Everyone's on the same page, and it just makes playing and winning Dota so much easier whenever everyone understands what they need to do. They understand their roles, and people don't have to be telling other people, I want to do this or I want to do that, because everybody knows we're going to do this.
And who is your player to watch for the guys at home? Who should they be watching if they want kind of a Dota tutorial from someone from LFY?
I think Monet is someone who's impressed a lot of people. Not many people know about him. I think he's only 17 or 18, one of the younger players here. And I think he's just a very consistent player, has a pretty wide hero pool, and is just a very impressive carry player.
What about you? Kind of same question, Will, in terms of like who your eyes drawn to Monet as well?
For me, it's Afu.
Yeah.
I feel like this guy just makes so much happen. Right now, this is the golden era, for me anyways, of 4 players. In the past, it was if you had a really good 4 player, he stood out. You have guys like FY that immediately spring to mind in the past. But nowadays, it feels like every single top team has this godlike 4-player that just makes everything happen. And somehow this guy still manages to stand above that pack. Every single time I watch him play, it just feels like he's in the right position, doing the right things. If he dies, it leads to nothing. If he gets a kill, it leads to everything for his team.
No, you've intrigued me here, because that's not a discussion point I don't think we haven't ever had a chance to explore before. I mean, we've talked about the, carries falling out of the limelight. You suggested position 4 is really where that limelight may have shifted to. Is that the discussion you're starting here?
I mean, that's what me and PyCat talked about backstage, because we were saying to ourselves, playing 1 doesn't feel as if you can have the impact. It's a lot more straightforward. It's you get items, you're supposed to do X role, whereas when you play 4, it's so much more of a mystery what you're supposed to be doing, making the correct plays. There's so much more that you could be doing in the early game. You get to essentially choose the direction that the game goes in, because remember the discussion we were having of where does this wisp go? That's what you have to do at an active level at all times, because that decision impacts the game. Maybe if he goes off lane to start with the bad rider in the VP game, he can win the game for his team. But by going mid, it took it a completely different direction. And so you need this 4-player who's going to consistently make the right decisions at all times and will have the impact to pretty much just alter the entire early game for you.
I think Dota has become so much about this early game that you can see teams have become so much better at when they get an advantage in the early game, they're good at keeping it. In the past, teams would not always know how to kind of keep on playing the game. You get an advantage, all right, what do we do now? Now teams have just gotten better. They're good at maintaining this lead, kind of slow playing it, not making too many risky plays, and just you take that advantage and you just keep it. And that's why this early game is so important nowadays. And in many ways, it's up to the 4-position player to get you to that advantage. It's usually the player that kind of rotates or moves on the map, makes something happen.
Sure.
And so a lot of it comes from that player.
So on the topic of position 4, we're talking about OG. I mean, I feel like the discussion is clear, surely. Also, not only talking about Jerax, but Earth Spirit has kind of been one of the least successful heroes at TI, out of interest. You seen that?
Yeah, it was.
Is Jerax still as hyped as he was coming into Boston?
I mean, I think the hype has a little bit shifted. It's kind of mellowed out a bit. I think he's still the same player. It's just that there are also a lot of other players. Like you talked about Afu, he's also a very talented player. But I think Jerax can definitely still do the same thing. And I think in his hands, I think Earthspirit is still a hero. Still a hero. Still a hero.
I mean, when you talk about Jerax, a lot of people call him one of those roaming supports that can just kind of do a bit of everything. Can it be like a rash all over the map? Is he a player that you've kind of not necessarily looked up to because you're playing different roles, but is he a player that you've acknowledged?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Playing against him in pubs, I lane versus him one game, and he like blew me away as maybe the best support at laning I've ever seen. It was like really impressive. And I think OG, because they're a team that doesn't really stream any of them, you don't really get to see you know, their individual skill that much. But I think OG is extremely individually talented as well as you know, just as a team.
No Tail and Fly project, and it seems to be an unbelievable success. I'm sure you get tired of talking about OG and studying OG as well. I imagine that's something you've done for the majority of your Planet Odd tenure.
Oh, for sure. They're always a team that you expect to meet later on in a run. For example, when we did our Boston run, probably what led to our downfall is that we focused so heavily on them. Because in the same day we had to play Advenom, and then we immediately had to go into that OG series. And so we had to kind of make a decisive choice. We said, okay, we need to learn how to split our time. So we spent about an hour talking about Advenom, and then we spent about 2 hours talking about OG. And so for us, it was like a formality at that point, like we can get there. And I think as a result, we kind of overlooked them. But I mean, this 4th position, just expanding upon that.
Yeah.
If you look at Liquid success, it's like a tale of two cities. You have on one side, you have a player like GH who warrants ban after ban. What are you going to give this guy in the main stage? You're going to give him his Coddle? You lost. You're going to give him his Earthshaker? You've seen how that went. His IO? I don't even know what else you're supposed to say about that hero at that point. And for me, this kind of just proves my point. Like, Group A, you've got the very diverse Liquid where Miracle had played 10 heroes, 10 different heroes, like we talked about. And on the other side of Group B, you've got this really consistent team that doesn't pick this wide, diverse hero pool, especially for the cores, but they're making it work. And so for me, this is a potential clash much later on in the tournament.
Okay. Well, it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again My absolute pleasure to introduce another game of Dota. We've tried to explain everything here, but basically LFY are the gatekeepers of the upper bracket. OG are the ones desperate to come in, and currently we'll be seeing if they're holding a stop sign or if a bright green go. Let's find out then as we jump into another game of Dota. LFY taking on OG.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed a big warm welcome to you as you join myself and Fogged for this very, very important series, OG versus LFY. LFY in the top spot, but OG, they got their work cut out here. I mean, this is quite a feat as well to go up against this team that is top of the group. This is the hottest team at the moment, this side of it all, and you've got to beat these guys if you want a chance to get into the upper bracket. It's going to be tough. It's not an easy road for OG.
It's a pretty damn scary road, especially how aggressive LFY is. OG seems to be more of that team, especially lately. They're kind of struggling a little bit, you know, not super bad, but they're having to go back to old heroes that they like to run a lot. The Alchemists, the Dazzles, etc., things like this. And LFY is a very aggressive team that does not really allow those kind of strategies. So I am definitely concerned for OG here. I just want to see what LFY is going to bring to the table. I know we'll see Super on his standard kind of hero. I don't think they're going to be throwing him on some Omni Knight like they did versus DC.
I'm open for the Omni Knight mid. We did, yeah. As you say, we saw it yesterday, along with the Pudge.
And the Pudge from Afu, yep.
That's what I'll be hoping for.
But I agree with what the very specific, like Blitz was talking about, Afu. This guy's roaming supports, not even just the roaming supports, just when he's playing that other kind of support, he is super impactful in every single game. I rarely see him have a poor performance.
Yeah, he's a solid lad.
They're taking a lot of time thinking about this ban. I know the Lich is probably one of the big ones, because LFY's had an extremely successful win rate on that one. I mean, they've had a successful win rate on everything, but that's one of the ones they've picked up more often than anything else. And yeah, they take it out.
Yeah, you called it straight up. How are they going to open this one, LFY?
The Nyx, that's like the... Yeah, that was the big other one. It has the 80% win rate, because LGD and LFY have been dominating with this hero across the board. This is scary. This hero just alone puts a fear factor in, because of how well they play around the vision that it gives.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, what is the answer here from OG? I mean, you said yourself how OG are kind of going for this, you know, these old school, the classic OG of having these heroes that can save, like the Wyvern and the Dazzle. Obviously, this time around, the Wyvern is banned out. We've seen a few teams sometimes open up with some sort of Dazzle combination. If a team was to do it, OG certainly would be one of them.
Yeah.
Obviously, they are the stronger meta pick still in the pool, like your Sand Kings that we've been seeing a lot of recently. The Earthshaker.
Earthshaker, the Voids, stuff like that too for OG. I don't know if they'll be going for both, but so Earthshaker's one of them for sure.
I like that. I mean,
matches.
Yeah.
It matches like the kind of Nyx you can always like follow the rotations, and you can put in different lanes. Let's go for the Visage. So.
A very important pick as well, because this certainly takes it away from LFY the way. They are a team that has played this, and I mean this hero. I'm still surprised we haven't seen as much of it. Like, I expected this to be like every game, every pick and drop, because
the Visage, right?
The Visage.
Yeah, me too.
And maybe we'll see more of that as we go towards the main event. Like it become very relevant every matchup. But this hero is quite something when in the right hands. Obviously, OG they are more than capable of giving us a top level performance with the hero. In response, LFY with the Nature's Prophet coming through as the second pick.
Okay, they've done this a couple times before. They did it versus NewBee, I know, yesterday. I remember watching part of that game. So that's a cool approach. Nature's Prophet is really good at disrupting. Of course, versus these greedy supports who require like the level 6, they need items to get online and actually be irrelevant. So he can definitely disrupt a lot in that lane. And it's probably going to be something along the lines of like a Nature's Prophet plus the Nyx dual lane, so they can heavily contest that safe lane of OG. Like they did with, I think they did it with a Night Stalker the last time around, I believe, that Afu was playing.
Yeah, very nice as well with the Nyx Assassin having that global presence.
Yes.
Nyx Assassin constantly scouting out for action, and just at a click, Nature's Prophet able to join him, make something happen.
Yeah, you'd think sometimes like, oh, we're taking a good fight here, and then an invisible Nyx pops out of nowhere, and a Fury on TPs too, and then it turns out you're actually outnumbered in some of those situations. So it can definitely be a good choice for LFY. OG actually banning out the Terrorblade.
Okay. And yeah, the PL ban in return from Nature's Prophet. So getting rid of these big illusion carries I also like the Nature's Prophet as well. I don't know if it's picked with this in mind, but I guess it can also be quite nice for actually killing the familiars, you know what I mean? Normally they use the trees as coverage, but if you instantly cast the treants, that's going to be more than enough vision and time to get that extra right-click through to take a familiar down.
Owen with the next level.
I mean, yeah, plus 100, dude. If it's absolutely worth it. If it's going to get you that.
Yeah. That's definitely a good point. Yeah, you can definitely find those, and you have high-ranged hero that can always try to pick them off. Sprout gives vision as well.
Yeah.
They have a lot of different ways to get vision into those tree lines.
AA banned out, and yeah, I think you kind of have, when you see a Nyx Assassin and a Nature's Prophet, adding an AA into that is not a recipe for fun for OG.
Yeah, way too much.
That is just
way too much global.
so much potential and synergy between those three heroes.
LFY's they've been liking the AA like a little bit. They haven't picked it every single game, but they have picked it like once or twice here. That being said, they have had a ton of variety in the draft. That's why this team is so scary. People are looking at them, and sure, they have like their very comfortable heroes for Super, like his Dragon Knight, his Death Prophet, the Medusa as well. But other than that, everybody else has a insurmountable amount of heroes that can replace each other.
With his 4th ban from LFY. Obviously with the last, they're targeting the PL, so targeting No-Tail or Anna's heroes, depending on how they want to run it. We have, of course, seen OG here in this group stages be flexible with the core placement.
I didn't know if they... I was curious if they were going to actually ban the bat, because they have the Nyx Assassin. And this is smart. That's like a deny pick a bit from OG right there.
Definitely, yeah. And it's a very strong pick as well. Again, this hero, definitely today in the games that we've seen, and of course over the course of the group stages, Death Prophet very much being one of the favoured mids. It's just so strong in that mid lane. You know, a lot of the times where we are seeing at the moment these consistent kind of dual lanes mids, very heavy ganking, rotating around, focusing that mid lane.
Yep.
And this is a hero that can deal with it.
Yeah, he deals with the lane. He's a strong laner, and he's a mid laner that's an objective taker, which there really aren't many that comes just straight to mind. It's like Dragon Knight, Death Prophet, the two very obvious ones. The rest of them aren't natural building hitters like these guys. Even the silence just comes into huge play a lot of the time too. It's just a hero that people are starting to play a lot more in this international group stage. This game is super hyped though. Remember, in case you guys don't know, OG needs to take at least one game for them to be
2 games and upper.
2 games and
it's
they're
pretty
upper.
much guaranteed upper.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware. But
one for them to have a chance.
Yes. And then it will have the chance of indeed going to tiebreakers. Again, relies on the other results. And there's the Dazzle, actually. So Dazzle coming through from LFY. Very nice, of course, with the trees. Lots of potential with the heal bombs. There's a lot of physical burst. And, okay. The boosted armor from the Weave. Certainly going to be nice when you're trying to fight in and around the Death Prophet and a Ghost. Can sort of help you out.
It does seem like
survive through that.
They like this hero a lot versus the Death Prophet. The armor, the weave is super good versus Exorcism. It just makes sense. It's not only just the positive aspect you get from weave, but the negative aspect too. Death Prophet starts ticking down a lot of armor. If you have enough physical damage, you can burst her. And with Nyx Assassin too, these two heroes are heroes that I would say, the later and later the game goes, it's scary for Death Prophet because mana burn becomes absurd, and the weave just becomes scarier and scarier too. So OG picks himself up the Sven. That's a war cry right there to deal with that minus armor that can be coming out from the Dazzle.
Yeah, nice response to the Dazzle pick.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see they're pretty quick with that in return. I think, yeah, as soon as they saw that Dazzle, that call was kind of made. Maybe, of course, the hero that they wanted to go for anyway, but if anything, the Dazzle pick certainly giving them no hesitation with grabbing the Sven.
Yeah. The Sven gives them a lot of damage, which they're... If they don't have the Death Prophet, they would lack. And
nice response there from Elo, and that's a scary response as well. You know, you've kind of revealed your Sven. They sort of one up it with the morph. If they're able to draw this out, you know, LFY with the amount of split pressure, you know, across the map they're going to have with this Morphling and this Nature's Prophet, it could potentially become an absolute nightmare for OG to try and deal with, because already with this Shaker, Sven, DP, OG want to fight as 5. They want to group up.
Yes,
they want to go.
Exactly.
If they don't hit that timing and LFY can outplay them, outmaneuver them, it's going to become very hard for OG the later this game goes.
What am I here for? You just summed it up for me, Owen. But that's true.
Well, you could disagree with me,
they've got a very split pushing lineup. That's exactly what they're going for here with the Nature's Prophet. With Nyx, they can get a lot of information on the map, both with Treants, with Vendetta. It gives a Morphling a lot more liberty to kind of split push around. There is the silence from the Death Prophet, which can be obnoxious for the Morphling.
That's
now we
true.
need to.
Yeah,
we're
that is
missing.
true.
We're missing Super's hero, so not a crazy amount of stuff left. I mean, he does have a couple variety heroes, but his big ones have been banned or taken.
Now I'm trying to think back at what heroes have actually done all right against a Death Prophet in the mid lane, and it's not really. There's not really that many mid lanes I can kind of recall where the Death Prophet has been taken down heavily in a 1v1. It's so hard to beat this hero. I mean, we saw earlier a couple of games where, I mean, Hellraisers were picking Lina against the Death Prophet. I mean, these kind of heroes that can still farm against the pressure of the DP, but still, you're not going to be able to bully the DP out of the lane very successfully.
They're definitely taking LFY a little bit out of their comfort zone. All of Super's heroes are actually taken out that he's played. He's played Death Prophet,
really?
Medusa. I mean, he can play the Dragon Knight if they want to put it here, but I don't know about that one. So, okay, the Veno. That's a good way to kind of stall the game. The wards can be very good versus those pushes. Be very obnoxious for the Earthshaker to get the blinks off and just stall the game out so the Morphling can go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and the Gale, of course, very nice when the Death Prophet's trying to chase you down with the ultimate. Suddenly, he pops the Ghost, pop the Gale on her. That incredible slow means that you've got all the chance of getting away, making sure that she can't keep the Siphon connected. And I love this last, but I really feel like if there's a Dazzle in the game, I know sometimes we don't see teams really utilize that, the fact that Axe literally destroys the grave of Dazzle, but OG, they do it. I'm glad that they've done that. That's the kind of way you got to play it. And there's, you know, with the treants and such, you're going to be spinning for days. It's a great Axe game. I really think it is, but I really do worry that OG, they've got to hit that timing. But if they do hit it, it is going to be quite a timing. They've got a perfect line of 25, 30 minutes in. If they haven't been crushed in the laning stage, it can be very scary.
Yes, if they can actually get that group up, it can be scary. That being said, though, LFY's lanes can definitely shut down a lot. Because then, right now, it's going to be, if this Axe, who's going to be, what, alone versus a Dazzle Morphling, that's pretty damn devastating for him to really get any type of experience.
Sure, yeah.
And then I'm assuming that the Nature's Prophet and Nyx, they're going to pressure that safely and hard. My eyes are on JerAx right now for OG's laning phase. He has to make a lot of room for them to be able to get into that space where they're able to get that group up. Because if the game goes later and later on, this Morphling is going to become an absolute devastating factor.
And obviously the other thing as well, you are picking this, you've got this Axe and Shaker, two heroes
that
are going to be relying on Blink Initiations, and there's a Venomancer.
Oh, I'm so excited
you got to watch out for those wards, boys and girls.
I've kind of been looking forward for this series. OG LFY for
absolutely.
Ratings OG super highly. LFY has proved to be the head honcho so far here during the group stages. So let's see if OG is able to take it to them. They need to win this game.
See if they can do it. But in terms of the lanes, did you say what you expect to see both the Nyx and the Fury start together? Do you think we could expect to see the Nyx Assassin hang around mid, try and put some extra pressure on the Death Prophet? Or is there not really too much the Nyx can do in that lane at the start?
He can pressure a little. I think I'd prefer to see him with the Nature's Prophet. That's the style that I've seen LFY do, at least from the recent times. They tend to put Fly God from Afu, just giving some respect to OG, making them feel good until he beats them down, of course. But yeah, wanting to give the Nature's Prophet as much space as possible, and they can punish this lane hard. Visage, 0 armor hero. Treants are no joke how much damage they do. You get hit by a stun, you get blocked by Treants a little bit, you could be in a dangerous spot. And like this, with the Nyx and the Nature's Prophet, they can actually slow down the Sven's farm a bit if they really want to full out do it. Whenever JerAx is not there, they can contest that very hard.
It doesn't look like either side is going to try and contest at the runes as such. LFY just keeping guard down bottom, making sure that OG weren't going to come for some sort of a smoke movement. DDC is heading over.
They're invading right now too. The Nyx and the
they are going to go. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, they're just running in.
They do want to try and take control of this, and they're going to spook them. Yeah, OG is not sticking around to mess around with these two.
Treants are no joke level 1. And neither is Nyx Assassin with boots. He's got a great stun at level 1, the 1.6 second stun duration. And just how innately tanky the hero is. So they block out... Did they actually block that pull? They did. So they block the pull, as expected when you're playing versus these, like Visage or Earthshaker or like Warlocks and stuff. Anything that requires a lot of levels, you want to be blocking that pull. Especially when you're contesting on top, too. So Afu just making the OG supports move around a bit. Nice fissure from JerAx. Does trap him a bit, but they won't be able to get a kill. It's just a harassment fissure.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving a fair bit of beat down, but absolutely, it's not going to get the kill. It's
he's just speedy.
Just, wasting the space and time of Arfu, but I mean at the same time it's costing the movements of Jerax.
So the nice thing that Jerax did at the start, of course, is he fissure blocked the top lane so that he would make sure that S4 gets a little bit of a good start, because he's on Radiant, so the quick creep equilibrium on Radiant side for the off lane is nowhere near as good as the Dire side.
And looking at the Dire side at the moment, it is, of course, this Nature's Prophet on his own, trying to deal with the two of them.
So Nyx does go toward that mid lane, places a mid ward, so that Super can always see wherever Jerax is coming from.
There's
and
the
he's
Gale
actually
connection.
making the move in.
Yeah, No-Tail's trying to go deep with the Siphon. Arfu is going to get the wraparound, does have the stun. Do they have the damage though? With Jerax throwing out a Fissure.
Just some harassment.
Yeah, No-Tail's going to be fine. Now both mids taking a similar amount of damage here off the back of that affair. Top lane, S4 getting in nice and feisty. Take the poison touch, and LFY will look to harass him back out. Let's hit the level 2, puts the Battle Hunger onto Monet, trying to hold him back from being too aggressive as he morphs down to Agi, but S4 will be fine. Level 2 at the moment. The Axe hasn't found a lot of creeps out of this lane, so that safe lane being well and truly controlled by LFY.
Nature's Prophet, this is actually a nice little cute move. TP's from his lane to steal OG's bounty rune. Jerax does spot him now, able to get a pretty good fissure actually.
It's just a level 1, so no further follow-up.
Yeah, Fly wasn't not close enough. And oh, a nice DD rune for Nature's Prophet. Maybe he'll just go to the jungle for a bit.
CS in the middle lane, pretty much as expected. Very, very even between the two. No-Tail of a couple ahead, but there's a big wave pushing into Super.
No-Tail has to watch out the rotation.
He's very low.
Uh-oh, he's gonna die
This
here.
is going to be your first blood for sure, ladies and gentlemen. The stun comes in. There's gonna
However,
be I say that. Oh, the
miss!
uphill miss!
The uphill miss!
Oh, that's
Oh,
a feels
no!
bad man and a half.
Oh God! The fissure was perfectly timed so that the Spirit Siphon
was.
didn't break, so he was able to keep it
uphill
on,
ma-
but the uphill miss, oh my God.
Some would say it's RNG. Super says it's all skill.
That's
That
brutal.
bottom lane, that's a double damage, Anna. You do not want to stand in that map. Whew. Takes a fair bit of beating. Does have a sour, so we'll be back up. Inflame really bullying this Sven back a little bit. Still though, Anna close to the CS at that of the safe lane of LFY. Very similar at the moment. 20 CS, 16 CS on Sven. Jerax watching mid. Super's still hanging around. Relatively low. Playing a little greedy here. One Fissure, and the No-Tail's going to be able to move in. It should have a good shot of finishing this off, and he does. Crypt Swarm flies in. Super hangs around for too long.
Oh, No-Tail's going to go down.
They'll be able to find the punish in return. At the same time, though, down on the bottom lane, Fly and Anna moved in and were able to take down Inflame. So overall across the map, 2 for 1 there, favoring OG.
Nice. Big for the Dazzle to get that experience, him and Afu. Actually, Afu picks up the last hit, so he's got Arcane Boots at 3 minutes. Nyx Assassin.
That's the dream for an Nyx Assassin. I mean,
I feel like he always has it so early. Him and Yapsor. I feel like these two guys, I always feel like they get sub 4-minute Arcane Boots on their 4s.
As you say, you know, this hero incredibly popular at the moment.
You see S4's items?
What's he picked up?
It's got double Stout Shield on Axe. This is a throwback to Dota 1. What the heck?
All right.
We used to see that all the time in Dota 1, but in Dota 2, we haven't seen that too much. And S4 taking a lot of damage. He's going to get brought down here.
Yeah, double Stout Shield. Where are you at now? Did not save that map. So double. I mean, so the getting to what the multiple the additional chance is nice, but
it doesn't work in Dota 2.
Oh, it doesn't work at all.
You can't do multiple damage blocks. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that changed a while back?
The
bottom lane, actually. Oh my God, Nature's Prophet almost gets a solo kill on Ana here.
Nah, this is just the OG debate. Anna's fine. The Fly comes in.
Is he fine?
He
looks dead.
He's not fine.
And he's gonna TP out as well. Oh my God, it's a solo kill.
All right, boys, wrap it up. Game 2 round the corner. No, that's not great. Losing the Sven like that. This Nature's Prophet manning up in Flame, pulling out the plays. Mid lane, Jerax has got his eyes on Super. See if he can go for anything here. No-Tail wanting to move in, but the Fissure, ooh. The wall on the wrong side. Super's going to be fine. No-Tail can't really move in for anything more.
Oh, I'm just kidding. It does stack.
It does stack.
Yeah, it does stack.
It's stacked.
Apologies. Yeah, I was like, if you stack it in the other way, it doesn't, but this way it does. I just haven't seen double Stout since I haven't seen it since Dota 1. It's been ages since we've seen this, and people don't do it because of the cost investment.
Yes. I mean, you know, it could be that S4 accidentally bought a Stout Shield without realizing one was on the. He might have accidentally bought a second.
We don't know.
But as you say, the chance is there. And who am I to doubt S4? This is all part of the plan. We're going to see 2 Vanguards. He's going for the double bubble build. Double everything. I believe in S4.
I'm like sitting here, I was like trying to remember. I'm like, I know it's been changed about damage block instances, but the double stout was one that, yeah, that still works.
I mean, I guess there's nature's prophet. There's a lot of instances of damage that are potentially going to come through at a stage of the game. Why not?
Yeah, I feel like I've actually seen him do it before now I'm thinking about it, so whatever.
Bottom lane, maybe see if they can get a wraparound here onto Inflame. He's been pretty pesky down here. Jarek's just going to be spotted out though by the Treants, and Inflame with that info backs off. They'll move in with the push though, with the Ghost. OG trying to take the tier 1. Top lane, S4 potentially in trouble though. Again, DDC lands down the Poison Touch, moving forward on the Morphling. S4 looking for the Berserker's Call and the Jukes. Surely he doesn't.
He's still poisoned.
Oh, he ticks out. Yeah. The Jukes were nearly real, but indeed, damage over time, just a little bit too much.
We were pretty concerned for the Axe during the draft, just because of this exact reason. When he gets left alone up there. Oh my god, No-Tail just gets destroyed by the Nature's Prophet ulti.
And they're going to get more out of this as well. Backup comes in for LFY. They surround Ana. And LFY take a second. Inflame getting a double kill. This Nature's Prophet is going absolutely ham on this bottom lane. Inflame, ladies and gentlemen, phase. Infused raindrop bracer as he works his way towards the drums. He's getting bigger and bigger. And he is able to, as we see, just bully them out of the lane here. Fly on the retreat. Arfu looking for the connection. There, beautifully lands the stun. Just the tip. That's all that's required. And there he is. Inflame
again
comes in. This Nature's Prophet. My goodness.
Oh goodness, it's 5k gold lead already. We were saying, OG, they need to just not have the lanes get completely run over, and then if they're able to group up, they'll be okay. But right now,
it's looking rough.
It's looking very rough when you're playing versus a Morphling lineup, and you're already at 5k deficit pre-10 minutes. Definitely scary already, and this Nature's Prophet has caused such a ruckus in that bottom lane. He is way ahead of that Sven in farm.
Oh, and look at this, Arfu. Just giving a bit of a tickle to Ana. Says, I'll take your mana. Mid lane DDC, picking up some levels.
Able to invade the jungle by himself now at this point as the next assassin. Look at this.
He might be able to steal some of these creatures if he wants to go in with the stun. What's his plan here? Just soak up the XP at the moment. Oh, hiding the trees from Fly.
This takes all that experience. And Ana's... This is such a painful position to be in as a Sven. So what we always talk about is losing your safe lane tower Sven, your access points in your jungle are...
They may just go and kill this one. If they can wrap around and dive this tower with the tankiness of the next assassin.
They have triple range creep pushing in too.
Ana's just suffocated behind this tree line. He's got to be so careful how he comes out. He has got backup on its way. OG with the smoke. No-Tail. Jarex and Fly. Can they get the connection? Fishes out onto Arfu. There, No-Tail's on the wrong side though. He's going to have to make the long walk round. It looks like it doesn't matter though, as Arfu will indeed be surrounded. And OG... They'll get him eventually. Make some work for it, but Arfu will go down. So OG are successful with the smoke. Of course, though, whilst this is all happening, Morphling continues to get free farm. Super as well in the mid lane. Not having too many issues at all, finding the farm and doing his best to ensure that S4 does not have a free time here. Gale off the mark. Super's out of there back to safety.
This is what we used to call the EG smoke. When you smoke through your jungle, when you have to guarantee your safe lane to actually build a farm. That defensive smoke running through. They have to put defensive wards down, place a couple sentries to get rid of that LFY vision so that Ana can start to get online, having to pop God Strength just for a double neutral stack. It's looking very grim right now for OG in the start after the laning phase.
How are we looking on the Morphling's items? This is, Monet in a fantastic spot. Treads, Lincolns, of course. She's got the Ring of Health picked up at the moment. Already 1k gold up on top of that, so nothing slowing down this Morphling. Bottom lane, Ana having to TP away, gets bullied out once again by Inflame. You've got a wraparound on the mid lane from LFY as they're smoked up.
Inflame's TPing in.
He just TPs up to the high ground straight up. He's ready to give the team the vision, finds Fly, starts to bully him back.
They're weak up.
You can just see how scared OG are. They have to respect this power of LFY, as LFY still with Arfu behind, ready to go in, lead him with the stun. Gale and ultimate out to No-Tail. He's trying to keep himself alive with the Siphon, but they kite it out, turn back in. No-Tail's going to get brought down. They've also lost S4 as Monet picks him up on the sidelines. Inflame just bullying him there. They tried to chase him down, but they don't have the damage. He gets out of there. Ana trying to move in on Super, but he may just even have given up his own life. Arfu already ready to play around with him. The Gale connects onto Sven. LFY just playing with their food here. Stun out onto 2 from Arfu. The Sprouts there on onto Fly. Anna tries to hold them back with the Stormhammer, but Fly's being blocked up by Inflame's Micro with the Treants. Anna's down as well. My goodness, LFY.
This team is, they're punishing the greedy tri lane that OG had in such a heavy factor by doing this. These rotations coming out. They're taking now another tier 1.
This is amazing. LFY, I mean, this is a team.
This is without the Morph too. Morph is just free farming, solo killing Axe
Monet
too.
is just getting on with living his own little life up here. He's having all the fun in the world.
The Veno pick is looking absolutely genius.
And seriously, Nature's Prophet, Inflame.
Yeah.
He's just getting so much done for the team. What's his kill participation? It's got to be good. It's only 7 out of the 13. I mean, to be fair, it's just the fact that there's been so much action going on. Mid
Super
lane.
now mid though.
Yeah, Inflame's going to come in and try and help out. Does get silenced. They might even be able to keep Super alive. He backs away. Notel's trying to chase him down. They lay down a ward. Notel, has he quite got enough damage? He should with the last right click. No, he can't quite finish him off. Super survives. And again, OG just getting punished on the back lines by Inflame. Super lives once again. The applause comes out from DDC.
Oh, and we may have a quick early GG in this one.
Wow, we knew today would be a short day because it was 3 series, and well, nearly done it. We're game 1 of the final series on this, and I mean
the confidence by them though. Look at Inflame just TP's in the front. He's like, we're so high, we're so over leveled compared to these guys.
He's going to try and TP out. He's not getting home tonight, boys and girls. He's dead as well.
They're not stop. That is the thing, that they're not farming a single jungle camp. They are literally just non-stop aggression.
Oh, and Anna. It's just death after death. I mean, Notels comes in. He's pretty much just offering himself up to die as well. I don't know if he can do anything, as already he's lost Anna. The ult will be dropped from Super. Fisher comes out and keeps Super alive for the time being. Notel trying to battle around with this one, but I think he's going to get brought down by the looks of it with Super. Super's still alive. Oh, he doesn't even die. Okay, finally he goes with a soul assumption. But look how many lives it's cost at the side of OG. Fly will get out. But Anna falls, Jerax and Notel as well. The birds, will they survive? They won't. Birds are down. Chicken tonight, boys.
It's almost 1,000.
420.
Almost 1,000 gold per minute lead for LFY right now. That's something that we never really say, especially not at the 13-minute mark.
And this is LFY. You know, this is the chill LFY. These guys, they've already got the top spot. This is them not caring. They're their feet up on the table, chilling out, just beating OG, 11k gold lead at 13 minutes. This is crazy.
It's damn impressive, just the way that they are giving them no space, no slowdown whatsoever. They actually buy a Midas too on the Nature's Prophet, but that's not, it's just like a, you know, I'm going to be fighting so much, I just want to be able to have that Midas to get a little bit of extra gold on top. Nice. They're making their way in the pit now. With the medallion on the Dazzle so early too, with the Nature's Prophet. This is going to be an absolute free Roshan. OG just can't really fight at all for a long time. They have to pretty much sit behind people and try to recover.
They need blinks on Jerax and S4, and they've nearly got the blink on S4. Maybe if they get this miraculous call, this Echo Slam on top of the Treants and everyone. Jerax, yeah, he's still the full 2,000 away from a blink, of course, on this Shaker. He's got a lot of time and space to gather. Monet is already chasing down S4.
He's already got Lincoln's. Charge Lincoln's, level 13. Yeah. Got the E-Blade queued up.
Crazy. This guy, out of his mind.
Bottom lane, Inflame, walks up, instantly forces Jerax to TP out as soon as he's trying to farm the wave.
There's the S4 blink. If S4 can turn this game around, it's going to be incredible. Can S4 do it? We've seen him do some miraculous things in the past. This series, as we mentioned, incredibly important for OG. One game would do it, but 2 games is required. In fact, already in the jungle, looks like they've Anna. He's going to be the one to get taken down.
All 5 heroes from LFY instantly. Everyone just gets there. They see we're on his farming and pincer.
How's Anna doing in terms of items? He's got the Mask of Manus. He nearly has his treads. It's something, but it's
grim.
It's not anywhere near where you'd hope to be, especially when you see the difference between him and Monet. Monet nearly double the net worth of Anna at 15 minutes in on a Morphling in comparison to a Sven. You know, Sven this is a hero that can only pick up the pace in farm early on, but because of the pressure LFY put on early, it's been so hard for Anna to get that space to do anything. Bottom lane, S4 Caught out in the trees, will juke out the Gale. Tries to move himself away, does manage to dodge the stun. S4 with some fancy footwork may just live through this all. Familiar stuns to hold them back, and S4 survives. That's the kind of plays that OG need. S4,
S4 to survive.
Pull out the swag, walk it off like a champ.
They're coming back. S4 is TPing in. He uses one of the shrines in the base.
Oh, does he come around from the top?
Yeah, they're trying to get a fight off here.
S4 with the mind games. If he can get a big call here.
They know there's no Morphling
Can
down
he
here.
do it? Oh no, he's been tickled. Inflame gets in, the wards are down. S4 being kept off to the side. Can't get the jump in for now. And indeed the tower's down already. Inflame just pushes forward with the Treants.
And now they're turning around to go for themselves.
Arfu, can he get a latch onto this? And Flame will be held back immediately by the Fisher from Jerax.
In the meanwhile, Monet top. He's taking a tower and bringing it to Ana.
1v1ing and that...
Ana forced to stun the creep wave.
Oh, S4, this is a big kill if they get it. Jumps in, gets the call. Has he got enough spins? No, he has. Monet, too damn tanky as he morphs into strength.
And he's got an axe now.
Oh,
he can farm
perfect.
even more. Some counter helix.
There we go. Jerax is like, come back here, S4. Little does he know that's not the real S4. That's
The fact that Ana
the dark
has
S4, the evil S4.
The fact that Ana has to turn and stun the creep wave because the Lincolns is already out in the Morphling. At least he noticed.
21-4. What a lead that LFY have.
I love the way that I just absolutely love the way that they're playing though. Look at their side of the map. LFY side of the map, they're not touching it. They don't give a crap about it. They are just staying right on top of OG's, all of OG's high grounds, not letting them get any space on the map, except for that little left side, which is like 2 creep camps. Jerax is taking advantage of it though.
Let's see what they can do here at the moment.
Invis on Inflame. He also has a full Shadow Blade finished up too.
Needs to use his Midas though. There we go. No messing around from Inflame. And now the silence onto the Venomancer. Notel trying to lead in, but there's a lot of LFY in the neighborhood. Notel gets sprouted, stunned up as well, held back, and already the rest of OG are bailing on him. They say, Notel, you're gone. We're not sticking around here because there's an angry Waterman chasing us down, and Monet looks towards Fly. Inflames there with the cutoff, jumps in, has the sprout, and that's 2 down on OG once again. Maybe even more. The Yule setup already from Arfu coming through onto Jerax, takes him out, and that's going to be a 3rd. This
is a clinic. It's 20k gold lead, sub 20 minutes zone.
We've seen some stomps, but this has got to be up there.
This is just
really has
an unbelievable display of skill from LFY. Doing everything right.
Wow.
Especially, not only just doing everything right, getting the RNG factor. That uphill miss mid too for the first blood, and just everything going their way. First set of racks claimed pre-20 minutes.
Yeah,
don't see a way. Yeah, there's no way for OG to back in this game.
I think they're already discussing the draft and plans for game 2. As indeed, this game 1, LFY just not messing up at all.
The fact that they're making it look relatively easy versus a team like OG is absolutely ridiculous.
There's a Blink Dagger now on Ana, so more components to this miraculous wombo combo that OG need to hit. But it's still quite a few dreams away for OG.
If they can land like everything with an Echo Slam on top of the calls, on top of the Sven stun with God Strength, they can try to burst somebody down. I still think that this Morphling is an issue though, because he's gonna have E-Blade right now. He actually has the E-Blade.
He's got E-Blade.
It's 19 minutes.
That's got to be one of the fastest. 19-minute Lincoln's E-Blade Morphling. Monet. I mean, he can kill anyone that he wants now in OG in that 1v1.
Doing the math right now.
Do the math, Bob.
Math's tough.
Give me some NA.
He doesn't have max adaptive yet, so it's hard to do the math.
Okay.
Does a lot of damage. He'll almost one-shot pretty much everyone on their team. It's about 1,000 right now. About 1,200-ish actually, without the waveform.
OG's high ground defense. As we were saying, they do have these couple of big...
He's actually just dead.
He's actually just dead. S4 will come in with the call, but again, Monet just starts to morph up into strength. He's going to be fine. Ana jumps in immediately into the stun, does throw out his own, but Ana's gone. There'll be a buyback from Notel as he tries to head in, but he's absolutely ripped apart. And this game is definitely over. There is no coming back from this sort of a beatdown. GG is called. Give that man the rampage. Come on, S4. Do it. S4, he's a nice guy. He's standing there. And Monet, take it. Hit that rampage. Did you get it?
Teases him a little bit.
Come on. But there we have it. That was game 1, and this was a game, as we said, OG needed that 2-0 to feel safe. The 1-1s can still be good enough, but it's going to almost certainly put them in a tiebreaker position. But you've just lost like this to the team. Game 2, it's going to be pretty hard for OG to pick their spirits back up after that sort of a beatdown. 29-4, 20 minutes in.
Who do you even give the MVP to?
Who do you even give the MVP to?
Inflame just in that bottom lane.
Inflame
just destroyed that Sven, destroyed the Visage.
Destroying, this safe lane of OG.
Perfect rotations, just the draft was amazing too. Like that last pick Veno for me was incredible. He made so many moves around the map.
Yeah.
Did great in the mid lane, and every time like it was just they never let them go, they never let down. OG was trying to find space, but LFY was literally just like, hey, you're coming to your jungle? Hello. We got 4 heroes here. And that's what we were talking about with the global from the Nature's Prophet from the Nyx. And even on top of that, with the Morphling, they have a replicate too later on. We didn't really let it get there, but it could have.
Oh my goodness, what a game. And yeah, you just said the whole team, the Dazzle pick was super nice. They just made an immense amount of saves. The times where OG became that close to actually getting some action, it was immediately offset. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, game 1, LFY with an incredible beatdown upon OG. 29-4, 20 minutes in, 27k gold lead. We'll see what happens in game 2. Don't go anywhere, we'll be here in a few minutes.
Until TA has traps. Top lane, maybe you could get Mason.
Yeah, but the Iron Shell gameplay is not very effective because he just takes off the Iron Shell. Yeah.
That's why you need 2 Iron Shells. Only perch off 1, right?
It's an AoE perch, so if they stand too close to each other.
That's true.
So.
You gotta get the Delta split action on. Yeah, it's not great. I think the more we talk about it, the more it seems like there aren't really great options. And what I do like is also this ward from DC. Means that if NewBee start just trying to play the greedy jungle game, like they'll see that and they can potentially react. Bulba can move in and even look to shut that avenue down. So
the wards are running out soon, so
almost a 2k gold lead already for DC.
Yeah. It is not looking good here for NewBee. So 4-way tiebreaker incoming, I guess.
Yeah, although it looked like OG was getting absolutely spanked by LFY. And I think even if they lose 1 game, there's no potential of a 4-way anymore. So, spoiler alert, by the way. Sorry if other people aren't watching that game right now, but that's Triple C caught out in the mid lane. First blood for DC. Big 4-hero rotation. The love continues. And I don't know what else they could have picked. Like, I just think that was the beauty of the way DC drafted. Like, what was a good mid there? It's a Puck with a Drow Aura.
Oh. Puck with the Drow Aura killing people right now. KP.
Fragging out.
Oh,
KP's
a bit
down.
stuck in the woods for a bit, but he's going to be fine here as his allies backs him up.
He is pushing it to the absolute limit. Sniping couriers. Every last possible orb's worth of damage that he can lob out, he does.
Yep.
Trying to keep that catapult alive so this push can continue, clearing out the wave. This tower's already down to half HP. That's a lot of structural integrity compromised there.
It really helped in that engagement. He had an Arcane Rune, so spells are so much cheaper, and
now it really helps that they have a Shrine.
Yeah, it's got Coil ready again, so that could be another kill on SC. SC, does he have the Spidey sense? He drops down the ward, so he should understand what's happening here.
Now the saving grace, I suppose, is going to be this Lycan, who's at least having a good time in the laning stage. Granted, he has some natural counters, lots of control, the lasso, the cogs, the coil.
Or just even using a disarm, the Fate's Edict from Oracle.
That's true.
Uh-oh, Dubu walks right up to the shrine, gets Shackle, Burrow Strike, easy pick off here for SC.
NewBee needed that, but still their tower's already down mid. That is extremely fast. I think they're really banking on being able to farm Ancients and catch up in the jungle. So if you're DC, you look to mitigate that with like the clock roaming in, getting some wards down now that you've opened the way in, and you can already see like NewBee want to prevent those incursions. They've got the hill ward mid, they now plant a ward down near the shrine. They want to ensure that their jungle is as limited access for DC as possible.
Yeah, one way to kind of get around that for NewBee is just to take your Ancients earlier. It's not as big of a stack, but you don't have anything better to do anyways. Speaking of bottom,
wants to keep those napalm stacks on Mugi. 8 stacks up. It's only going to take a few seconds here, but 4F doesn't have quite enough time. 9 stacks. No more Batrider. He gets out of the flames. Now with the battery cell coming in, Boba tries to fight, but the Howl comes through. Baited by Mugi. Double kill for him. Abed with the cleanup though. Woo! Crashing in. Gets one. He could get more. Silence.
That's 2.
Oh, nicely timed there. Maybe he could get Kaka for a 3rd. Give him the triple. He's got the stick. He's gonna have the orb. Can he find the angle for the auto attacks?
Oh.
No.
Completely wrong direction, guess, but hey.
Good effort.
Oh, not done yet.
Bulba with the save. He's got the rocket. It won't be enough damage. He's got to get in range for this battery assault. The Kaka is a little too slow. 20 move speed disadvantage. But the trap.
Oh.
The trap.
The save.
SCCC.
Salvaged. Wait, rocket?
Not enough.
Just kind of a FU rocket. That wasn't going to kill anyone.
I'll get you next time. Bulba cackles like some evil cartoon villain.
Ah, so interesting. Mugi is going to be going for the Necrobook build. As of late, we've been seeing more Mask of Madness as well as Armlet. That's what we saw from Mason last game.
Arteezy did go for this build previously.
Yep. So I think it's more... Ooh, he's running forward, going hard. Does he have the disarm at the ready? No disarm. Dubu says, help me, sir, help me. And he is going to get chopped down.
One more auto attack. Mason, or rather, Mason, or Boogie scores the kill. You're talking about the Mason like, and now I keep on mixing the players.
TP out, Faith. Does he get the Shackle off? No.
Not going to happen.
So I think the reason that he's going for this build is the fact that he will get disarmed if he, goes for any right-click build. So he kind of spreads out his damage a little bit. Kaka on the bottom side will get jumped on, and
good push back. The flame break though did miss. Rocket coming in.
There's no way
with Abed here. He is donezo, but at least space created. They can maybe push this top lane on the back of that. So DC gonna knock down another tower. That's 2 for them. The power of the drown.
And they're not giving it up. Puck ports in and says, I see wards. I can farm those.
Delicious gold.
Aw, Faith. You could do better than this. Have you seen some of the top tier shamans? They use one of the wards to just deny the other one that you're trying to last it. Meanwhile, the rest of the wards are hitting the building. That's the play.
They got some damage on the tower at least. But it was an expensive push, that's for sure. Still a nice solid 3k gold lead up for DC. The next round of items coming out now as they grab the Veil of Discord on Abed. Dubu closing in on level 6 slowly but surely. Bulba's a lot closer. He hits the tome and gets there. And now Mason working towards his Shadow Blade as he is going to make a move onto Kaka. The silence comes through, but Kaka just retreats into the safety of the trees. We'll be able to continue farming, working towards his own blink now, and SCCC playing catch up. Looks like he did clear at least one set of Ancients, but they look to make their move. The hook shot reveal. Bulba's going to trap him in. They bring in 4F as well. Oh, it's a tough TA game, Lumi.
Store, ooh, okay, he's gonna man fight, but not gonna be close. Yeah, NewBee's progression in terms of farm has really just stopped. The Ancients are stacked up, but they don't really have good opportunity to take it. The wards coming out from DC are deep, and I feel like every time they try to go into the jungle, they will be hounded by the bat, the clockwork, and the puck. It's a little bit too early for NewBee to start taking buildings. So I'm not exactly sure what the play is for NewBee, apart from just, again, taking the licks and just wait for a better opportunity, wait for more levels.
They are starting to group up DC, looking for the tier 1 push. Mason and Abed laying into the tower. We see NewBee and Reserve behind. They do have the wards ready to go again if they want to try to take this fight, but the form of initiation available to them is just the Sand King walking in and burrowing. Not a good way to start the fight. Meanwhile, DC have a hook and they have a blink puck coil. They're still a ways away from the lasso blink, but they have the drums. So it just doesn't seem like NewBee have good ways to start engagements. And as a result, they are going to let this tower fall. Maybe go for a wolf deny. Nope. Not possible. The map is getting choked out now. Tier 1s are down. VC ramping up the aggression, looking for those deeper wards. They already have one in good position here near the shrine. Might be able to catch NewBee out while they're farming. But NewBee stick together as a pack of 3.
I think more important than ever now is Kaka needs to deliver up on his Blink Dagger timing. It's actually pretty good. 1,200 gold, and looks like we might add a little bit more money to the bank here. Dubu should get Burrow Strike. And there you go.
Nice pick off there, NewBee. Definitely need more of those as Triple C. Going back for the Blink Dagger now, so not rushing the Deso, recognizing DC are going to be fighting very soon.
Oh, Faith?
Hey, Faith. They find the Shaman. He gets up the Hex at least, then the Burrow comes in. They haven't managed to control him. DC a little bit slow in pushing their buttons, and now the Flame Break back into a lasso, trying to quickly corral him, drag him up to the high ground, leave him there to melt, and Faith will be down. Now DC looking to back away, but the Wolf chasing them out. In comes Mason. He's got that pushback available with the Gust. Still the Sand King Burrow comes through. He taps that Shrine, but Kanka getting overwhelmed all the same for now. He's invis. He is dead. The physical damage just too much for him to bear, while Bulba in the meanwhile finds that hook opportunity, jumping onto SCCC. DC looking for the extra kills. Can they bring him down? No refraction for a while. Does have the Mel, but gets silenced by Aga. Abed controlled and brought down. Huge damage coming out for the Puck. It's still Mason stays alive. The Wolf chase him out with the help of the Surge, but a good snare might be enough to get Mason back towards safety. So close to his Claymore.
Got Surge
so
soon.
close to his Shadow Blade, but I don't know that he gets it in time. Needs that 50 gold Gust. TP out. No vacuum available. Mason is out of there.
Wow, what a
Gets
play.
home safely.
Man, the Gust has been super critical in terms of why they won that team fight. The Sand King Burrow striking up to the high ground to tap the Shrine, I think that was meant to scare DC away, but what ended up actually happening was it was just a Sand King actually getting the Shrine juice, and they're like, yeah, we'll just right-click you and kill you.
They do drop the wards now, though. They're going to try to go for this tower. No glyph available for just a few seconds. However, Mugi does TP out. No lasso to stop it. Makes it back to safety. So all things considered, NewBee still scrounging up these kills. They've almost got the blink on SCCC. They're closing in on Kaka's blink. Much better timing for him. About 700 gold ahead of where he was last game on this hero. By the way, have we seen Kaka play anything besides Sand King?
We actually haven't. I'm actually going to go check in Dota Buff right now.
It's got to be like 80% SK games. I guess other teams don't really fear it because no one's banning it.
Exactly.
Faith caught out here. Mason with the Shadow Blade debut. The Hex comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Faith goes down again. The Shadow Shaman is having a sad game, Lumi.
Well, it gets a little bit better now. SC does have the Blink Dagger, and it seems like the way that they're going to play it, they're going to just jump right on top of the Drow Ranger and just force a quick kill. If not, the Drow Ranger Oracle is an easy one as well. They will have the...
Just got to be careful because the False Promise is nearly ready. Dubu's almost 6, and then you commit all that to kill the Drow, and you may just end up feeding away multiple lives in the return exchange. Abed is so unafraid. Sees the SK top, knows the Shaman just respawned. Diving past the tower. No fear from this young man. Kaka back here, and into the instantly broken lasso as the Burrow overrides it. We've seen some clowny interactions. We saw that Spirit Breaker charge dodge with a Burrow.
Yeah.
The clutch timings. This TI.
Oh, so NewBee does have this pretty cheesy combo that I think they're trying to do, but hasn't really successfully done so. Is the double Invis Wolves, and you put Iron Shells on them, and you just like roam them around the map. If you park one like next to a hero, you could just burn them down very quickly. Now the counterplay is that it's very easy for Dubu just fire off a Fortune's End and just dispel.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Game 2 between LGD Forever Young and OG. I'm OD Pixel, I'm here with Fox, and we're into the draft, and no surprises here. OG first ban, say goodbye to Inflame Nature's Prophet.
Makes sense. He had probably the best Nature's Prophet performance I've ever seen. That being said, the game was less than 20 minutes. But that was damn impressive by LFY.
Yeah, it really was. He ruled the lane, he knew where to be, he was there each and every time.
he just...
Bam.
I think the thing is, this hero against OG in that offlane, it's amazing because OG tends to have like a pretty greedy safe lane. So if you're ever able to have like that type of hero which contests in that manner, it can really cause a huge problem for them. And yeah, it made sense. Good ban. They played it incredibly well with the Nyx as well. And this time, the Nyx is left. If OG wants to take it, they kind of have to right now because LFY will take it in the first 2. So it's all about the trade. Nyx, Night Stalker.
What is it? I mean, do they want to go for something similar? Are we going to see like the Shaker again? Or something different? I'm a little bit surprised. I feel like we're seeing less of, you know, the OG are no longer the team that wants to just get Jax on like the Earth Spirit and such. Yeah. It's just not, even though we are seeing other teams have great success with a hero like that, and we know Jax is a little bit of a god with it.
Yep. It's still a hero that's, it's risky. It's okay,
Sure.
but it's a hero that's not winning like everything. I think he actually has a losing win rate, I'm pretty sure, here at the group stages, but we've been seeing him, we've been seeing him rise. I think they have to take the Nyx here. They go for the Night Stalker instead. So we were saying the Nyx or the Night Stalker. I think LFY will just take the Nyx anyway.
Absolutely. Arfu is a bit of a magician on it.
Yeah.
We saw it last game, pre-4-minute arcane boots.
They do like variety though. That's the thing. These guys like to change up their drafts a lot.
I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they might want to grab like the Visage as well in this opener. Something that they do like to have and may want to take away from OG.
Yeah, the thing is that playing the Nyx into Night Stalker is a little bit different because it's that vision game. You know, Night Stalker is very good versus Nyx, not only with that vision, but he can also man up versus the Nyx inside of the, like in the 1v1 kind of matchups or in the, when they meet each other in the rivers.
Well, taking the time here, LFY. Going into the reserve. But yes, indeed, as we were mentioning, this game very important for OG. They have to win this to have a chance at upper bracket. They lose this game, guaranteed lower bracket. Not a place you want to be, being sent into that first round. Best of 1, of course, on the main stage here at TI7. A very scary position to be in, and a position that OG themselves, I'm pretty sure, would not have expected to come to this tournament and ended up in. Straight up, LGD, FY, you say they like to switch it up.
Like to switch it up.
Spirit Breaker pucks their opener.
Say picks. The Spirit Breaker is a hero that can match the Night Stalker.
Yep.
You charge him, of course, you get the vision from the nighttime wherever he's going. Other than that, yeah, you can just, you follow him around as that support who can actually stand toe-to-toe with the Night Stalker, not really caring. That's probably what they were thinking. Like, Afu likes to play those heroes that whatever other 4 he's playing against, he can actually just stand there and trade right-clicks with them. Where Nyx Assassin versus Night Stalker, trading right-clicks isn't really the most optimal because you both have such high regen, and Night Stalker, of course, wins that in the nature of damage.
Yeah, Puck, of course, being a very popular hero. You know, we're seeing a lot of teams open up with a Puck +1 opener.
Yeah.
In the jarting phases.
I like the Spirit Breaker for LFY too, just because of how fast-paced they were that last game.
True.
They did not let down at all. That's like, Spirit Breaker breeds on that.
I mean, both these heroes, yeah, the Puck and the SP, definitely, you know, if this could be a 20-minute game, these are heroes that can do that kind of stuff. A lot of action that they can offer in the early stages. OG, quick to grab the Dazzle, something that we saw in the hands of LFY last game. DDC, of course, working some magic.
That hero also has a super high win rate. Only some of the more top teams are picking it, but overall this hero's been really strong because he has, you know, it's a lot about lanes right now in this group stage. It's all about like who can win the lanes, come out ahead in the lanes, and then after that it's of course like about the team fights and stuff. But
yeah,
right now OG making that adjustment. They're picking less greedy lanes. The last game they had some pretty greedy lanes and they got punished heavily. This time around they're addressing that factor.
And that's a ban there that you need to make. Taking away Death Prophet, especially if they aren't going to play it themselves. You know, we saw obviously OG last game, trying it out with no tail in the mid, and obviously themselves wanting to go for something different as they didn't have that much success with it, but you can't leave the opportunity for LFY to take it. Again, as we're saying, you know, this team that wants to run at you, if they're getting the ball rolling with the Spirit Breaker puck, Death Prophet being thrown on top of that, they're going to be taking racks even quicker than they did last game. It's not going to be there. Terrorblade will be banned out by LFY. See what else they want to take. I believe PL was also the ban in the first game. Batrider will be the one to be targeted.
Still focusing on that Batrider. This time they don't have the Nyx Assassin, so it makes more sense. But yeah, they just have a lot of respect for S4's Bat.
OG. I mean, you look at some of the heroes we had last game. I mean, do you get to a point where you want to ban out the Morphling, or is this a hero that you should be able to draft with preparations for? Or was it that scary? I mean, Monet, you know, he obviously did look like a beast because he got a lot of space. Granted, it wasn't like they tried to really shut him down.
He got all the space in the world. Yeah.
He really did get left alone. But
there's heroes that are similar to the Morph is the thing. It's like, you know, the anti-mage and stuff like that. Morph's a little bit, he can do a little bit more in the lane because of the damage from waveform. But I don't know if you really want to ban that. That's the thing. It's like we were saying, LFY has so many substitutes of heroes. It makes it super difficult. It's like, what do we really want to ban? This one makes a lot more sense because they have the Night Stalker on their team, and we've been seeing a lot of people versus that Night Stalker, they pick up the Lycan to benefit from the darkness with their Howl. And it fits very good with the Puck and Spirit Breaker. Those heroes that have a ton of catch, which allows Lycan to actually lock somebody down and eat them alive.
Well, one of the heroes we saw being banned out last game by OG was, of course, the Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is another game where AA could work out quite nicely with Spirit Breaker and Puck making things happen around the map. Also, to have something to sort of put an end to this dazzle sustain that OG are going to have in the fights could be an opportunity. But as you said, you know, it's very hard to predict what LGDFY want to bring in, as they are in such a power of position. As we mentioned, already, of course, secured top spot. They really can do whatever the hell they want.
That's, yeah.
And probably still win the game.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
They're changing heroes up a lot. They have not picked Spirit Breaker yet to this point. So this is right away they're picking it up. You know that they're not experimenting, but just feeling very comfortable. And they take the Visage for themselves this time around.
Nothing too out of the ordinary there with that pick.
Hope this is a core Visage for LFY. That'd be cool. We've seen an EG attempt the core Visage a few times,
yeah,
but LFY, I don't think that we've seen them do that yet. Don't know if we will. I think that's more than likely the support hero, but so they have good ways to deal with like the backline already. The Visage familiars plus the Puck to be able to find the dazzle. Like, if they find that dazzle, the birds plus a Puck coil, it's very hard for dazzle to really do anything in those type of instances. If of course the Visage is able to get 6 at a good time.
A very nice lineup to sort of kite up the Night Stalker as well. Just having that Grave Chill, being able to benefit off the boost.
A ton of damage as well already from LFY's draft.
Oh, I love it. I've been waiting to see a Magnus game. I know we've had a few. It's had a pretty good win rate here, I believe. I believe it is in the 80%.
Paired up with Nyx a lot. I think we saw LGD run it a couple times with PA and a couple other heroes. But yeah, it's a hero that's been kind of forgotten about a bit from a lot of teams.
It's not... I mean, already looking at the 3 heroes of LGDFY, it's not a game where you think this is an easy to find the RP match.
No, definitely not.
It's going to be tricky. I mean, as you mentioned already with the familiar scouting things out, it's not going to be easy to find that, and especially now with the Venno being thrown in once again. So you would imagine that they're picking this Magnus because of the cause. You know, OG are going to pick something that will benefit off that Empower.
Yeah.
And, you know, as we saw, you know, if they can sort of hold off this early aggression from LFY, draw the game out, and they have these cores that they're ready to take it on, they've got a chance. And anytime you've got a game with that Empower benefit, it can do a lot. But you have got to get past that sort of 20-minute mark, which LGDFY are not going to let them easily to do so. And there we have it.
For the Ember. So Ember versus Puck to get those Searing Chains versus him can be quite nice. Doesn't really benefit too much from Empower, and well, it can benefit a bit from Empower.
This is nice with the slide.
Sure,
it's nice with the slide,
and with the weave. So he's gonna have to go for more of a physical type aspect for that Ember then. I think it's looking a bit greedy, to be honest, though, from OG in comparison to what LFY's got, especially because of the way they punish greed.
I mean, the Ember's nice, I guess, in the sense that at the moment the only thing that's going to cause slight issues is the silence from the Puck. Otherwise, this Ember is out of there. He can play a very free game. I imagine with the Ember pickup as well, we are going to see Ana back in the mid lane on this hero almost certainly, and No Tail.
I would imagine so,
we'll go back to the safe lane. So I think already I like this more than what happened in Game 1 in terms of the picks. Void to be banned out by LFY. So another hero that would have benefited from the Magnus buff. And another hero that's kind of good at slowing down the game, especially when LFY are going to be grouping up, trying to break the high ground, almost certainly at a similar pace that they were to last game. Someone that can put a bit of a stop to that.
Right now, OG's deep push is mostly just the Magnus Shockwave. They've got, you know, Dazzle Heal, but that's not really great deep push. You can kill creep waves a little fast, but not great. So I'm still a little worried. I'm worried for OG. I mean, it's probably just because of how fast that last game was.
I think everyone's worried for OG after game 1.
Yeah. It just feels like it just feels a bit greedy to me. That's the thing. Is when I'm seeing these like high, fast-paced heroes on the side of LFY. So they go for the PL. They're going for that late game.
Yeah, they're really, as I say, trying to capitalize on the fact that the lockdown isn't
minimal.
really there from LFY. As I say, there's a silence. Sure, if you get them as good luck with the RNG on the breaker. Familiar stuns are always something you certainly have to bear in mind, but they're not going to be there until a certain point of the game.
5 seconds.
LFY, maybe with this last pick, I'm going to be picking a bit of a harsh lockdown. We're expecting it to be Mone's hero.
Yeah.
Super, almost certainly once again playing the Venom mid. Inflame taking the puck off lane.
Yep.
Unless do you want to try out the Visage Core, which is it's always a possibility.
We'll find out right here.
Oh, that
looks like Monet's hero.
Monkey King.
That's a very good hero to deal with the PL. So PL is good versus PL is one of the best heroes versus Visage though. That's
he's going to build Battle Fury as well, isn't he?
He's probably going to build Battle Fury.
He did it. I missed out. I heard the rumors.
The Owen Battle Fury
craze. I heard
craze.
the rumors. The Battle Fury
God.
Monkey King. And if there was a game to do it, yeah, with the PL. If he does it, Mono, you beautiful man. But we'll see. We'll see indeed.
I'm hyped up for this game.
Yeah, it could get messy.
Yeah, I think it could get messy. I do like LFY's a little bit more this game, but OG does have very elusive heroes, and if they can take it to the later stages of the game, as long as LFY doesn't go crazy in that laning phase, I think OG's got a pretty good chance. But LFY's draft is looking pretty scary just for pressuring. That Spirit Breaker puck, I mean, that's the same thing. Like the thing is the PL, Dazzle, and Night Stalker, this lane is much stronger, but Spirit Breaker and puck could still punish that a bit.
And I think as well with OG's lineup, I'm much happier with the hero player combinations you have. You know what I mean? Fly Dazzle, Jarek's Night Stalker, S4 and
S4 Mag. I mean, that's what else could you ask for?
And Anna Ember, No Tail PL. It just seems a lot better than No Tail Death Prophet and Anna Sven. You know, just their comfort on these heroes.
Right there with you.
It's a lot better. But at the same time, LFY, the same thing certainly can be said. And Monet, the mastermind on the Monkey King. Inflame, you know, he showed us what he could do on the Nature's Prophet. A hero like the puck that has a lot of higher potential in terms of flashy flare performance. We can see what he's going to do as we get into this game too. Once again, OG need this win to have a look in at potentially getting into a tiebreak. It didn't guarantee them that spot, depending on the outcomes of the other games. It may be irrelevant, but if they even want to have as little as a chance, they must win this game.
Yep.
But it's going to be tough. If any of you guys are tuned in, LFY did dominate OG in game 1. We've had a few stomps in the group stages, but that was definitely up there.
Oh, that one, I mean, that was, like we were saying, it was 1,000 gold per minute.
And one of the most surprising stomps as well, because a lot of the times we're seeing it between these teams that we kind of go into the matchup expecting them to be at different tiers, but for OG to get beat down that hard, it's quite something to see.
I'm just happy, Owen. We're getting the chance to see the Safe Lane Monkey King. Me and you did not get to do that other game. I barely even got to actually watch like any of it, so I'm hyped up for this.
See how he plays it. As I said, last time, I don't know how many times Money's brought it out. Definitely the once, at least with the Battle Fury.
Check for you really quick. I'm pretty sure it's only been once. I know Fnatic and a couple other teams, or I'm pretty sure only Fnatic's actually picked it. And Liquid actually, I think, grabbed it once. But yeah, they've only played it once on Monet with that Battle Fury. And it was versus PL.
It was, wasn't it? It was.
It was definitely versus
PL. All
PL.
the stars are aligning for that, that mystical Battle Fury Monkey King.
Owen is probably the most happy person. For those who don't know, Owen loves Battle Fury. We'll get that out of the way.
We'll see if it happens.
So they're dodging.
They're avoiding this lane.
S4 top to get a 1v1 versus the puck so that he can actually get something. I think they're probably thinking if it's a Monkey King versus a Mag, S4 is going to get super shut down. And they really need S4 to have a game because he's their real team fight. Everyone else is not team fight. The rest of them all need a lot of time to get online. S4 is all of it. I mean, in comparison to LFY's.
The thing is as well, though, that bottom lane, I feel, is still not going to be an easy lane for OG, you know what I mean? Once there's a couple of levels on the Monkey King, PL is a fairly squishy hero. Sure, you've got the Doppelganger, but the range of the Boundless Strike is going to catch you post-jump.
Visage is zero armor, though.
True. Yeah, if they can try and punish their heroes around him.
They're actually dodging it right away. They don't want the Monkey King versus the PL.
Oh, they really want him against that Magnus.
Yeah.
See if he can even make a play. I mean, they've got him and the puck now up on the top lane. We'll almost certainly, as you say, expect to see Inflame tag team back out to the bottom.
I would imagine so, yeah. I think the
Yeah.
I think Dazzle makes it too hard to be when you're tri-lane against. When you're on, like, Monkey King has 1 armor, when with a poor man's shields, Visage has 0. It's pretty scary to lane this, but now they might actually just put this as a tri-lane. I don't even know if they need to change this one, because Monkey King versus Magnus is fine 1v1.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And you're getting the solo experience on the Tira that certainly relies on getting those early levels quick if he wants to start making the movements. And look already, Boundless Strike and S4 down to very low health. Does have the preparations for this lane. You know, he's come into it with multiple tangos and the salve ready. Well, we'll see how this one pans out. Bottom lane, that is certainly going to be where the majority of the action is. This 3v3, trying to make a bit of a go onto Dazzle. They're going to charge through as well onto this, but Arfu's held back by the Void from Jerax. Notel trying to force back DDC.
Big heal bomb.
Doing a lot to inflame there.
Ooh.
But he will orb himself back out to safety.
I love me some good old-fashioned try versus try. All about maximizing the lane and using your regen properly. So let's take a look how the regen is for both teams. They have a lot on the puck and a lot on the PL, but other than that, nobody else really has too much. Charge coming out onto Ember mid. They've got the level 2 Gale.
Yeah, he is surrounded in the tree line.
That's a DD as well.
That is going to be your first blood. Arfu to take it. Quick with the movements. Pulled it off early game on the Nyx Assassin in game 1. And game 2, he's in the right place at the right time. Season opening, he takes it.
He always finds the right move. Now he's going to go back to base, going to have the Orb of Venom finished up. He's got level 2 for the Greater Bash too. So he's just going to be keeping those moves around the map. And Fly, OG are trying to make the rotations as well. They want the Dazzle to be matched up versus that Monkey King.
Straight away though, as soon as Flyer heads up it, DDC's there with the response. Mid lane, Anna able to get the solo kill onto Super. Moves in with the Flame Guard, catches him away from the creeps with the root. And no escape, so this time, big kill there for Anna, getting that solo action.
Buying his boots before he died, and Super does not have boots, so he's just able to walk him down.
Do have a charge on Anna though. They're going to look to try and punish him off the bat, but it is a charge straight down mid, so Anna should be able to back off as soon as he sees it with the creep on the high ground. And he's actually going along the river. This could be okay. With the root, he's fine. Did just have enough mana for it. Gale's actually going to miss as well. Nice juke there from Anna.
Has to juke that one.
Was expecting it. No messing around from it.
Lane's going infinitely better for OG this time around, of course.
This first 3.5 minutes looking much healthier than game 1 did. Arfu for the bash. Get it there with the
bottom lane.
Bottom lane. No Tail and Jerax move in with the silence on the puck. There's no escape for Inflame.
Jerax getting the level 2 crippling fear. People don't expect that.
Same time, top lane though. Monet moves in onto Fly. S4 will find the kill onto Monet in response, but S4's now in trouble. Arfu charging in, letting the gap be closed for TDC. There's the bash. S4 taken down. So they find Monet, but it does cost them both of their lives in that top lane. 3 for 3. A lot of skirmishing, but as you say, definitely more even on the field in comparison to game 1. Both teams finding the action and finding the farm, as we can see on the CS. No one really falling that far behind the other side.
Yeah, this is really good for OG in the start, because I would say that their lanes are a little bit weaker, and they're getting the matchups that they kind of want, making these rotations happen. Look, it's 4 minutes and we've had 3 lane swaps happen. PL moves bottom, PL moves top, Mag moves bottom. Changing it up all over the place, trying to make sure they get those matchups, because it's that important. Ana getting galed up mid, some harassment coming out from Super.
Let's see if they get a chance to go up top. Monet's in the tree lines. He is level 4.
2 points
with
in the tree
here
dance
as well. They can certainly try and go for them. No-Tail's relatively low on the mana. Doesn't even have enough to throw a Spirit Lance out. Will have a doppelganger. Fly and No-Tail aware of Monet though, as they do see him jumping from tree to tree. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Super again moves in with the Gale, finding these solo kills. Both taking each other down. We saw Anna do it, and now Super's the one to find some action. Monet will finally jump back down, missing out on a little bit too many CS. Well, instead, he really wants to go back in. He's hoping that DDC is going to be able to bait these two through. There is a bit of a wraparound from the river. Yeah, Jerax looking to get involved from behind.
They knew that he warded there.
Yeah,
they're going to
straight
get the D-ward right away.
4 heroes from OG up on this top lane at the moment. As straight off the back of that respawn, Anna's actually TP'd up to the top lane.
They still haven't seen him either. They have a mid ward.
I mean,
they see the Remnant, they see him come back.
There we go. Was trying to look for the opportunity to get himself involved. but I didn't quite find it. Not too much time wasted though as he's back towards the mid. LFY still hanging around top. Monet seeing if he can get a chance to jump in. There's the charge forward. They're looking to go for Fly, trying to go for the easier kill. Monet jumps forward into the midst of all the heal bomb though. Just destroys DDC. There's the boundless strike coming through, but Fly holds on to the grave. Now going for the TP. Is there the bash there? There isn't. Fly gets out. Monet to be brought down as OG play that perfectly there. I mean, we saw LFY.
Mid lane super as well, getting skewered back by the hasted mag.
And he is gone as well. OG there with some quick kills in succession from top straight to the middle lane.
This Dazzle pick is going to be just going to be owning. Because, yeah, low armor heroes like we were talking about, Visage and Monkey King, very low armor at the start of the game. Those heal bombs are extremely threatening. And it's nighttime, so during that nighttime, the Night Stalker is able to do a lot, and Jarex is already making it work. Level 4 on him, level 4 on the Dazzle too, and S4 has Arcane Boots with level 6 already. So very good start coming out. And now the smoke, they're trying to make another rotation and punish Super. Super just ported mid.
Let's see if they can do it here.
Oh, they actually are able to find DDC, it seems.
They are going to try and move in upon him. He has got backup, though. They actually have the damage to bring him down with the Remnant forward from Ana. They're going to get the chains onto 2, and again with the heal bomb, they take down 1. Now Arfu looking for the returns. He charges it onto Jerax, but straight away Jerax just turns with the Void and the damage just ticking out from Ana's Flame Guard. They pick up another. OG doing it here so far in game 2. 8-4 as they lead in kills. Super's trying to find Ana, forcing him back up to the high ground, but Jerax comes back in. To be a little careful, tickling around with this. They're playing right around on the edge. Ana will TP out. Fly as well, should just about make it. Arfu unable to close the gap onto Jerax. So again, OG get themselves all out. In fact, Ana straight back from the base, going forward, looking for Super. The Flame Guard bringing him down. Now Ana's got to be careful.
He's got mana for 1 Remnant.
He should be fine with that 1 Remnant in mind, unless he gets mass bursted down. It's going to be close. Oh, doesn't make it.
Had to use the chains to try to get further away.
Yeah, he just got a little too antsy there as he came straight back in. A little early after, without fully regenning in the fountain. Just thought that he could see an opportunity to take down Super's Veno.
He's trying to keep that aggression because right now his Flame Guard, they can't really burn it off. It takes time for the things to take top lane. We might see an aggressive play. Oh, he tries to cut the tree. Yeah, there's no real good way to burn the Flame Guard quickly just yet. Once the puck gets involved, then of course there will be with the Soul Assumption too. But for the time being, no. In Flame this time around, just a little bit quiet. Just the nature of the matchup. He's just farming at the puck.
That is something as well. I didn't think of that, but of course you always see which the doppelganger PL is because of the number on his head, don't you?
Oh yeah, you do. That's a good point.
So that's pretty tasty.
Yeah. Oh, Afu trying to go for an aggressive charge onto S4 with the puck.
He's gone.
He's dead. Ana all over the place. He's a space maker. So that was the first coil expended and unable to find a kill. Put some pressure on bottom with S4 and Ana.
They have got the chains. Looks like they don't want to try and force too much maybe now, but now Ana to get charged. Quick with the root though. Nicely done as he holds back Arfu. S4 does have the skew and the RP. They could try and find something. And they are just going to keep Inflame pressured as they pop that shockwave out. Burn through those raindrop charges.
Burn those raindrops. Monet with the 3 points in the Primal Spring. It's the best scaling AoE spell that he has. Bit different than we've seen a couple other players do, but I think I saw him do this as well last time. Some variety in his build.
Fu again eyes onto Ana. Ana does find that Invis rune. Maybe have to pull something off with this. Fly soaking up the experience in the middle lane. Trying to get himself towards that level 6.
We've got level 6 on Visage now. Pretty sure they want to go for a smoke up and go for some pressure play. Try to get a kill maybe on the PL. It's a bit tough, but they'd like to shut him down. Here we go. The puck TP stop.
In. Yeah, in
they're going to go with this. They've got Coil online. They've got Visage Familiars. This should be enough to bring down
Ana is coming up, though. Ana's in the neighborhood. Does have that Invis rune. If he heads up there, could do a good effort trying to turn things around. There's the Primal Spring forward. They're going to look to try and catch down Notel, and indeed the coil catches no one. They do get the Familiar Stone onto Jerax, but already OG backing up underneath the tower. Notel is going to be chased down by a Soul Assumption, but he lives, he's fine, and now the return comes in. Ana's there, goes forward, Sleight of Fist to bring down Monet. may pay with his life though, as DDC and Inflame look to finish off the kill, but with the Remnant across, he's going to get himself out of there. And OG lose nothing and bring down Monet.
Very uncharacteristic mistake from Inflame there. Popped the coil after the doppelganger went off. It was like a good half second after the doppel went off too. So missing that kill and having to expend high resources and losing Monet. Good response by OG.
And once this happens, space for S4 Magnus down on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's just farming. They're actually just making the adjustment now for the lanes. LFY, that is. DDC just gets walked down by the Jerax Night Stalker.
They do have a charge onto Jerax. We'll see if they can punish this. Ana's in the neighborhood. Didn't quite get the chains out in time. They do have the familiar stuns. There's the first. In comes the second. LFY trying to bring down Jerax. Where's that bash? It's not going to be there, but it doesn't matter. They do have just enough damage as the familiars come back up.
Jerax was dominating. They're actually able to get a decent streak coming out for the Visage with those familiars.
Look at this down bottom. Monet's eyeing this up. S4 starting to do a bit of deforestation as he hunts for the Monkey King. Shockwave to connect as well. S4 really putting on the pressure. He's nearly managed to take this tier 1 tower. Monet is going to jump down here at the same time though. Mid lane, Ana getting charged upon. Super committing the ultimate.
Oh, Monet's very dead.
They do have Arfu in as well, but Ana turns. Nice chains onto 2. Ana should be fine here with the remainder of the Flame Guard. Getting himself out of there, and indeed bottom lane. S4, no tail, moving in, takes the kill. Ana will be fine as he just TP'd back in time. Fortification comes out, but OG will stand their ground down bottom and do still claim the tier 1 tower.
Big concerns coming out for LFY. The Monkey King's getting shut down so heavily. Only not even 3,000 net worth. OG's doing a great job of just following him around the map whenever he shows and keeping the punish. Not slowing down at all.
Should be okay. In fact, he's going to give a bit of a beating to one of the familiars. GDC will drop it down. S4 very close to the blink. 1,600 gold on it, and they're going to... Wow, that'll help a little bit. I believe the money did go the way of No Tail though. Still, plus 100. Always tasty. DDC now going to be gone upon as well. 2 times with the familiar stuns, holding back the 2 of them. Jerax looking to try and chase this one down here. Has another void. There will be a charge upon him. Can it save DDC in time? Yes, DD. No, he ticks out. No Tail getting the kill there, I believe, with the Orb of Venom damage from the illusion. Now they'll look to punish. They get the first kill. Again, the Waning Rift silence a little bit too slow. The Dream Coil will still connect though, and No Tail cannot get out. So LFY do pick up a couple of kills off the back of OG getting deep, but space elsewhere across the map. Ana takes a tier 1 tower.
Looked like some indecision coming up from No Tail and Jerax. No Tail looked like he wanted to back up, but Jerax committed, so No Tail follows and they pay with 2.
Oh,
Ends
and
up not really
he's
being worth
doing it as well. Monet is definitely going for the Battle Fury build.
Versus PL? Definitely.
Definitely. I mean, I guess the first indication as well was the fact that, you know, Monet on his Monkey King, he goes for the treads rather than the phase, which we normally see. Obviously, phase a little bit better for the laning situation, you know, to try and get that chase down, get those Jingu Mastery stacks up. Yeah. But if you're building Battle Fury, if you're looking to farm, treads, it's always going to be the better decision.
Yeah, I think overall, like, if you're playing like this core Monkey King wants to just be in the midst of the fights, having treads is just better than the phase boots, because they make you tankier. They make you have more mana pool, which you really need as a Monkey King too. Top lane, they know Monet's going to be farming here. They're looking to get aggressive. Mag has Blink already.
Oh, can they catch him out here? Yes, they can. They have the vision. They can't see up here. They've got anything to bring him down. They do. They'll just RP. No messing around from S4. He catches out the Monkey King. Inflame, trying to play around with Fly. He does not have enough damage to bring this one. He's trying with the Dream Coil, but OG's there to turn this one around. They do bring down Fly, but they are going to be able to punish these heroes. They get the control onto the Spirit Breaker. Arfu down. So despite even when LFY had the opportunity to get the kills, OG's always there with the trades. And 15 minutes in, 15 to 9.
They are
looking a lot better in game 2 for OG.
Yeah, they're playing really smart. They're making sure it's like every time Monet shows on the map, they just start bringing 3 heroes toward him. They're like, don't let him try to recover. Do not let this Monkey King have a game. Because they can...
Mid lane.
It's getting out to mid lane.
Just accepts his fate there. Dragged back, brought down, OG with another.
They're hemorrhaging kills all over the place versus this boosted travel on the Ember Spirit. OG just playing way too fast-paced compared to LFY at this moment in time.
Yeah, No Tail nearly has the Diffusal Blade complete.
So LFY now probably wanting to sit behind the Monkey King a bit. They might be expecting those kind of rotations coming out just because of how often they've been happening. So maybe with the puck,
sitting behind Monkey King waiting for that aggression to happen, and then they can turn it around.
I mean, it's going to be such a late Battle Fury on Money.
Yeah.
That is the thing. Not even with the money to pick up the first component yet. They are certainly going to need time. And even at that, you look at OG's lineup, Ember, PL, Magnus. It's... You know, I love the Battle Fury, but I don't know if it's enough to deal with that. No matter how late you go.
Yeah, because they're going to just start accelerating their farm so fast with this Empower. Like, we're already going to be seeing Diffusal coming out for No Tail, Ember Spirit as well. Going to have Maelstrom at a relatively fast pace. And yeah, S4 is just going to keep empowering them. And when the game slows down like this, it benefits OG more because of that. LFY, we were saying, they have the better team fight if they were able to come out of lanes ahead because of the nature of their lineup. You know, Puck, Veno, Visage, these 3 examples right away, compared to OG's, which only technically had the Magnus at that point. But now, they've already got Mag, Blink, everyone else is pretty much online as well. Very hard for LFY to actually match up directly versus them now. So it's recovery point. They have to split up their resources and try to catch up. That being said, though, Jerax looks like he's going to be brought down here.
Flame will take the tower up top, and indeed LFY creating the space and control around OG's jungle.
OG has been stacking Ancients. How convenient. Would you look at this? The Empower. They just cleared 1 triple stack, and now another one. No Tail up to level 12. Right after that Diffusal Blade was finished up, and another 1,200 gold.
See if LFY can get away with anything more in this top lane. Just trying to get control of this jungle. As they do remain up top. 1A to TP down bottom. Has to be careful about it. Doesn't really want to go in on his own, as Ana can definitely turn and bring down this Monkey King at this stage. +1 might be able to do something, but it's top lane where they are sticking around, keeping the pressure on this tier 2 tower. Arfu will be focused. No Tail moving in with the Diffusal Blade. Arfu quick with the charge out. There's the jump forward.
RP.
S4 cuts him off, brings him back.
That's on a charged unit.
Very fancy done. Bottom lane, good silence. Do they actually have the damage and control to finish him off? It doesn't look like they do. Throws out a Remnant. There's the jump across. Has another one. And Ana is fine. Blinks away. Despite their best attempts, they don't catch him out. They do still lose that bottom tower. LFY continuously being kept behind this game.
At least they forced some reaction top. Got about half damage on that tower. So they were trying to make some space for the Monkey King. Got a little bit. His net worth went up quite a lot. He's already got the Perseverance now. On way toward that Battle Fury, but still, they're in recovery method. 6,000 gold lead for OG. One thing is that OG's lineup doesn't do Roche crazy fast. Maybe if they pick up a Medallion on the Dazzle with that double Empower, they will be able to do it faster, and then LFY needs to worry, but they have good ways to check inside the pit, be it Orb or Plague Wards or Visage Familiars. And they're actually smoking up behind the Venomancer, expecting that OG aggression. They know that RP's on cooldown. It's still daytime for about 1 more minute, so they're trying to get something big out of it. They're just waiting for near the high ground. They're smoked up on the low ground.
I've got the blink on him, Flame.
Yep. His smoke breaks. He knows somebody on high ground now.
It's going to be very hard for him to get the jump. He's going to go and scout it out. Moves up to the high ground. Immediately rooted and silenced, though. Inflame in trouble as they fully focus him. Will juke out the shockwave with the phase shift. Now the Dream Coil and the Ult from Super comes down. Again, another root, though, onto the Puck, and the Puck is gone. Inflame down. No Tail ready to chase down DDC with the Diffusal Blade. Finds the Visage kill. OG take 2. They may not be done yet as they jump forward. S4 looking to cut off Super. There will find the vision for No Tail to close in once again. OG chasing down with the heal bomb from Fly. 3 kills. Nothing that LFY can do in response.
And now it's not. They use the darkness, but it's also about to be nighttime, so it's a big swing in momentum for OG. And LFY struggling to find the situation where they can actually get those kind of kills. Tends to be usually Afu like leading the charge in most of their games. This time, he is not really able to as a Spirit Breaker versus those chains. Very hard to gank these elusive PLs and Ember Spirits. Trying what they can to make space for Monkey King to catch up, but paying with too many deaths.
OG will back off from that mid lane. Arfu eyes on No Tail on the bottom. Is not going to want to get involved with him though in a 1v1, at least at this point. Hood now picked up on Jerax as well, so huge amounts of LFY's damage output to be negated. I mean, physical wise, what is there? It really is just the Monkey King.
Yeah,
and the
familiars and Monkey King, yeah.
Yeah, everything from the Veno and the Puck going to be made close to redundant once he has that hood active up. Jarex, of course, has been playing this very nicely. We saw at the start how much he's been involved in 6, 3, and 8. Very, very nice movements from Jarex back to the lane stage. We've talked about how Arfu would look to mirror it, but the way that this game's gone, Jarex has been able to do so much more this game on the Night Stalker than Arfu has on the Breaker.
Definitely. Arfu got the first blood, but Jarex then afterwards, he getting the crippling fear, early level, just been moving really well around the map too, reading just where LFY is going to be going, and yeah, OG. During all this downtime, like we said, they're going to continue stacking Ancients and farming those Ancients with their double empowered melee cores. LFY, position toward top, OG throws a scan.
That's a jump from Ana though, straight away onto DDC with Jarex there as well. The familiar stuns, are they going to be enough to hold them back? Doesn't look like it as they chase down DDC with the Flame Guard and the Sleight of Fist from Ana. Another easy kill for OG. Get one of the familiars as well. Extra plus 100 there for the side. Mid lane, Monet could be in a bit of trouble. N0tail trying to close the gap. Monet jumping across. They try and break the trees with the doppelganger. He should be fine though now. N0tail kind of held back. Super's there. In fact, N0tail's thinking about maybe going for this one. He wants to doppelganger up to the high ground and chase this down. He's looking for the Venomancer. Super does get the ult off in time. Can they punish N0tail, who's gone incredibly deep? Ana's there to back him up. They're trying to get the ult up, but the silence just come out, and Monet and Super are gone. Double kill for OG as Ana just cleans them up. He's going to get DDC as well. Triple kill for the Ember Spirit.
I want to see Ana's damage output there. He just literally instant killed them as soon as they went in. N0tail does drop, but Monet trying to use his Wukong's command, and Ana just kills him before he's even able to get it off.
Did not get a chance at all to get that ult off.
Look at that, 3,086 damage in that short span of time.
Yeah, Ana going ham.
Being able to jump in with the Sleight of Fist and with that power still on him, that cleave damage.
I mean, we said at the start, I was looking forward to this game, seeing Ana on the Ember rather than the spam, because this is a hero that Ana really can pull out the plays on.
You know what else happened? So those ogres actually walked from the medium camp into it as well, so he actually cleaved off of the ogres too on top of them. So a little bit of bonus damage there for Ana to bring them down even quicker. But yeah, they're keeping all the aggression up. They're bringing the fights to the Monkey King constantly. Every time they see him on the map, they're just trying to go. But
here we go.
Battle Fury's online.
Battle Fury's online. 23 minutes, and a little slower than maybe Monet would have hoped.
Quite a lot, yeah.
But this is when things change. The Monkey King has his axe.
I'm pretty excited for it. I haven't gotten a chance to see it at all on Monkey Kings. I got a chance to watch the highlights and a little bit of that game when he did play it last time, but I want to see it myself.
I'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, he's still, of course he needs the recovery method still. They're quite a ways behind, 10,000 gold.
He needs to not die at the start of the fights, which is, that's quite a hard ordeal.
Because he's squishy. It's a low armor hero, and you're playing versus double in power. These physical, heavy bursters versus Monkey King is always one of his big concerns. He hates playing versus the likes of, like, PA, Ursa, these heavy physical damage dealers because of that.
Yeah.
You can throw Ember and PL in there as well. But now at least he's going to be able to clear waves out faster, so that's something that LFY was kind of lacking. It was really only the Puck who can just naturally 1-2 burst the lanes out. Now he can not only have to use Primal Spring to push lanes out, he can naturally just auto-attack push them quicker.
Top lane? Eyeing up Ana, but
he's got Lincoln's.
Not really one that you can go for.
1800, level 17.
Ana, he's going for you. He's looking for DDC. Does he just straight up get this in the solo potentially? He may have upset them up. They are going to look to try and turn. Does Duke out the Soul Assumption, still has a Remnant back to safety, of course, and Ana is out of there. But Monet will save DDC with his presence, making sure that Ana doesn't stick around for the kill.
LFY is not really trying to take big engagements. You can see the difference of the pace. They're like, okay, we're still in recovery method. Let OG come to us. We're not going to go to them just yet. And now it's level 18 on Ember. 15. Everybody on OG is actually pretty high level. 13, 14, 15, 18, and 18. You can take a look at that experience graph. It's almost a 15,000 experience lead and approaching that 12,000 gold lead for OG. Makes it a lot harder for LFY to actually take fights.
Manta style, fully complete on N0tail.
S4 goes for the skewer. Actually going for, you notice the Aether Lens on the mag this time around. So that extra mana regen, so he always has the mana to use all of his spells, and some increased range on the skewer and blinks. It's pretty useful. All of his spells do benefit from that. So Monet really needs the BKB for them to actually try to take fights, but still, 11k deficit. He can get brought down very quickly because even with BKB, very susceptible to that physical.
A lot of ways they can go for it, yeah. See the plan at the moment, just maybe trying to cut off these creep waves on the top lane.
Super.
S4 jumps in, skewers Super back, and Super is gone. S4 quick with the catch.
This time around, the Veno is not working for them that they would have the way they would have liked it to. 4 and 6. He's spin the punching bag a bit this game so far. You know, the concept that they wanted to have with it, of course, with the Plague Wards to defend.
Nana just jumps
Another
in
skewer.
again. S4 finds the opening to rip DDC out of the base. They do get the 3-man trio. Monet moving in, thinking about getting the Wukong's command up, but he has to be careful. There's still an RP from S4, and S4 just brings him down, takes out the Monkey King.
He's down for 50 as well. This may just actually be a Rax for them to be able to siege. They have the heals from the Dazzle.
Flame's trying to slow them down here, but he himself now in trouble. They surround him. He has got the phase shift. Blink still on cooldown though. There's the root, there's the silence. Inflame down as well. OG turning up the heat. 27 minutes in. A GG is called. They will secure game 2. Despite the insane beatdown from game 1, OG are able to turn the series on its head. Pretty much pull out the same one hit.
They made it work. The way that they... I think the laning phase was the biggest thing for me. Their adjustments that they were making, trying to make sure that Magnus was matched up versus that puck, putting the PL versus the Monkey King. They never let Monet really get online, and every time he showed on the map, they would go find him and hunt him down. Jarex had some great movements, but I'd probably give the MVP to Honest. Those first 10 minutes he showed in top lane, mid lane, bottom lane, back to top. He was just making the plays all over the place to shut down that Monkey King. So LFY couldn't get all together, because once they do hit all their 6s on LFY, they could have had good team fight, but OG just didn't let them do that, and they got way further ahead with that in power.
Well, there we have it. I mean, as I said, we're not too sure on the standings elsewhere, but this does put OG in with the chance, potentially. I'm not quite sure how the other games are going. It does, of course, depend on how those other matches have resulted whilst going on during the series. But there we have it. LFY taking down the Battle for your Monkey King, not working out.
Sorry, Owen.
It's all part of our, just to make sure that it doesn't get nerfed, you know what I mean? It's good job. Good job, Monet. Keep it up, my boy.
OG played this one really smart, the way that they just focused on poor Monet, did not let him get online.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another team that was able to take a game off LFY at the end of it all in the groups. I'm sure there'll be a panel or something on later to explain the situation. I mean, Fly doesn't seem too happy.
He looks flustered. He looks very, very flustered.
Maybe the news isn't great. We'll find out. I'm sure you guys in Twitch chat already know, so do be sure to ask the person that's above you. Oh, Mad's smiling. Maybe that's good news, or yeah, Mad's a happy lad anyway. Maybe he's just smiling all the time. Fogged is actually checking Twitch chat.
I was checking to see if they were happy.
Does anyone know in Twitch chat?
Nothing yet.
No, I'm just seeing a feels bad man, a monkey
just some rigged and some random stuff.
Some lulz, de-Illuminati. Keep it up, boys and girls.
Good.
But that's it from me and Fog. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure something amazing is going to happen on this stream where the panel appear and Machine and the beautiful boys will tell you something. We'll see you guys about. Enjoy the show.
Yeah, but I was watching the VP NewBee games, and it was like NewBee was still doing the things where they would TP in like 4 heroes to fight mid, but then it was something where VP would bring 4 heroes to start. So it's like teams are already prepping for that type of style and being prepared for it. And yeah, it does sort of raise a lot of questions for sure. This team is going to look like going forward. 3-3 knows he has to split push, knows that he has to put the team on his back at this point, but it feels like it might be a fool's errand. They have got the lift up, able to take and catch that next assassin. Highlight eye there as well, and the hook shot off the mark. A little bit of a juke, a little bit of a jive. Highlight eye, cool as a cucumber. Don't go down without a fight, Hellraisers. Uh-oh. That looks like that could be a really bad Winter's Curse, but good decision to back out before it happens. And seeing that there's creeps inside their base, Pylai could have an opening here. Honestly, if they just want to walk forward with the Exorcism, could be the death of him as well. Swift ending, walking forward. Milan there as well. They got the catch on the Pylai, the Yule Scepter lift up, keeping him alive for the moment, but still in trouble. Doesn't manage to get off that Winter's Curse, but they are going to be able to control and deal a lot of damage to Swift ending here. Off to the side, Aoi trying to open up onto Milan. He's going to be able to have a nice setup over here on the north side of the fight. Fata controlling Kaiser. He's silenced. Did get off the ulti, but there's just too much regen coming in from that Octarine core. And Swift ending also soon to die. The triple kill for Fata. J4 trying to hook away to make sure that he doesn't end up dropping. But it's only a delay of the inevitable. As the Winter's Curse comes out, GG ends up getting called. Cloud9 will get 6 wins and put themselves further up in the groups.
A bit of sad farewell to Team Hellraisers, who did unfortunately finish at the very bottom of Group B and will not be proceeding forth in this year's International. I feel for them. It hurts. Really hurts to not play on the main stage.
Yeah. But that's the way that it ends up going down sometimes, and they'll move on. Bigger and brighter things, I'm sure, at some point in time. They're all very talented players and deserve to be here. But for now, that's going to do it for us. I believe that a couple of other games were determining if there's going to be tiebreakers or not. They may or may not have finished at this point, but at least for us, it's going to be the end of casting on this stream 4. But the group stage is done. Main event right around the corner in a couple days over at KeyArena. Stay tuned, everybody. TI7 continues in full force in a few days.
One question unanswered, and one question, or rather one answer to be provided. We have just one more game of Dota that will determine the standings here for TI7 group stage, and it is coming up between VP and IG. This will be brief, but it is an opportunity here for the panel to once again reflect and also let you know what in the hell is going on. I know some of you have got your head around it, but I certainly don't have mine. My huge head, as big as it may be, does not have it around. It's just full of, it's just bone, just skull. Fortunately, Pycat on deck alongside Quinn and, of course, Will to talk through this one. Now, Pycat, you have been theory crafting. You've done it all, and we've got an answer. It's very simple. There is a potential for one tiebreaker. One best of one could be played. I'll let you explain the rest.
Well, right now, since OG just won that one game, OG are right now at the same points as Virtus Pro because they have not yet won a game against IG, who they're playing right now. IG already have enough points. If IG win the next game, there will be a tiebreaker between Virtus Pro and OG.
Yeah.
And if Virtus Pro win the game, then they're both at 10 points. OG are not in top 4.
So, OG, if you're an OG fan, you are going to be sitting here crossing your fingers and toes to see IG take the victory here, and then OG will have another chance to get into the upper bracket. You're biting your lip, is that not correct?
Nope, that's correct,
Pycat is the master of this, by the way, in case you were wondering. He's we get lots of numbers thrown in us, and then Pycat makes sense of it. So I'm glad you've solved that mystery for us. If, however, you're a Virtus Pro fan, you're going to go ahead and want them to go ahead and split this one. Pick up the win, and we'll have everything else resolved. That is that's the current state of affairs. For you guys joining us on the couch, Will, you were watching that game intently, could barely take your eyes off the screen. What did you make of all of that?
The biggest thing for me is that VP, it feels like they just never really got the start that they wanted. It feels like... Why are you smiling, Alex?
You just make me happy, Will.
Do I?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad to work this panel with you.
Yeah, it's fun.
But for me, the more interesting thing is now IG is in a similar position as LGDFY was in against that DC series where they don't really have too much to play for anymore, aside from Pride. I think that IG, though, is in a unique position to kind of determine how they want to go things, and I think as a result, they will try hard. Because putting those two into a situation where they have to play a best of one out to get through, it's just time consuming and it's kind of just hurting one of your enemies.
Absolutely. I mean, this is it. I mean, if you think about it, Virtus Pro or OG battling for survival in a tiebreaker, a best of one, where you could have your main event hopes determined by a best of one. It's scary. It's very scary stuff. And this next game of Dota is going to be very, very telling, Quinn.
Keep in mind, the 2 Kiev Major Grand Finalists are potentially... Like this one game decides whether one of those teams goes to the lower bracket at TI and has to play this one best of one match.
I think the way the groups played out with TNC guaranteed in the upper bracket, and then, you know, like you said, one of the Kiev Major finalists not going to be in the upper bracket, it's like, I think it's a little bit surprising. I don't think people expected that, or NewBee even. I don't think people expected to be secured into the...
NewBee is safe, well, because of their performance. Did you catch any of that game at all?
Not all of it, but I wanted to ask one question to you guys. Do you think now, I think at the start of the panel we talked a bit, and you thought that Group A was the stronger one, right?
Right at the start.
Would you stick by that statement still?
I think so.
You think so still?
I think that if I had to pick a tournament favorite, or like who would get more top 3s on one side, I think it would be Group A. Because I feel like it's so heavily anchored by Liquid and EG that it outdoes what is in Group B.
But I mean, you just said it yourself. Kiev finalists. You've got Virtus Pro, OG, NewBee. We sat here. No,
it's all in the past.
It's all
the past of the past. TI is a completely different animal. When you get to TI, it's its own thing. You can't. The past results. Who cares?
Yeah,
I think they have a lot of closer teams in Team B that are all very high tier. But like Blitz said, I don't think they have like the top 3 potential that I think Liquid and EG, a lot of people consider them to be in the top 3, and there are some teams in B that I think people think will be there, but I don't think it's quite the high tier that people consider, you know, Liquid and EG.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it as well in case you have just joined us and are unfamiliar with what we are talking about. In the course of these 4 days, we've whittled it down to a top 4 who will sit in the upper bracket, come to the main event, 4 of which are going to be in that lower bracket, a best of 1 elimination match on that main stage in front of that crowd and in front of you guys at home. And the top 4 from Group A, the more competitive group in your guys' mind, features, well, I mean, TNC, I think is something that I think a lot of people are excited about. EG, LGD, and of course, Team Liquid, who everyone is putting in their top 3 now. So let's kind of do some degree of a pre-match. Let's treat this next game as, you know, a default panel just for a moment then, guys, because it is going to be IG taking on VP in just a single game of Dota to determine what could very well be their fate. I mean, a best of 1 elim nightmare for anyone. So let's treat this with the respect it deserves. Quinn, starting this one on paper, you've seen the draft from the first game, relatively vanilla stuff once again, no curveballs thrown out. I mean, what are your expectations? What are the win conditions to see Virtus Pro go 1-1?
I think they need to keep things standard. Don't like try and get too crazy. I think they've like sort of floundered a bit in some of the things they've been doing. They've pulled out some strange things here and there. Or
what's an example of these strange things we're talking about?
We've seen them take the Ogre in the first phase. I think it's a hero that a lot of teams don't value that highly, even though VP will take it, you know, occasionally. Yeah. They just had like a very wide range of first phase heroes, and I think if they just come in and play their game, I think they can take the series.
Will, anything to add to the pile there in terms of what Virtus.pro, where that win has to come from? You know, is there a lane we look at? Is there the draft we look at? I mean, where does Virtus.pro source this victory from?
I think it's going to be coming from Lil. I feel like he determines a lot right now. In the past, it felt like no one in Ramses.
Yeah.
It was their patch, and I felt like if Ramses has a good game, then they're just going to snowball and win. And oftentimes he has had a good game, and it hasn't led to much. For me personally, it's Lil. I think when he performs, this team is just on a roll.
Yeah.
I saw his Earth Spirit earlier, like 2 series ago. I can't remember who they were playing, but it did not do the job. And I could tell that this guy impacts this team so heavily. Like his confidence, I mean, you've seen his tweets where he just calls themselves the best. They call out other teams. They're cocky. This is the source of all of that. I think he has to perform where it matters. He has to be able to match up with the other fours.
Virtus.pro then. They have one opportunity, one shot to go ahead and make it count. It's up against IG, and it sounds like they're already ready. I would have loved to continue this conversation, but what better than seeing the Dota in action? And so, without further ado, let's see how this is going to go. Will it be upper bracket? Will it be that dream? Will it be realized? Or will we go into a tiebreaker where Virtus.pro and OG, what was a best-of-5 major final, will be duking it out for an upper bracket spot? Let's find out, though, as we jump in with your casters as the battle in Seattle rages on.
Welcome back, everybody. Virtus.pro versus Invictus Gaming, Game 2. If you haven't caught up, I'm sure the panel informed you, this is a very tough match for Virtus.pro because if they lose this game against IG, then they will be in a tiebreaker against OG to see which one of the two of them is going to be ending up in that top 4 slot for their group, and as a result, whether or not they're in the upper bracket or lower bracket. So Virtus.pro really need to come out strong here in this game number 2, and they're facing something they've already seen from game number 1. Invictus Gaming, they picked up a Bobica Monkey King in game number 1, and it was certainly a bit of a surprise, and it turned out to be very strong. VP are going to try and counterpick it this time with the Darkseer Sven.
I really like the kind of aggressive potential that the Darkseer Sven gives you. I also think that Darkseer naturally is really cool to have against Batrider because he's a team fight kind of hero that builds mech naturally, transitions into Guardian Greaves later on, buys pipe, all items that are phenomenal against Bat when you want to try to be able to get in, save. You have this Ion Shell plus Surge that you can put on the Sven that enables him to be able to deal damage inside of the fights and kind of just wreak havoc. So kind of happy to see Virtus.pro open with a more kind of aggressive duo. This time they take out the Night Stalker as well, which you and I spoke about this on the other stream, is the Night Stalker Batrider together is a terrifying duo because not only do you have such great vision control, but you also kind of give yourself that initiation. So VP not allowing Invictus Gaming to kind of get that combo going for themselves. But I really feel like last game, it was like really close, and then one Roshan fight later, it seemed like Virtus.pro just could not win the game anymore.
Yeah, it was definitely IG's lineup. They sort of hit a certain kind of peak off of that Roshan fight. They got the Aegis for themselves, and they just started running over Virtus.pro before the Troll could get to his like big late game status. We also had like this really good counter pick from IG. Q actually drafted himself a last pick Winter Wyvern that completely destroyed the Legion Commander as well as the Troll lineup that Virtus.pro had. This time around, Virtus.pro, maybe they're opting, maybe they're thinking a little bit the same way that, hey, like support's last pick are not actually that terrible, right? They can actually be sick last picks that counter the whole entire strategy of the enemy team. So they already have 2 cores out there on the field, while IG have what is presuming to be our off lane and our 4 position. But again, I think Monkey King and Batrider do have that versatility where they can switch things around.
I think that's why, you know, PPD back at TI5 gave Q so much credit as a drafter, just saying this guy knows what he's doing, and I think that last pick Winter Wyvern kind of speaks volumes about that. But in regards to last picking a support, I think a lot of it has to do with if you see a huge flaw in what the enemy team has, like the single target oriented damage that VP had in the last game that was all physical damage, and they have this huge physical DPS scaling between the Troll and the Legion Commander, then yeah, the last pick support is going to crush because you can kind of solve a ton of problems with one hero. I don't know how often you really see that. I mean, sure, your last pick's always going to be good because it's last pick and you see every single hero on the board. But I think that was kind of a standout game and what he was able to accomplish with the hero.
Yeah, it was such an impactful last pick that we don't normally see, particularly from a support. just destroy a lineup like that. Virtus Pro, they're going to go for the silencer here. You could kind of see the combination that IG are going to be leading towards. The Bat Rider goes out, grabs somebody, pulls them back. The Monkey King will come forward, throw down his ultimate. So then you've got this hero that's pulled into the middle of the Monkey King ultimate and kind of zones any sort of recovery team. You know, the rest of the enemy team can't really funnel in and save that hero that got lassoed back. So if they do go for that lasso, now we have the silencer to be able to throw out that global silence and stop any follow-up to that initiation.
I'm kind of wondering, though, in the laning phase, silencer seems really great for the reasons that you just described, like being that awesome kind of off button for after the lasso coming out. But what does he do in the lanes? Because he's up against a Bat Rider in the off lane, presumably the Monkey King roaming around on Bobica for the second game in a row. I think a lot of the times when you pick silencer, you need either some kind of really hard form of initiation where you're the one abusing the global silence, or you need to have some kind of, okay, we're going to counter initiate after we see one spell come out. And I guess that's kind of what the Bat Rider is in this scenario, but I'm kind of feeling like there needs to be something extra on Virtus Pro to kind of force things going their way. And they really need that hero that can just go in and make stuff happen. And Sven needs time before he can do that. You know, he needs the Blink Dagger, presumably BKB, and the later the game goes, you know, you're looking at Troll Warlord again, this time with the Monkey King. That combination ain't too bad either.
So what kind of 4 positions are left that really give you that kind of initiation? We have the Night Stalker out, there's Earth Spirit out there, Clockwork. Not really feeling either one of those too heavily.
I think Earth Spirit would be better than Clock, just because you can abuse the Ion Shell a bit more, and you have something that forces some kind of pressure on the map. I guess the alternative is you try to greed it a little bit, and just play a slower paced game, and hope that you can get your Sven timing and hit it hard enough to where the Troll doesn't have time to reach that critical mass that I think that VP were trying to shoot for in Game 1 when they themselves were the ones running the Troll Warlord. So we'll see the path that VP take. I'm not sure if they're the kind of guys who play a game like that and say, all right, let's be less aggressive. I mean, that's kind of the purpose of the Darkseer, I feel, is just enabling your other heroes to just go in. But they definitely need something that benefits from Ion Shell. I think like it's a waste to pick Darkseer, and there it is. There's the hero.
Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, that's a classic duo.
This is the run at you, I have Ion Shell, I have like the highest effective health pool against physical damage of any hero in Dota, and I'm gonna have an Ion Shell. So good luck. This is really good against Monkey King as well, because as soon as you spot him out once, doesn't matter if you get to a tree or not, you know, you're still gonna get knocked off and you're gonna get stunned. So it solves a lot of issues I think that they had, and it's good supplement with the Silencer, who I was kind of voicing my concern of, all right, what does he do in the laning phase?
Right. I'm still a little bit concerned, though, because if the Spirit Breaker is going to be playing with the Darkseer, then you have a Sven Silencer duo sitting at top. What if they just Monkey King Bat Rider, like we kind of hypothesized could happen from last game for IG? Like, what if they just do that kind of cancerous, sticky Napalm plus Jingu Mastery run at you?
But do you feel, I personally feel like Spirit Breaker Darkseer could threaten kills a bit more unless Virtus Pro are careless. I think that the way that dual lane kills people on Invictus Gaming is that you get too many sticky stacks on you and you get tower dove. If that happens, you can TP to it and such, but if Spirit Breaker Darkseer are running at you and you get charged, I think it kind of happens a lot faster and it's harder to deal with if you don't have reliable forms of stun. I suppose this is going to be the support clock coming in from Invictus Gaming. Amazing against SB. Stops kind of all of his momentum. You can pop a battery assault, one hit's all you need, stops the charge. You can cog as well to try to like cut his retreat path off. There's a lot of things you can do with the hero, and I think more than anything, all Invictus Gaming really need to do with it is just make sure it's wherever the Spirit Breaker is.
Yeah.
And then you can't really go in.
Just counter his movements. Later on to the mid game, we have a hard initiation factor where he can go and jump the silencer and maybe force premature global silences. Maybe they can even get like the lasso initiation in one, hook shot on another sort of situation as well. I think that you really want that kind of hard form of initiation and lockdown when you have this troll who just wants to beat on people during that BKB timing. They do still need a mid on both sides, it looks like. We could have some switcheroos, who knows, Troll could mid, Silencer could mid, but most likely, last pickups at, last ban, Lina. We don't really see a whole lot of Lina right now. Most of the time it's the Queen of Pain and Puck who are the favored intelligent mids.
I guess to be honest, I feel like they could just kill Lina, because they have a Spirit Breaker already.
Yeah.
Don't you kind of think that maybe Queen I don't know if it necessarily fits IG's lineup more, but I think, okay, they're just going to go ahead and take it out themselves. There's a lot of mid-bans this game.
Is it too greedy to go Invoker here for IG, or
I think
or like
Invoker... I think Invoker is pretty solid, because you can just cold snap the SB if he ever charges mid.
Yeah, and you've got an Exort builds eventually will allow you to get kills off the Clockwork and Batrider setup.
Yeah, it's a solid idea. I'm with that. I'm always a fan of watching some Invoker Dota.
Ooh, Necrophos instead. Necrophos against Sven and Darkseer, some high HP heroes. What does he do against the Silencer though? Is he gonna build Guardian Greaves or something in this game?
Well, he is the only one on the team who realistically would build that, so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I guess the other idea is that potentially, I don't know if they want to swap lanes. Like, what do you think's more ideal? Having the Necrophos up against the Darkseer lane, because there's going to be so much pressure there that you want to sustain, and put the Troll mid? Or do you want to put the Troll up against the Darkseer?
Oh, it's a no-one silencer. It is a mid-silencer, so I think that answers our question. You don't want Necrophos against that.
Right.
You want Troll against the silencer, so Burning is going to have to play the safe lane Necrophos against the Spirit Breaker Darkseer duo, with Q protecting him on Clockwork. But they're playing a Nyx Assassin against Necrophos. That feels really bad. Nyx Assassin against Batrider and Necrophos. It feels like the same as the Winter Wyvern last pick support, where it countered both the Legion Commander and the Troll.
Yeah, this is a great Nyx game. No question about that. He might feel a tiny bit weaker once BKB is out on the field, but man, Necro does not like buying BKB. It feels super bad, especially up against a Sven when you can't Ghost Shroud and you're just getting beaten to death by a giant glowing sword. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm kind of thinking the draft is a bit more even this time around. Gonna have to see how the lanes play out. How much can this Spirit Breaker Darkseer combination really accomplish against the position 4 Clockwork that we're going to be seeing here? Or I guess 5 since it's Q playing it.
So how are these lanes going to play out? I think IG still have the slight advantage of the laning phase. With some of these heroes, Necrophos and Troll should both be able to farm pretty well.
The advantage in the sense that they, like, Virtus Pro might not be able to abuse their Spirit Breaker as much as they want to.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the true test. How much can Solo accomplish on the SB? How much are they going to be able to abuse the Ion Shell combination of these two very durable heroes?
IG are going to be running this Clockwork Batrider. At least they're going to show them bottom to start. And Bobica is going to be helping to zone for the Necrophos against the Darkseer. I guess that makes a bit more sense. I mean, you can just kind of man-fight the Darkseer even against Ion Shell because of Jingu Mastery. Clockwork has better catch, but Necrophos doesn't give you any real good kill power in that regard. If you had like some sort of stunning sort of hero, then the Clockwork catch with the cogs against the Ion or the Surge could be really valuable, but
I mean, Bobica's already taken like half his health and damage, so he's going to be forced to run around here. No one with the level 1 Glaives of Wisdom. Super good stuff. Lots of damage. But I think no matter how the lanes kind of shape up, if it's the Monkey King or the Clockwork supporting a lane, Solo's going to have a difficult time really getting in and getting a kill. Maybe he just has to settle for dealing some damage and just forcing maybe some of IG's other supports to move around. That would probably be the best thing I think he can do unless Invictus Gaming are getting a little bit out of position.
Nice deal from Pasha. Gives Virtus Pro the 3 bounty runes and gets him a little bit closer to the what's the item? It builds from Mango. Lost my
Soul Ring?
Soul Ring.
Yeah. That's the only item that builds from Mango.
Bobica. He's hoping to be able to get damage on Darkseer now before he gets to his level 2, while mid is going very well for no one against OP. He's got Solo to back him up, of course.
Well, this is definitely...
Jingu picked up for Bobica.
Oh, what a cog!
Nice pick.
Hold him back.
Ramsey's going to be taking a lot of damage for all these right clicks, plus the sticky napalm. He almost dies to that.
I am very surprised he did not commit to that. He knows that Lil has mana burn. There was no impale. He could have very easily just walked forward, got one more. Oh, I guess he had stick charges. Okay, that's why I didn't commit.
Yeah.
Still, though, that vacuum cog, that was insane. He was like 250 range away. He just got pulled in.
So Lil's idea is just to burn out the Batrider of Sticky Napalm mana. And failing that, at least he won't be able to Firefly. So this feels like a really good way to kind of neuter the Clockwork Batrider duo. And ultimately, Darkseer is still going to be fine as a solo. He doesn't require the Spear Breaker up at the top lane with him to start, because Solo's kind of spending more time zoning out the Troll Warlord, making sure no one wins his mid lane.
I think it's a good solution for Virtus Pro. They know that Pasha's probably not going to die. He can always recover. Got Ion Shell middle lane.
Body blocking as best he can, Solo. And now they actually have the Silencer slow as well. If he manages to get a bash, they might be able to charge him underneath the tower. They're just going to right-click him to death. So no one is the one to pick up the first blood.
+2. Let's do this. I think that that kind of answers the question, right? Like, how does Solo really find something in the game? He waits to see both of the supports of IG kind of accounted for and in some kind of situation where they can't necessarily help, like either out of mana or not full health, and then as soon as he spots that, he goes for a kill.
That Radiant scan there. Yes, OP is definitely in the mid lane. Good
Found
call.
him. Found him, boys.
Courier on Courier action. Monkey King is going to try and snipe the Courier before that 3-minute mark, and it looks like he should be successful too. Pop out, turn into the real Monkey King, and boop. That is the boots, as well as the Null Talisman, taken away from no one. That is a huge loss.
Well, that first blood is now just nullified for the next couple of minutes while that Courier respawns. That gives OP a little sigh of relief. So charge comes in here on Bulbaka.
Solo is level 2, and he's going to have Pasha here if he gets the bash. And it's Solo! No. Couldn't get that final swing off.
That Spirit Breaker's attack animation is abysmal. Super bad.
It certainly is. Ramsey's going to be slowed down here, but there goes the mana again. XXS does always have a Mango, so if he does get enough Sticky Napalm stacks, he could pop the Mango and still go for the Firefly play.
Yeah, the all-in potential is definitely there. The top lane, though, is kind of what I'm looking at right now. There is only 4 CS on Pasha. Like, that is super low for a Darkseer at 3 minutes into the game. 3.5 minutes, even.
Destroy it. It's only going to get worse. Once you get to, like, level 5, you have so much sustain. The next ones can spam out Death Pulse quite a lot. Cogs is going to push him back at the bottom lane. Solo joins and makes a full tri-lane. But melee tri-lane is not too menacing against a Batrider. Still going to try and charge, and they actually go for the charge of the Batrider while they have Q in. He managed to get the Cogs up, but he still ends up dead. Lil is stuck inside of those Cogs, though. With the Batrider over the top, he is going to be able to burn down one. Bulbaka also got the Jingo Mastery stack, so he's going to be able to hit the stun, and Solo's just going to take so much damage. There's no mana for the escape. IG managed to pick up the double.
Mid as well. No one going for the Ancient Deny.
Ancient Deny, Fairy Fire plus the Ancient Deny. It's not going to happen. OP's taking all the Ancients. He hides himself in the trees, but to no avail. Lil gets on top of OP, but very low damage nukes. He even has the regen runes, so gets mana burned immediately. Pasha's here. Pasha has an Ion Shell in 1 second time. Solo's going to stay on top of him here with the combo. Oh, no! OP's! He's on the wrong side of it. They're going to have to run him down underneath the tower here, but the Impale lands. Makes it look easy for VP. They do kill the Troll Warlord. Get vengeance for their fallen Silencer.
Just put him on a platter for Virtus Pro there. Just completely blocked him off. Poor guy. I think he would have lived. Even if the Clockwork just didn't hit Cogs, he was walking up into high ground. Not entirely sure if they would have had the tools necessary to continue to chase that. Little unfortunate there from IG. Good kill, though.
I'm not sure how many times Q has actually played Clockwork, especially in competitive games.
That was
most of the time that would be Bulbaka's play.
That was super optimistic using the Cogs like that. Like, he was very, very far away, but nonetheless, you know, every once in a while you make a mistake. You got to keep playing the video game we like to call Dota 2. So, only a 1K net worth lead right now. A little bit more, I guess, for IG. The big winner here is Burning. 36 and 17 right now. Highest CS in the game by a wide margin. Still managing to keep Pasha completely out of the lane. 7 creep kills at 5.5 minutes for a Darkseer. That is incredibly shut down in lane.
XXS is being charged by Solo with an Ion Shell on him. Bulbaka's here, though. He can get a stun off on 2 if he wants to. The man is playing all 3 stuns on XXS. Last minute, he throws down the Monkey King stun. Finished off Solo. Ramsey dives into the tower to get the kill, but Bulbaka is handling both the supports right now. He's going to get a fresh Jingu Mastery stack here in a second. Lil. The Stormhammer comes just in time, and they have the Impale up for Lil. Bulbaka, he can pick up Primal Spring, though. He can jump into the trees and see if he can find Lil somewhere in the back lines. He's going to lay down a ward underneath the tower. and start prancing about in the
Oh,
trees.
he's dead.
Yeah, Lil's gonna be spotted.
1-4.
Oh! Get
Oh, the
down,
stun!
Lil! He's at 150 HP. That's enough to hold on for Bulbaca. What? Oh no. He didn't have the vision. He's gonna have to pop out. Misses out on the kill.
In the jungle as well. Solo running away here.
Q with a double damage, with a battery assault on top of Solo. He plays the ring around the rosy with the tree. Ramses pops the war cry, but it's a bit too late. IG will dive after him. But I don't think they want to dive the tower against a war cry Sven.
Not just yet. I just want to... might not have time. XXS is down here. He wants blood.
Dives. More. Ramsey's going to go for the TP out, but stopped by the long range Monkey King. Boundless strike, and Lil's also going to be caught. Charge.
IG just going ham here. I just wanted to quickly point out Bulbaca changing up his skill build from game 1 to game 2. This time around, recognizing the amount of melee heroes there are and just like the want to trade right clicks, he's opted to put the bonus points into Jingu Mastery. Super value this game. It's what allowed him to kind of chase and get that bonus kill earlier bottom when Virtus.pro were committing near the tower. I really like the, I guess, foresight, knowing how this game is going to play out and altering his skill build accordingly.
Between burning free farming and this aggression from IG working out so well, in fact, Bulbaca's even going to take the tower. Virtus.pro going to have to hit one hell of a mid-game swing to turn this game around.
This is crazy that this tower is already dead. It's not even 8 minutes. They've lost that tower. Their Darkseer and the Sven have the same CS, and it's 18 at 8 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen Ramses have this little farm.
The Sven Darkseer opening. It's not faring Virtus.pro so well. 11 for level 4 Sven. 8 minutes.
It's a 3K net worth lead.
I mean, they're going to have no real good control of their Ancients at this rate because they're losing their towers so rapidly that Sven may not even be able to get that kind of a recovery.
Yeah, this is definitely worrisome for VP. Fortunately, they have the kind of heroes where if you walk around and smoke like this, you abuse the Ion Shell still. They can kind of be carried by the fact that Ion Shell is really super strong at this stage in the game, and they have good heroes at kind of abusing it. Bringing the Spirit Breaker along for the ride here.
You're going to go up to top lane, see if they can catch Burning. Now, Burning did go for the Hand of Midas, and he hasn't actually picked up the Cloak. Hasn't gone for the Hood of Defiance, so he may actually just be bursted down by the double Ion Shell plus the control offered by Lil. This is such an imperative for Virtus.pro.
Smoke's off. The creeps are going to see him.
All right, they're going to be able to get the charge on Burning anyway. So that's going to be able to set up the stun from Lil, plus the Mana Burn. He actually pops a Ghost Shroud. That just means more damage from the Mana Burn and the Ion Shell, so he does end up going down. They managed to pop the Global Silence too, just to make sure he didn't get heals during that Ghost Shroud timing. It was actually the ideal scenario. Pops Ghost Shroud, takes extra magic damage, but doesn't get to use the Death Pulse.
Yeah, perfectly timed there from no one. Good synergy. That kill was so needed. Imagine if that smoke missed. How bad of a position that Virtus.pro would be in right now.
Yeah, I mean, they wasted, there was like full 30, 40 seconds of them running around as 3 heroes just to get one big kill.
Well, they got the high priority target, took down Burning. His Midas was off cooldown when he died too. Still not really been able to use it. It's a big win. Burning perhaps thinking about going towards middle lane with that TP. He does have Reaper available.
It looks like he's going to go for the Rod of Atos. Be a nice way to stop the Spirit Breaker from running at him. Give them some extra catch as well. XXS, he's going for the same build he did last time. So double Bracer into Blink Dagger into maybe a Rod of Atos later. No drums.
Yeah, the Atos is an interesting choice. I think it's a philosophy of being super tanky, being able to last long in the fights, get a ton of stacks in Napalm. You don't really care so much about pulling people away if you can just have the Firefly dealing damage for an extended period of time. And you can also just root, the Spirit Breaker if he's like charging in or something like that. You can root the Darkseer. No Dispel in sight here for Virtus.pro on this early game stage.
Now Virtus.pro, they don't have Global Silence up for another 30 seconds, but when they do have that, I think they need to go for one of those kind of like overwhelming ganks. 3-man gank on somebody. Lil's pretty close to his level 6, so that would help out quite a lot. And our Spirit Breaker, he's only level 4. No boots yet either. Oh man.
I mean, he got
Magic Wand, but
he's been a part of 2 pretty important kills, I would say. But we knew this was going to be a hard Spirit Breaker game.
Yeah.
just because of the fact that the Monkey King and the Clockwork both, you know, this support pairing is not very common because one of them is usually supposed to be the one making the moves, in this case the Monkey King, but they're both melee. Typically you have one ranged hero and one like position 4 that is melee that runs around. But because of the SB, just kind of standing in a lane stops Pin from doing what he wants to do. It's being behind a core.
IG have level 6 on the Clockwork, so they're going to try and put some pressure on mid, see if they can catch the No One Silencer, who's really the only threat on the network chart right now. He's sitting at 4,500 now. Necrophos at 5k. He's going to go for the early force staff. Makes sense against the Clockwork.
It's a level 6 clock too. He's got those phase boots. His team's pushing mid. They will be able to see pretty much any movement coming out from VP. Really great warding this game.
Maxed out Primal Spring. He starts chopping down trees. Lil didn't have anything though. Second resaw. At this point, actually, Burning Tomb just Landfill looks like Yule Scepter instead. This hero is still going to be super susceptible to the Nyx Assassin. So like, he's picked up a whole lot of gold. I'm really concerned that he doesn't go for even just the basic cloak right now. You can see he's going to be gone on here by Vertex Pro. See if he can turn around in time. Global Silence goes out. They just need a couple more right clicks, and they do manage to get that kill. IG will try to turn around here. They're going to be able to hit the hook shot onto Lil, lock him inside the cog with the battery assault. VP start loading up on ion shells between both Pasha and Solo, but they realize they can't really fight this one. IG are just a bit too big, especially with Bobica now joining the fight as well. But a worthy trade-off for Vertex Pro for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That kill also gets Solo level 6, so the next time they make that commitment, it will be even easier to kill Burning. And Solo could be paying with his life here, but it's still worth it.
They don't have battery assault, so he could charge out. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Charge away.
Still on cooldown from the little bit of a skirmish earlier.
Yeah, and he didn't have mana on Q. It was actually the battery assault nerf right there. That extra 25 mana. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, but Clockwork does have a pretty low mana pool and uses all of his abilities a lot when he goes to these kills. So you have to realize just one combo kind of puts you out of commission for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Lil, another Ion Shell gank here.
Does manage to land the stun onto XXS, the follow-up charge. Easy kill for Virtus Pro. I am surprised given the gigantic lead that IG had in the beginning. They're beginning to turn things to their favor. They're only 1k behind right now. Solo puts himself in the trees, looking to charge out. Q sees him, but a little bit too late.
That was a nice attempt. Meanwhile, in the woods, Ramses.
Primal Spring does a lot of damage to Leasing top. Burning to be able to get here with the Reaper's Sight, and they do manage to get that kill. The TPM from Pasha won't be able to fight this one at all on top of the shrine. Well, because hit by the last word, he's not going to be able to jump anywhere, so it looks like he's just going to have to sacrifice his life to the ancients he stole away.
Still worth it trading Bobica for the Sven. That's really what you want, I think. Ramses has done a really good job, though, at recovering. Like, in the beginning of the game, he wasn't really getting much in the way of CS, and he's almost completely recovered his not-so-spectacular laning phase. And a lot of that, again, is on the back of the combination of the Nyx, the Spirit Breaker, and the Ion Shell coming in from Pasha. Just able to kill basically anybody on the map. The synergy of having a hero like Nyx plus a Spirit Breaker, you never really know when you're being charged if you don't have the ward in the charge pad.
Yeah. I think this is Virtus Pro just kind of reading like, God, these lanes suck. But they are just, it's just the laning phase, and these heroes don't really move around a whole lot. You know, the Necrophos and the Troll in particular, they're just kind of sit in their lanes and farm and farm and farm. So VP, they did such a great job with these Ion Shell ganks to be able to bring themselves back into the game. But it is still IG with a bit of a lead now and a greater lead going into the late game. I'm not sure if like Silencer Sven can actually stand up against the power of Reaper's Sight plus Troll. Because we've already seen the Troll match up against the Sven multiple times. You and I have casted plenty of those matchups. And then just add in the fact that Reaper's Sight is so valuable against the tanky Sven. It's going to be tough to beat out.
I think so as well. I mean, there is always the X factor of Wombo combo, you know, back into stun.
Oh, yeah.
If you manage to land that, I think you can definitely secure a teamfight win later on into the game. But I don't think that VP are necessarily content with just sitting around and farming either. They are definitely looking for stuff. This Nyx has been Ion Shell Vendetta for a while.
Bobica is level 9. Nice pick up there on the Troll.
Easy peasy.
turn that into a push. There are 5 groups up. I can't believe no one has only died once this whole entire time. I really thought IG would be able to put more pressure on it, but I guess the hook shot, when they did rotate over with the clockwork, no one had backed away already, and they don't have the blink dagger yet on XXS. Did go for the drums, tricked us.
Well, VP, they were the ones who were doing the aggressive moves in the side lanes more often, I feel.
Yeah.
So when they're making those moves, you're kind of saying, all right, well, you either go for the counter kill on no one in the mid lane, or you stop this aggression coming out from VP in the side lanes. And with the heroes that they picked, I think that they wanted to play it a bit more defensive just because of how good reactionary Dota is against Spear Breaker when you have like a Clock and a Monkey King. You can just stand behind whatever core you want to get farm, and that's okay. But because VP are the ones making the moves, I think it's less likely that no one would be focused in this type of scenario.
Yeah, every single time they made that move, right, we've seen no one spend so much time in his offlane jungle. Like, he's willing to abandon the lane. And he farms jungle pretty quickly, with Glaives of Wisdom now being maxed out. Virtus Pro did go for a smoke up here. They're near the top half of the map. Now they move to the right-hand side. See if they can find someone from IG. A sentry laid down, but the smoke hasn't popped on Lil just yet. It'll pop now, so they see him for half a second. OP throws out the slope, but he is going to be charged up. They're going in deep into IG territory. The Global Silence goes off, but it doesn't stop the Yule Scepter charge. That's going to be a turnaround, though, onto the Bat Rider. A nice stun for Bulbacan, and OP, they're just going to run over Caution, even catching more. Nice hook shot from Q, gets the extra kill on the solo. Aggression stymied, Virtus Pro lose 2.
It was a nice idea, you know, going for the aggressive play, continuing to abuse that Ion Shell SB combo, but IG were just super prepared. Had the ward vision down. Maybe that was dropped after, now that I think about it. Yeah, it probably was. But nonetheless, that's a very dangerous spot to fight, especially considering how many different points you can teleport into if you're IG on that side.
Yeah. That was definitely one of those situations where once you kind of got popped and OP knew you were there and such, they just needed to kind of back out. Even if they did get on top of the Troll, like, Troll is pretty tanky. It would take them so much commitment, so deep in to be able to get that one kill. They'd be like guaranteed straight.
Yeah, I think so as well. At this stage in the game, you know, IG are starting to be able to threaten things like Roshan potentially, although I guess OP doesn't have lifesteal right now. Very uncommon to see the Troll without at least a Mask of Madness or something like that, but I guess since he was the mid in this game, he swapped up his itemization a little bit, using the bottle more for the regenerative purposes. So I guess that does kind of delay, you know, how soon they're going to be able to look at Roshan and say we can feasibly do this in a good amount of time without too much risk.
Yeah.
But Virtus Pro are in the same boat, right? They need Ramses to commit God Strength, I think, to kill it at all. And even if they do, there's a lot of vision on the side of Invictus Gaming. So if we're going to see that attempted, I think it's going to have to be around either a teamfight win or at the very least a pick.
This is a very active build that Burning choose to go for on the Necrophos. He's picked up the Yule Scepter and is now going to be going for the Blink Dagger up next.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering myself about the Yules when there's a Nyx on the other team. I mean, sure, it does have more than one purpose, but you're putting yourself in a situation where you are super squishy. You have 2 items that give you basically no health whatsoever in the Blink and the Yules. The Yules makes you squishier against Nyx because you're building in. And I guess the idea is that when the Bat Rider goes in, you can kind of go with him, or if you get a hook shot, you can go in and immediately get the Reaper. And on paper, that's great. So if they get the engagements that they want, and they have the vision there, and they get the quick pick on a core with a Reaper, with a hook shot and stuff like that, then I think it definitely has potential. But he might be forced into buying a BKB with these items.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the Hood or Defiance to defend himself against that magic damage. Right. The Western teams have run Necrophos a lot more, and we almost always see them build Hood or Defiance as one of the first items on the Necrophos, especially since you can get a side shot. And then we've seen some builds, like really greedy builds, like second item Radiance and stuff like that. But all of them start with that baseline of adding protection for Necrophos against the magic damage. We've seen the effectiveness of that. Virtus Pro have gone for a kill on a Burning twice. They've just bursted him down with mostly the Nyx Assassin and the Ion Shell. But now that he's got that full Blink Dagger, they've got a lot of offensive capabilities, a lot of ways to be able to create space for OP.
Ooh, the scan hits.
And there goes the God Strike. They're going to jump in. He actually goes for the stun on the Clockwork, but the Eul Scepter goes down, and that's going to stall up Ramsey's damage quite a lot. But two of these heroes trapped up on the high ground. XSS is going to go down to the right click, so no one. Bulbaca not spotted just yet as they get the Dire Vision up on the high ground. They see all this from VP, and Bulbaca's trying to position his ultimate the best he can. So OP's going to be a target. They're trying to burst him down. Clockwork tries to run interception, but it's a bit too late. Troll's already down. Bulbaca's going to get down. Oh, Reaper Sight is not enough. Ramsey's still alive. He's going to turn to get a little bit more damage onto Burning. Burning has gotten 2 kills, though, so he's full up on regen, and he's trapped no one in the corridor. Lil, he's going to be able to get the stun out. He popped down. No one. Is he going to survive through this? 200 HP, and that nuke is just not going to be enough. No one will live for now. Lil's managed to pick up the kill with the Ion Shell, and Burning. He blinks forward, but it's just not going to happen. Maybe if he was closer with a Heartstopper Aura, he can maybe run down no one, but...
God, what a chaotic fight that was. So the scan hits, right?
Yep.
And immediately, the first thing that the Batrider wants to do is he wants to find a pick. So he pops the Firefly, XXS looking for something. What happens is, the Nyx is sitting in the front. So Lil pops the Carapace on the high ground at the top of the ramp. I think we're going to get to see it again here. Or maybe this is a little bit after. Yeah, this is after the original initiation. And then we're going to see like this counter initiation, nice Monkey King ult coming in from Bulbaca, kind of like isolating everyone. But at this point, we see Burning blink forward, throws out the Reaper Scythe onto Ramsey. It's not quite enough to get the kill, but as soon as one person drops, it's really hard to just fully commit to that hero after that point because you're just getting so much regen. We'll get to see the double Pog bounce that ends up pushing the Silencer to the low ground, ultimately allows no one to live. Lasso here onto Lil.
Lil trying to contest the Roshan. IG will take that free kill and still keep on trucking. I don't think Vertex Pro can contest anymore, so VP may have been very lucky in being able to win out in that last fight thanks to no one's escape, but it is still going to be Roshan to the favor of IG.
It's just the benefit of having Troll. The hero is so good at killing Roshan. You don't need to commit any big ultimate either. I think that's the one big dynamic difference between Sven and Troll, is without cooldown, Sven is not really that scary. Player's gonna scout out no one.
Good force tap to dodge the hook shot. Still gonna be caught by sneaky napalm though. He needs a lot of TPs. He does have global silence though, so if his team gets here, he can actually fight. No one's definitely dead, but how much damage can VP do to get vengeance? Oh no, a bash on a solo stops Milkman from going out. Ramsey's gonna be able to kill the Clockwork instead. Reaper Sight has been used though, and VP they decide not to keep going. It's a 3 versus 4.
Cap?
Yeah.
Why does Bulbaca have a Battle Fury and a Quick Buy?
Well, you know, sometimes man's just gotta go from support to core, Draskell.
I assume that's gonna be like a Lotus or something and not actually a Battle Fury, because some players just use the Quick Buy to buy like the smaller items.
Yeah. I think
it's
Lotus
just funny to see.
Especially since Burning didn't go for any defensive items, Lotus will help him out so much, especially against that global silence.
It's just kind of entertaining when you see that random item and you're like, there's no way he's really making that, right? But tower is being claimed here from the side of IG. Once again, Troll Warlord flexing his muscles with that freshly acquired Aegis in his inventory. He has a full SNY on top of this too now. And Ramses is feeling a little bit hard pressed, I think, in the team fights prior to getting that BKB to really do what he wants to do. And even then, hitting into a Necrophos who has Ghost Shroud is really tough. He's relying on his other heroes like the Nyx Assassin that we spoke about to kill.
Trying to catch the Sven out while he's farming. Does manage to get away from the 3-man gank squad of IG. It's kind of interesting, this Troll, because he's run with a sustained core with the Necrophos, he actually doesn't really need the lifesteal. So he's come online so much faster than the other Trolls that we've seen. He just kind of goes for an earlier BKB, now is the completed SNY.
I think that this build works because of the Necrophos, but at the same time, he's also not going to farm as fast. He's more of the team fight-oriented Troll. He just wants to go in.
A lasso initiation on a solo. Warstrike goes out from Ramsey. He's trying to help him out. He's actually going to be hook-shotted here, so IG are going to try and get +1 after they finish off solo, who does end up dying here. Q keeps on moving forward, trying to catch more VP, but Ramsey's managed to blink himself backwards. No one goes out the Rod of Atos, and without a stun, no one is going to be able to make the escape. They're actually TPing Lil in here, while Ramsey's and the other core TP out. Pasha, vacuum, and a surge away. Nice play. Pasha defending himself, or maybe not. Long range hit from Monkeys. Boundless Strike. OP will manage to pick up the Dominator.
Cap, why does Bulbaca have a Claymore in his inventory?
You know, Draskell, sometimes the support's just got to turn into a core.
I love it. I absolutely love it. A lot of damage being dealt here to OP. Still has the Aegis though, and of course the Black King bar as well. I just really did not expect him to buy the entire item. I guess when you're taking fights this effectively at this stage in the game, you know, Monkey King can still transition into somewhat of a right-click core. It's not completely awful. It's just very unexpected.
It only gets better from here, Traskell.
Does he just go like the full damage YOLO build? Like show me an MKB, get your Echo Saber.
Yeah, man, because they're not going to be targeting you. Right? You know, you're going to be coming in late with your jump in and ultimate after your team's already kind of initiated Clockwork, Bat Rider. Just go full damage.
If you think about it though, in some weird universe, it kind of makes sense because your ultimate gives you so much armor now.
Yep.
That you don't have to itemize against predominantly right-click damage if that's what you're worried about. Because the level 2 ultimate gives you 14 armor.
Yeah.
So you can just kind of stand there.
And he can afford to go for a little bit greedier items because OP went for so much team fight on this troll. Like he came online a lot faster, but he's not going to peak as well later on to the game. But Monkey King will peak a lot better later on to the game as a support while having a little less effectiveness now.
I think the other observers are starting to realize what we have realized some time ago. They're like, what is going on? But it's Bobica. Guy's a legend.
Yeah, Bobo Monkey, man.
Can buy whatever he wants. So at this stage in the game, IG have a pretty good grasp of the map. Like they can just pretty much move wherever they want as long as they have the utilization of that Aegis on OP. They're looking for the last tier 2 right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to necessarily crack a Rax, but I think that tier 3 is a possibility right now. Especially given the fact that they are the ones who have the Bat Rider. And that hero, just like one quick pick, boom, Rax is dead because you have Troll.
Yeah, you got the Diffuse of Blade on Troll. That'll stop any real good escape from these heroes either. No Surge starts back to you. You've got Rod of Atos and Hurricane Pike up for no one Silencer. And that is the danger for a high ground, right? Is Silencer. He's like a sniper in a way. Sits in the back lines, does a lot of right-click damage with his Glaives of Wisdom.
Yeah, he is, well, what I commonly refer to as the worst sniper.
So wait, your ranking of snipers. Sniper is number 1, right?
In just the I sit really far away and right-click people, he is number 1. And then Silencer is like number 2, I guess. Maybe, you know,
wait, so Lone Druid isn't? Ranged Lone Druid isn't number 2?
I guess it is, but no one really does that. I guess it's been seen like what 1 or 2 times in the group stage. Most of the builds now revolve around the bear again.
Okay.
But then there's also, I guess, Lina would be in there.
Yeah.
Like late game Lina is
Clinks. He got that plus 60 attack range.
Yeah, Clinks is alright too.
He's like the lowest ranged sniper.
He is, but he also does like the most damage, I think, in the shortest time frame.
Yeah.
VP pushing into this tier 1.
But there is the immediate counter. Jump forward from Lil. Does manage to get the spike. Carapace under 2-man stun. This is really good setup, but at the same time, can they deal with the troll? Ramsey outputting so much cleave damage. Bernie's managed to defend himself, though. Turns around, gets off the Reaper's scythe. Doesn't actually get through the BKB, though. It was still active. Ramsey's fighting on the Monkey King ultimate. Actually dies, barely. Solo bumps him back as Necrophos blinks forward. Tried to get him with the Shroud, but couldn't quite catch up to him. 3 down on both sides. No one and Burning are the 2 big cores that survive through that engagement. And Solo, just by the skin of his teeth, does manage to get away from the Heartstopper aura.
Oh man, I was so close to being the Sven getting killed there. I think that Burning didn't necessarily assume that his Reaper was going to kill. I think he just wanted to stun the Sven during BKB to stop the troll from taking damage. And the initiation, again, VP were really prepared for this. XXS goes in.
Look at that.
Very fast blink.
With the spike carapace. That was beautiful.
The vac wall was very nice. At this stage, it looked like VP were just going to completely run over this fight due to the lasso not really accomplishing much. Ramses is able to get his BKB and freely throw out his auto attacks. Bobica's ult was pretty nice, but he just gets chunked down in the back. You can't really see the silencer on the screen right now, but
he's getting the cleave damage, man. That Battle Fury going in.
I mean, he died really fast. I don't know if the Battle Fury was really going in there. I think it was more just, oh god, I need to do something. My team is getting massacred.
He's about to get a whole lot stronger, right? That level 3 Wukong's command gives him 6 extra armor.
But does it do anything against a silencer?
No.
Is a silencer...
No, not really.
Because that's the one I'm looking at and I'm thinking, that, all right, this is the one who's doing the most amount of damage during the fights because I don't have BKB.
Yep.
So what is your counterplay? Do you go for like a halberd perhaps? I mean, he has S&Y in his quick buy, so at this point I can't really question if he's going to buy it or not. I just have to assume he's going to buy it.
He really does need that evasion. Silencer is about to hit its level 20 plus 30 attack speed talent, which is pretty good. And then the level 25 plus 200 attack range for the right-click Silencer is a huge boon.
I'm curious to see how it kind of progresses from here on No One. Having the BKB is fantastic for pretty much every reason. Just don't want to die to Necrophos, don't want to get Reapered. You can protect yourself from the clockwork. You have 2 ways of escaping that kind of cog combination.
So if you're the Troll, right? We've seen this matchup against Sven before. Like, Troll just mans up against this Sven. He does kind of win that man fight most of the time. He just scales a bit better. But is that really the most effective use of your damage? Because Sven is also so tanky. Do you think he should get like a Blink Dagger and go for the back line, see if he can attack the Silencer, who would just kind of like buckle under all that damage really quickly?
He has the Pike, though. That's the concern. If you blink to the back line, there's always an escape, I think, and then what happens if you blink to the back line, a global comes out because he 4 steps away from you, and then you're kind of just isolated from the rest of your team.
Yeah.
That would feel kind of bad, I think.
So how do they get to the Silencer? What is the game plan for IG?
I think it kind of has to be like a multi-pronged initiation at the same time, like multiple blinks into the back line, or you're starting a fight in 2 different spots or 3 different spots. And
Burning saw that one. The ward laid down, but Burning does have a gem, so he knows that Virtus Pro are all smoked up. And I think they had a pretty good idea, even before the ward was spotted.
Yeah, they get that ward between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 down as well, so VP are going to feel a little bit hard-pressed to just walk into that Tier 1. Oh, BKB on the bad. This is huge. XXS has had such a hard time, like kind of starting the fights and really getting that lasso target pulled out so that you can focus him down and move on to the next. That is going to be a game changer for him because Lil has just been crushing him in these fights. It's so hard to play against Nyx's bat prior to BKB.
Yeah, and I think that's why IG are kind of fearless in their 5-man smoke right now, knowing that this BKB is a guaranteed pickoff. They're going to be able to grab solo here. It's a freebie. Q tries to get the extra kill onto Pasha, but misses the hook shot.
Easy peasy, didn't even have to BKB for that one. Knowing there's kind of no one in the vicinity, and that pickoff could just be Roshan attempt again. OP's already kind of walking towards that pit. They're going to have the advantage in already being here. Boboka can kind of sit on the high ground. Do VP have any wards? It doesn't look like they have vision around the pit at the moment, just 1 sentry.
Yeah, they've got no wards in their inventory. They really need one to put up on the high ground just to see the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Who's going to be sitting in the trees somewhere, so this is pretty rough.
And Boboka's positioning, he is a tree on a tree.
And he is, oh no, hit the Firefly! He knocked out his own Monkey King, may not matter though. The Reaper sight that actually hits no one. They're trying to hold him in place long enough for OP to be able to get there, but he's too damn fast. And now they're turning around. Oh god, the Troll's already dead. And XXS, he's gonna pay for his sins. He's gonna be run down as well. Managed to get over the trees. Monkey King jumped forward, immediately got stunned up though. Q jumps onto no one, but a Hurricane Pike downwards. Great play from no one. He is kiting around IG entirely, and Birdie's just gonna get run down by the whole of BP. They bring all that anger and fury to 4 and manage to take down the big carries of IG, both the Troll, no one. Oh, the Rod of Atos just in time, plus the Hurricane Pike. Look at him. He's toying with them. Boboka's gonna get run down, see if he can jump to the trees. Lil does manage to get a stun first, and Solo has the charge. +2. Nom 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 nom. No one. He played that fight so well. That was amazing.
So when we talked about the getting isolated and a global coming out, that's kind of exactly what happened there, I think, to the Troll Warlord. He was all on his own. OP is sitting in the back trying to go for that silencer like you and I spoke about. What happens? Global comes out. He gets beaten to death by Ramses. Of course, it didn't help that XXS 5-second stunned his own Monkey King. Not once, Cap. Not 1 time. 2 times.
And it was such a good fight, too. It was in such a small AoE area that Monkey King ultimate would have destroyed. But I guess that's the problem with Monkey King's trickery. Turning into a tree on top of a tree. You're hiding from the enemy pretty well visually. You're apparently also hiding from your allies.
That could not have gone any worse for poor Boboka. He spent like 12 seconds stunned because as soon as the second stun ended from him getting caught out of another tree, he got charge stunned. So he's just standing there this whole time watching his team die, just going, guys, I got a Battle Fury, but I can't really do anything.
Now Virtus Pro have Aegis and Cheese on the silencer. Ramses is looking pretty good too. He's going to pick up an Assault Cuirass, and that is really going to help out against the damage of the Troll. Troll, who is going for a Butterfly rather than a big armor item. Lil's going to be caught here in the top lane. And a Reaper's Scythe just adds insult to injury. 98 seconds death timer for Nyx Assassin. It's only 36 minutes in, but boy, that extra death timer, that extra 30 seconds hurts so much.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want when you're that close to Aghanims. I mean,
these sort of picks, right? Like, in almost any other game, you would say, like, okay, they 3-man, no, like, that's just space. But with the extra death timer and the fact that Reaper Scythe is up, it's back up before the Nyx Assassin is alive again, you can't afford those kind of picks. It just allows the enemy team to control the game so much.
I think at the same time, when you're playing as VP's lineup and you're kind of reaching this stage where you're scared of the Bat Rider, the multiple Blink Daggers coming out, and just a late game potential of a Troll Warlord and being able to go high ground, you kind of have to try to push the lanes a little bit.
Yeah,
and I think
you need
it's
someone to do it, right?
It's probably the lesser of evils to have the Nyx die than have someone like, you know, the Sven or no one be the hero that gets picked off. So all things considered, it could be worse. And I think that the Nyx will probably be alive before IG is really able to threaten an objective anyway, because, you know, VP don't have any towers left except for the tier 3s. And their lanes are still far enough out to where Invictus Gaming can't really do much.
Burning is all about this Blink Wombo combo play, man. It's got Dagon now.
It's definitely a different flavor. Traditionally, we've been seeing a lot of pipes, some teamfight orientation perhaps. But this time around, I guess he's just playing around the synergy of the Bat. There's nothing really harder to deal with than getting Blink initiated into just instantly dying. Yeah. And I think that's the kind of potential that this combination of heroes offers you. And then if you just get rid of the one core, you have a Troll Warlord to pretty much deal with whatever's left. Clean up the remnants, I guess.
So if we reevaluate the late game potential of these two teams, it's kind of even. It's just one team has super strong team fight and will probably be able to win out in the 5v5, which is VP. And then you've got IG with the incredibly strong pick-off potential that is extra punished by the Reaper Scythe.
Bobuka.
Run, Bobuka, run.
No way.
Charged and stopped by the TPs. He did, and is going to be dead for 75 seconds. That means Shiva's now complete for no one. He does manage to pick up his S and Y before he dies.
But yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you in regards to how the teams play out. The 5-man, I think, will always favor VP just because later on, BKB, short duration, vac wall becomes a super strong tool again. Nyx late game is amazing in fights. Another charge going to be seen this time on Q.
Q, what are you doing so far out here, man? That is an extra 2 intelligence for that silencer.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, +2 all day long. So they gave up a tier 2 top lane push. Actually, the creeps might be able to finish them up for a VP back up, get another pick to go for the tier 2 in mid. Fight under tower, says Bobuka. Well, not this tower, that's for sure.
Maybe he meant enemy towers, because that seems to be the message that Q got. But this is a strong
Whoa, burning! He's got a blink. He's good. He's good.
He has Lincolns too, just in case.
Why is anybody worrying? Come on.
He doesn't have buyback either, which is... I mean, obviously VP can't know that, but with the Aegis and the Cheese, I think that you still probably want to try to do something. Yeah. Maybe it's, you know, go bottom and push out those tier 1 and tier 2 towers, probably the safest play. But almost to some degree, you kind of want to kill a tier 3, right? Killing a tier 3 is the huge win when you have this kind of timing where your Sven has that BKB, it's still 8 seconds, and Ramses is making way towards that level 25.
It's got to be gem time, right, for Virtus Pro? IG has had one for a little while.
I think it's harder for Virtus Pro to hold on to the gem, just because there's so much pick-off potential, but I do agree that eventually you wanna look at carrying one. I guess Lil probably takes it.
Yeah, because in the same vein of thought, right, the pick-off team, IG, are very reliant on vision to feel comfortable going for a hero and just getting that one pick-off rather than into the full 5-man fight of Virtus Pro. They're actually going for a 5-man smoke. They have a lot of vision in this area. Now, Lil is on the front lines. He's going to be able to pop that smoke, and he manages to stay ahead. The global sounds goes off after the BKB, so X's initiation is completely ruined. IG, full retreat by them. Virtus Pro just need to be able to get vision on somebody for the charge, but they're not going to be able to get it.
Oh, that was a free gem delivery, so you and I just spoke about VP getting one, and there it is, courtesy of Invictus Gaming's Bobuka. Well, I guess the Bat Rider died, but Bobuka was the one who bought the gem.
on delivery for you. Well, our net worth lead has now been cut down from what was once 10,000 gold lead for IG to pretty much nothing.
Do they still want to fight this? Look at their positioning.
I am so surprised by this, but there is no global silence. There's no BKB on this. Oh, no, there is BKB on this. Oh, no, the Hojo. Oh, that just leads to 2 minutes. It's done. Oh, no, at the vacuum wall. It's all over for this fight. IG are just getting creamed by Ramses. 4 down now. Oh, my God.
That is not a single buyback. Not even one.
They chose to take that fight without buybacks. The 4 versus 5 without buybacks.
Just watch this, Cap. This is like almost a comedy reel. You didn't even see the beginning, but the carapace blink in with the burrow, use of the Aghanims after the 2-man stun into a vac wall. Good night. Victus Gaming have absolutely no answer to that whatsoever.
I mean, there's still 40 seconds. How much does VP take here?
I think they at least get 2.
You start hitting tier
There's no
4s?
God Strength. Or no, actually, it's on right now. Okay, I saw the cooldown. Yeah, he still has it on.
I bet if they went for tier 4s, they might have been able to end this game.
Perhaps.
That'd make it a safe play.
I think this is the safe way.
They really want this win because this would make sure they do not tie up with OG.
Yeah, if they win, no tiebreakers.
Yeah.
That secures them top half of the bracket. This is a huge win for Virtus Pro.
And it was delivered. A double flag by IG. Vlad's pickup. It's a nice little addition. I guess you don't really need a whole lot of other items.
I think the next best thing would probably be like a Solar Crest, just because, again, no True Strike.
Right.
But I think the Vlad's is better in just the straight up 5v5 because you're just getting that passive benefit to everyone. And heck, even giving lifesteal to no one is a big deal. He hits super hard.
Thanks to that gem. Good take away some of the vision.
What did IG do now, man? That was a total disaster.
I mean, you just turtle, right?
I think you have to.
Turtle, 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 and hope VP make a mistake.
Well, maybe turtle until you think next Roshan's going to be spawning, then go for a smoke play. See if you can find something. If you can't, then you might just have to sacrifice Rosh, because that one fight went from like almost no lead for either team to a 10k lead for VP. That's like 2 full items in gold.
Virtus Pro have backed up, gone for a 4-man smoke here.
It's gonna land.
Still gonna chill out the scan successfully on the shrine. IG, maybe you should just stay up on that shrine, friends. They're going through the mid lane. Lil's in a great position for this this burrow. They get spotted. The smoke gets popped on Burning. He starts backing himself away. They still want to try this one. XXS looking for the initiation.
Oh,
Gets blocked. Oh, no. Another initiation screwed out. Bulbaca does manage to get off a decent ultimate. Lil's going to be taken with the burrow, but Ramses comes in from the other side with a vacuum wall, but he's getting stunned up. OP is actually taking him down with the Diffuse Blade. He doesn't have Warcry either, so he's taking a lot of damage from that. It's just a one-on-one man fight now, made 2v2 as Bulbaca as well as Solo join the fight. They get back to the shrine, though. Ramses healing up underneath the shrine will win that one. It's unfair fight, but he wins it anyway, and IG call it. GG, Virtus Pro will tie out this series and avoid that dangerous tiebreaker against OG.
Oh my god, those last 2 fights from Invictus Gaming. I feel for them. The first fight, bottom starts off by teammate, then they get double stunned into a 3-man vac wall Sven combination. Like, that fight was over within a second. And then, because of that team fight win, subsequently getting the 2 sets of racks, the Sven has a Linken's. So the next fight, when the Batrider is assuming, oh, okay, I got this free lasso on the Sven, this is sick. He didn't click on the Sven first, so we didn't know he had Linken's cap. So we just threw it right in. You can see VP kind of smiling here, a little bit of relief, knowing that, hey, we just secured ourselves a spot in the upper bracket.
I mean, who would have imagined that you could have been sitting there as Virtus Pro and a tiebreaker against OG? Like, at the start of the tournament, a tiebreaker against OG for potentially going into lower bracket.
Yeah, that's
pretty crazy.
That's a terrifying place to be.
So, Virtus Pro, they secure their upper bracket. Bravo, gentlemen. And that is it for the day. We have no tiebreakers. Somehow we went through this group stage and avoided all the tiebreakers. So, we are now set for the main event. Thank you very much for watching. Capitalist, joined by Draskell. We'll see you guys in Seattle.
And we're still hanging out in Seattle as well. Capitalist and Draskell guiding you through the final game there. And that is the final game of TI7 groups. No tiebreakers by some strange stroke of whatever mystical powers are at work here. There is not a single tiebreaker to be going down in Group B or over in Group A, which was worked out just a little earlier on in the day. I'm your host, Machine, and I have been for this group stage, and we're now joined by, once again, my panel. We have PyCat, CCNC, and Blitz to just go ahead and kind of put a bow on it and understand exactly what this means for everyone involved. Virtus Pro, NewBee, IG, all are going to be in that upper bracket, and that scary lower bracket, that fate has been sealed for OG. We'll be discussing all of that, but first, guys, just turning our attention to that game for just a moment. Blitz, and not didn't always look like sunshine and rainbows for Virtus Pro there.
Yeah, but at the same time, we did call it.
You did. I mean, well, 10 minutes in, I think you called it.
Yeah, we said that we were pretty confident that VP were going to win the game. Just if you look at their draft, it's something that they're incredibly comfortable with. Somebody once told me that VP cannot lose with Sven Darkseer. If you're going to pull something out like that, it's going to be in a game where it'll determine an entire place setting, right? I think you go from bottom 4 to automatically top 12. So nothing to save at that point. That's their strategy. It looked like it was a little bit dicey in the beginning, but I felt pretty confident in their team fight.
So would you consider that like them kind of, to some degree, pulling out the card up from their sleeve a little bit, going back to what we know Virtus Pro feel in their mind? It sheds some light on what VP feel is the best, Quinn?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, they're like, all right, back's kind of against the wall. Not really. They have one more cushion game, but they really don't want to have to play that game. So they say, Sven Darkseer, it's something we've had a lot of success with. They pull off these Darkseer vacuum combos very well. It's something we saw them do at Kiev with Slaughter, Disruptor, heroes like that. So, yeah, I think so.
Okay, and just kind of finally, PyCat, your thoughts on that game. There was one team fight I wanted to show you guys. It was 28 minutes in here in Game 2, and that was kind of where things started to spiral a little bit more in VP's favor.
VP pushing into this tier 1.
Yeah, I think there was a very long time where it looked really, though, as if IG had control of the game. IG were off to a really good start, but then we see there that vacuum combo, and this fight looked for a short while like it could go either way, but then, yeah, that vacuum into the Sven and all his damage, and even though this was I think it ends up being a 3-3 trade, it's favorable for VP because they were slightly behind in gold at that time, so they kind of got out ahead, and then we saw there were a few more of those vac stuns, vacuum into Sven's stun into his damage, and yeah, that really helped VP.
And VP are in the upper bracket. That means an awful lot. If you have missed the action or missed the multiple times we remind you as to why it's not a best-of-1 elimination game. That is the reality for the teams in the lowest. If we bring up the standings, it will put everything into perspective for you as we prepare ourselves for that main event. We say main event, we've lost 2 teams. 16 will be doing battle. I'm not going to say in Seattle. I did it anyway here for the International 7. Yes, indeed. Take it all in, folks. In Group A, Liquid, LGD, Evil Geniuses, and TNC will be in the upper bracket. In Group B, LFY, NewBee, IG, and Virtus Pro will have the very same fate. In the lower bracket, then playing those very scary elimination matches, we have IG Vitality, Secret, Empire, and Infamous. And towards Group B, OG is probably the biggest name standing out in that lower bracket. Outside of that, DC, a team that thrive through the qualifiers and continue to keep their head above water here. Cloud9 and Execration as well, keeping themselves in the tournament for now. Now, it is a for now, admit, and I think OG is the thread we should be pulling on here. In fact, there is a bit of a knowledge bomb to drop. This is very interesting when you do realize now OG have a best-of-1 ahead of them. However, heading into main event, it has been calculated that Fly and No-Tail have never won a best-of-3 in TI history. And you're probably thinking, what on earth are you talking about? That can't be right. And so did our panelists when that information was initially presented to us. But OG have never won a best-of-3 in TI history. Your face when you first heard that, Quinn, was just like, nah.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. You consider those players' history and how successful they've been. But it just has never worked out. They've won best-of-1s, but the best-of-3s have never clicked.
Yeah, to specify Fly and No-Tail. I did say OG there, but Fly and No-Tail, the 2 individuals.
Technically, you're correct, though, too.
Well, yeah, I
OG
guess, because the newcomers
never
as well.
had that.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's baffling. I mean, I guess in some weird, horrible twist of fate, they don't have to play a best-of-3 just yet, PyCat.
Nope, not just yet.
Not just yet.
If they win that BO1, they will have to play a best-of-3 after that. And, I mean, they have won 4 majors, but not a best-of-3 at TI. So...
Such a crazy statistic.
It's really, really strange.
really hard to kind of absorb. And I'm sure everyone at home, as well as the guys back at the hotel, will be trying to take that one in. OG themselves, of course, they're going to have an uphill struggle coming in after that day off. And that day off, I imagine, just from a kind of player's perspective, in fact, Pycat, I think I'll choose you for this one, like my Pokemon. I choose you. What's happening in that day off in a player's mind? When you make main event, is there a sigh of relief, or is it more like, okay, knuckle down, balls to the wall? What is it? What's going on?
I think right now VP will feel like the initial, it will be like, whew, we did it.
Okay.
But then they will very quickly after, they will start thinking, okay, what is ahead of us now? How do we prepare for this? What are we going to do? Who will be our opponent? How do we prepare for them? And then you start looking at this opponent that you have, because you have some time to prepare for this best of 3. And you start thinking, all right, are we going to, what are we going to do against what they do, and what do we want to do? And then you focus on that.
And you're talking about knowing their opponent. In case you were wondering, we are working on trying to get those brackets to you live on the show. It's not a guarantee by any means, but if you do stick around, you may very well know who your favorite team will be facing coming into Monday. That's when everything will be kicking off. Blitz, anything more to add to that? I mean, when you've been there very, very recently, big event, there's a day off between the groups and the main event. Is it, do you sit down and knuckle down, or is there a risk of overworking? Can you over-prepare? Did you give them a bit of freedom in that day off after a heavy group stage?
I think for the most part, we'll go over the glaring errors. If there are any common errors that kept popping up. We talked about it before. We once had this idea, like, there's not a whole lot that you can change in one day. If you have so many different problems, you're never going to be able to fix something in one day. Either you're prepared or you're not. But there are some stuff that you can go over in the replays. For example, one of our problems going into the TI quals is that we weren't very good at Roshan. And so we kind of narrowed it down to fixing that rather than addressing 15 different problems. Because if you only have one day, what can you really accomplish in that one day? Either they understand the concept, 5 people understand the concept, or they don't. So using that time as efficiently as possible, going over some of the larger scope mistakes, making sure that those are shored up, and hoping you buy yourself a little bit more time going through the event so that you can start to correct things over time is probably the better bet.
I think that's especially important in a TI like this, where there are so many teams that are all of very similar caliber. You look at both sides of the upper bracket, and even some of the teams that aren't in the upper bracket. You see OG not in the top 4 on each side. You look at all those teams, and those are teams that you need to prep for, teams that you need to have a good idea of how to play against. So I think, like Blitz said, focusing on yourself, fixing any glaring issues is probably the best bet, because there are so many solid teams that you are going to have to play up against.
Absolutely. So it's a kind of a balance that has to be struck. And I like the idea, the mindset of you can't fix everything in a day. That's a reality.
You can't. I mean, it's kind of an overload of information. Sure. And sometimes when you try to do too much, you end up doing nothing. You just shoot yourself in the foot. And so better just, you see, like you said, you see something, you look at the main thing, right? And then you try to fix that. And then as the days go by, if you do well in that first game, then you might buy yourself some more time. And then maybe you can end up, maybe we can do this. Or maybe you had a good game and you feel better and you're like, all right, and then you kind of start working on those problems as you go by. That's what we've seen EG do in many tournaments. We see them usually in the beginning of a tournament. They don't do so well. And then they're like, okay, guys, what is it? What is going wrong? They fix something, and then they kind of get the ball rolling, and then they do really well.
Fantastic. Well, I don't want us to be blabbing on for too long. I think we've talked about Dota for 4 days, 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. 8 p.m., I should correct myself. Otherwise, we'd have the labour laws after us. It has been an absolute blast, and we are still working on getting those brackets for you. But why don't we have a little bit of fun to end our group stage? Because this has been so much fun. It's been a pleasure sharing the panel with you. Now, I don't know where I put them, so I had a little idea. I want to play a game called Over or Under. And the idea is I'm going to throw something at you. It's, maybe it's going to be Dota, maybe it's not. And you guys are all going to turn your cards at the same time and tell me if it's under or overrated. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All these people on Reddit that say this guy's such a game show host, I hate him. I'm really just giving it exactly what they want. There you go. Cards.
Oh, okay, 2 each.
And then there you go. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, cool. So let's do a practice run first of all. Okay, machine as a host. You see, now you're doing it right. You've got it. You got it in one. I didn't quite catch what I'm being told, so I guess I'll just keep throwing questions at you. This is another one. Of course, this is very serious stuff. Can you turn the cards around? I want to, I'd like an element of surprise for everyone. How about Cucumber? Yeah, I know. Oh, look at those faces. They're really working. Overrated. Cucumber is overrated. Who rates Cucumber, Quinn?
I don't know, but anyone who likes it overrates it.
Wait, you don't like Cucumber at all? This is serious. Dude, you know it's like 90% water. Is it 90% water or something ridiculous?
Why not just
95% water.
95% water?
95% water.
So if you just laid down loads of cucumbers and walked on them, would you be 95% Jesus Christ?
I don't know if it works like that.
No?
It's a great hydrator, though.
Dude, I told you I'm really good at maths. Okay, let's do it. Let's throw a Dota one at you. You ready? Because I've got such expansive Dota knowledge. You ready for this?
The ambiguity factor that they're able to bring to the table with some of these pickups. Here, TNC kind of solidified their picks, I think, pretty heavily. It's very likely we're going to be seeing a Night Stalker 4 position in an off lane. Clockwork seems awkward to run these both as support or to put the Night Stalker as an off laner.
That kind of leaves you wondering, how do they punish the Ancient Apparition? Because Clockwork inherently, he can kill the safe lane supports that don't have an escape mechanism like Ancient Apparition, but you kind of have to wait for a misplay or something like that, because Ancient Apparition with the new Ice Vortex, if he skills it by like level 3, which I assume you would, you have that kind of extra mobility now, and it's really hard for Clockwork to close that gap before level 6, and
Bloodthorn
we
Risk,
haven't
he
even
has the
seen
Chrysalis.
what the safe lane of LGD is going to be. And going under the assumption that you said of it just being a Clockwork offlane due to the Night Stalker already being picked up with it, it would seem likely that you can just counter-pick the Clockwork in lane and make it very difficult for him to even have, experience at that point. There's a lot of safe laners that do really well against Clock in lane.
Yeah, they could even have like one of those ranged, very self-sufficient heroes, or maybe like the one-on-one heroes, like the Ursa Lifestealer. They can go for like the Necrophos, for example, and you're just not really threatened by these heroes in laning phase. I guess not Necrophos here. Night Stalker, Clockwork, that's a bit too much magic damage. I'm comfortable with that. I guess TNC kind of looking at just like Clockwork. They feel so good about it versus Earthshaker and Ancient Apparition. It's such a strong counter to the Earthshaker and an easy kill on the AA when you do have that hook shot that it just like couldn't be let up, right? Like it's gonna reveal our strategy, but we think that it counters two heroes that they have in the pool that's worth.
It's a lot about your picking philosophy and when you want each individual hero to be strong, right? So during the laning phase, you might say, okay, we're sacking our Clock a little bit, but as soon as he hits 6, like you said, those two heroes are just free kills, pretty much. And depending on how much effectiveness the Night Stalker can get out of the map, like we don't know what the other support of LGD is. I guess we're kind of assuming offlane Shaker at this point just because it seems to be more common, I think, than the support role, even though we have seen it during the group stages. LGD following things up now with the Puck, also a hero that we've been seeing in the offlane periodically, and most of the time, I would say probably just still going mid because of how strong of a matchup he has versus most of the other heroes that are picked up now, because truthfully, you don't really see a heck of a lot of Lina anymore. And I think that was one of the heroes that became really troublesome for Puck because she can push the wave just as fast as you, and because of the things like Fire Soul, you can't really effectively trade either. Right. So one of the things that Puck likes to do is go in, get an auto attack or 2 off phase shift and run away. Lina can get more hits on you running away because she has more range, more attack speed, more movement speed. And it's like a really, really tough matchup. Almost, I would say even maybe it's just as bad as TA in some cases.
Are TNC... No, they're not going to Husk Arm, right? Because Ancient Apparition, Earthshaker...
Yeah, with AA, I think it's very dangerous.
So what does combo with the Oracle? Or do you think TNC aren't even necessarily thinking about a combo here, and they're just more looking at, like, we like Oracle versus Ancient Apparition? It kind of goes both ways, but I know some teams really like to be able to have that saving mechanism.
I do like DP Oracle a lot, but I think it's the same reasoning of why you wouldn't want to pick the Alchemist or the Huskar, because just AA destroys it super hard. The counter argument, I guess, for DP in particular is that you can buy pipe on that hero, and it's someone who gets a good amount of farm. So you don't need to worry about, okay, how quick am I going to be able to get a pipe on like a support or an offlane hero? This hero is just going to get farm. I'll have a really early pipe against a Puck, a Shaker, the AA, and now a Tidehunter, which is just LGD are stacking their team fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. An old 11 Tidehunter. I can't say it's I've seen that recently, but I think I like it just because I'm going to guess that Night Stalker is going to be playing with the clockwork a bit in this laning phase. Maybe not in the beginning, maybe not until 4-minute mark or something like that, but at some point we're going to have them kind of separate. And Oracle +1 does not feel like a very dangerous safe lane. So your offlaner can be a little bit greedier, and Tidehunter, just his natural tankiness, is going to suit really well, particularly Kraken Shell versus Oracle. Any high attack speed but low damage heroes are naturally hurt by damage reduction the most.
I'd say it depends on how many levels the Oracle gets, because you could just as easily say, once you get a few points into Purifying Flames, if you have a safe laner that offers damage, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like this right-click hero, it can be Juggernaut, for example, or even if they did want to go back and say the Huskar, you can still just deal a truckload of damage by orb walking, and the Tidehunter will have to probably jungle at that point. It's going to be something a little bit more standard, though, getting the Sven. Once he gets BKB, it's a really solid Sven game.
Yeah.
Blink BKB, you know, your Mask of Madness, SOI, whichever item progression you decide to go. Once you reach that point now, LGD are going to have to look at this and say, okay, do we just... I actually think what TNC do is a last ban troll, because that's probably the go-to for the Sven counters right now.
And I feel like LGD definitely have enough space creators with all this team fight that they have that it would be nice to be able to have just sort of that harder carry out there.
Yeah. We'll see what TNC are scared of, though. And I didn't... Yeah, okay, I didn't miss the ban. I was like, maybe he already got banned and I just didn't notice. But yeah, he's still available.
10 seconds.
SF ban from LGD. I'm not sure, like, SF, I feel like you want something maybe a little bit more active, like the Queen of Pain or something. But Slark.
That's one that I was not expecting. I suppose, looking at TNC, they don't really have a lot of guaranteed catch for the hero. Split pushing makes it kind of dangerous, I think, if you stretch it out too long. Because LGD are going to have insane team fight. And you need to find a way to pressure that and get map control and try to shut down potentially what a Slark could do. And once he gets like 1 or 2 items, it's very, very hard to track him down. And TNC are going to go ahead and end things up with another hero that could potentially buy pipe, also a natural BKB carrier. Great scaling. I guess the tower pushing is what they're most concerned with, and it's a hero that doesn't really get crushed by Ancient Apparition like the other healing mid, like we were talking about Death Prophet, for example, to partner with the Oracle. It's not really as hard of a counter.
So a lot of armor, a lot of tankiness, a lot of natural resistance to physical damage. LGD, you go for some sort of magic damage carry, right? So,
I mean, E-Blade combo is technically magic damage.
Yeah. But more of a split pusher, right? That's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, it's the same philosophy as the Slark ban coming in from TNC, just a hero that's difficult to lock down, not going to realistically be able to kill Ame once he gets to that Linken's E-Blade. You know, if he opts to go for BKB or Manta after the fact, it doesn't really matter, because your reliable way to kill the hero is pretty much Night Stalker silence and hope that he doesn't get Morph off before you cast it. It's very, very unreliable at this point. So LGD putting themselves with I would say almost a pure 4 Protect 1, just given how strong the team fight of the other 4 members of LGD are. And then you have TNC, who are a little bit more on the clock, want to be able to get that map control, want to be able to fight, waiting for their own BKB timings, and also seeing what Tim's on that Night Stalker during the early game and 1437 can accomplish in the lanes. Because I'm looking at LGD and I'm thinking, these heroes don't move very much. You know, the Puck is the only moving part, really, of LGD's entire lineup. The rest of them are just going to sit in their lanes. They're going to pull creeps. They're going to try to give Ame a good start. Whereas TNC, the Night Stalker, and Oracle combination, you don't really think about Oracle being that strong of a ganking hero, but he offers a lot of damage. That's what he offers. Like the burst of the Purifying Flames, Fortune's End combination is what allows you to get those kills, even on like one of the tankier offlaners such as Tide.
So you're thinking like 10, 15, 20 minutes, like that's where TNC are going to be really strong with their clockwork, Night Stalker, getting a lot of picks. since LGD won't be around too much, so they won't be grouped up very often. But once we start getting like 25, 30, then LGD's like big team fight really starts coming into play. And then a little bit past that, the Sven comes online at that point as well.
I think so. I also think that LGD are going to heavily prioritize their tier 1s this game. When you have something like a Morphling who requires just, like you said, that 25 to 30 minutes of just quiet farming, maybe he gets a kill or two in his lane, you're not really sure how it's going to play out just yet because it is a clockwork. Kind of difficult to kill, I think, for that hero pairing. But yeah, I think it's just going to be LGD playing it safe. You know, get your ultimates up. If TNC threaten a tower, you can always defend because you just have this ridiculous team fight combination once your heroes hit 6.
I like this choice from Sam H to go for the boots first against the Morphling and Ancient Apparition. I think the movement speed advantage against the Ancient Apparition is really important for you to actually get on top of them and potentially get a kill against that squishy support since the Ice Vortex change. And then the other one is the fact that if he goes for the earlier set of cogs, he could just go and really batter the Morphling with cogs. That's really the only way you could threaten that carry, right? Is just burn out his man.
I would even say an out-of-mana Morphling could be ganked by the Night Stalker too.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have enough to morph, like what is an Ancient Apparition going to do to stop the dive? If Victoria is there, then sure, the Defensive Fissure can kind of stop that aggression. But then you're saying, okay, 2 heroes are pulling the attention of 3. And that's the advantage to TNC, I feel.
Tim's is going to go for an early smoke up, but I'm not sure exactly what that timing... it was
he had a ward.
It was a ward or courier attempt, right? Like he was going to go and...
Oh yeah, courier / ward.
Yeah.
Nice positioning there from Victoria. And even though his smoke got revealed, he doesn't really have the information of the ward being placed on the high ground. He can only really assume.
Tidehunter, Old 11, is going to be faced up against 1437's Oracle and Raven's Sven. Should be able to do pretty well in this lane. You could already see TNC really trying to pressure the Tidehunter as soon as possible, but he does have those extra set of Tangos. They're going to go for try and see if they can block him in, but just needs another tree. He will be okay. Mid lane, Cuckoo's actually very low, but so is Maybe. They're going to be able to get the Fissure onto 2. Maybe gets far enough away to get some healing salve time. The Void is looking to be able to cut that healing salve down to half, and does kind of ruin some of the regen, but Cuckoo's also still staying quite low. He does not have a healing salve. He's just going to have to slowly regen through Tangos. Since he did go for the... Oh no, he's just going to get popped. He got so greedy, Cuckoo. Sticking around in lane like that with only the breathe fire.
He might have assumed that maybe didn't skill silence at level 2, I guess. It really depends, but if you hit that level and you go for the all-in, it can definitely catch you off guard. I think that's kind of what happened there when they got the first blood. Still, nonetheless, nice play from Maybe. The clutch skill up into a kill.
Earthshakers still going to be chilling around the mid lane. You know, they got that first blood. Tim's is going to be playing that roaming 4 position Night Stalker that looks to catch the Ancient Apparition as often as possible, and it looks like they just caught him. Void to slow him down, and Sam H stands on top of him, not even needing the cogs. Hold on to that extra mana. They claim the kill.
He knew he was dead to rights as soon as he got hit by like the first Void. Yeah. Not really much it can do about that. In that sense, even just having the Night Stalker kind of sitting bottom is still going to apply a lot of pressure to Ame, and I think that Tim's is going to be spending the majority of his time, you know, collecting the bounty runes, walking back and forth. If for whatever reason Sam H and Tim's are both at, you know, LGD's bounty in the bottom forest, and Yao is there, he's just dead. And I think that's one of the only real reliable ways of getting experience and gold that he has right now, because even pulling is dangerous against, you know, not knowing where the Night Stalker is.
Sure. They get a lot of damage on Cuckoo. This is really played out well by LGD. Victoria goes for something that was pretty important, the preemptive enchant totem. Then hits the Fissure block, gets that big amount of physical damage in, and I think just that extra hit was enough for them to be able to bring down Cuckoo again in the mid lane.
I seem to see a lot of Dragon Knight versus Puck matchups at this TI, and the Dragon Knight just loses because of just getting ganked so much. Like, everyone runs to this hero's lane, they try to punish him super hard, and normally you think, this guy's so tanky, how are you going to kill him? But they always manage to set it up.
Poor Ancient Apparition. Yao did manage to finally find the ward that was blocking his easy camp, and it's pretty important, right? The Ancient Apparition, despite facing up against Clockwork and Night Stalker, he can't just sit AFK behind Ame and lane constantly. Oh, this is going to be a good opportunity. The Fisher block, actually, Fisher doesn't land. He still managed to get the Cold Feet lockdown there. Meanwhile, at top lane, we missed the Night Stalker wrapping around behind the Tidehunter. Got TNC to kill.
This is kind of what we were speaking to as well, needing that magical damage to take down Old 11 on that Tide. The Sven is skilling up stun. Raven is not going for the, you know, the extra point into Warcry. He's not going for the Great Cleave. He just really wants to punish the Tidehunter, knowing that it is really hard, I think, in this case for Old 11 to not show in lane, because then it's nighttime. You know, Tim's is going to be running around the map. If you're not showing in lane, you're not applying pressure to the safe laner, then Tim's can pretty much go wherever he wants.
That was perfect. The fact that Tim's took that bounty rune, because he's going to be able to get his own bounty rune in the Dire Jungle, and that gives him level 3. That's the real feel-good moment right there, right? If you can get, as a roaming Night Stalker, you can get level 3 by minute 4, then you just hit this huge power spike. Whether you get the extra level in Void or you need the silence, either one is a big boon to you.
Old 11, you are in there.
Far, and they go for the extra level in Voids, and they're going to be able to slow him down. They just can stun him and hold him in place for so long. Now, Old 11 does mitigate a lot of the damage now that he's level 4. Bottom lane looks like they managed to catch Sam H. Every single time I look to one of these side lanes, the kill attempt is a failure, but mid, we're going to see Cuckoo dove by Victoria here. Turns around, manages to get the Dragon Tail stun, but an orb does manage to land on Cuckoo, but the bottle heal is keeping him alive, so maybe dive is not going to work out for him. Sam H actually TPing to the tier 2, but no boots on Maybe means he is going to be caught by this battery. Salt has the orb up, though, so he's not going to be dying to this. Sam H, he went for the extra level in Power Cogs, actually trying to stay on top of me because Tim's is coming over. Now Victoria's going to be able to get the Fisher onto Tim's, but he's going to fly right over the cliff, going to be able to get the Voids here, but no, actually doesn't even go for it. He's going to be phase shift or dodged, and they get on top of the shrine. So happy days for LGD.
So much movement coming out from TNC in the early part of the game. Expected though, just given the hero combination that they have. And this is all done without the use of maybe having the Dream Coil. Once that comes online, you're going to be seeing even more aggression. Might even see him TP to another lane to try to relieve perhaps Old 11, who, you know, despite everything, he's died, still sitting at 21 CS. Not too bad at all.
Sam H just keeps on trying to get the cogs burned because he did put an extra level on that. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, with a Clockwork that had a Keeper of the Light on his team?
Yeah.
Felt like he didn't need the Rocket Flare.
Yeah, he was going for like the mass mana burn, and to be honest, if you max cogs and battery, you have the highest 1v1 kill potential.
Yeah.
Because it takes the extra hit to kill the cogs, they last longer. It's a very good way to make sure that heroes like Ancient Apparition and Earthshaker just straight up die to you when you initiate.
Sure. We even get the damage oftentimes, you know, the hero does kill the cogs after 3 hits, but he runs out of the cogs and gets burned by it. It's a wealthy amount of damage at level 4. Tim's and Victoria having that little bump in the night. Night Stalker's right next to him. Night Stalker spotted Victoria on the side here, and I think, yeah, Victoria just spotted Tim's as well. Nothing should come of this 2-on-2. Cuckoo's just going to try and get some damage. A little bit of chip here and there off of his reverse dragon form.
Taking quite a while to hit level 6 on the puck. You know, Cuckoo's actually a full level ahead. We say that, though.
They're going to try for this kill, even though he does have a haste rune in his bottle, and they knew about it, too. That is going to be a coil completely wasted. Top lane, Old 11 against God's Strength. You're not going to be able to stop that amount of damage, though you do manage to kill the Tidehunter again. Really doing a great job, because the Tidehunter, once he starts getting level 7, level 8, he really becomes that unkillable territory. So I love the fact that they're putting so much pressure on him early, since it is such a farmy offlaner. It's not one that gets level 6 and moves around like Sam H's Clockwork.
There is another really strong point, too, when we're talking about the Tide, is that there's no Ancient stacks for him. A lot of the time when you have these supports that kind of just sit behind a lane, when you have this downtime, you go and you stack something, because you're not really rotating around and looking for kills so much, you're just trying to prevent aggression.
Sure.
So like Victoria hasn't really been able to accomplish any of the stacking for the Tide, which a lot of the times can propel you from having kind of a rough lane to, you know, maybe you get your full arcane boots, and that just, you know, makes you accelerate your own farm more and more.
2-man smoke gank during daytime. Smoke ganks are always awkward against Night Stalker, you know? because most teams like to be able to smoke during nighttime. The less vision really helps. They're going to try and go onto Tim's here. It's just not going to work. Old 11 trying to cut through the trees, but LGD, there's no way you catch them. So they give up, just going to farm.
I think it's strange that they made that rotation without the Tidehunter actually being 6. I mean, he hits it now, so maybe they're trying to go for a timing.
Does have an Iron Talon queued up in his inventory. Knows he's going to have to spend a lot of time in the jungle. Cuckoo is going to be caught by another Dream Coil. Fisher goes out, but there is going to be a small little save there from the Oracle from some magic damage, but they just hold off. Throw out the nukes later.
As DK is just getting abused in the mid lane. With the deaths that he has, though, Cuckoo still managed to get a little bit of a CS lead over the puck, and it's a lot of commitment every single time. You know, they're sending 3 heroes mid. Sam H is getting some EXP, just hits level 6 now. With hookshot available, Yao and Victoria have to be incredibly careful because it is so easy for Sam H to just wreak havoc on those 2 supports during this stage in the game.
Victoria is not moving from this spot. He's not going to let Raven clear through that stack. So he does place down a ward.
He's just trying to get some EXP, man. Yeah. Needs that 6. Nice steal.
Nuisance. That's what he is. Meanwhile, though, we talked about like the potential of burning out the Morphling's mana. Maybe Nightstalker comes across or something like that, but they haven't actually really stopped Ame from doing anything. He's sitting at top of the net worth chart, 4,400.
They kind of set the Nightstalker bottom, the one time when they killed Yao, and then other than that, Tims has been pretty much claiming the enemy offlane bounty rune, his own bounty, making some rotations towards the mid lane to try to help counter pressure. So he's stunned here.
They are going to be able to catch Old 11, while at the same time they are going to be diving 1437. They blow up him back over to Old 11, chased down by the battery assault. These are both guaranteed kills for each side, but obviously TNC get a little bit of a better one there in killing the offlaner. Tim's going to be caught here underneath the tower, but he does have Cuckoo coming in, does manage to get a stun off, but after the Fisher, but I don't think it matters. Victoria can't get out of here very quickly, so mass rotations from TNC, but with the Dragon form used, it's kind of okay. They may have rotated a lot of heroes, but they can try and put some pressure on that mid tower, as Ame is doing the same here against the offlane tower of TNC.
Should be dropping here, depending on how aggressive Sam H wants to play this. I think in the next wave or 2, can just walk in and get it. By the way, the Sam H, he decided to just go for like casual 2 points into cogs, and then only has double battery. I mean, I suppose it's a moot point since he'll be hitting level 7 so soon, but middle lane again.
Goes for the tower, but they bait it out with the cliff. They're just holding Cuckoo there. They are going to be able to get the Oracle safe here, so Cuckoo managed to get the last hit onto the tower. Let's see if he can escape. I'm not sure how much healing he's really going to be able to get out of this one. The Ravage does manage to hit him. It is full commitment from LGD to shut down that Dragonite again.
Top lane, Yao.
He did.
He is very dead.
Raven wraps around. Pretty cool play from Raven there, wrapping around like that, being able to kill the support. And with his God Strength, he can hit the tower if he wants to, but he's actually TP'd over to start doing his Ancient stack with that God Strength. Mass efficiency.
Yeah, I like this. Especially considering the fact that you know that Ravage was just used, so it's going to be really hard for LGD to contest you while you're doing this. You got your Shrine up, you know, everything's looking good. Another coil.
Tims. 1437 doesn't have the save, but Sam H just might with the cogs onto 2 with the battery salt going in. But all these heroes are so damn tanky with the lower level of battery salt. It's not going to be very easy for him to cut any of them down to size. So all of LGD will remain healthy. They do save the Nightstalker's life in the process.
Got the super efficient Shrine usage though from TNC, followed by a smoke. No hook yet though.
Yeah, without the hook, they're completely relying on Tim to be able to get the silence off, but he does manage to get it. Slows down maybe. The silence isn't going to last very long, but long enough for the stun to be able to land, and the cogs push back for the extra bit of hold. 6 to 7, 12.5 minutes in, TNC with a very slight lead, but Ame grows bigger and bigger.
This is kind of what TNC need to do though at the same time. If they're not applying pressure all the time, then you're just letting the Morphling get free farm. And in the ultra late game stages, it's pretty tough, I think, for Sven to deal with Morph just because of his mobility. He's a natural Linken's carrier, and you realistically only have, you know, 2 spells that can break it. You eventually build into the Bloodthorn, which is way later, and then you have your Stormhammer, which is a projectile, very easy to dodge. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, LGD currently have a lead in net worth even though they don't have their mid-tier 1 tower anymore, they can still just contest every single tier 1 as long as they have some ultimates.
So you think TNC need to really start running at Ame, especially with this Blink Dagger? I think Raven has a pretty good chance of chunking him down with just like one extra hero if he pre-cast God Strength.
Yeah, it's possible to kill him. They needed to silence off really early though.
Yeah. Raven stands and fights. He does have some heroes behind him, but the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast is going to be able to come in and bump back Raven. They do manage to get the save for 14:37, so he turns on Old 11, trying to finish him off. The Ravage isn't up for 2 more seconds. They're trying to finish him off before the Ravage can go down, but he gets it off just in time, and Sven explodes, so they'll get 14:37 as well. Value plays here from LGD. Ame is still full HP, so he'll just keep on whacking on that tier 1 tower, and the rest of TNC's rotating heroes are just going to be here a bit too late. Maybe they can kill like a support like Yao as they run right on top of him as they round the corner, but nothing to really threaten Ame. He's going to take that tower, run to the trees, and be fine. He doesn't
I don't think he... Well, they don't have mana. Yeah, neither one of them have mana. Okay, he is fine. That was very fortunate that Yao tanked that gank, essentially made TNC use all of their mana so that there was nothing left to interrupt the teleport cast. So I guess all is well that ends well for LGD. They get a tier 1 tower, they kill the Sven, they get out with Ame not dying. That was probably everything you could have asked for.
Victoria thinking about the 4 staff first for the support Earthshaker, seeing as the clockwork is such a problem for him and his other support. So
yeah, it's super good this game. Even if you just get Night Stalker silenced or voided or something, you as Earthshaker, you're not really that mobile. So you get hit by a spell or two, or you want to save your Morphling if he's silenced inside of a Cogs. It's just a very value kind of thing. And it plays into their strategy as well. You're not really looking to make plays right now, I think, as Victoria. You're more than anything just looking to sit back, throw out a defensive fissure to make sure that, you know, Raven with his newly acquired Blink Dagger and Mask of Madness and a follow-up hook or something like that doesn't just demolish one of your teammates. You just need to save them and buy time.
And it's not like they need a whole lot of initiation. Maybe he's going to be able to make him for it pretty soon. 1,000 gold. He'll have a Blink Dagger. Tidehunter is oftentimes going to be on the front lines with big AoE stuns. So there's plenty of things that can set up initiations for LGD that don't require that fast blink combo. 8-8, but LGD are looking to be pretty far ahead right now. Even though it's just, as you were kind of saying, like only a 1k gold lead, it just looks better game-wise for them.
It's just difficult for TNC to pressure. And as a game where the later it goes, the more you favor LGD, is 1437 is in the wrong neighborhood. He has been spotted.
You know, it's called the Dire Jungle, but at this point in the game, it's really not Dire's at all. Between the two teams both finding it a whole lot easier to invade the opposing jungle, it just kind of switches sides. So TNC, they kind of own the Radiant jungle and vice versa.
He did get a pretty decent amount of information, realizing that LGD are going to be committing to that push. Say that 1 TP back, Yao's doesn't have his ultimate for about another 10 seconds. I wonder if they'll be able to hold this.
Sam H. Oh, holding on to the Ravage there. Do manage to get the stun off, and a quick retreat here from TNC. Now, Sam H is still looking for the pick here, as maybe he's going to be able to catch Cuckoo. And they have the Ravage. They're going to let it go here. Manage to catch a lot of different heroes, but the Oracle saves Cuckoo's life. Managed to get the stun onto Maybe, but at the same time, the Clockwork, his initiation goes a little awry as he managed to kill the Ancient Avalanche, but not enough. Raven Man fights against Victoria, but he's surrounded by too many heroes. They're going to try and still run down Victoria with Tims, and has his flying vision to be able to catch the hero, but it may just cost him his life. The extra movement speed is going to be needed here to stay ahead of Maybe, who has the orb, gets a little bit more vision, goes for a nice silence TP out. That's smart play there from Tims, but a nasty team fight for TNC, losing 4 and only killing 2.
It's very rough right now because the Sven doesn't have BKB yet. So Raven, he's trying to push with his team because they realize that there is always an objective that needs to be taken when you're playing against this kind of Morphling mass AoE teamfight lineup. So he's there and he's trying to hit stuff, and it's just not happening. He got solo echoed there by Victoria, got chain stunned. His team can't really do anything for him because at that point Sam H had already committed onto Yao, and then we saw a waveform into the Cogs and ended up saving Yao for a good amount of time, allowed him to get off the last chilling touch, and because of that extra magical damage they're able to just kind of chew through the Sven. So very nice team fight coming in for LGD. TNC once again maybe feeling like they should do something though because they know Ravage is down, and so is Echo for the time being.
Well, I hope that bounty rune was worth it, Tims.
It really wasn't. The amount of money that he gives away And this is, I think, going back to what you said about how LGD kind of just look like they're in a better spot. If you are in a game where you know that your late game is going to be superior, and you are very close in regards to net worth, trades always benefit you, because even killing a hero like the Night Stalker is going to give you a fair amount of golden experience. If you're like super far behind, it's even better if you're that team who has the late game and takes a successful fight.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, I think, for TNC, given the way they want to fight, to really do anything until BKB comes out on Raven. I think that is just a necessity at this point.
Do you think Cuckoo should go straight for the BKB here or the Shadow Blade?
I think the Shadow Blade is better because it helps you scale.
Yeah.
And having the Blink Dagger is great, don't get me wrong, but the heroes that you really want to try to kill, I think, are like the Tide Hunter first, and without a Silver Edge, good luck.
Nice blast, and puck combination with the Earthshaker here too. Quick execution of the Sven by LGD.
He just exploded. Yeah. That was just a ton of damage. The Veil synergy on this team is huge as well. You know, have the Ancient Apparition, the puck full combo, Earthshaker spells. Eventually the E-Blade coming out on Ame. He's got 2,100 gold, and he's already got the Ghost Scepter for his E-Blade. That is just going to be, any hero is dead if the Fate's Edict isn't perfectly on point.
Yeah, you're already sitting at an extra 55%. Or a decreasing magic resistance by 55% between Veil and then if they get the maxed out Ice Vortex.
Yeah, that as well. They're just going to... You can't get enough armor. That's the... You need magic immunity, and someone needs a pipe. I think Tim's is building it. Yeah, he's got the pipe on his quick buy. It's going to be a huge value item this game. Kind of surprised that they ended up going for the armlet build on Cuckoo against an Ancient Apparition, because it doesn't really provide you much survivability if you get chunked by the Ice Blast. I was kind of thinking like maybe he just goes the Eternal Envy route, you know, just buy that pipe, first item, let's go.
Yeah.
It's so good against their team. It's actually, I think, worth it in some cases.
Yeah, they're all in on the magic damage. A 4-man smoke up behind Cuckoo's Dragonite, but the smoke is going to pop. They see Yao. They're going to try and catch him here, but they're now fully committed. Good hook shot onto Victoria, locking down that Earthshaker is his first priority, but the Force Staff does manage to get him outside of the cogs. Old 11, while they move forward, they do manage to kill Maybe's puck. Tim's, meanwhile, going to be chased down, hit by the Echo Slam. Looks like they're going to be able to lock him down long enough to get that kill, while Old 11 looks to zone the rest of TNC from chasing, as he does have that Ravage. Sam H was doing a little bit of battle from Ame. When we say battle, he really just was being a big old punching bag. Force Staff forward, Old 11 doesn't have enough mobility to catch TNC on their way back. Victoria does. He actually is the one with the Blink Dagger. Who had the Force Staff? Oh, was that
the Tide Hunter? Yeah, they swapped their itemization. So what I thought they would do is just go for mech on Old 11 and then just have the Shaker by Force anyway, because it makes your 5-man just that much better.
Right.
But if you have someone else with a Force, you might as well buy Blink, because if you're playing at this level and you have the faith in your teammates to save you, you can just skip it.
Yeah, honestly, the Blink's not needed on Tide so much, right? Like, he sits so far in the... Oh my god, that's so much magic damage! Raven, he almost dies to that one, but they do manage to get the Oracle save. So Raven's going to go over to the Shrine during this False Promise timing, while Sam H does manage to lock down the Earthshaker. Another Force Staff out of that one, plus the Ravage is going to be able to catch Cuckoo with the Ice Blast over the top. It protects him against the magic damage, but it still cuts him down. And now, with that armlet toggle, he ends up dying. Sam H, he's trying to get away, but, okay. Cogs pushback, maybe. I don't think you really want to chase this one. LGD have already done enough damage, and TNC is going to be able to come back here with Raven with the God Strength to cut down the support, but they need cores here so badly. Raven's just swinging through the creep wave. They aren't going to be able to chase down Old 11. He's got the Force Staff, but I think he's just dead. LGD's just going to leave him behind. I really like that play for the Force Staff, but they still have the Blink Dagger on Raven to keep up. That will be BKB for Raven off of those kills. So that fight, it looked a little nasty for LGD in the beginning. Or, sorry, it looked a little nasty for TNC in the beginning. But they managed to clean up a couple kills in the end, and it gets them that BKB, so they hit their big mid-game timing.
It's what they need for sure. Raven being able to just freely hit inside of the team fight is the best possible scenario for any Sven team, really. And a lot of the time you have another hero who just kind of locks somebody down for you. Think of things like Batrider. They drag the target to a melee core, and the melee core just beats it to death. This time, it's a little bit hard because the hero that does that for him is Clock, and Clock doesn't have a ton of inherent synergy because of cogs. Like, you want a cog to keep the hero still, but it also keeps Raven out. By having the BKB, this kind of eliminates that issue of him needing someone else on his team to set somebody up for him to hit. And now, LGD still looking to be in a pretty good position, just really, really depends on the BKB reveal of Raven and what it can do.
So this combination actually goes down to minus 95% magic resistance. If they get all the things, the Ethereal Blade, Veil, and the Ice Vortex all on top of the hero. Just any simple nuke is going to do so much damage. Ame, they're looking at him pretty hard, but having the Lincolns kind of kills Sven's entire initiation. You alluded to that much earlier in the game, and we're seeing that problem now for TNC, that they just need so many heroes to be able to bring Morphling down.
He needs that Bloodthorn. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of hard for Sven to justify buying any more than just that, though, because if you really want to break Lincolns and kill the Morphling, you need another item, too, on top of that, so like a Halberd or something, just as an example, to be able to break the Lincolns, apply the Bloodthorn, and stun simultaneously. But you can't really afford to commit that many inventory slots. In the meantime, LGD, looking at Rosh, will be scouted out here.
Shadowblade Cuckoo on his way, but it's going to be far too late to contest Roshan. LGD will grab the Aegis for Ame, and now they push forward. They're going to be able to catch a couple of heroes now. Cuckoo goes straight for Yao, going to be able to take away that Ice Blast, while Raven takes the other support out of the pool. He goes for Victoria. Echo Slam does manage to go off, so Cuckoo's going to take a lot of the damage. He's just blown up by the shotgun, but Raven's still going strong with the BKB, but they really need him to be able to finish off some of these cores. They're just so tanky, though. 1437 does finally use the False Promise on him. Sam H managed to finish off the opposing offlaner, but he's going to be chased down by the other two cores of LGD, Maybe and Ame. Get on top of Sam H, and TNC, despite having plenty of heroes still alive, could do nothing to stop their core from dying.
That Ravage was so good. It hit everyone. It hit everyone like on the very edge in different directions in the team fight. Like obviously during that point Raven had his BKB on. But crazy thing about Anchor Smash, goes through BKB. Also still applies the damage debuff, which did hit Raven at some point. So Ame standing there being the one who takes the brunt of Raven's God Strength attacks with that Anchor Smash debuff. You know, when they changed it to give strength and not just like straight up damage, that makes Anchor Smash better against God Strength because strength gives you base damage and Anchor Smash reduces only base damage. So it's not something you think about too much, but every little bit helps when you're trying to live through that onslaught of a BKB Sven.
Yeah, it's like that interesting Timbersaw Sven reaction. You know,
yeah.
It's the same sort of thing.
Reducing damage output is very, very nice. And just because, you know, you have that BKB, you feel kind of like invincible as Sven at that stage, because that's your 10-second BKB. That's the point where you're like, all right, let's go. I'm gonna kill everyone. He spent so much time hitting the Morphling that he really couldn't get anything done. And even on top of that, the E-Blade plays more into countering the Sven, because if you E-Blade the person he goes on, like, what does he do during that duration? Like, he has to change targets, you know, maybe there's no one else nearby to hit. Can be very tricky.
It does feel like there's just way too many kiting mechanisms for Sven to be successful. All three of the cores are too hard to kill in some way. Puck is super elusive, Tidehunter is super tanky, and he has Anchor Smash, and Ame is just super hard to kill no matter what, plus he has Aegis. So TNC really need a much stronger initiation. The last one was pretty good too. They instantly blew up the Ancient Apparition, just like we see 1437. Blown up by LGD. But they took out two supports like near instantly in the fight.
Yeah, it just, again, Old Eleven's Ravage was too good. Like, he hit every single hero that he could, you know, feasibly hit.
And poor Dragon Knight, it was like at half HP when he got hit by that shotgun.
Yeah.
I think he had Veil on him at that point in time. That's the only way that makes sense.
Now this is looking to be a pretty scary timing. They still have Ravage off cooldown. Old 11 is just going to walk up to the high ground and be like, come at me, dude.
TNC, how do they stop this push? I'm very surprised that Ame's backing up. Because with that Aegis and the double Lincolns...
Oh, he didn't... Oh, he did replicate. Never mind. I was going to say, I didn't see where it was, but it's in the middle lane, so... I think he just wants to keep all the lanes pushed in as much as possible because, again, looking at TNC, and we spoke a little bit about this during the draft, not really a lot of wave clear.
Yeah.
So once the lanes are in, they're pretty much just going to stay in. And I think LGD realized this and say, hey, look, if you have top and mid pushing in with us all being bottom, you can't really kill the creep wave fast enough. They're going to get chip damage on the tier 3 every single time someone leaves to go deep push another lane.
There's no rush on using this Aegis. Still got plenty of time. Ame jumps forward. Here comes that magic damage. Fortunately, the Shadow Blade and the Force Staff will manage to get him out. Now, maybe does not have an orb to defend himself here, but they are going to throw down their Ravage. Managed to catch 3 heroes on the back line, so Sam H is just dead and has no buyback. But the Ravage being used, LGD, we'll see how comfortable they feel continuing to force this situation.
They shouldn't feel too scared, to be honest.
Yeah, with double Lincolns on Ame, I mean, he's kind of unkillable. That even if they do manage to catch him, Tim's managed to come in. Oh, they blow him up already, but Raven with the BKB goes for old 11, but that's a Ravagelessness Tidehunter. That doesn't really do a whole lot. He needs to be able to bring down some of the other cores. Fortunately, they do manage to take down Ame, but that's just life number 1. Can they actually kill him another round here? Raven doesn't actually have any mana, neither does Cuckoo. These guys are just always manaless.
They have really low mana pools. That's one of the issues with the heroes in general. And that's why I think Bloodthorn just fits Sven so well. You just get that mana pool increase, you're regenning all the time. It just feels so good to have one item in your inventory like that, even if it's, you know, some random item that gives you regen, like Lincoln's. We see a lot of Svens picking that one up as well. But still a defense, nonetheless. I think Ame still had time to defensively E-Blade against the Sven that was going in on his Tide, but maybe he just didn't figure like it was worth it because he already had expended Ravage anyway. And he wanted to just try to save it for a potential kill instead. But TNC buying themselves time, getting towards that Bloodthorn, that is a huge item. That is the item that basically says, I'm killing whoever I go on unless you physically stop me from doing it.
So talking about that Bloodthorn, LGD have obviously kind of owned the timing that we thought TNC and their strategy should have been the most successful. We're going to go into plan B for TNC, which is going late game against the Morphling. What do you give their chances to actually pull a win out in this game?
It's all going to be down to Raven. And what I mean by that is, does he get the lucky cleaves? Does he get the one, like, 3-man Stormhammer into a couple of cleaves and just instant crits, everyone dies? That's like the
sounds pretty likely.
That's the X factor, right?
Yeah.
But that's what Sven always does, because you get to a stage in the game where you feel like, okay, I have so much farm. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna kill everyone. But if they're all spread out, your God Strength Mask of Madness BKB is really only gonna kill like one hero, and then after that you've kind of expended most of what you're gonna be doing during the fight. You just need the one good initiation where maybe LGD are moving around with the smoke and they get revealed and they're too clumped up or something like that. And that's the fight that TNC are gonna look at and just be like, boom, 3 or 4 heroes dead right away because of the Sven. I think that's going to be the most likely way they're gonna win, because it's too hard to push out the lanes. You can see that TNC's positioning right now. They're showing pretty much nobody on the map at all. I mean, LGD aren't either, but LGD are the ones, I think, who have the easier time pushing lanes. They have the mobility of the Morphling. He can replicate, bot to somewhere, push the lane, come back. He's not easy to kill. Whereas they've shown time and time again they can kill Raven. That's not a problem.
Certainly. They do manage to get a successful scan on the Morphling, as he now shows himself. Radiant scan inside the base is actually going to miss. So, because they can scan inside the base, they may feel a little bit uncomfortable with the Ame being out here by himself. Looks like he's kind of baiting his positioning. Not quite yet, but as his team kind of wraps through the jungle, maybe he'll push out a little bit further. But they're still looking towards mid.
This would be a really fortuitous engagement for TNC, solely because they have so much vision around where they are right now.
Yeah.
This is another really good way to take team fights if you're behind. Just play around where your wards are, instead of trying to do some crazy smoke into no vision. But LGD are not going to be denied. They're going to force them back.
Get some damage onto that tier 3. TNC all managed to TP back here, but just a couple of seconds there. Oh, an aggressive force staff onto Tim's. May have just found an opening, but they force it. They're going to jump forward onto Ame, but he managed to get a defensive force staff away from that one. So now Raven just has to hit on old 11, but he just doesn't do enough damage. So TNC are now caught outside of their base, the last place they wanted to have a team fight. Sam H, he's going to be the one who ends up going down for that. Great setup there from, I think, old 11 was the one who used the force staff on Tim's.
That was a really clutch play. Kind of forcing TNC to feel like they had to commit, when in reality the best thing you can do in that situation is just watch the Tim's Night Stalker just die.
Pop the Lincolns. They still have Maybe's Lincolns to throw over to the Morphling. he ever gets in trouble. But honestly, what trouble can there be with God Strength down? 35 seconds. There's no way TNC can actually fight. Oh, Kuko has actually going to pop out and immediately get Echo Slam. 1437 is going to be able to get off the false promise, and looks like they'll be able to kill Victoria with that one. So killing the backline, that's what they kind of can do. They can kill supports with this Dragonite, but the other cores are just not going to go down easy, especially as Kuku's going to be jumped on once again, trying to save him from the magic damage, not going to be enough. Raven actually underneath the shrine goes for TP out, but the damage is too much. They overwhelm his HP pool, and TNC are going to have to fight again. 4 versus 5, a pushback there with the Cogs. But he jumps away to his replicate. Maybe it's just going to be old 11 who dies. TNC are going to be able to catch him. Pop at the God Strike just to make this easier. But again, LGD are fine with Tidehunter dying, especially when it's after Ravage. They've already fully disengaged. They took the tier 3. They took the melee racks. They're very happy with their position in this game.
TNC are kind of being exploited in the way that they need to take fights. The Clockwork is such a heavy committal hero when you go in. If I don't get my kill when I hook, and I don't have an escape item. Like, there's no Force Staff on Samage. He built for more of the, I want to utilize my effective health pool and get Blade Mail and try to kill heroes that way, which is fine. But I just look at the difference in how Samage has to play the game and how easy it is for the Tidehunter, old 11, just to walk up behind his team, just stand there, and he pressures just by existing, right? It's such a difference in play style, and TNC, with the inability to push waves, they can't force LGD apart. They can't make them, you know, TP to a tier 3 or a tier 2 when they're pressuring, or heck, even a tier 1, I guess, because LGD's offlane tower is still alive in a 35-minute game. There's just not really a whole lot of avenues of play that TNC currently have that allow them to directly pressure LGD other than just straight up fighting. And if you try to fight LGD's lineup, it's really hard.
They desperately need that Bloodthorn. Solar Crest is going to help out a lot, too. They kind of need that minus armor on whatever hero Sven is hitting, because this is just not the Sven that we've seen in a lot of the group stage. It's not a 1, 2, 3, you're dead Sven, right? Because oftentimes he's like hitting Morphling, who's super tanky, one way or another, either has high armor or really high HP. He's hitting the Tidehunter, who's sitting at what, 2,000 HP plus the Solar Crest of his own.
Yeah, there's no easy targets. That's the biggest issue. And because of the way that the fights go, once LGD are kind of grouping up, this is something big that I think has been a theme throughout the tournaments. Anytime there's a lineup that is really good at sieging and kind of just sitting there, if you allow them to get in position first before you do anything to stop them, then the fight becomes like 10 times harder. And then you're relying on someone else on your team being able to be somewhere else on the map, doing something, pushing a wave, creating some kind of pressure or chaos that LGD would have to deal with in this case. But you can see how scared they are. Like, Ame just fearlessly teleports to the bottom lane. There's 2 heroes here.
All right, they're going to try for it. They managed to get the Stormhammer onto the creeps, the stun onto Ame, but I think he hit the Silence, got blocked by the Lincolns, and then the Void actually landed.
Yeah.
So that is not the 1-2 punch you wanted. You wanted it the other way around.
He didn't even have to buy Manta. They're just going to get this tier 3. Old 11 sitting in the front line like a boss.
Echo Slam onto Cuckoo with the Ice Blast coming in. The Ravage as well. Raven does manage to pop his BKB first, but they're all out of control. So Raven's just going to be slowed down by the Scotty, chipped away, and TNC will call it for game number 1.
That was a clinic put on by LGD, really. I never felt like at any stage TNC, maybe barring like the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, had real opportunities to deal substantial damage to LGD's lineup. They just always were defending towers. We talked about that. LGD really just needed to teleport wherever there was pressure and just stop it. It doesn't matter if you lose a hero here and there. Yao died a handful of times during
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. LGD's turn to pick. TNC's turn.
Welcome back to game number 2 of TNC versus LGD Gaming. LGD, they took game number 1. TNC, they want to be able to tie up the series. Even if they are secure in the top 4, Group A is actually locked in already after Secret did end up losing to Liquid. So everyone's kind of locked in their positionings, I think, except for 5th, 6th. But for this series, nothing's really going to change. But either way, TNC still want to win.
Of course, you don't want to go into a match and say, "Hey, it's not a big deal if we don't take away the W." You're a TI, you know what I mean? You want to try to do the best possible performance that your team can muster. So TNC coming into this game, going with the Bat Rider. I like Bat a little bit more as an opener, considering how the last game went, and just considering how few options they really had to kind of take fights to LGD.
Yeah.
So I think that it leaves you a little bit more open, and the Lycan obviously really good against Night Stalker. We talked about the Howl being useful during any sort of nighttime phase where Night Stalker wants to do stuff, being pretty much better than a Chen heal in some cases, and this is a much more flexible opening that I think I can get behind.
Lycan versus Night Stalker. I'm always down with that.
TNC's
Take advantage of the extra nighttime. Oracle is actually going to be picked up by LG. So apparently LGD are going to show TNC how to play Oracle.
Yeah, but there's
What
a
kind of
bat in
lineup
this
there
game
is.
at least.
Yeah.
I mean, last game, I think that TNC just picked up Oracle kind of haphazardly. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was, because there was not really a good synergy hero, I guess, besides maybe Dragon Knight, that you could really partner with the False Promise. There was nothing to abuse healing because they opened up with Ancient Apparition on LGD. So you pick that Oracle and you're just like, okay, well, I'm picking this into an Ancient Apparition. Fate's Edict is still pretty good, but there's nothing else that I'm really offering in synergy. This time, LGD has something that is hard countered by the Oracle. Or, sorry, TNC has something that's hard countered by the Oracle. So it makes a little bit more sense.
10 seconds
And I mean, if they want to go 4th ban AA, you can do that. Like, it's not a bad choice if you want to try to get another core that does benefit from the healing.
Yeah. If you're in TNC, do you actually switch the offlane now? Do you make that a support Bat Rider simply because the Oracle is countering one of your cores?
It's possible. The cool thing about that is you can kind of save your pick if you want. Although I guess if you're going to be trying to if you have to pick up a mid in the next 2, then it might be worth it to just do it sooner rather than later, just because you don't want to prioritize picking an offlane over a mid. But yeah, I still think it's possible. I know that a lot of teams have been doing that recently, just having either one hero in the first 2 that can switch up roles whenever, or, you know, halfway through the draft just saying, hey, we got this hero that could potentially go offlane or play support, let's just swap it up because this hero seems to be better for the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Couple of mids going to be banned. TNC banning away the Puck. LGD actually taking away the Queen of Pain. One of Cuckoo's really go-off heroes. TNC is actually going to go for Rubik.
Okay, so...
Why?
I like Rubik as a hero.
Yeah.
But I think this is a hard Rubik game already. Primarily because during the fights, there's a couple of ways that Rubik can play the game. You really don't ever want to be the front line. You always want stuff in front of you that's going to be able to kind of cause chaos so you can steal the spells that you want. I think Lycan and Bat Rider do a pretty good job of that, so that's definitely something to their credit. I just didn't really see anything that kind of made me think, okay, Rubik is going to be able to get some pretty decent spell and cause a lot of, I guess, disharmony in the fights. Having the Fissure is one thing. That is a very good spell to steal on a Rubik. But other things, like Echo Slam, for example, you don't have Aftershock, so it's not like that spell really offers you that much. Oracle spells are moderately useful to steal, same with Night Stalker. There's nothing really that I'm looking at besides the Fissure and saying, okay, this is an impactful thing that I can get.
I've got it, Draskell.
Okay, I'm ready.
Rubik steals Darkness, so they can use Darkness and Howl together.
You can definitely do that. It's
the one time it's actually an okay time to use Darkness as a Rubik.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering myself, like what the
weird.
Reasoning is behind it. I think it's, like I said, I like the hero. I love playing Rubik. He's one of my favorite supports. He's not really good that often.
Yeah. and he was only kind of made good after the fact with the Earthshaker pickup. That's an okay steal. Now Sven, both Warcry as well as Stormhammer are pretty good for Rubik, so again, after the fact, Rubik is being made a little bit better pick as the draft goes on. This Sand King, though, what about that? TNC pick up the Sand King. Is this a Rubik Sand King duo, and Batrider is still our offlaner?
Looking at the heroes that LGD have, I think it makes more sense than to put the Bat in the offlane, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be hard to kill either of them, but during the mid game, the Batrider is going to have a really tough time. There's already a Night Stalker, so your vision's going to be limited. There's an Oracle to be able to break basically any initiation if they're in position, and then there's an Earthshaker as well that can just throw out random fissures to just kind of throw you off. So I'm not thinking it's going to be the easiest back game in the world. You wouldn't expect that, obviously, first picking a hero, but this one especially is going to be tough.
So wait, are you done with the Batrider?
No, I'm saying because
Sand King core.
I'm saying because it's such a hard Batrider game that I think Sand King core would make more sense.
Okay, yeah.
For me, at least.
Yeah, I'm down with that. And then Batrider can kind of support him in that off lane. Just be the annoying, like, sticky napalm hero, giving Sand King the space to be able to hit the creep wave.
I mean, throwing a dual lane down there is not a horrible idea.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. Last ban out, Timbersaw by TNC. We've seen a couple different Timbersaws grabbed against these Lycans or Sven carries. Lashrak, well, that's certainly a surprise pickup from LGD. So a mid Lashrak, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, there's no other way to really run this.
It is kind of nice, though, against heroes that kind of want to be up in your face. So like Batrider, Lycan, Sand King, they're all pretty close proximity in the fights. Pulse Nova's going to do a ton of work in this game. You got a bajillion disables now.
Yeah.
You can just stunlock someone to death, even a Lycan if he doesn't have BKB. Just, you know, Fissure, Enchant into Stormhammer, your Split Earth, lots and lots of damage output. And the cool thing, too, is that LGD have a good balance of damage. I guess you could argue that TNC are pretty much the same. They have the Lycan for the physical DPS, and then the other three are magic, whereas, you know, LGD, the Diabolic Edict is not pure magical damage, so you have physical through that, you have Sven, so both teams have a good balance of damage. This time around TNC have much better heroes for killing creeps as well, which I think is a criteria that nowadays you just have to be able to hit. If you cannot clear waves, your game is going to be very hard.
Right. What's left, though, for TNC in the mid lane? Because we've had a whole lot of mid laners banned out, and it's versus a Leshrac.
Yeah, actually, there are a ton of mid spam.
Has to deal with a 4-position Night Stalker roaming on you as well. They're going to go for the Mirana.
Okay. A little bit of a non-traditional mid matchup. Lesh versus, is this like TI5? Am I watching TI5 right now?
Yeah.
It's kind of what it feels like.
Kind of weird.
I think
it's a Diffuse a Blade carry, right? That's good.
Yeah. It is very good against Sven. You can, even buying Lincolns on Mirana doesn't feel that bad a lot of the time, because you benefit from the regen.
Sure.
You can just stay out on the map forever, get your Manta Diffusal, and do a lot of work. Later on, transition maybe into like MKB or something. Yeah, I think the Mirana rounds out TNC's lineup fairly well. I'm not sure how I feel about their laning phase, because they are going to have the support Sand King Rubik combination. They're going to put Sam H on the Batrider anyway, probably a comfort factor for him. Just saying, okay, I play this hero a lot, even if it's not an ideal bat game, I'm still the best bat player. So I'm just going to play the hero on the offlane and try to make it work. If it does end up being the Sam H, Batrider, and Tim Sand King lane, I think they'll be able to still do a little bit of work during the first 5-10 minutes. But I'm apprehensive as to how much the Batrider is going to be able to do mid-game.
If he can, if they can blink daggers, that'll really help out the Mirana a lot. I think it's very important for you to have strong initiators and frontline heroes for the Mirana. You can't really let yourself be initiated on, right? If they get the Blink Dagger Sven, just a couple of swipes to God Strength, that's going to be a core dead super fast. So hopefully this aggro dual lane for TNC does do very well for Cuckoo's sake, more than many of the others. Meanwhile, LGD are going to be looking at this to just farm Ame up, farm, just like last game with the Morphling. I'm not exactly sure where Leshrac fits in this patch. Like, how good is it as a space creator? How good does it scale into the late game anymore? These are all kind of mysteries to me, since we have not seen a core Leshrac, or even much Leshrac at all.
I think he's quite strong, actually.
Yeah?
Mainly because of his talents. Like, if you look at his level 10 and 15, they're insane. Like, either movement speed or health, both fantastic. 400 mana for a hero who is, you know, he needs mana to be able to deal damage. Very, very strong. And later on, you get the extra 300 HP from his 20 talent. And then you either get the Lightning Storm Slow or Diabolic Edict, which I think most people settle for Edict just because it doubles, well, over doubles the effectiveness of the spell. And it becomes insane how fast you can like push and kill the late game.
But you could get the perma slow. The perma lightning slow.
You could get the perma lightning slow.
You get
as well.
Octarine, it's a 3-second cooldown. It's a 3-second slow. Don't stop.
Yeah, I think it's actually 4 seconds slow though, because it's 1 second plus the 3, so it's more than 100% uptime if you have Octarine.
Damn.
Yeah, it seems really good on paper, right? But then against some heroes that have like escapes or Lycan, for example.
I say Lycan who doesn't get slowed down.
He doesn't care. But that's why I think Lesh is picked here, because Lycan is the hero that wants to be in your face. And when you have Pulse Nova and Edict going at the same time, no matter how much damage you do, you're going to get chunked, right? Before you can take down that Lesh. And it's really, I think, a bit easier to itemize on Lesh against this style of team. You know, once you get your BKB and an armor item, you're good to go. You just walk in there.
So Sam H does manage to successfully cut one creep wave. Try and get himself to that level 2. While Old 11 actually with the Enchant Totem first, feeling pretty comfortable about his Rubik Lycan lane. He is actually going to challenge the Lycan for CS immediately. I really like this choice over the level 1 Fisher and going for like the Bach or whatever. This feels a lot better.
He's going to be able to do pretty well, I think, in this. If it ends up being more of a supports roaming around situation.
Misstun in mid lane, maybe. Whiffs his first split earth, but it is a very, very small AoE at level 1.
That's tiny. 150 radius is nothing.
A stun on Old 11. A little bit of chip damage. Or Rubik is not going to be there in time. Telekinesis.
This Poor Man's Shield is going to do an insane amount of work against these supports. They do get the D ward though, so a little bit of a bummer here for Old 11. But Rubik just does no damage. Like, I guess with a Howl, that might be enough to supplement.
Yeah, with the combination of stuns plus Howl, they might have enough damage to bring him down as they do so now. If the Enchant Totem Aftershock gives him a little bit of space, but they're still going to run him down. One more right click, that's all he needs. They find him. Tims is going to be the one to collect that first blood bounty.
That was a clutch tango. He knew that Old 11 was going to juke to the right, so he ate the tree in front of the other tree. That gave him vision to be able to get the last autos off, so nicely done. Howl coming in huge.
This is a level 3 Batrider. His lane is going very well for himself. Now, he can't really get too much on the offensive, because Sticky Napalm can just be removed by Fortune's End, but there's no real threat there either.
Yeah, he can't die in this lane. He has to, like, dive the tower, I think, to end up falling here. He does need to be very careful, though, about how many stacks he's giving Ame and Yao, respectively. Like, you can't just throw his Sticky Napalms out 24/7 in this lane.
Yeah. 6 and 8 stacks. So, all things considered, does look like LGD is going to be able to take a little bit more of the win of the laning phase. Mid's going very well for the last ranking compared to the Mirana, mostly because the Nightstalker was sitting mid so often. And it looks like they might just be able to kill Sam H with Victoria's help here. He's going to go for the TP out right on top of the cliff. They don't have Void up, so they do manage to get that kill. They went for 2 levels of Purifying Flames onto Yao. Definitely, if they could have seen him, would have brought the Batrider pretty close to death.
Really nice juke. Just getting himself in that one spot where there's no vision. And for now, I think that it's just going to be a lot of moving around from, you know, Victoria and Tims on either side. Just seeing if they can find anything. A stun into an arrow can very easily be a kill on maybe in the mid lane, especially if he's not topped off. And at the same time, I guess it's a bit harder to kill Cuckoo because he does have the leap. So maybe there will be less pressure from LGD, like from here on out, going towards that middle lane.
Old 11 is beating some ass here in this bottom lane.
Dude, Poor Man's Shield is god tier in this matchup. Like, you can't kill him.
He's forced Raven to burn through all of his region now. He may get caught here.
Yeah,
this is the downside of so much aggression, right? Is that eventually you are going to get caught by a rotation. With the Howl damage, they're doing so much work. Victoria is going to be able to come down, goes for the slow onto Raven, but Tim's is going to be the one to be able to catch up to him. It does have a Burrow Strike up. Yao's going to come in, try and get some more. They get a hold onto Tim's. Victoria's going to chase him down with a Void. They are going to be able to get that kill. The other TNC members just not really able to do anything. Lycan doesn't have the movement speed to keep up with these heroes, and Rubik doesn't have the damage with the Howl gone away. Contesting a stack. Mage, time to run.
Yeah, he's got no Firefly left. He's out of there. They're wrapping around mid, though. See if they can do anything to Cuckoo.
This is an interesting one because he can leave, but it's still going to be held in place for a while, maybe long enough for maybe to be able to hit that split Earth stun, and they do manage to finish him off. Victoria dies, though, underneath the tower, and now Tims gets the stun onto maybe, but with the double null talismans, he's actually quite tanky, so the two supports can't really do much to threaten. LTDs, maybe. They're going to go again, but Tim's careful, friend. Oracle does a lot of damage, pull him back, but the TP takes so long for Cuckoo. He's going to have to, he doesn't even have the leap actually, so he's going to have to try and maneuver around some of this. They do manage to get the Burrow Strike, finally gets the leap forward, finish off maybe with the extra Starstorm hit onto Yao. Tim survives through it all with Cuckoo tanking the tower, and TNC, despite the very long TP that I thought was going to be ending up in disaster for them, they do manage to make that gank work.
Yeah, the Caustic Finale so ended up allowing them to catch up at the last second and be able to secure that kill. Really big for TNC to get these kind of like laning phase kills, because if you look at the CS, the Sven and the Leshrac are still kind of just dominating. This Cuckoo Mirana has 13 creep kills at 5 minutes. That is not nearly where you want to be at this point. So all things considered, TNC doing a pretty good job at scraping together the laning phase.
Maybe if only you had gone to bottom lane, you could have stopped this and maybe even gotten a kill. Old 11 goes for the double stun, tries to run to the trees, but he knows inevitably death awaits us all.
Well, at least he's making a lot of heroes kind of come back to the lane to deal with him. It's probably not the best feeling in the world, but at the same time, Earthshaker doesn't really have a plan B. It's really hard for him to jump.
Sam H slowed down, trying to get over to the cliff. Victoria could have actually just chased after him with Hunter and the Knight. I'm really surprised he just didn't. With the extra movement speed, he would have done a lot of physical damage on his Sam H. And then the Void could have finished him off, but does get another Void in now. Sam H bumps it back over to mid lane. They do manage to kill maybe. Tim's in 1437 rotating into mid lane once again, leaving poor Raven to the mercy of the Earthshaker.
This Rubik is level 5 in 6 minutes.
Damn.
What the heck? 1437 and Tim's, like, we don't normally see this dual roam a whole lot. Like, a lot of the time one support is dedicated to trying to zone out, but together they're just able to do so much on the map. They're going to be wrapping around deep on this bottom lane.
Maybe he's even going to TP. He thought about it last time. This time he's going to commit to trying to kill Raven. If he can hit this split Earth, it's level 3. Has to use it soon because here comes Tim. Managed to get the stun in. Victoria's going to slow down Raven. Trying to get farther back, deeper into the shrine area of LGD. They are going to be able to bloody block Raven in. Looks like he's going to be dead. Maybe fights up against 2. Burrow Strike actually does kill Maybe, but it slays the Sand King first.
Jeez, man. This game is just non-stop. 12 kills in a 7-minute game. Basically every single lane is fighting except for top. And there is still like some contention on like the creep stacks and whatnot as Sam H going in trying to be as greedy as he possibly can about this laning phase. They might even be trying to set up to kill Yao here. It's kind of tough though, diving against Fate's Edict when your heroes pretty much only really do magic damage. I guess they do have Lasso available.
Raven gets the Howl off. LGD, no way they have enough damage to actually take the Lycan down. I want to go back to that dual roam that you were talking about, because that is a very interesting point that we don't see a whole lot of that from the current meta. It's usually a little bit more separated, that we have this 4 position who does most of the roaming damage, and he couples with the cores to be able to pick up kills. Here we've got 2 supports as a duo, and they showed this very early on to the draft. Do you think this is in part a reaction to the Oracle pickup? Like seeing this Oracle and knowing that it's just not really that strong of a rotating hero in comparison to the duo that they're going to be running, the Sand King and Rubik. Do you think that's in some way a draft abuse, that they see a weak support here and they're just like, we're just going to go for kills on our supports and they won't be able to keep up?
Well, they just experienced it in the last game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically just saying exactly what happened to TNC when they had the Oracle themselves. Again, the old 11 got a TP, but not sure if he makes it out of this one.
That's a really good Fisher block. Cut through the trees, 1437 might just be able to spot him last second. No, the TP out first. Meanwhile, mid lane, LGD, they're trying to clear through these creep waves so they can get to the tower and get a little bit of Diabolic Edict damage here, but TNC will stand strong in front of the tower while Cuckoo takes a tier 1 at top lane. Net worth chart. There are a lot of TNC members looking pretty healthy, even the Sand King at 2100, while Maybe's suffering pretty badly. But Ame is always the top net worth, it seems, for LGD.
Well, I think there's a lot of what you said is true about the dual roam and just Oracle's inability to react kind of to that. If you're not already in the place before the dual stun goes in, it's because you last on top.
That's an easy kill.
Yeah. But if the heroes aren't already in position to stop the double, even potential triple stun with the Mirana arrow coming out from Cuckoo, it's already too late. Like if you TP as that gank happens, you're not going to make it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
3-man smoke up. Yao, he had a ward down already, and he's going to lay another ward. TNC, I think they spotted the Oracle last second because they pinged where the ward was. But Ame, so greedy, going to be trying to farm this Ancients. He's just going to get popped by all that magic damage. They saw that, right? They saw that from this ward.
I think, at least I thought they did.
Do you think, like, maybe they just thought the rotation was going to go mid or something?
I think it's super dangerous to farm low ground when you see that. Yeah. Like, regardless.
That was so greedy from Ame.
Even if you think that they're going to go to another lane, you probably still at least walk to high ground, right? Because it's right there.
Yeah.
Like, you pull the camp out and you try to stand near your shrine or stand near the other high ground. But nonetheless, another solid kill coming in from TNC, just pressuring the map super hard this game.
Arcane Boots, double null talismans, and a magic wand. Or maybe as he starts building into Bloodstone, second item. I was wondering what the build was, maybe if he was getting heals or something. Yao is sitting behind Old 11, but he doesn't have False Promise. And TNC are beginning to corral LGD in, but with the Wolves scouting, they don't really feel comfortable diving in deep, especially since they saw Maybe's TP. Cuckoo doesn't have a leap to be able to get away from this one, so the Fisher sets up the split Earth. That was TNC this time around, being a bit too greedy, trying to force kills and force towers down.
He leapt aggressively, like, towards the tier 2 tower of LGD in this off lane. Not entirely sure if he was expecting, like, less of a reaction, but they do have some wards in the area, so maybe he felt a little bit safe, ended up putting himself a little bit too far out of position. Gives away quite a bit of gold to this Leshrac, who up until now is definitely suffering. Maybe with a few deaths under his belt too. But all this action across the map, and Ame himself still sitting atop the net worth, only with 1 death. And he can just kind of safely farm away.
That kind of aggression, you know, if they'd like waited, say, 30 seconds to make that kind of move, the Batrider's pushing out top really hard.
Yeah.
So at that point in time, like, eventually he's going to force a rotation, and then you could go into the knowledge that even if they do TP, you know, it's going to be some sort of 4 versus 4 instead of a full-on 5. But TNC, I think, just kind of jumping the gun a little bit. Really want to be able to force kills while they can, knowing that LGD is going to be playing quite heavily around this jungle area. So if they can take away some of these outer tier 1 towers, especially that off lane tier 1 tower as well as the mid tower, can kind of open up that off lane jungle to invasion a bit more.
I think that it speaks volumes about how TNC feel their chances are against like the mid late game of LGD, just because of how little they have to really deal with the Sven. I mean, sure, you're going to be able to get a Diffusal Blade eventually up on Cuckoo.
Oh, Burrow Strike. Old 11 is going to be able to get on top of him with the Enchant Totem. He has Echo Slam, but Ame doesn't want to follow that one up. And it's a good thing, too, because they do have 1437, who stole Split Earth just a minute ago from the Leshrac. Managed to pick up 1 kill. Ame's going to be able to go on to Tim's here. Split Earth from maybe himself is going to be able to hold the Sand King a little bit longer. 1437. Turns around, just gets whatever damage he can. He throws out the Fate Bolt because he knows there's no escape from LGD, who brought 4 heroes down to this bottom lane.
A really nice reaction from LGD. Get a coveted tier 1 safe lane tower. In the meantime, though, Raven's making the best use of his time. He's in the top lane, he's near the tier 2. He's going to force at least one person on the side of LGD to go ahead and TP back. And they're also getting a little bit of damage on the tier 1 in the mid lane. So it's not as if TNC just lost that hero for no reason. Or heroes.
Mass pings. They know Samh is here from this defensive ward earlier. Now Samh is going to be able to grab Victoria, which lands into the arrow, but with maybe outputting so much damage, he quickly kills the Batrider and shoos Cuckoo away. Now Old 11 is looking to be able to cut them off, especially since he has the Echo Slam. They've got the control to be able to catch Cuckoo as well. Throws the Fisher towards the Sand King. Doesn't quite hit him though. Still, LGD take another 2 members of TNC down to the grave. And they're really just not getting enough out of these scenarios. Like Raven, yeah, it's space oftentimes. Okay, they force that bottom wave. It was space for the Batrider at top. Here, it's space for Raven to get farmed. But there's only so much space you can create if you're also feeding away kills a lot.
I agree. It's eventually you're going to get to a point where you need to have Raven come to a fight, and if you've died so much that LGD just have an item advantage on you, then it's definitely not worth it. I just don't know what they really do without Raven having like the one extra item and perhaps a BKB. Because can you walk into Sven, Earthshaker, and a Lesh? That is an insane amount of damage. Like normally Lycan wants to walk in, he wants to hit, you know, one hero and just say, okay, you're dead. But if he focuses somebody against Warcry and also having the false promise as well to fall back on, you can't run in. You just can't. So now you need to wait for like a Batrider pickoff. They're going to be more reliant on their capability of split pushing and trying to force a favorable engagement in numbers, I think, TNC to feel comfortable taking a fight.
We casted a game of TNC where Raven went the same build, right? The Mask of Madness Armlet,
yes,
as opposed to the Necronomicon. That's been coming back in vogue a little bit. I can feel the positives of both, right? I can see the negative aspect of Mask of Madness because you're facing it up against physical damage.
Book is great against Lesh, though. It's
and
very,
yeah,
very
exactly. And there's a positive side. A Book would have been a lot better versus the Leshrac. But then you would have Book Wolves against Earthshaker, where there's that, you know, potential for a bigger Echo Slam. Where do you kind of lean on this scale? Which item build would you have preferred?
So the Mask of Madness doesn't really give you too many downsides against the magical damage heroes anymore.
Sure.
So I kind of see like the farming capability of it being great. Armlet is just another really cost-effective item. I just think that until he has BKB, it doesn't really matter which route he takes. Like even if he had Book, can he go in with the Book 3?
No.
Because I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, can you go in with Armlet Mask of Madness? Probably not. It's going to be down to can they outnumber them.
Four-man smoke up, LGD. Gonna pop the darkness here. Victoria's gonna lead the way to try and find a hero. Raven does manage to get off his ultimate before the silence. Dodges? No, doesn't dodge the split earth, but they do manage to come in from behind. Tim's hits the epicenter, and now the turn from Raven. He baited it all out. Now TNC lay out the trap. Maybe he's gonna die. Raven holding his position around the Leshrac to minimize the damage. He's only sitting at half HP to hold on to old 11. He can start committing some damage, but as the lasso fades out, he does manage to get the enchant totem. Echo Slam hit as much damage as possible, but really LGD have lost too many members to try and fight that one. Both the Sven and the Night Stalker give up on that engagement. They even had a double damage God-Straked Ame, but there was just too many members of TNC up for him to fight.
That's the ideal engagement. First, they're fighting around nighttime because the Night Stalker popped his ultimate. So you get the double benefit of the Howl during that. The second thing is LGD were not all there at the same time. So when I say they need to outnumber in order to be able to fight LGD effectively, that's pretty much exactly what we're talking about. Because what if, you know, Yao's able to get his false promise off onto Maybe? Like he was doing a crap ton of damage. He just doesn't have any armor items, so he still kind of got chewed through. He needs more to be able to kind of tank through those fights and get that sustainability going for himself. And Ame wasn't there to be able to pop Warcry either. So they were not as one unit when they initially engaged, and that's why TNC were able to win. So we need to continue, if you're TNC, just pushing these lanes, pulling LGD apart, finding the optimal situations to take the fights.
Sam H is getting closer to the Blink Dagger. Certainly help out if they have that extra form of initiation. Create a whole lot of chaos between the Sand King and the Batrider. Oracle may not know which target to be able to throw the false promise on. Well, Cuckoo, how's his damage coming along? He has the Dragonlance, has the Yasha. I'm presuming to use a Blade is his next item choice.
I would think so.
I don't think
against
you
the
get Manta.
Against that team, yeah. Manta style just seems really bad, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe he even goes SNY.
I'd be kind of down with that. A little bit of boost, and then you could break it apart for the Manta.
I think so. I think, well, he could either do that or just go straight to Diesel. Ame almost has his BKB. It's going to be a fairly big power spike. But again, it's for LGD, it's more about making sure that you're all there and you're all on the same page and you want to take the same engagement. Because bottom, there was some either miscommunication or maybe he was overestimating his own survivability. Either way, TNC were able to abuse it to its fullest extent. And now they're playing it a bit more passive. They're getting scouted out by the Wolves too. The TNC have full information on what's going on right now.
I think TNC, they just played it really well, right? That four-man smoke, they're just running out. But TNC, especially those two supports playing on the hard right-hand side in this jungle area, so they're able to pop out. Like the first target that you see as a Lycan who's already popped his shapeshift. You know, that's just really good read by TNC to see what was happening, the gank was coming, and just kind of keep the the best targets would probably be like the squishy initiators, like the Batrider and Sand Like those would be the best heroes for LGD to jump on first.
They'll be able to do that soon too. Ame getting that BKB. He'll be able to kind of force TNC into an unfavorable position. They'll either run away or they'll try to like group up a bit and help, and that opens up the spot for Old 11 to get maybe a better Echo Slam.
That pounding you hear, that's Earthshaker's war drums. He's prepping himself. He wants to kill. He wants it pretty badly. He wants to keep that enchant totem up for the extra hit, but Tim's just not going to show himself. He just sits on top of that creep wave. He uses 2 different sandstorms to push out and then backs away. He doesn't want to put himself too far out there for potential pick against LGD. It is nighttime now. TNC just picked up a double damage onto the Mirana too, so I think they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Oh, they know Ame is not there. The Wolves scouted Ame. TNC want to go.
With the Moonlight Shadow, they're going to be able to pick up Victoria. Telekinesis back, trying to hold him in place, but Tim's actually won something bigger, and he's going to be able to see maybe. That's a big one. The False Promise immediately going down. Tim's going to be able to get the follow-up disable, and here comes Raven. Echo Slam onto Tim's, but it's not nearly enough damage to be able to bring down the big cores as they now come in. Raven's on full HP, and Chantotem going to be able to slow him down. Cuckoo comes in with the extra bit of damage. Finally, Ame is here and managed to get 1437 in the back lines, but maybe is still going to be ripped apart by the big hound. Raven, he's out of shapeshift, and Ame has both blink and a hammer coming up. Raven, can he survive through this one? They desperately need a bump back. The Flame Break's going to be able to get it, and he gets the armlet toggle off. So now maybe it's just going to be kited around, jump forward, and kills Victoria. Nice play from Cuckoo. Gets them both. LGD get wasted by TNC. As you said, like they saw the wolf. Or sorry, they saw the Sven. That's exactly the information they needed to force that fight. Unfortunately, Cuckoo gets a little ahead of himself. He actually runs into Maybe, who just TP'd in the shrine. Gives a kill back to LGD. But all in all, still a great fight for TNC.
Just if one time, if Ame and Maybe are in the same fight at the same time, there is no way the Lycan can do what he's been doing. And again, it's props to TNC for finding the optimal time to engage, and Raven being so adamant about using his wolves to scout. It's given them tons of information that's allowed them to take now 2 successful fights in a row. But if the Warcry is there, the Lycan cannot just, you know, fly through. I guess, you know, Raven going back, not buying the BKB, opting for the Diffusal Blade himself. This could be an item that kind of changes the dynamic of the fights anyway, because if you can dispel the Warcry, then it's pretty much as if Ame's not there in regards to you being able to hit somebody and deal a good amount of damage. The only downside is that if you get, you know, chain stunned, you can still be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. It also helped for targeting Maybe, right? Because all Leshrac cores eventually built a Yule Scepter, which looks like he's going to go for a second item. And you just want to kill that hero as quick as possible because the damage over time is so tremendous. They're going to be able to get not just 1, but 2. They grabbed Maybe with the lasso and also took out that Oracle. So no False Promise save. He does have the Bloodstone Suicide, kind of minimize the economical damage. TNC would have picked up so much gold from that kill. They are going to be able to take the mid-tier 1 tower as well. But they're actually going to try and chase down LGD. The arrow, it nailed Ame. And Old 11, he has to somehow stop this, but I don't know how. He throws out the Fissure, hits onto Cuckoo. Ame's going to pop his BKB, but a Glimmer Cape keeps 1437 safe. They are just going to be able to kite around Ame, and he needs some sort of miracle. Couple of hits. Oh, nice blink away. Heads into the Roshan pit, blinks upwards, is going to be able to save himself over to our Batrider, who is keeping Old 11 in place. Sticky Napalm and a TP. Oh, man, are they both going to escape? That is legit from LGD. I thought they were both dead.
The juke coming in from Ame was really nice because as soon as Cuckoo leaped in, the Sven turned around and he says, oh, okay, you want to leep into me, I'll just man fight you, you know. So Cuckoo tries to use the vision of the Roshan pit to juke, and instead Ame, realizing that he's actually the one in trouble, uses it to get himself out. Very nicely done, like you said, from the side of LGD. Still, though, a lot of problems now. Because those 2 fights that TNC took were so favorable for them, like the Leshrac doesn't really have many charges on his Bloodstone, it's down to 6. He bought Boots of Travel, which is fine. You know, they'll be able to play, I guess, a little bit of split pushing, but against the Batrider, who already has Blink and will soon have a Force Staff, it's very scary to get out on the map like that. You're going to need a support behind you, I think, almost at all times if you want to start to play that kind of style of Dota.
Yeah, I think LGD were looking at their strategy, really hoping that with the Leshrac and the Bloodstone pickup as well as the Blink Dagger on Old 11, that they would be able to contest TNC 4 versus 5. a lot of the times, and they would get Yule Scepter and then make the maybe Leshrac even stronger. But now they have to fight, man. They've lost too many fights. They need this Sven desperately, who's still sitting way ahead of anybody else. Kuku is going to be caught. LGD bring down that mid laner.
Wait, how can he walk there?
Trying to go for Manta.
I'm so confused. I didn't even know you could.
path.
I didn't know you could walk that way.
Oh yeah. There is actually a path that can go all the way over.
Oh yeah, it's the one tree block. I remember. You can like tango and walk through. That's nice. Good stuff. It buys a little bit of time, I guess. There was like 4 heroes, I think, 3 heroes that walked up top from LG to get that kill. And Raven has just not been under any pressure for a very long time. He's been able to freely walk into fights. He's always able to hit the target that he wants. They get the kill. They get out. And pressuring a tier 2, while LGD themselves are looking at a tier 1.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
TNC. What do they do in this position, though? They back up. Start prepping to defend their tier 2. They just keep on going. I'd be pretty scared of getting caught if I approached that tier 3 at all. Especially since Kuku only just now reviving. Did go for the Manta first, so I guess he's not really feeling comfortable about the Night Stalker silence.
Yeah, I mean it's a fine item to save yourself. If you're looking for just solely a defensive utility, Manta is still fine in this game. It's just not useful against like Sven and Lesh and Earthshaker. The illusions don't really offer much aside from like split pushing potential and a way to dispel yourself.
4-man smoke up with the Moonlight Shadow. So they're going to run into Ame, be able to quickly burst him down. The Oracle's just a bit too far away. So big kill. Big kill, because, you know, bottom lane's decently pushed out. Mid's already pushing in. Lycan just handled top lane, so they can go for an objective off of this one. Could even be Roshan. Roshan's actually up. We haven't talked about him.
It's been a lot of fighting, so
that's exactly what they want.
They even have the Stolen Warcry on 1437. Doesn't seem like a huge spell, but 20 armor, 12 movement speed for 8 seconds.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's gonna be sick, especially versus the Sven.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who does he go on?
Raven's like his effective EHP just jumps up so high when he gets that Warcry, because they're already sitting on 2,900 now. LGD, they're kind of holding on, expecting some sort of mid push from TNC. That probably will come with this fresh Aegis. Pick them up, run, Tims. He hits Yao, but now, oh, he's still stuck on the cliff. Needs a little bit of extra help, and he gets another Force Staff. Kuku's going to be the one to jump in. They have the Seeking Napalm slowing down these heroes' retreat, plus a bump back from the Flame Break is going to be really good. Maybe he's looking for his opportunity, maybe turn. Nice, 2-man Burrow Strike, and now with a jump in from Ame, he goes straight for a Raven. He looks to be able to bring him down, but it's not quite enough. The lasso from Sam H on the high ground. He's not even flying. He won't be able to TP out, though. Avoid stops him there. Raven going for Victoria, actually turns back for Ame because he realized he's low enough to be able to take down the big carry of LGD. Maybe gets spotted, but he does manage to complete his TP before the stun can come out. TNC take that fight 1 for 3.
LGD were just completely caught off guard there, not expecting the blink up to the high ground. The wards that were placed earlier from the side of TNC providing all the vision necessary to be able to take that team fight, and they just couldn't escape. There's too much chase potential on the side of TNC. Tim's with the blink dagger, Kuku being able to leap up to the high ground like that and just run him down.
I can't believe that Bat Rider got the I'm stuck on cliff lasso.
He like had Firefly for like 1 second or something when he got the lasso, and then he just immediately lost it, and he couldn't drag up to the high ground. But you know, at the end of the day, it didn't really matter that much. They couldn't even take the Aegis off the Lycan. Like, Raven is still walking around with the second life, and now he's got a full BKB on top of this. So this Roshan into teamfight has already secured TNC enough time to get Raven potentially one of the biggest power spikes that he's going to hit the whole game.
24 to 14, 28 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead for TNC, 3,000 experience too. Shiva's almost finished up for maybe. That will help him so much against some of these heroes, but I still feel like it's just like too much magic damage as well. You know, like the Murata coming in with the Diffuser Blade and such.
I do think that it's kind of at that point where a Lesh playing from behind
They're trying to go on Ame first. Now, we'll see if this actually works for him. Maybe he's going to be able to sidestep the arrow. Ame's down to half HP already, but it pops the BKB and the God Strike and turns and fights Raven. Is now going to be able to see Sam H. He'll take that kill instead. Paul's Promise actually saving him. His drops lower and lower, and now BB's in a good position, a better position with a Shrine activated, plus the False Promise. This Epicenter's not going to do anything. Ame's actually going to heal up a little bit. The arrow comes in, actually hits an Ancient instead. Old 11 holds on to the Fissure to be able to finish off Raven's Aegis, and 1437 going to be hit by the Enchant Totem. Great extra kill from Old 11. In the back lines, Tim, he looks to be able to catch Ame, does so successfully. Victoria's going to be able to run himself out, and a fire by Lasso, just Lasso actually, going to be able to grab Old 11. So LGD, that was actually an okay fight considering the Aegis advantage that TNC had. They were able to fight around False Promise, and Shrine ended up being a 2 for 3.
Even
2 for 3?
They got the
Oh
Aegis.
yeah, the Aegis.
Yeah. So even with all that, you know, it was a good fight, I guess, considering the circumstances, but TNC are still going to be feeling pretty good about their situation. Like Raven, he's still not really been killed yet, outside if you want to count the Aegis. He's going to get his level 20 soon, so he can either get the evasion or the cooldown reduction. I'm not sure which you take in this case. You're probably not that scared of Sven anymore, considering your item progression is just kind of outscaling him, so maybe you favor the cooldown of your BKB and shapeshift a little bit more. But like right now, getting the tier 3, being able to open up the shrines, once again, TNC dealing just another solid blow to LGD here.
How did that fight go so well for TNC? Because I thought, like, they got the False Promise off and then into the Shrine with a Leshrac on top of the Shrine as well, which is just added value since he uses so much mana.
So
like, I thought that would have been great for LGD.
It looked pretty good. I might have to hold that thought as LGD looking like they potentially wanted to fight, but again, the vision around this area, one ward just fades from TNC, the other one will be soon to follow. I think a lot of it has to do with how Sven functions and fights, and like once he's kind of blown his load, he can't really do that much after the fact. Yeah. And if you look at Ame's items, he doesn't have the damage build. He has the I need to stay alive build, which I think is not really what you want when you have an Oracle, because you buy yourself 8 seconds of free auto attacks during False Promise. During that 8 seconds, you want to kind of ensure that you're getting as much damage out as you feasibly can. And I think that Ame's been forced into this itemization path that's not allowing him to do it.
Yeah, I would agree. It felt like Ame's damage is just pretty lackluster in a lot of these fights. I mean, he turned and started hitting Sam H, and it took him so long to actually bring Sam H even close to death.
The Lycan is just insanely tanky because his first 2 talents give him an insane amount of raw health. I think it's like 440 between the 2 of them. And then on top of that, you're building an armlet. BKB gives you a tiny bit of health too. His strength gain is solid. 3.3 is actually quite high. But yeah, it's looking a little rough for LGD at the moment. But if Ame can get to a damage item after his AC, perhaps then.
Smoke with Moonlight Shadow again, offering the opportunity for a clean initiation. Fissure does slow that down a little bit, but Victoria may be just the easy kill for TNC. They're going to group up quite a bit. Force Staff, double Force Staff on a Cuckoo, trying to get away from maybe, but it'll be run down by that ultimate. Ravy's actually going to go for the back line, just rips apart the Oracle with his BKB and runs out. You take one, I'll take one, but it's favorable for LGD for sure. Support for a core, and they're pushing out. If they can catch anybody else, it looks like maybe they can get 1437. Not going to be hit by the Fissure. Good juke with Glimmer Cape. And it's actually going to be able to steal the Fissure. Turn around on Old 11. Looks like he'll be able to make it away.
So the one thing that TNC need to be very careful of is the later the game goes, Lesh is actually a pretty potent late game hero. You know, you get the Octarine later on, you have the level 25 talents with your Edict. You do just a metric truck ton of damage. Like, it is insane how much you can do in a team fight, especially considering now he's got the Shivas finished, he's sitting over 2k life. He's not kind of the fall over hero that he was once.
Nice Yule Scepter usage there is going to be able to solve that Fissure attempt by Old 11. Sam H is going to be able to hold him a little bit longer, but Ame comes in, so Old 11's not actually going to be able to die fast enough. Tim's maybe going to be able to finish off with the Epicenter. That was an awkward Force Staff, though. Wasn't the direction he really hoped. Ame pops the BKB and TP's out, so they do manage to kill Old 11 for that. Maybe catch more. The Burrow Strike onto Victoria. Raven's Shapeshift has now run out, and Victoria not going to be able to complete that TP because of Yule Scepter, and not going to make it back to base fast enough. It's the Diffuser Blade slowing him down so much. They're driving in so deep for this one, though, and Victoria actually does manage to get off, and now they're going to lose their Sand King potentially more. Sam H, not quite caught by the Shivas, does manage to blink ahead of that one. Jesus, they dove just all the way to the tier 3 for a measly old Night Stalker. Surely a Night Stalker isn't that important.
I think that they just assumed he was going to die. I don't think it was a level of importance. I just think they assumed, okay, this guy's got to be dead here, right? And then they just go a little bit too far, and Sand King ends up paying the price. So all things considered, LGD able to buy themselves a little bit of time. Ame with the Assault Cuirass finish now. He's very close to a Chrysalis. And even just that one little thing can make a big difference. Being able to get that crit during the God Strength, ensure that you can at least kill a target before your BKB and your Mask of Madness duration kind of fade away.
It sounds to me, Drasko, that you're looking at this game that, yes, TNC, they've won, you know, a couple of fights and everything, and they've got this net worth lead. That's good and everything, but we're getting late enough to the game where LGD are going to start taking the advantage, even if you're ahead in net worth.
I just think that that's inherently how Sven kind of works, is that if you get a lucky crit or two, it doesn't matter how much net worth you have, you're just going to die. Yeah. So the emphasis that I guess I'm kind of putting on LGD is how many items.
And the Echo Slam, a two-man Echo Slam, especially leading onto a Rubik as well as Raven. He's not going to be able to get off the shapeshift here.
Excellent move from LGD. They're going to force a buyback, I think.
TNC did not expect an offensive maneuver like that.
Oh, are they just going to let this go?
They, I think... Okay, there goes the Lycan buyback. He has to shapeshift. Whoa, that epicenter! He looks like he got by the Fuel Scepter, an offensive one that stalls up all of his magic damage there. Raven pops his BKB shapeshift. He starts going for Maybe, but he's taking so much damage from both Maybe as well as Ame. Ame was actually ripping him apart there with God Strength, so Raven's going to be forced to pop a Shrine here, but the shapeshift is going to be running on cooldown pretty soon here.
Oh my god, the net worth swing. They're going to lose Sam H as well.
Yeah, Maybe's just going to run in. Managed to finish off Sam H. Cuckoo stunned by the Storm Hammer. He's going to go down as well. TNC may have just lost this match in the quarter of a minute. They're going to lose Raven as well. That's no buybacks across the board. Bat Rider, Sand King, Lycan, no buyback. LGD are all a little bit low, but they're all still alive.
Dear Lord, what just happened?
That's a 10,000 gold swing in a minute.
That smoke fake back that LGD just did just single-handedly won them the game. Like, they go back a little bit, they're not showing on the map for a while, they come in, they get the two-man Echo, really clutch play from Old 11 there. They force the Lycan to buy back and try to take the fight, but without the Rubik, they basically started a 4v5, right? And after that, the Leshrac was too tanky. They had the Solar Crest popped on him as well, in addition to the Shivas. No MKB in sight on the side of TNC, so maybe it was just sitting in the middle of all these heroes dealing so much damage, and they just couldn't really do anything about it.
That Leshrac was actually pretty tanky now in these fights, between the Shivas and the aura of the Assault Cuirass. We saw Raven try and hit him, and it just wasn't really doing much. Not in comparison to Ame, who's swinging his big blade at the Lycan and just chunking him down.
That was an insane turnaround from LGD. I mean, I kind of figured their team fight was still pretty good, even though they were behind, but I didn't expect quite that big of a swing. And TNC committing like that when they have tier 2s in other lanes. Like, I thought for a second that Raven was just going to let it go because they have tier 2s, and they wanted to potentially save the buyback for Roshan, because they knew that it was going to be up soon, but instead, they buy back to commit to a defense where the tier 3 was already dead. I don't know, that was like a series of really unfortunate events there for TNC.
I also feel like Cuckoo's just beginning to really lack in scaling. You know, his damage in comparison to the Leshracs, very different. The Lycan not outputting nearly as much physical damage as the Sven does anymore. It goes back to what you're saying, that just naturally LGD's lineup will start taking over the game at this point.
Well, I figured it would take over, maybe just not quite in that fashion.
Yeah, just not that quickly. You know, you're thinking more like, all right, if this game is, 45 minutes in, I think LGD probably have the advantage, but instead LGD's just like, all right, one fight. That's all it takes.
God, that was so big.
And now they're going to pop out of the Roshan pits.
They want to go on this, perhaps? Wolf's going to be scouting out Ame. Okay, the sentry's down, so they're just dead.
Stole another Warcry. Always good. But TNC, they need it. Need it real bad.
I like how Maybe just pulled an Aghanims and 2,600 gold out of nothing.
Almost level 25 as well. 18 Bloodstone charges. Remember, he was sitting at like 6 once upon a time?
Yeah. TNC, I don't really know if they want to do this. Yeah. This is so tough.
LGD seems so confident that they can win this fight. You know, like how fearlessly maybe he was sitting on the front lines. Same goes with Ame.
Well, they have vision. I mean, either side of the river right now is warded. They have the sentry down too, just in case, you know, TNC were to be crossing over the map.
Yeah.
You look at TNC's vision, they got nothing. Like, they can't see without the wolves. If Raven doesn't have those things out and getting information, it's very hard for them to justify engaging. And because of that, LGD are just able to go claim the Roshan for free. TNC recognize that their best odds of taking a team fight is probably around defending a tier 3 tower. And again, the buybacks being expended earlier, no one has buyback on the side of TNC.
Desperately need to get to the back line. TNC, if they hope to be able to win a fight, they have to get to Yao's Oracle. I think that's the biggest problem with taking that mid fight, right? You're talking about how the vision. So you have such a big vision advantage for LGD. It's so easy for Yao to just sit on the back line. TNC are going to go for whatever hero kind of shows itself, which is, you know, like Fleshrack sitting on the front lines, and Yao's
he
just
got
like,
the
boop, false promise.
He did get the lightning storm slow. I think that's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, baby. Slow for days.
I mean, it's really good, for sure. I just figured, you know, since they were the ones now who have the lead, that the Diabolic Edict in the sense of pushing would just be kind of tip the scale, I guess.
Sure.
In his decision making. But
yeah, I would actually agree with that.
I'm curious to see how it works out though, because I personally have never. I pretty much always get the Edict.
In team fights without creeps, Diabolic Edict would have been a lot more effective. And like, say the Lycans start trying to go for the Leshrac.
Yeah,
that
for
is
sure.
a defensive measure, you know.
But you
running into
also
all those explosions.
You also have the perma slow now, and it's so easy to stun when you have a 4-second 75% slow. Like you can just lightning into stun like over and over and over again, and you just can't run away.
He almost has Lincolns as well, which will stop the initiation of both the Bat Rider as well as Sand King, Rubik.
Really cool to see Leshrac again. Especially in a mid capacity. Haven't seen that hero. I'm not sure how many times it's been picked in the group stages. This is the first time you and I have gotten to cast him. Pretty cool stuff. And it's also, you don't...
Ooh! Oh, the 11. He's been really fast on those counter blinks. You know, when we had Tim's blink right here, and instantly, boom. Yeah. Oh, the 11 blink down. It seems like whenever he positions himself a little bit forward like that, he's got maybe like even queued up his blink dagger, just ready to spam that button real quickly.
Dude's a boss, man. One of the best offlaners, in my opinion.
Yeah. He was a monster at that group stage with Shank. Maybe gonna be dragged all the way back to the tier 4. This is why you need that Lincolns, but an Aegis will help you for the first round. LGD are just gonna bang on that tier 3 in time. God Strength now, pop by Ame, but he's gonna be kited around pretty heavily. They do have the false promise for maybe second life, so they'll get out, but the Epicenter's gonna be able to catch Ame. They don't have a saving grace here, unless a BKB and a Fissure block can actually keep them at bay. TNC could not get around that one.
That was so close.
Oh. Ame just 100 HP.
I think that TNC will be pretty happy with that. I mean, sure, they got some damage in the tier 3, and LGD still maintain a decent amount of map control, but you take the Aegis and you don't lose anything. That's a win. Because now it's going to be a lot harder for LGD to justify walking up that hill again. I mean, if they want, they can commit maybe to buying the full Lincolns. He has the money for it, but then he won't have buyback. So they buy themselves some time. They have a smoke as well on LGD. Maybe going for another play here.
Does time change anything for TNC? Are there any items that you feel like...
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't.
They're all just kind of like minor, like, okay, that's okay. Telekinesis into the arrow, plus the lasso, but they do have the false promise already in place. Tim tries to stop the backline, but he's a bit too late. They do manage to munch onto Yao, and are going to be able to catch Old 11 as well. Diffusal Blade pops that Yule Scepter, and maybe, though, is going for the backline as well. He's going for Tim's right now, but Tim's is able to make it out with a Burrow Strike. That is a huge win for TNC, and exactly why the Linkus were not fully bought out for that Leshrac. TNC, they're not going to lay down in this game. They're not going to let LGD win. Going to man up, take the fight, win it. Going to be able to go for the high ground. They may be forcing the buyback. They manage to get the stun immediately onto Ame as he tries to go for Raven. A bump back. Oh, what an Echo Slam for both 11. Oh, the 11's revenge on TNC. God.
Jesus.
Woo! And that is no buyback on the Mirana, no buyback on the Lycan. I think that's game.
Ame just immediately uses the Boots of Travel to get bottom, starts hitting the tier 3. Forces the glyph even. Yeah, that might actually be the... Well, Cuckoo has buyback now. They might have a hold, the 4 heroes. They do have Lasso and Epi both available. If LGD are not careful about this, they do not have an Oracle, so there's not going to be any save for the Lasso.
Man, Lycan was just 500 gold away from having a buyback. Was not actually due to time. So LGD are still going to play it like pretty safe because they're expecting.
I mean, you say that.
Buyback. Here comes the lasso, the pullback here with the epicenter as well. Double 4 stabs. He's going to be able to pull Ame all the way to the tier 4s plus the arrow. That's the beautiful combination that TNC desperately needed to defend this push as only 4. They're going to start chasing down Victoria. A buyback from Ame. He's already TP'd into the creep wave. It is on his way in now. Cuckoo's in trouble. They can't let Cuckoo die here, but he's chain stunned up for too long. A counter Fisher from 1437, but he's all by his lonesome. A buyback from the Sand King is all that is there. The 2 of the supports against the horde of LGD. There's no chance in hell. They do have the Lycan up in 5 seconds, but come on, it's 3 versus 5. How could they possibly do this?
Even with the Lycan, it seems to be a little bit too much.
Okay, one at a time, maybe one at a time. They're going to be able to get Victoria here. Bring him down. Tower shots, maybe. Oh no! Ame comes back in, almost kills the Rubik. He's been Yule Sceptered up. Telekinesis now. But they are going to be able to get some chain stuns onto Raven. Glimmer Cape is going to buy him a lot of time until the vision comes out. Raven in trouble, down to half HP. Tim's also in some serious problems as that Fisher locked him down. Raven pops his head back out from the fountain, but he just cannot do enough. Tries to go for maybe again, but VKB wears out. Old 11 instantly hits him with the Echo Slam. And that's it. That's game. TNC lose game number 2 as well as LGD get the full sweep.
Really, I don't know if I would say that it was like a super crazy comeback because it was only a 6k net worth lead, but in the fashion that LGD came back into the game was impressive.
Yeah.
Just a one really decisive fight. They knew exactly how far they could push it. They forced all these... standard at this point to open in the first 2. The Clockwork we've been seeing not quite as much, but out of TNC in particular, we know that Sam H plays it very, very well, and I think even Tim's has played it once or twice for the team during the group stages. So nothing really super crazy coming out of either team.
I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for the Naga Siren after that opening. Maybe it's like a little bit too much burst damage. You know, Earthshaker does his combo and you get it to Ice Blast over the top, and maybe that hero still dies, but TNC have been doing pretty well with the Naga Siren, and they're able to run it as both core and support. So it's like that thing we were talking about for EG's drafting, the ambiguity factor that they're able to bring to the table with some of these pickups. Here, TNC kind of solidified their picks, I think, pretty heavily. It's very likely we're going to be seeing a Night Stalker 4 position in an off lane. Clockwork seems awkward to run these both as support, or to put the Night Stalker as an offlaner.
That kind of leaves you wondering, how do they punish the Ancient Apparition? Because Clockwork inherently, he can kill the safe lane supports that don't have an escape mechanism like Ancient Apparition, but you kind of have to wait for a misplay or something like that, because Ancient Apparition with the new Ice Vortex, if he skills it by like level 3, which I assume you would, you have that kind of extra mobility now, and it's really hard for Clockwork to close that gap before level 6, and we haven't even seen what the safe lane of LGD is going to be. And going under the assumption that you said of it just being a Clockwork off lane due to the Night Stalker already being picked up with it, it would seem likely that you can just counter-pick the Clockwork in lane and make it very difficult for him to even have, experience at that point. There's a lot of safe laners that do really well against Clock in lane.
Yeah, they could even have like one of those ranged, very self-sufficient heroes, or maybe like the one-on-one heroes like the Ursa Lifestealer. They can go for like the Necrophos, for example, and you're just not really threatened by these heroes in laning phase. I guess not Necrophos here. Night Stalker, Clockwork, that's a bit too much magic damage. I'm comfortable with that. I guess TNC kind of looking at just like clockwork. They feel so good about it versus Earthshaker and Ancient Apparition. It's such a strong counter to the Earthshaker and an easy kill on the AA when you do have that hook shot that it just like couldn't be let up, right? Like it's gonna reveal our strategy, but we think that it counters 2 heroes that they have in the pool that's worth.
It's a lot about your picking philosophy and when you want each individual hero to be strong, right? So that during the laning phase, you might say, okay, we're stacking our clock a little bit, but as soon as he hits 6, like you said, those 2 heroes are just free kills, pretty much. And depending on how much effectiveness the Night Stalker can get out of the map, like we don't know what the other support of LGD is. I guess we're kind of assuming offlane Shaker at this point just because it seems to be more common, I think, than the support role, even though we have seen it during the group stages. LGD following things up now with the puck, also a hero that we've been seeing in the offlane periodically, and most of the time I would say probably just still going mid because of how strong of a matchup he has versus most of the other heroes that are picked up now, because truthfully, you don't really see a heck of a lot of Lina anymore. And I think that was one of the heroes that became really troublesome for Puck because she can push the wave just as fast as you, and because of the things like Fire Soul, you can't really effectively trade either. Right. So one of the things that Puck likes to do is go in, get an auto attack or 2 off phase shift and run away. Lina can get more hits on you running away because she has more range, more attack speed, more movement speed. And it's like a really, really tough matchup. Almost, I would say even maybe it's just as bad as TA in some cases.
Are TNC... No, they're not going to Husk Arm, right? Because Ancient Apparition, Earthshaker...
Yeah, with AA, I think it's very dangerous.
So what does combo with the Oracle? Or do you think TNC aren't even necessarily thinking about a combo here, and they're just more looking at, like, we like Oracle versus Ancient Apparition? It kind of goes both ways, but I know some teams really like to be able to have that saving mechanism.
I do like DP Oracle a lot, but I think it's the same reasoning of why you wouldn't want to pick the Alchemist or the Huskar, because just AA destroys it super hard. The counter argument, I guess, for DP in particular is that you can buy pipe on that hero, and it's someone who gets a good amount of farm. So you don't need to worry about, okay, how quick am I going to be able to get a pipe on like a support or an offlane hero. This hero is just going to get farm. I'll have a really early pipe against a Puck, a Shaker, the AA, and now a Tidehunter, which is just... LGD are stacking their team fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. An old 11 Tidehunter. I can't say it's... I've seen that recently, but I think I like it just because I'm going to guess that Night Stalker is going to be playing with the clockwork a bit in this laning phase. Maybe not in the beginning, maybe not until 4-minute mark or something like that, but at some point we're going to have them kind of separate. And Oracle +1 does not feel like a very dangerous safe lane. So your offlaner can be a little bit greedier, and Tidehunter, just his natural tankiness, is going to suit really well, particularly Kraken Shell versus Oracle. Any high attack speed but low damage heroes are naturally hurt by damage reduction the most.
I'd say it depends on how many levels the Oracle gets, because you could just as easily say, once you get a few points into Purifying Flames, if you have a safe laner that offers damage, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like this right-click hero, it can be Juggernaut, for example. Or even if they did want to go back and say the Huskar, you can still just deal a truckload of damage by orb walking, and the Tidehunter will have to probably jungle at that point. It's going to be something a little bit more standard, though, getting the Sven. Once he gets BKB, it's a really solid Sven game.
Yeah.
Blink BKB, you know, your Mask of Madness, SOI, whichever item progression you decide to go. Once you reach that point now, LGD are going to have to look at this and say, okay, do we just... I actually think what TNC do is a last ban troll, because that's probably the go-to for the Sven counters right now.
And I feel like LGD definitely have enough space creators with all this team fight that they have that it would be nice to be able to have just sort of that harder carry out there.
Yeah. We'll see what TNC are scared of, though. And I didn't... Yeah, okay, I didn't miss the ban. I was like, maybe he already got banned and I just didn't notice. But yeah, he's still available.
10 seconds.
SF ban from LGD. I'm not sure. Like SF, I feel like you want something maybe a little bit more active, like the Queen of Pain or something. But Slark.
That's one that I was not expecting. I suppose looking at TNC, they don't really have a lot of guaranteed catch for the hero. Split pushing makes it kind of dangerous, I think, if you stretch it out too long, because LGD are going to have insane team fight, and you need to find a way to pressure that and get map control and try to shut down potentially what a Slark could do. And once he gets like 1 or 2 items, it's very, very hard to track him down. And TNC are going to go ahead and end things up with another hero that could potentially buy pipe, also a natural BKB carrier. great scaling. I guess the tower pushing is what they're most concerned with, and it's a hero that doesn't really get crushed by Ancient Apparition like the other healing mid, like we were talking about Death Prophet, for example, to partner with the Oracle. It's not really as hard of a counter.
So a lot of armor, a lot of tankiness, a lot of natural resistance to physical damage. LGD, you go for some sort of magic damage carry, right? So,
I mean, E-Blade combo is technically magic damage.
Yeah.
It's
but more of a split pusher, right? That's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, it's the same philosophy as the Slark ban coming in from TNC, just a hero that's difficult to lock down, not going to realistically be able to kill Ame once he gets to that Linken's E-Blade. You know, if he opts to go for BKB or Manta after the fact, it doesn't really matter because your reliable way to kill the hero is pretty much Night Stalker silence and hope that he doesn't get Morph off before you cast it. It's very, very unreliable at this point. So LGD putting themselves with I would say almost a pure 4 Protect 1, just given how strong the team fight of the other 4 members of LGD are. And then you have TNC, who are a little bit more on the clock, want to be able to get that map control, want to be able to fight, waiting for their own BKB timings, and also seeing what Tim's on that Night Stalker during the early game and 1437 can accomplish in the lanes. Because I'm looking at LGD and I'm thinking, these heroes don't move very much. You know, the puck is the only moving part, really, of LGD's entire lineup. The rest of them are just going to sit in their lanes. They're going to pull creeps. They're going to try to give Ame a good start. Whereas TNC, the Night Stalker, and Oracle combination, you don't really think about Oracle being that strong of a ganking hero, but he offers a lot of damage. That's what he offers. Like the burst of the Purifying Flames, Fortune's End combination is what allows you to get those kills, even on like one of the tankier offlaners such as Tide.
So you're thinking like 10, 15, 20 minutes, like that's where TNC are going to be really strong with their Clockwork, Night Stalker, getting a lot of picks. Since LGD won't be around too much, so they won't be grouped up very often. But once we start getting like 25, 30, then LGD's like big team fight really starts coming into play. And then a little bit past that, the Sven comes online at that point as well.
I think so. I also think that LGD are going to heavily prioritize their tier 1s this game. When you have something like a Morphling who requires just, like you said, that 25 to 30 minutes of just quiet farming, maybe he gets a kill or two in his lane, you're not really sure how it's going to play out just yet because it is a Clockwork. Kind of difficult to kill, I think, for that hero pairing. But yeah, I think it's just going to be LGD playing it safe. You know, get your ultimates up. If TNC threaten a tower, you can always defend because you just have this ridiculous team fight combination once your heroes hit 6.
I like this choice from Sam H to go for the boots first against the Morphling and Ancient Apparition. I think the movement speed advantage against the Ancient Apparition is really important for you to actually get on top of them and potentially get a kill against that squishy support since the Ice Vortex change. And then the other one is the fact that if he goes for the earlier set of cogs, he could just go and really batter the Morphling with cogs. That's really the only way you could threaten that carry, right? Is just burn out his man.
I would even say an automatic Morphling could be ganked by the Night Stalker too.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have enough to morph, like what is an Ancient Apparition going to do to stop the dive? If Victoria is there, then sure, the defensive fissure can kind of stop that aggression. But then you're saying, okay, 2 heroes are pulling the attention of 3. And that's the advantage to TNC, I feel.
Tim's is going to go for an early smoke up, but I'm not sure exactly what that timing... it was
he had a ward.
It was a ward or courier attempt, right? Like he was going to go and...
Oh yeah, courier / ward.
Yeah.
Nice positioning there from Victoria. And even though his smoke got revealed, he doesn't really have the information of the ward being placed on the high ground. He can only really assume.
Tidehunter, Old 11, is going to be faced up against 1437's Oracle and Raven's Sven. Should be able to do pretty well in this lane. You could already see TNC really trying to pressure the Tidehunter as soon as possible, but he does have those extra set of Tankos. They're going to go for try and see if they can block him in, but just needs another tree. He will be okay. Mid lane, Cuckoo's actually very low, but so is Maybe. They're going to be able to get the Fissure onto 2. Maybe gets far enough away to get some healing salve time. The Void is looking to be able to cut that healing salve down to half, and does kind of ruin some of the regen, but Cuckoo's also still staying quite low. He does not have a healing salve. He's just going to have to slowly regen through Tankos. Since he did go for the... Oh no, he's just going to get popped. He got so greedy, Cuckoo. Sticking around in lane like that with only the Breathe Fire.
He might have assumed that maybe didn't skill silence at level 2, I guess. It really depends, but if you hit that level and you go for the all-in, it can definitely catch you off guard. I think that's kind of what happened there when they got the first blood. Still, nonetheless, nice play from Maybe. The clutch skill up into a kill.
Earthshaker's still going to be chilling around the mid lane. You know, they got that first blood. Tim's is going to be playing that roaming 4-position Night Stalker that looks to catch the Ancient Apparition as often as possible, and it looks like they just caught him. Void to slow him down, and Sam H stands on top of him, not even needing the cogs. Hold on to that extra mana. They claim the kill.
He knew he was dead to rights as soon as he got hit by like the first Void. Yeah. Not really much it can do about that. In that sense, even just having the Night Stalker kind of sitting bottom is still going to apply a lot of pressure to Ame, and I think that Tim's is going to be spending the majority of his time, you know, collecting the bounty runes, walking back and forth. If for whatever reason Sam H and Tim's are both at, you know, LGD's bounty in the bottom forest, and Yao is there, he's just dead. And I think that's one of the only real reliable ways of getting experience and gold that he has right now, because even pulling is dangerous against, you know, not knowing where the Night Stalker is.
Sure. They get a lot of damage on Cuckoo. This is really played out well by LGD. Victoria goes for something that was pretty important, the preemptive enchant totem. Then hits the Fisher block, gets that big amount of physical damage in, and I think just that extra hit was enough for them to be able to bring down Cuckoo again in the mid lane.
I seem to see a lot of Dragon Knight versus Puck matchups at this TI, and the Dragon Knight just loses because of just getting ganked so much. Like, everyone runs to this hero's lane, they try to punish him super hard, and normally you think, this guy's so tanky, how are you going to kill him? But they always manage to set it up.
Poor Ancient Apparition. Yao did manage to finally find the ward that was blocking his easy camp, and it's pretty important, right? The Ancient Apparition, despite facing up against Clockwork Night Stalker, he can't just sit AFK behind Ame and lane constantly. Oh, this is going to be a good opportunity. The Fisher block, actually, Fisher doesn't land. He still managed to get the Cold Feet lockdown there. Meanwhile, at top lane, we missed the Night Stalker wrapping around behind the Tidehunter. Got TNC to kill.
This is kind of what we were speaking to as well, needing that magical damage to take down Old 11 on that Tide. The Sven is skilling up stun. Raven is not going for the, you know, the extra point into Warcry. He's not going for the Great Cleave. He just really wants to punish the Tidehunter, knowing that it is really hard, I think, in this case for Old 11 to not show in lane, because then it's nighttime. You know, Tim's is going to be running around the map. If you're not showing in lane, you're not applying pressure to the safe laner, then Tim's can pretty much go wherever he wants.
That was perfect. The fact that Tim's took that bounty rune, because he's going to be able to get his own bounty rune in the Dire Jungle, and that gives him level 3. That's the real feel-good moment right there, right? If you can get, as a roaming Night Stalker, you can get level 3 by minute 4, then you just hit this huge power spike. Whether you get the extra level in Void or you need the silence, either one is a big boon to you.
Old 11, you are in there.
Far, and they go for the extra level in Voids, and they're going to be able to slow him down. They just can stun him and hold him in place for so long. Now, Old 11 does mitigate a lot of the damage now that he's level 4. Bottom lane looks like they managed to catch Sam H. Every single time I look to one of these side lanes, the kill attempt is a failure, but mid, we're going to see Cuckoo dove by Victoria here. Turns around, manages to get the Dragon Tail stun, but an orb does manage to land on Cuckoo, but the bottle heal is keeping him alive. So maybe's dive is not going to work out for him. Sam H actually TPing to the tier 2, but no boots on Maybe means he is going to be caught by this battery. Salt has the orb up though, so he's not going to be dying to this. Sam H, he went for the extra level in Power Cogs, actually trying to stay on top of me because Tim's is coming over. Now Victoria's going to be able to get the Fisher onto Tim's, but he's going to fly right over the cliff, going to be able to get the Voids here, but no, actually doesn't even go for it. He's going to be phase shift or dodged, and they get on top of the shrine. So happy days for LGD.
So much movement coming out from TNC in the early part of the game. Expected though, just given the hero combination that they have. And this is all done without the use of maybe having the Dream Coil. Once that comes online, you're going to be seeing even more aggression. Might even see him TP to another lane to try to relieve perhaps Old 11, who, you know, despite everything, he's died, still sitting at 21 CS. Not too bad at all.
Sam H just keeps on trying to get the cogs burned because he did put an extra level on that. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, with a Clockwork that had a Keeper of the Light on his team?
Yeah.
Felt like he didn't need the Rocket Flare.
Yeah, he was going for like the mass mana burn, and to be honest, if you max cogs and battery, you have the highest 1v1 kill potential.
Yeah.
Because it takes the extra hit to kill the cogs, they last longer. It's a very good way to make sure that heroes like Ancient Apparition and Earthshaker just straight up die to you when you initiate.
Sure. We even get the damage oftentimes. You know, the hero does kill the cogs after 3 hits, but he runs out of the cogs and gets burned by it. It's a wealthy amount of damage at level 4. Tim's and Victoria having that little bump in the night. Night Stalker's right next to him. Night Stalker spotted Victoria on the side here, and I think, yeah, Victoria just spotted Tim's as well. Nothing should come of this 2-on-2. Cuckoo's just going to try and get some damage. A little bit of chip here and there off of his reverse dragon form.
Taking quite a while to hit level 6 on the puck. You know, Cuckoo's actually a full level ahead. We say that, though.
They're going to try for this kill, even though he does have a haste run in his bottle, and they knew about it, too. That is going to be a coil completely wasted. Top lane, Old 11 against God's Strength. You're not going to be able to stop that amount of damage, though you do manage to kill the Tidehunter again. Really doing a great job, because the Tidehunter, once he starts getting level 7, level 8, he really becomes that unkillable territory. So I love the fact that they're putting so much pressure on him early, since it is such a farmy offlaner. It's not one that gets level 6 and moves around like Sam H's Clockwork.
There is another really strong point, too, when we're talking about the Tide, is that there's no ancient stacks for him. A lot of the time when you have these supports that kind of just sit behind a lane, when you have this downtime, you go and you stack something because you're not really rotating around and looking for kills so much. You're just trying to prevent aggression.
Sure.
So like Victoria hasn't really been able to accomplish any of the stacking for the Tide, which a lot of the times can propel you from having kind of a rough lane to, you know, maybe you get your full arcane boots, and that just, you know, makes you accelerate your own farm more and more.
2-man smoke gank during daytime. Smoke ganks are always awkward against Night Stalker, you know? Because most teams like to be able to smoke during nighttime. The less vision really helps. They're going to try and go onto Tim's here. It's just not going to work. Old 11 trying to cut through the trees, but LGD, there's no way you catch them. So they give up. Just going to farm.
I think it's strange that they made that rotation without the Tidehunter actually being 6. I mean, he hits it now, so maybe they're trying to go for a timing.
Does have an Iron Talon queued up in his inventory. Knows he's going to have to spend a lot of time in the jungle. Cuckoo is going to be caught by another Dream Coil. Fisher goes out, but there is going to be a small little save there from the Oracle from some magic damage, but they just hold off. Throw out the nukes later.
As DK is just getting abused in the mid lane. With the deaths that he has, though, Cuckoo still managed to get a little bit of a CS lead over the puck, and it's a lot of commitment every single time. You know, they're sending 3 heroes mid. Sam H is getting some EXP, just hits level 6 now. With hookshot available, Yao and Victoria have to be incredibly careful because it is so easy for Sam H to just wreak havoc on those 2 supports during this stage in the game.
Victoria is not moving from this spot. He's not going to let Raven clear through that stack. So he does place down a ward.
He's just trying to get some EXP, man. Yeah. Needs that 6. Nice steal.
Nuisance. That's what he is. Meanwhile, though, we talked about like the potential of burning out the Morphling's mana. Maybe Night Stalker comes across or something like that, but they haven't actually really stopped Ame from doing anything. He's sitting at top of the net worth chart, 4,400.
They kind of set the Night Stalker bottom, what, the one time when they killed Yao? And then other than that, Tim's has been pretty much claiming the enemy offlane bounty rune, his own bounty, making some rotations towards the mid lane to try to help counter pressure. So he's stunned here.
They are going to be able to catch Old 11, while at the same time they are going to be diving 1437. They blow up him back over to Old 11, chased down by the battery assault. These are both guaranteed kills for each side, but obviously TNC get a little bit of a better one there in killing the offlaner. Tim's going to be caught here underneath the tower, but he does have Cuckoo coming in, does manage to get a stun off, but after the Fisher, but I don't think it matters. Victoria can't get out of here very quickly, so mass rotations from TNC, but with the Dragon form used, it's kind of okay. They may have rotated a lot of heroes, but they can try and put some pressure on that mid tower, as Ame is doing the same here against the offlane tower of TNC.
Should be dropping here, depending on how aggressive Sam H wants to play this. I think in the next wave or 2, can just walk in and get it. By the way, the Sam H, he decided to just go for like casual 2 points into cogs, and then only has double battery. I mean, I suppose it's a moot point since he'll be hitting level 7 so soon, but middle lane again.
Goes for the tower, but they bait it out with the Glyph. They're just holding Cuckoo there. They are going to be able to get the Oracle save here, so Cuckoo managed to get the last hit onto the tower. Let's see if he can escape. I'm not sure how much healing he's really going to be able to get out of this one. The Ravage does manage to hit him. It is full commitment from LGD to shut down that Dragon Knight again.
The top lane, Yao.
He did.
He is very dead.
Raven wraps around. Pretty cool play from Raven there, wrapping around like that, being able to kill the support. And with his God Strength, he can hit the tower if he wants to, but he's actually TP'd over to start doing his Ancient stack with that God Strength. Mass efficiency.
Yeah, I like this. Especially considering the fact that you know that Ravage was just used, so it's going to be really hard for LGD to contest you while you're doing this. You got your Shrine up, you know, everything's looking good. Another coil.
Sims, 1437 doesn't have the save, but Sam H just might with the cogs onto 2 with the battery salt going in. But all these heroes are so damn tanky with the lower level of battery salt. It's not going to be very easy for him to cut any of them down to size. So all of LGD will remain healthy. They do save the Night Stalker's life in the process.
Got the super efficient Shrine usage though from TNC, followed by a smoke. No hook yet though.
Yeah, without the hook, they're completely relying on Tim to be able to get the silence off, but he does manage to get it. Slows down maybe. The silence isn't going to last very long, but long enough for the stun to be able to land, and the cogs push back for the extra bit of hold. 6 to 7, 12.5 minutes in, TNC with a very slight lead, but Ame grows bigger and bigger.
This is kind of what TNC need to do though at the same time. If they're not applying pressure all the time, then you're just letting the Morphling get free farm. And in the ultra late game stages, it's pretty tough, I think, for Sven to deal with Morph just because of his mobility. He's a natural Linken's carrier, and you realistically only have, you know, 2 spells that can break it. You eventually build into the Bloodthorn, which is way later, and then you have your Stormhammer, which is a projectile, very easy to dodge. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, LGD currently have a lead in net worth, even though they don't have their mid-tier 1 tower anymore. They can still just contest every single tier 1 as long as they have some ultimates.
So you think TNC need to really start running at Ame, especially with this Blink Dagger? I think Raven has a pretty good chance of chunking him down with just like 1 extra hero. The pre-cast God Strength.
Yeah, it's possible to kill him. They needed to silence off really early though.
Yeah. Raven stands and fights. He does have some heroes behind him, but the Ancient Apprehension Ice Blast is going to be able to come in and bumps back Raven. They do manage to get the save for 1437, so he turns on Old 11, trying to finish him off. The Ravage isn't up for 2 more seconds. They're trying to finish him off before the Ravage can go down, but he gets it off just in time, and Sven explodes, so they'll get 1437 as well. Value plays here from LGD. Ame is still full HP, so he'll just keep on whacking on that tier 1 tower, and the rest of TNC's rotating heroes are just going to be here a bit too late. Maybe they can kill like a support like Yao as they run right on top of him as they round the corner, but nothing to really threaten Ame. He's going to take that tower, run to the trees, and be fine.
I don't think he... Well, they don't have mana. Yeah, neither one of them have mana. Okay, he is fine. That was very fortunate that Yao tanked that gank, essentially made TNC use all of their mana so that there was nothing left to interrupt the teleport cast. So I guess all is well that ends well for LGD. They get a tier 1 tower, they kill the Sven, they get out with Ame not dying. That was probably everything you could have asked for.
I'll take that.
Victoria thinking about the Force Staff first for the support Earthshaker, seeing as the Clockwork is such a problem for him and his other support. So
yeah, it's super good this game. Even if you just get Night Stalker silenced or voided or something, you as Earthshaker, you're not really that mobile. So you get hit by a spell or 2, or you want to save your Morphling if he's silenced inside of a Cogs. It's just a very value kind of thing. And it plays into their strategy as well. You're not really looking to make plays right now, I think, as Victoria. You're more than anything just looking to sit back, throw out a defensive fissure to make sure that, you know, Raven with his newly acquired Blink Dagger and Mask of Madness and a follow-up hook or something like that doesn't just demolish one of your teammates. You just need to save them and buy time.
And it's not like they need a whole lot of initiation. Maybe he's going to be able to make him for it pretty soon. 1,000 gold, he'll have a Blink Dagger. Tidehunter is oftentimes going to be on the front lines with big AoE stuns. So there's plenty of things that can set up initiations for LGD that don't require that fast blink combo. 8 to 8, but LGD are looking to be pretty far ahead right now. Even though it's just, as you were kind of saying, like only a 1k gold lead, it just looks better game-wise for them.
It's just difficult for TNC to pressure. And as a game where the later it goes, the more you favor LGD. Is 1437 is in the wrong neighborhood. He has been spotted.
You know, it's called the Dire Jungle, but at this point in the game, it's really not Dire's at all. Between the two teams both finding it a whole lot easier to invade the opposing jungle, it just kind of switches sides. So TNC, they kind of own the Radiant jungle and vice versa.
He did get a pretty decent amount of information, realizing that LGD are going to be committing to that push. Say that 1 TP back, Yao's doesn't have his ultimate for about another 10 seconds. I wonder if they'll be able to hold this.
Sam H. Oh, holding on to the Ravage there. Do manage to get the stun off, and a quick retreat here from TNC. Now, Sam H is still looking for the pick here, as maybe is going to be able to catch Cuckoo. And they have the Ravage. They're going to let it go here. Manage to catch a lot of different heroes, but the Oracle saves Cuckoo's life. Managed to get the stun onto Maybe, but at the same time, the Clockwork, his initiation goes a little awry, as he managed to kill the Ancient Average, but not enough. Raven Man fights against Victoria, but he's surrounded by too many heroes. They're going to try and still run down Victoria with Tims, and has his flying vision to be able to catch the hero, but it may just cost him his life. The extra movement speed is going to be needed here to stay ahead of Maybe, who has the orb, gets a little bit more vision, goes for a nice silence TP out. That's smart play there from Tims, but a nasty team fight for TNC, losing 4 and only killing 2.
It's very rough right now because the Sven doesn't have BKB yet. So Raven, he's trying to push with his team because they realize that there is always an objective that needs to be taken when you're playing against this kind of morphling mass AoE teamfight lineup. So he's there and he's trying to hit stuff, and it's just not happening. He got solo echoed there by Victoria, got chain stunned. His team can't really do anything for him because at that point Sam H had already committed onto Yao, and then we saw a waveform into the cogs and ended up saving Yao for a good amount of time, allowed him to get off the last chilling touch, and because of that extra magical damage, they're able to just kind of chew through the Sven. So very nice team fight coming in for LGD. TNC once again maybe feeling like they should do something though, because they know Ravage is down, and so is Echo for the time being.
Well, I hope that bounty rune was worth it, Tims.
It really wasn't. The amount of money that he gives away, and this is, I think, going back to what you said about how LGD kind of just look like they're in a better spot. If you are in a game where you know that your late game is going to be superior, and you are very close in regards to net worth, trades always benefit you, because even killing a hero like the Night Stalker is going to give you a fair amount of golden experience. If you're like super far behind, it's even better if you're that team who has the late game and takes a successful fight.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, I think, for TNC, given the way they want to fight, to really do anything until BKB comes out on Raven. I think that is just a necessity at this point.
Do you think Cuckoo should go straight for the BKB here, or the Shadow Blade?
I think the Shadow Blade is better because it helps you scale.
Yeah.
And having the Blink Dagger is great, don't get me wrong, but the heroes that you really want to try to kill, I think, are like the Tidehunter first, and without a Silver Edge, good luck.
Nice blast, and puck combination with the Earthshaker here too. A quick execution of the Sven by LGD.
He just exploded. Yeah. That was just a ton of damage. The Veil synergy on this team is huge as well. You know, have the Ancient Apparition, the puck full combo, Earthshaker spells. Eventually the E-Blade coming out on Ame. He's got 2,100 gold, and he's already got the Ghost Scepter for his E-Blade. That is just going to be, any hero is dead if the Fate's Edict isn't perfectly on point.
Yeah, you're already sitting at an extra 55%, or decreasing magic resistance by 55% between Veil and then if they get the maxed out Ice Vortex.
Yeah, that as well. They're just gonna, you can't get enough armor. That's the you need magic immunity, and someone needs a pipe. I think Tims is building it. Yeah, he's got the pipe on his quick buy. It's going to be a huge value item this game. Kind of surprised that they ended up going for the armlet build on Cuckoo against an Ancient Apparition, because it doesn't really provide you much survivability if you get chunked by the Ice Blast. I was kind of thinking like maybe he just goes the Eternal Envy route, you know, just buy that pipe, first item, let's go.
Yeah.
It's so good against their team. It's actually, I think, worth it in some cases.
Yeah, they're all in on the magic damage. A 4-man smoke up behind Cuckoo's Dragonite, but the smoke is going to pop. They see Yao. They're going to try and catch him here, but they're now fully committed. Good hook shot onto Victoria, locking down that Earthshaker is his first priority, but the Force Staff does manage to get him outside of the cogs. Old 11, well, they move forward and do manage to kill Maybe's puck. Tims, meanwhile, going to be chased down, hit by the Echo Slam. Looks like they're going to be able to lock him down long enough to get that kill, while Old 11 looks to zone the rest of TNC from chasing, as he does have that Ravage. Sam H was doing a little bit of battle from Ame. When we say battle, he really just was being a big old punching bag. Force Staff forward, Old 11 doesn't have enough mobility to catch TNC on their way back. Victoria does. He actually is the one with the Blink Dagger. Who had the Force Staff? Oh, was that
The Tide Hunter, yeah. They swapped their itemization. So what I thought they would do is just go for mech on Old 11 and then just have the Shaker by Force anyway, because it makes your 5-man just that much better.
Right.
But if you have someone else with a Force, you might as well buy Blink, because if you're playing at this level and you have the faith in your teammates to save you, you can just skip it.
Yeah, honestly, the Blink's not needed on Tide so much, right? Like, he sits so far in the... Oh my god, that's so much magic damage! Raven, he almost dies to that one, but they do manage to get the Oracle save. So Raven's going to go over to the Shrine during this False Promise timing, while Sam H does manage to lock down the Earthshaker. Another Force Staff out of that one, plus the Ravage is going to be able to catch Cuckoo with the Ice Blast over the top. It protects him against the magic damage, but it still cuts him down. And now, with that armlet toggle, he ends up dying. Sam H, he's trying to get away, but, okay. Cogs push back, maybe. I don't think you really want to chase this one. LGD have already done enough damage, and TNC is going to be able to come back here with Raven with the God Strength to cut down the support, but they need cores here so badly. Raven's just swinging through the creep wave. They are going to be able to chase down Old 11. He's got the Force Staff, but I think he's just dead. LGD's just going to leave him behind. I really like that play for the Force Staff, but they still have the Blink Dagger on Raven to keep up. That will be BKB for Raven off of those kills. So that fight, it looked a little nasty for LGD in the beginning. Or, sorry, it looked a little nasty for TNC in the beginning. But they managed to clean up a couple kills in the end, and it gets them that BKB, so they hit their big mid-game timing.
It's what they need for sure. Raven being able to just freely hit inside of the team fight is the best possible scenario for any Sven team, really. And a lot of the time you have another hero who just kind of locks somebody down for you. So think of things like Bat Rider. They drag the target to a melee core, and the melee core just beats it to death. This time, it's a little bit hard because the hero that does that for him is Clock, and Clock doesn't have a ton of inherent synergy because of Cogs. Like, you want a Cog to keep the hero still, but it also keeps Raven out. By having the BKB, this kind of eliminates that issue of him needing someone else on his team to set somebody up for him to hit. And now, LGD still looking to be in a pretty good position, just really, really depends on the BKB reveal of Raven and what it can do.
So this combination actually goes down to minus 95% magic resistance. If they get all the things, the Theory of Blade, Veil, and the Ice Vortex all on top of the hero. Just any simple nuke is going to do so much damage. Ame, they're looking at him pretty hard, but having the Lincolns kind of kills Sven's entire initiation. You alluded to that much earlier in the game, and we're seeing that problem now for TNC. That they just need so many heroes to be able to bring Morphling down.
He needs that Bloodthorn. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of hard for Sven to justify buying any more than just that, though, because if you really want to break Lincolns and kill the Morphling, you need another item, too, on top of that. So like a Halberd or something, just as an example. To be able to break the Lincolns, apply the Bloodthorn, and stun simultaneously. But you can't really afford to commit that many inventory slots. In the meantime, LGD, looking at Rosh, will be scouted out here.
Shadowblade Cuckoo on his way, but it's going to be far too late to contest. Roshan, LGD will grab the Aegis for Ame, and now they push forward. They're going to be able to catch a couple of heroes now. Cuckoo goes straight for Yao, going to be able to take away that Ice Blast, while Raven takes the other support out of the pool. He goes for Victoria. Echo Slam does manage to go off, so Cuckoo's going to take a lot of the damage. He's just blown up by the shotgun, but Raven's still going strong with the BKB, but they really need him to be able to finish off some of these cores. They're just so tanky, though. 1437 does finally use the False Promise on him. Sam H managed to finish off the opposing offlaner, but he's going to be chased down by the other two cores of LGD, Maybe and Ame, and on top of Sam H and TNC, despite having plenty of heroes still alive, could do nothing to stop their core from dying.
That Ravage was so good. It hit everyone. It hit everyone like on the very edge in different directions in the team fight. Like obviously during that point Raven had his BKB on. But crazy thing about Anchor Smash, goes through BKB. Also still applies the damage debuff, which did hit Raven at some point. So Ame standing there being the one who takes the brunt of Raven's God Strength attacks with that Anchor Smash debuff. You know, when they changed it to give strength and not just like straight up damage, that makes Anchor Smash better against God Strength because strength gives you base damage and Anchor Smash reduces only base damage. So it's not something you think about too much, but every little bit helps when you're trying to live through that onslaught of a BKB Sven.
Yeah, it's like that interesting Timbersaw Sven reaction. You know, it's the same sort of thing.
Reducing damage output is very, very nice. And just because, you know, you have that BKB, you feel kind of like invincible as Sven at that stage, because that's your 10-second BKB. That's the point where you're like, all right, let's go. I'm gonna kill everyone. He spent so much time hitting the Morphling that he really couldn't get anything done. And even on top of that, the E-Blade plays more into countering the Sven Because if you E-blade the person he goes on, like, what does he do during that duration? Like, he has to change targets, you know, maybe there's no one else nearby to hit. Can be very tricky.
It does feel like there's just way too many kiting mechanisms for Sven to be successful. All three of the cores are too hard to kill in some way. Puck is super elusive, Tidehunter is super tanky, and he has Anchor Smash, and Ame is just super hard to kill no matter what, plus he has Aegis. So TNC really need a much stronger initiation. The last one was pretty good too. They instantly blew up the Ancient Apparition, just like we see 1437. Blown up by LGD. But they took out 2 supports like near instantly in the fight.
Yeah, it just, again, Old 11's Ravage was too good. Like, he hit every single hero that he could, you know, feasibly hit.
And poor Dragon Knight, it was like at half HP when he got hit by that shotgun.
Yeah.
I think he had Veil on him at that point in time. That's the only way that makes sense.
Now, this is looking to be a pretty scary timing. They still have Ravage off cooldown. Old 11 is just going to walk up to the high ground and be like, come at me, dude.
TNC, how do they stop this push? I'm honestly, I'm very surprised that Ame's backing up. Because with that Aegis and the double Lincolns...
Oh, he didn't... Oh, he did replicate. Never mind. I was going to say, I didn't see where it was, but it's in the middle lane, so... I think he just wants to keep all the lanes pushed in as much as possible, because, again, looking at TNC, and we spoke a little bit about this during the draft, not really a lot of wave clear.
Yeah.
So once the lanes are in, they're pretty much just going to stay in. And I think LGD realized this and say, hey, look, if you have top and mid pushing in with us all being bottom, you can't really kill the creep wave fast enough. They're going to get chip damage on the tier 3 every single time someone leaves to go deep push another lane.
There's no rush on using this Aegis. Still got plenty of time. Mid jumps forward. Here comes that magic damage. Fortunately, the Shadow Blade and the Force Staff will manage to get him out. Now, maybe does not have an orb to defend himself here, but they are going to throw down their Ravage. Managed to catch 3 heroes on the back line, so Sam H is just dead and has no buyback. But the Ravage being used, LGD, we'll see how comfortable they feel continuing to force this situation.
They shouldn't feel too scared, to be honest.
Yeah, with double Lincolns on Ame, I mean, he's kind of unkillable. That even if they do manage to catch him, Tim's managed to come in. Oh, they blow him up already, but Raven with the BKB goes for Old 11, but that's a Ravagelessness Tidehunter. That doesn't really do a whole lot. He needs to be able to bring down some of the other cores. Fortunately, they do manage to take down Ame, but that's just life number 1. Can they actually kill him another round here? Raven doesn't actually have any mana, neither does Cuckoo. These guys are just always manaless.
They have really low mana pools. That's one of the issues with the heroes in general. And that's why I think Bloodthorn just fits Sven so well. You just get that mana pool increase, you're regenning all the time. It just feels so good to have one item in your inventory like that, even if it's, you know, some random item that gives you regen. Like Lincoln's, we see a lot of Svens picking that one up as well. But still a defense, nonetheless. I think Ame still had time to defensively E-blade against the Sven that was going in on his Tide, but maybe he just didn't figure like it was worth it because he already had expended Ravage anyway. And he wanted to just try to save it for a potential kill instead. But TNC buying themselves time, getting towards that Bloodthorn, that is a huge item. That is the item that basically says, I'm killing whoever I go on unless you physically stop me from doing it.
So talking about that Bloodthorn, LGD have obviously kind of owned the timing that we thought TNC and their strategy should have been the most successful. We're going to go into plan B for TNC, which is going late game against the Morphling. What do you give their chances to actually pull a win out in this game?
It's all going to be down to Raven. And what I mean by that is, does he get the lucky cleaves? Does he get the one, like, 3-man Stormhammer into a couple of cleaves and just instant crits, everyone dies? That's like the
sounds pretty likely.
That's the X factor, right?
Yeah.
But that's what Sven always does, because you get to a stage in the game where you feel like, okay, I have so much farm. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna kill everyone. But if they're all spread out, your God Strength Mask of Madness BKB is really only gonna kill like one hero, and then after that, you've kind of expended most of what you're gonna be doing during the fight. You just need the one good initiation where maybe LGD are moving around with the smoke and they get revealed and they're too clumped up or something like that. And that's the fight that TNC are going to look at and just be like, boom, 3 or 4 heroes dead right away because of the Sven. I think that's going to be the most likely way they're going to win, because it's too hard to push out the lanes. You can see that TNC's positioning right now. They're showing pretty much nobody on the map at all, I mean, LGD aren't either, but LGD are the ones, I think, who have the easier time pushing lanes. They have the mobility of the Morphling. He can replicate, bot to somewhere, push the lane, come back. He's not easy to kill. Whereas they've shown time and time again they can kill Raven. That's not a problem.
Certainly. They do manage to get a successful scan on the Morphling, as he now shows himself. Radiant scan inside the base is actually going to miss. So because they can scan inside the base, they may feel a little bit uncomfortable with the Ame being out here by himself. Looks like he's kind of baiting his positioning. Not quite yet, but as his team kind of wraps through the jungle, maybe he'll push out a little bit further. But they're still looking towards mid.
This would be a really fortuitous engagement for TNC, solely because they have so much vision around where they are right now.
Yeah.
This is another really good way to take team fights if you're behind. Just play around where your wards are instead of trying to do some crazy smoke into no vision. But LGD are not going to be denied. They're going to force them back.
Get some damage onto that tier 3. TNC all managed to TP back here, but just a couple of seconds there. Oh, an aggressive force staff onto Tim's. May have just found an opening, but they force it. They're going to jump forward onto Ame, but he managed to get a defensive force staff away from that one. So now Raven just has to hit on Old 11, but he just doesn't do enough damage. So TNC are now caught outside of their base, the last place they wanted to have a team fight. Sam H, he's going to be the one who ends up going down for that. Great setup there from, I think, Old 11 was the one who used the force staff on Tim's.
That was a really clutch play. Kind of forcing TNC to feel like they had to commit, when in reality the best thing you can do in that situation is just watch the Tim's Night Stalker just die.
Pop the Lincolns. They still have Maybe's Lincolns to throw over to the Morphling if he ever gets in trouble. But honestly, what trouble can there be with God Strength down? 35 seconds. There's no way TNC can actually fight. Oh, Kuko has actually going to pop out, immediately get tackle slam. 1437 is going to be able to get off the false promise, and looks like they'll be able to kill Victoria with that one. So killing the backline, that's what they kind of can do. They can kill supports with this Dragonite, but the other cores are just not going to go down easy, especially as Kuko's going to be jumped on once again. Try to save him from the magic damage, not going to be enough. Raven actually underneath the shrine goes for TP out, but the damage is too much. They overwhelm his HP pool, and TNC are going to have to fight again. 4 versus 5, a pushback there with the Cogs. But he jumps away to his replicate. Maybe it's just going to be Old 11 who dies. TNC aren't going to be able to catch him. Pop of the God Strike just to make this easier. But again, LGD are fine with Tidehunter dying, especially when it's after Ravage. They've already fully disengaged. They took the tier 3. They took the melee racks. They're very happy with their position in this game.
TNC are kind of being exploited in the way that they need to take fights. The Clockwork is such a heavy committal hero when you go in. If I don't get my kill when I hook, and I don't have an escape item. Like, there's no force staff on Samage. He built for more of the, I want to utilize my effective health pool and get blade mail and try to kill heroes that way, which is fine. But just look at the difference in how Samage has to play the game and how easy it is for the Tidehunter, Old 11, just to walk up behind his team, just stand there, and he pressures just by existing, right? It's such a difference in play style, and TNC, with the inability to push waves, they can't force LGD apart. They can't make them, you know, TP to a tier 3 or a tier 2 when they're pressuring, or heck, even a tier 1, I guess, because LGD's offlane tower is still alive in a 35-minute game. There's just not really a whole lot of avenues of play that TNC currently have that allow them to directly pressure LGD other than just straight up fighting. And if you try to fight LGD's lineup, it's really hard.
They desperately need that Bloodthorn. Solar Crest is going to help out a lot, too. They kind of need that minus armor on whatever hero Sven is hitting, because this is just not the Sven that we've seen in a lot of the group stage. It's not a 1, 2, 3, you're dead Sven, right? Because oftentimes he's like hitting Morphling, who's super tanky, one way or another, either has high armor or really high HP. He's hitting the Tidehunter, who's sitting at what, 2,000 HP plus the Solar Crest of his own.
Yeah, there's no easy targets. That's the biggest issue. And because of the way that the fights go, once LGD are kind of grouping up, this is something big that I think has been a theme throughout the tournaments. Anytime there's a lineup that is really good at sieging and kind of just sitting there, if you allow them to get in position first before you do anything to stop them, then the fight becomes like 10 times harder. And then you're relying on someone else on your team being able to be somewhere else on the map, doing something, pushing a wave, creating some kind of pressure or chaos that LGD would have to deal with in this case. But you can see how scared they are. Like, Ame just fearlessly teleports to the bottom lane. There's 2 heroes here.
All right, they're going to try for it. They managed to get the Storm Hammer onto the creeps, the stun onto Ame, but I think he hit the Silence, got blocked by the Lincolns, and then the Void actually landed. Yeah. So that is not the 1-2 punch you wanted. You wanted it the other way around.
Yeah, he didn't even have to buy Manta. They're just going to get this tier 3. Old 11 sitting in the front line like a boss.
Echo Slam onto Cuckoo with the Ice Blast coming in. The Ravage as well. Raven does manage to pop his BKB first, but they're all out of control. So Raven's just going to be slowed down by the Scotty, chipped away, and TNC will call it for game number 1.
That was a clinic put on by LGD, really. I never felt like at any stage TNC, maybe barring like the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, had real opportunities to deal substantial damage to LGD's lineup. They just always were defending towers. We talked about that. LGD really just needed to teleport wherever there was pressure and just stop it. It doesn't matter if you lose a hero here and there. Yao died a handful of times during that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. LGD's turn to pick. TNC's turn.
Welcome back to game number 2 of TNC versus LGD Gaming. LGD, they took game number 1. TNC, they want to be able to tie up the series. Even if they are secure in the top 4, Group A is actually locked in already after Secret did end up losing to Liquid. So everyone's kind of locked in their positionings, I think, except for 5th, 6th. But for this series, nothing's really going to change. But either way, TNC still want to win.
Of course, you don't want to go into a match and say, hey, it's not a big deal if we don't take away the W. You're a TI, you know what I mean? You want to try to do the best possible performance that your team can muster. So TNC coming into this game, going with the Bat Rider. I like Bat a little bit more as an opener, considering how the last game went, and just considering how few options they really had to kind of take fights to LGD.
Yeah.
So I think that it leaves you a little bit more open, and the Lycan obviously really good against Night Stalker. We talked about the Howl being useful during any sort of nighttime phase where Night Stalker wants to do stuff, being pretty much better than a Chen heal in some cases, and this is a much more flexible opening that I think I can get behind.
Lycan versus Night Stalker. I'm always down with that.
TNC's
Take advantage of the extra nighttime. Oracle is actually going to be picked up by LG. So apparently LGD are going to show TNC how to play Oracle.
Yeah, but there's a bat in this game at least.
Yeah.
I mean, last game, I think that TNC just picked up Oracle kind of haphazardly. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was, because there was not really a good synergy hero, I guess, besides maybe Dragon Knight, that you could really partner with a False Promise. There was nothing to abuse healing because they opened up with Ancient Apparition on LGD. So you pick that Oracle and you're just like, okay, well, I'm picking this into an Ancient Apparition. Fate's Edict is still pretty good, but there's nothing else that I'm really offering in synergy. This time, LGD has something that is hard countered by the Oracle. Or, sorry, TNC has something that's hard countered by the Oracle. So it makes a little bit more sense.
10 seconds
And I mean, if they want to go 4th ban AA, you can do that. Like, it's not a bad choice if you want to try to get another core that does benefit from the healing.
Yeah. If you're in TNC, do you actually switch the offlane now? Do you make that a support Batrider simply because the Oracle is countering one of your cores?
It's possible. The cool thing about that is you can kind of save your pick if you want. Although I guess if you're going to be trying to if you have to pick up a mid in the next 2, then it might be worth it to just do it sooner rather than later, just because you don't want to prioritize picking an offlane over a mid. But yeah, I still think it's possible. I know that a lot of teams have been doing that recently, just having either one hero in the first 2 that can switch up roles whenever, or halfway through the draft just saying, hey, we got this hero that could potentially go offlane or play support. Let's just swap it up because this hero seems to be better for the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Couple of mids going to be banned. TNC banning away the puck. LGD actually taking away the Queen of Pain. One of Cuckoo's really go-off heroes. TNC is actually going to go for Rubik.
Okay, so...
Why?
I like Rubik as a hero.
Yeah.
But I think this is a hard Rubik game already. Primarily because during the fights, there's a couple of ways that Rubik can play the game. You really don't ever want to be the front line. You always want stuff in front of you that's going to be able to kind of cause chaos so you can steal the spells that you want. I think Lycan and Batrider do a pretty good job of that, so that's definitely something to their credit. I just didn't really see anything that kind of made me think, okay, Rubik is going to be able to get some pretty decent spell and cause a lot of, I guess, disharmony in the fights. Having the Fissure is one thing. That is a very good spell to steal on a Rubik. But other things like Echo Slam, for example, you don't have Aftershock, so it's not like that spell really offers you that much. Oracle spells are moderately useful to steal, same with Night Stalker. There's nothing really that I'm looking at besides the Fissure and saying, okay, this is an impactful thing that I can get.
I've got it, Draskell.
Okay, I'm ready.
Rubik steals Darkness, so they can use Darkness and Howl together.
You can definitely do that. It's
the one time it's actually an okay time to use Darkness as a Rubik.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering myself, like what the
weird.
reasoning is behind it. I think it's, like I said, I like the hero. I love playing Rubik. He's one of my favorite supports. He's not really good that often.
Yeah, and he was only kind of made good after the fact with the Earthshaker pickup. That's an okay steal. Now Sven, both Warcry as well as Stormhammer are pretty good for Rubik, so again, after the fact, Rubik is being made a little bit better pick as the draft goes on. This Sand King, though, what about that? TNC pick up the Sand King. Is this a Rubik Sand King duo, and Batrider is still our offlaner?
Looking at the heroes that LGD have, I think it makes more sense than to put the Bat in the offlane, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard to kill either of them, but during the mid game, the Batrider is going to have a really tough time. There's already a Night Stalker, so your vision's going to be limited. There's an Oracle to be able to break basically any initiation if they're in position, and then there's an Earthshaker as well that can just throw out random fissures to just kind of throw you off. So I'm not thinking it's going to be the easiest back game in the world. You wouldn't expect that, obviously, first picking a hero, but this one especially is going to be tough.
So wait, are you down with the Batrider?
No, I'm saying
because Sand King Core.
I'm saying because it's such a hard Batrider game that I think Sand King Core would make more sense.
Okay, yeah.
For me, at least.
Yeah, I'm down with that. And then Batrider can kind of support him in that offlane. Just be the annoying, like, sticky napalm hero, giving Sand King the space to be able to hit the creep wave.
I mean, throwing a dual lane down there is not a horrible idea.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. Last ban out, Timbersaw by TNC. We've seen a couple different Timbersaws grabbed against these Lycans or Sven carries. Lashrak, well, that's certainly a surprise pickup from LGD. So a mid Lashrak, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, there's no other way to really run this.
It is kind of nice, though, against heroes that kind of want to be up in your face. So like Batrider, Lycan, Sand King, they're all pretty close proximity in the fights. Pulse Nova's going to do a ton of work in this game. You got a bajillion disables now.
Yeah.
You can just stunlock someone to death, even a Lycan if he doesn't have BKB. Just, Fissure, Enchant into Stormhammer, your Split Earth, lots and lots of damage output. And the cool thing, too, is that LGD have a good balance of damage. I guess you could argue that TNC are pretty much the same. They have the Lycan for the physical DPS, and then the other three are magic, whereas, LGD, the Diabolic Edict is not pure magical damage, so you have physical through that, you have Sven, so both teams have a good balance of damage. This time around TNC have much better heroes for killing creeps as well, which I think is a criteria that nowadays you just have to be able to hit. If you cannot clear waves, your game is going to be very hard.
Right. What's left though for TNC in the mid lane, because we've had a whole lot of mid laners banned out, and it's versus a LFY.
Yeah, actually, there are a ton of mids.
Has to deal with a 4-position Night Stalker roaming on you as well. They're gonna go for the Mirana.
Okay. Little bit of a non-traditional mid matchup. Lesh versus, is this like TI5? Am I watching TI5 right now?
Yeah.
It's kind of what it feels like.
Kind of weird.
I think
it's a diffuse blade carry, right? That's good.
Yeah. It is very good against Sven. You can, even buying Linken's on Mirana doesn't feel that bad a lot of the time, because you benefit from the regen.
Sure.
You can just stay out on the map forever, get your Manta Diffusal, and do a lot of work. Later on, transition maybe into like MKB or something. Yeah, I think the Mirana rounds out TNC's lineup fairly well. I'm not sure how I feel about their laning phase, because they are going to have the support Sand King Rubik combination. They're going to put Sam H on the Batrider anyway, probably a comfort factor for him. Just saying, okay, I play this hero a lot, even if it's not an ideal bat game, I'm still the best bat player. So I'm just going to play the hero on the offlane and try to make it work. If it does end up being the Sam H, Batrider, and Tim Sand King lane, I think they'll be able to still do a little bit of work during the first 5-10 minutes. But I'm apprehensive as to how much the Batrider is going to be able to do mid-game.
If he can, if they can blink daggers, that'll really help out the Mirana a lot. I think it's very important for you to have strong initiators and frontline heroes for the Mirana. You can't really let yourself be initiated on, right? If they get the Blink Dagger Sven, just a couple of swipes to God Strength, that's going to be a core dead super fast. So hopefully this aggro dual lane for TNC does do very well for Cuckoo's sake, more than many of the others. Meanwhile, LGD are going to be looking at this to just farm Ame up, farm, just like last game with the Morphling. I'm not exactly sure where Leshrac fits in this patch. Like how good is it as a space creator? How good does it scale into the late game anymore? These are all kind of mysteries to me, since we have not seen a core Leshrac, or even much Leshrac at all.
I think he's quite strong, actually.
Yeah?
Mainly because of his talents. Like, if you look at his level 10 and 15, they're insane. Like, either movement speed or health, both fantastic. 400 mana for a hero who is, you know, he needs mana to be able to deal damage. Very, very strong. And later on, you get the extra 300 HP from his 20 talent. And then you either get the Lightning Storm Slow or Diabolic Edict, which I think most people settle for Edict, just because it doubles, well, over doubles the effectiveness of the spell. And it becomes insane how fast you can, like, push and kill the late game.
But you could get the perma slow. The perma lightning slow.
You could get the perma lightning slow.
You get Octarine, it's a 3-second cooldown, it's a 3-second slow. Don't stop.
Yeah, I think it's actually 4 seconds slow though, because it's 1 second plus the 3, so it's more than 100% uptime if you have Octarine.
Damn.
Yeah, it seems really good on paper, right? But then against some heroes that have like escapes or Lycan, for example.
I say Lycan, who doesn't get slowed down.
He doesn't care. But that's why I think Lesh is picked here, because Lycan is the hero that wants to be in your face. And when you have Pulse Nova and Edict going at the same time, no matter how much damage you do, you're going to get chunked, right, before you can take down that Lesh. And it's really, I think, a bit easier to itemize on Lesh against this style of team. You know, once you get your BKB and an armor item, you're good to go. You just walk in there.
So Sam H does manage to successfully cut one creep wave, try and get himself to that level 2. While Old 11 actually with the Enchant Totem first, feeling pretty comfortable about his Rubik Lycan lane. He is actually going to challenge the Lycan for CS immediately. I really like this choice over the level 1 Fissure and going for like the Balak or whatever. This feels a lot better.
He's going to be able to do pretty well, I think, in this, if it ends up being more of a supports roaming around situation.
Misstun in mid lane, maybe. Whiffs his first split earth, but it is a very, very small AoE at level 1.
That's tiny. 150 radius is nothing.
A stun on Old 11, a little bit of chip damage. Our Rubik is not going to be there in time. Telekinesis.
This Poor Man's Shield is going to do an insane amount of work against these supports. They do get the D ward though, so a little bit of a bummer here for Old 11. But Rubik just does no damage. Like, I guess with a Howl, that might be enough to supplement.
Yeah, with the combination of stuns plus Howl, they might have enough damage to bring him down if they do so now. If they enchant Totem Aftershock, gives him a little bit of space, but they're still going to write him down. One more right click, that's all they need. They find him. Tims is going to be the one to collect that first blood bounty.
That was a clutch tango. He knew that Old 11 was going to juke to the right, so he ate the tree in front of the other tree. That gave him vision to be able to get the last autos off, so nicely done. Howl coming in huge.
This is a level 3 Batrider. His lane is going very well for himself. Now, he can't really get too much on the offensive, because Sticky Napalm can just be removed by Fortune's End, but there's no real threat there either.
Yeah, he can't die in this lane. He has to, like, dive the tower, I think, to end up falling here. He does need to be very careful, though, about how many stacks he's giving Ame and Yao, respectively. Like, he can't just throw his Sticky Napalms out 24/7 in this lane.
Yeah. 6 and 8 stacks. So, all things considered, does look like LGD is going to be able to take a little bit more of the win of the laning phase. Mid's going very well for the last ranking compared to the Mirana, mostly because the Nightstalker was sitting mid so often. And it looks like they might just be able to kill Sam H with Victoria's help here. He's going to go for the TP out right on top of the cliff. They don't have Void up, so they do manage to get that kill. They went through 2 levels of Purifying Flames onto Yao. Definitely, if they could have seen him, would have brought the Batrider pretty close to death.
Really nice juke. Just getting himself in that one spot where there's no vision. And for now, I think that it's just going to be a lot of moving around from, you know, Victoria and Tim's on either side. Just seeing if they can find anything. A stun into an arrow can very easily be a kill on maybe in the mid lane, especially if he's not topped off. And at the same time, I guess it's a bit harder to kill Cuckoo because he does have the leap. So maybe there will be less pressure from LGD, like from here on out, going towards that middle lane.
Old 11 is beating some ass here in the bottom lane.
Dude, Poor Man's Shield is god tier in this matchup. Like, you can't kill him.
He's forced Raven to burn through all of his region now. He may be caught here.
Yeah,
this is the downside of so much aggression, right? Is that eventually you are going to get caught by a rotation. With the Howl damage, they're doing so much work. Victoria is going to be able to come down, goes for the slow onto Raven, but Tim's going to be the one to be able to catch up to him and does have a Burrow Strike up. Yao's going to come in, try and get some more. They get a hold on to Tim's. Victoria's going to chase him down with a Void. They are going to be able to get that kill. The other TNC members just not really able to do anything. Lycan doesn't have the movement speed to keep up with these heroes, and Rubik doesn't have the damage with the Howl gone away. Contesting a stack. Mage, time to run.
Yeah, he's got no Firefly left. He's out of there. They're wrapping around mid, though. See if they can do anything to Cuckoo.
This is an interesting one because he can leap, but it's still going to be held in place for a while, maybe long enough for maybe to be able to hit that split or stun, and they do manage to finish him off. Victoria dies, though, underneath the tower, and now Tim's gets the stun onto maybe, but with the double null talismans, he's actually quite tanky, so the 2 supports can't really do much to threaten. LTDs, maybe. They're going to go again, but Tim's careful, friend. Oracle does a lot of damage, pull him back, but the TP takes so long for Cuckoo. He's gonna have to. He doesn't even have the leap actually, so he's gonna have to try and maneuver around some of this. They do manage to get the Burrow Strike. Finally gets the leap forward. Finish off maybe with the extra Starstorm hit onto Yao. Tim survives through it all with Cuckoo tanking the tower. And TNC, despite the very long TP that I thought was gonna be ending up in disaster for them, they do manage to make that gank work.
Yeah, the Caustic Finale still ended up allowing them to catch up at the last second and be able to secure that kill. Really big for TNC to get these kind of like laning phase kills, because if you look at the CS, the Sven and the Leshrac are still kind of just dominating. This Cuckoo Mirana has 13 creep kills at 5 minutes. That is not nearly where you want to be at this point. So all things considered, TNC doing a pretty good job at scraping together the laning phase.
Maybe if only you had gone to bottom lane, you could have stopped this and maybe even gotten a kill. Old 11 goes for the double stun, tries to run to the trees, but he knows inevitably death awaits us all.
Well, at least he's making a lot of heroes kind of come back to the lane to deal with him. It's probably not the best feeling in the world, but at the same time, Earthshaker doesn't really have a plan B. It's really hard for him to jump.
Sam H slowed down, trying to get over to the cliff. Victoria could have actually just chased after him with Hunter and the Knight. I'm really surprised he just didn't. With the extra movement speed, he would have done a lot of physical damage on his Sam H. And then the Void could have finished him off, but does get another Void in now. Sam H bumps it back over to mid lane. They do manage to kill maybe. Tim's in 1437 rotating into mid lane once again, leaving poor Raven to the mercy of the Earthshaker.
This Rubik is level 5 at 6 minutes.
Damn.
What the heck? 1437 and Tim's. Like, we don't normally see this dual roam a whole lot. Like, a lot of the time one support is dedicated to trying to zone out, but together they're just able to do so much on the map. They're going to be wrapping around deep on this bottom lane.
Maybe he's even going to TP. He thought about it last time. This time he's going to commit to trying to kill Raven. If he can hit this split earth, it's level 3. Has to use it soon because here comes Tim. Managed to get the stun in. Victoria's going to slow down Raven. Trying to get farther back, deeper into the shrine area of LGD. They are going to be able to bloody block Raven in. Looks like he's going to be dead. Maybe fights up against 2. Burrow Strike actually does kill Maybe, but it slays the Sand King first.
Jeez, man, this game is just non-stop. 12 kills in a 7-minute game. Basically every single lane is fighting except for top. And there is still like some contention on like the creep stacks and whatnot as SamH going in trying to be as greedy as he possibly can about this laning phase. They might even be trying to set up to kill Yao here. It's kind of tough though. Diving against Fate's Edict when your heroes pretty much only really do magic damage. I guess they do have Lasso available.
Raven gets the howl off. LGD, no way they have enough damage to actually take the Lycan down. I want to go back to that dual roam that you were talking about, because that is a very interesting point that we don't see a whole lot of that from the current meta. It's usually a little bit more separated, that we have this 4 position who does most of the roaming damage, and he couples with the cores to be able to pick up kills. Here we've got 2 supports as a duo. And they showed this very early on to the draft. Do you think this is in part a reaction to the Oracle pickup? Like seeing this Oracle and knowing that it's just not really that strong of a rotating hero in comparison to the duo that they're going to be running, the Sand King and Rubik. Do you think that's in some way a draft abuse that they see as weak support here and they're just like, we're just going to go for kills on our support and they won't be able to keep up?
Well, they just experienced it in the last game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically just saying exactly what happened to TNC when they had the Oracle themselves. Again, old 11. He's got a TP, but not sure if he makes it out of this one.
That's a really good Fisher block. Cut through the trees, 1437, might just be able to spot him last second. No, the TP out first. Meanwhile, mid lane, LGD, they're trying to clear through this creep wave so they can get to the tower and get a little bit of Diabolic Edict damage here, but TNC will stand strong in front of the tower while Cuckoo takes a tier 1 at top lane. Net worth chart. There are a lot of TNC members looking pretty healthy, even the Sand King at 2100, while Maybe's suffering pretty badly. But Ame is always the top net worth, it seems, for LGD.
Well, I think there's a lot of what you said is true about the dual roam and just Oracle's inability to react kind of to that. If you're not already in the place before the dual stun goes in, so we see a lasso top.
That's an easy kill.
Yeah. But if the heroes aren't already in position to stop the double, even potential triple stun with the Mirana arrow coming out from Cuckoo, it's already too late. Like if you TP as that gank happens, you're not going to make it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
3-man smoke up. Yao, he had a ward down already, and he's going to lay another ward. TNC, I think they spotted the Oracle last second because they pinged where the ward was. But Ame, so greedy, going to be trying to farm this Ancients. He's just going to get popped by all that magic damage. They saw that, right? They saw that from this ward.
I think, at least I thought they did.
Do you think, like, maybe they just thought the rotation was going to go mid or something?
I think it's super dangerous to farm low ground when you see that.
Yeah.
Like, regardless.
That was so greedy from Ame.
Even if you think that they're going to go to another lane, you probably still at least walk to high ground, right? Because it's right there.
Yeah.
Like, you pull the camp out and you try to stand near your shrine or stand near the other high ground. But nonetheless, another solid kill coming in from TNC, just pressuring the map super hard this game.
Arcane Boots, double null talismans, and a magic wand. Or maybe as he starts building into Bloodstone, second item. I was wondering what the build was, maybe if he was getting heals or something. Yao is sitting behind Old 11, but he doesn't have False Promise. And TNC are beginning to corral LGD in, but with the Wolves scouting, they don't really feel comfortable diving in deep, especially since they saw Maybe's TP. Cuckoo doesn't have a leap to be able to get away from this one, so the Fisher sets up the split earth. That was TNC this time around, being a bit too greedy, trying to force kills and force towers down.
He leapt aggressively, like, towards the tier 2 tower of LGD in this off lane. Not entirely sure if he was expecting, like, less of a reaction, but they do have some wards in the area, so maybe he felt a little bit safe, ended up putting himself a little bit too far out of position. Gives away quite a bit of gold to this Leshrac, who up until now is definitely suffering. Maybe with a few deaths under his belt too. But all this action across the map, and Ame himself still sitting atop the net worth, only with 1 death. And he can just kind of safely farm away.
That kind of aggression, you know, if they'd like waited, say, 30 seconds to make that kind of move, the Batrider's pushing out top really hard.
Yeah.
So at that point in time, like eventually he's going to force a rotation, and then you could go into the knowledge that even if they do TP, you know, it's going to be some sort of 4 versus 4 instead of a full-on 5. But TNC, I think, just kind of jumping the gun a little bit. Really want to be able to force kills while they can, knowing that LGD is going to be playing quite heavily around this jungle area. So if they can take away some of these outer tier 1 towers, especially the off lane tier 1 tower as well as the mid tower, can kind of open up that off lane jungle to invasion a bit more.
I think that it speaks volumes about how TNC feel their chances are against like the mid late game of LGD, just because of how little they have to really deal with the Sven. I mean, sure, you're going to be able to get a Diffusal Blade eventually up on Cuckoo.
Oh, Burrow Strike. Old 11 is going to be able to get on top of him with the Enchant Totem. He has Echo Slam, but Ame doesn't want to follow that one up, and it's a good thing, too, because they do have 1437, who stole Split Earth just a minute ago from the Leshrac. Managed to pick up 1 kill. Ame's going to be able to go on to Tim's here. Split Earth from maybe himself is going to be able to hold the Sand King a little bit longer, 1437. Turns around, just gets whatever damage he can. He throws out the Fateful because he knows there's no escape from LGD, who brought 4 heroes down to this bottom lane.
A really nice reaction from LGD. Get a coveted tier 1 safe lane tower. In the meantime, though, Raven's making the best use of his time. He's in the top lane, he's near the tier 2. He's going to force at least one person on the side of LGD to go ahead and TP back. And they're also getting a little bit of damage on the tier 1 in the mid lane. So it's not as if TNC just lost that hero for no reason. Or heroes.
Mass pings. They know Samh is here from this defensive ward earlier. Now Samh is going to be able to grab Victoria, which lands into the arrow, but with maybe outputting so much damage, he quickly kills the Batrider and shoos Cuckoo away. Now Old 11 is looking to be able to cut them off, especially since he has the Echo Slam. They've got the control to be able to catch Cuckoo as well. Throws the Fissure towards the Sand King. Doesn't quite hit him though. Still, LGD take another 2 members of TNC down to the grave. And they're really just not getting enough out of these scenarios. Like Raven, yeah, it's space oftentimes. Okay, they force that bottom wave. It was space for the Batrider at top. Here, it's space for Raven to get farmed. But there's only so much space you can create if you're also feeding away kills a lot.
I agree. Eventually you're going to get to a point where you need to have Raven come to a fight, and if you've died so much that LGD just have an item advantage on you, then it's definitely not worth it. I just don't know what they really do without Raven having like the 1 extra item and perhaps a BKB. Because can you walk into Sven, Earthshaker, and a Lesh? That is an insane amount of damage. Like normally Lycan wants to walk in, he wants to hit, you know, 1 hero and just say, okay, you're dead. But if he focuses somebody against Warcry and also having the False Promise as well to fall back on, you can't run in. You just can't. So now you need to wait for like a Batrider pickoff. They're going to be more reliant on their capability of split pushing and trying to force a favorable engagement in numbers, I think. TNC to feel comfortable taking a fight.
We casted a game of TNC where Raven went the same build, right? The Mask of Madness Armlet,
yes,
as opposed to the Necronomicon. That's been coming back in vogue a little bit. I can feel the positives of both, right? I can see the negative aspect of Mask of Madness because you're facing it up against physical damage.
Book is great against Lesh, though. It's
and
very,
yeah,
very
exactly. And there's a positive side. A Book would have been a lot better versus the Leshrac. But then you would have Book Wolves against Earthshaker, where there's that, you know, potential for a bigger Echo Slam. Where do you kind of lean on this scale? Which item build would you have preferred?
So the Mask of Madness doesn't really give you too many downsides against the magical damage heroes anymore.
Sure.
So I kind of see like the farming capability of it being great. Armlet is just another really cost-effective item. I just think that until he has BKB, it doesn't really matter which route he takes. Like even if he had Book, can he go in with the Book 3?
No.
Because I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, can you go in with Armlet Mask of Madness? Probably not. It's going to be down to can they outnumber them.
4-man smoke up, LGD. Gonna pop the darkness here. Victoria's gonna lead the way to try and find a hero. Raven does manage to get off his ultimate before the silence. Dodges? No, doesn't dodge the split earth, but they do manage to come in from behind. Tim's hits the epicenter, and now the turn from Raven. He baited it all out. Now TNC lay out the trap. Maybe he's gonna die. Raven holding his position around the Leshrac to minimize the damage. He's only sitting at half HP. To hold on to Old 11, he can start committing some damage, but as the lasso fades out, he does manage to get the Enchant Totem. Echo Slam hit as much damage as possible, but really LGD have lost too many members to try and fight that one. Both the Sven and the Night Stalker give up on that engagement. They even had a double damage God Strength Ame, but there was just too many members of TNC up for him to fight.
That's the ideal engagement. First, they're fighting around nighttime because the Night Stalker popped his ultimate. So you get the double benefit of the Howl during that. The second thing is LGD were not all there at the same time. So when I say they need to outnumber in order to be able to fight LGD effectively, that's pretty much exactly what we're talking about. Because what if, you know, Yao's able to get his false promise off onto Maybe? Like, he was doing a crap ton of damage. He just doesn't have any armor items, so he still kind of got chewed through. He needs more to be able to kind of tank through those fights and get that sustainability going for himself. And Ame wasn't there to be able to pop Warcry either. So they were not as one unit when they initially engaged, and that's why TNC were able to win. So we need to continue, if you're TNC, just pushing these lanes, pulling LGD apart, finding the optimal situations to take the fights.
Sam H is getting closer to the Blink Dagger. Certainly help out if they have that extra form of initiation. Create a whole lot of chaos between the Sand King and the Bat Rider. Oracle may not know which target to be able to throw the false promise on. Well, Cuckoo, how's his damage coming along? He has the Dragonlance, has the Yasha. I'm presuming to use a Blade is his next item choice.
I would think so.
I don't think
against
you
the
get Manta.
Against that team, yeah. Manta style just seems really bad, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe he even goes SNY.
I'd be kind of down with that. A little bit of boost, and then you could break it apart for the Manta.
I think so. I think, well, he could either do that or just go straight to Diesel. Ame almost has this BKB. It's going to be a fairly big power spike. But again, it's for LGD, it's more about making sure that you're all there and you're all on the same page and you want to take the same engagement. Because bottom, there was some either miscommunication or maybe he was overestimating his own survivability. Either way, TNC were able to abuse it to its fullest extent. And now they're playing it a bit more passive. They're getting scouted out by the Wolves too. The TNC have full information of what's going on right now.
I think TNC, they just played it really well, right? That 4-man smoke, they're just running out. But TNC, especially those two supports playing on the hard right-hand side in this jungle area, so they're able to pop out. Like, the first target that you see as a Lycan who's already popped his shapeshift. You know, that's just really good read by TNC to see what was happening, the gank was coming, and just kind of keep the best targets, which probably be like the squishy initiators, like the Bat Rider and Sand King. Like those would be the best heroes for LGD to jump on first.
They'll be able to do that soon too. Ame getting that BKB. He'll be able to kind of force TNC into an unfavorable position. They'll either run away or they'll try to like group up a bit and help, and that opens up the spot for Old 11 to get maybe a better Echo Slam.
That pounding you hear, that's Earthshaker's war drums. He's prepping himself. He wants a kill. He wants it pretty badly. He wants to keep that enchant totem up for the extra hit, but Tim's just not going to show himself. He just sits on top of that creep wave. He uses 2 different sandstorms to push out, and then backs away. He doesn't want to put himself too far out there for a potential pick against LGD. It is nighttime now. TNC just picked up a double damage onto the Mirana too, so I think they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Oh, they know Ame is not there. The Wolves scouted Ame. TNC want to go.
With the Moonlight Shadow, they're going to be able to pick up Victoria. Telekinesis back, trying to hold him in place, but Tim's actually won something bigger, and he's going to be able to see maybe. That's a big one. The False Promise immediately going down. Tim's going to be able to get the follow-up disable, and here comes Raven. Echo Slam onto Tim's, but it's not nearly enough damage to be able to bring down the big cores as they now come in. Raven's on full HP, and Chantotem going to be able to slow him down. Cuckoo comes in with the extra bit of damage. Finally, Ame is here and managed to get 1437 in the back lines, but maybe is still going to be ripped apart by the big Hound. Raven, he's out of shapeshift, and Ame has both Blink and a hammer coming up. Raven, can he survive through this one? They desperately need a bump back. The Flame Break's going to be able to get it, and he gets the armlet toggle off, so now maybe it's just going to be kited around. Jump forward and kills Victoria. Nice play from Cuckoo. Gets them both. LGD get wasted by TNC. As you said, like, they saw the wolf. Or, sorry, they saw the Sven. That's exactly the information they needed to force that fight. Unfortunately, Cuckoo gets a little ahead of himself. He actually runs into Maybe, who just TP'd in the shrine. Gives a kill back to LGD. But all in all, still a great fight for TNC.
Just, if one time, if Ame and Maybe are in the same fight at the same time, there is no way the Lycan can do what he's been doing. And again, it's props to TNC for finding the optimal time to engage, and Raven being so adamant about using his wolves to scout. It's given them tons of information that's allowed them to take them through successful fights in a row. But if the Warcry is there, the Lycan cannot just you know, fly through. I guess, you know, Raven going back, not buying the BKB, opting for the Diffusal Blade himself. This could be an item that kind of changes the dynamic of the fights anyway, because if you can dispel the Warcry, then it's pretty much as if Ame is not there in regards to you being able to hit somebody and deal a good amount of damage. The only downside is that if you get, you know, chain stunned, you can still be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it also helped for targeting maybe, right, because all Leshrac cores eventually built a Yule Scepter, which looks like he's going to go for a second item. And you just want to kill that hero as quick as possible because the damage over time is so tremendous. They're going to be able to get not just one, but two. They grabbed maybe with the lasso and also took out that Oracle, so no false promise save. He does have the Bloodstone Suicide, kind of minimize the economical damage. TNC would have picked up so much gold from that kill. They are going to be able to take the mid-tier 1 tower as well. But they're actually going to try and chase down LGD. The arrow, oh, it nailed Ame. And Old 11, he has to somehow stop this, but I don't know how. He throws out the Fisher, hits onto Cuckoo. Ame's going to pop his BKB, but a Glimmer Cape keeps 1437 safe. They are just going to be able to kite around Ame, and he needs some sort of miracle couple of hits. Oh, nice blink away. Heads into the Roshan pit, blinks upwards, is going to be able to save himself over to our Bat Rider, who is keeping Old 11 in place, sticking Napalm and a TP out. Man, are they both going to escape? That is legit from LGD. I thought they were both dead.
The juke coming in from Ame was really nice because as soon as Cuckoo leaped in, the Sven turned around and he says, oh, okay, you want to leap into me, I'll just man fight you, you know. So Cuckoo tries to use the vision of the Roshan pit to juke, and instead Ame, realizing that he's actually the one in trouble, uses it to get himself out. Very nicely done, like you said, from the side of LGD. Still, though, a lot of problems now. Because those 2 fights that TNC took were so favorable for them, like the Leshrac doesn't really have many charges on his Bloodstone, it's down to 6. He bought Boots of Travel, which is fine. You know, they'll be able to play, I guess, a little bit of split pushing, but against the Bat Rider, who already has Blink and will soon have a Force Staff, it's very scary to get out on the map like that. You're going to need a support behind you, I think, almost at all times if you want to start to play that kind of style of Dota.
Yeah, I think LGD were looking at their strategy, really hoping that with the Leshrac and the Bloodstone pickup as well as the Blink Dagger on Old 11, that they would be able to contest TNC 4 versus 5 a lot of the times, and they would get Yule Scepter and then make the maybe Leshrac even stronger. But now they have to fight, man. They've lost too many fights. They need this Sven desperately, who's still sitting way ahead of anybody else. Cuckoo is going to be caught. LGD bring down that mid laner.
Wait, how can he walk there?
Trying to go for Manta.
I'm so confused. I didn't even know you could. I didn't know you could walk that way.
Oh yeah, there is actually a path that can go all the way over.
Oh yeah, it's the 1 tree block. I remember. You can like tango and walk through. That's nice. Good stuff. It buys a little bit of time, I guess. There was like 4 heroes, I think, 3 heroes that walked up top from LG to get that kill. And Raven has just not been under any pressure for a very long time. He's been able to freely walk into fights. He's always able to hit the target that he wants. They get the kill. They get out. And pressuring a tier 2, while LGD themselves are looking at a tier 1.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
TNC, what do they do in this position though? They back up, start prepping to defend their tier 2. They just keep on going. I'd be pretty scared of getting caught if I approached that tier 3 at all, especially since Cuckoo, only just now reviving, did go for the Manta first, so I guess he's not really feeling comfortable about the Night Stalker silence.
Yeah, I mean it's a fine item to save yourself. If you're looking for just solely a defensive utility, Manta is still fine in this game. It's just not useful against like Sven and Lesh and Earthshaker. The illusions don't really offer much aside from like split pushing potential and a way to dispel yourself.
4-man smoke up with the Moonlight Shadow. So they're going to run into Ame, be able to quickly burst it down. The Oracle's just a bit too far away. So big kill. Big kill because, you know, bottom lane's decently pushed out. Mid's already pushing in. Lycan just handled top lane. So they can go for an objective off of this one. Could even be Roshan. Roshan's actually up. We haven't talked about him.
It's been a lot of fighting, so.
That's exactly what they want.
They even have the Stolen Warcry on 1437. Doesn't seem like a huge spell, but 20 armor, 12 movement speed for 8 seconds. Yeah. It's amazing.
That's gonna be sick, especially versus this Sven.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who does he go on?
Raven's like his effective EHP just jumps up so high when he gets that Warcry, because they're already sitting on 2,900 now. LGD, they're kind of holding on, expecting some sort of mid push from TNC. That probably will come with this fresh Aegis. Picks up. Oh, wait, run! Tims! It's Yao, but now, oh, he's still stuck on the cliff. Needs a little bit of extra help, and he gets another Force Staff. Kuku's going to be the one to jump in. They have the Sticky Napalm slowing down these heroes' retreat, plus a bump back from the Flame Break is going to be really good. Maybe. He's looking for his opportunity. Maybe turn. Nice two-man burrow strike, and now with a jump in from Ame, he goes straight for a Raven. He looks to be able to bring him down, but it's not quite enough. The lasso from Sam H on the high ground. He's not even flying. He won't be able to TP out, though. A Void stops him there. Raven going for Victoria. Actually turns back for Ame because he realized he's low enough to be able to take down the big carry of LGD. Maybe gets spotted, but he does manage to complete his TP before the stun can come out. TNC take that fight 1 for 3.
LGD were just completely caught off guard there, not expecting the blink up to the high ground. The wards that were placed earlier from the side of TNC providing all the vision necessary to be able to take that team fight, and they just couldn't escape. There's too much chase potential on the side of TNC. Tim's with the blink dagger, Kuku being able to leap up to the high ground like that and just run him down.
I can't believe that Batrider got the I'm stuck on cliff lasso.
He like had Firefly for like 1 second or something when he got the lasso, and then he just immediately lost it, and he couldn't drag up to the high ground. But you know, at the end of the day, it didn't really matter that much. They couldn't even take the Aegis off the Lycan. Like, Raven is still walking around with the second life, and now he's got a full BKB on top of this. So this Roshan into teamfight has already secured TNC enough time to get Raven potentially one of the biggest power spikes that he's going to hit the whole game.
24 to 14, 28 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead for TNC, 3,000 experience too. Shiva's almost finished up for maybe. That will help him so much against some of these heroes, but I still feel like it's just like too much magic damage as well. You know, like the Murata coming in with the Diffuser Blade and such.
I do think that it's kind of at that point where the Alesh playing from behind is...
They're trying to go on Ame first. Now, we'll see if this actually works for him. Maybe he's going to be able to sidestep the arrow. Ame's down to half HP already, but he pops the BKB and the God Strike and turns and fights Raven. He's now going to be able to see Sam H. He'll take that kill. Instead, Paul's Promise actually saving him. His drops lower and lower, and now BB's in a good position, a better position with a Shrine activated, plus the False Promise. This Epicenter's not going to do anything. Ame's actually going to heal up a little bit. The arrow comes in, actually hits an Ancient instead. Old 11 holds on to the Fisher to be able to finish off Raven's Aegis, and 1437 going to be hit by the Enchant Totem. Great extra kill from Old 11. In the back lines, Tim, he looks to be able to catch Ame, does so successfully. Victoria's going to be able to run himself out, and a fire by Lasso, just Lasso actually, going to be able to grab Old 11. So LGD, that was actually an okay fight considering the Aegis advantage that TNC had. They were able to fight around False Promise, and Shrine ended up being a 2 for 3.
Even
2 for 3?
They got the
Oh
Aegis.
yeah, the Aegis.
Yeah. So even with all that, you know, it was a good fight, I guess, considering the circumstances, but TNC are still going to be feeling pretty good about their situation. Like, Raven, he's still not really been killed yet, outside if you want to count the Aegis. He's going to get his level 20 soon, so he can either get the evasion or the cooldown reduction. I'm not sure which you take in this case. You're probably not that scared of Sven anymore, considering your item progression is just kind of outscaling him, so maybe you favor the cooldown of your BKB and the shapeshift a little bit more. But like right now, getting the tier 3, being able to open up the shrines, once again, TNC dealing just another solid blow to LGD here.
How did that fight go so well for TNC? Because I thought, like, they got the False Promise off and then into the Shrine with a Leshrac on top of the Shrine as well, which is just added value since he uses so much mana.
So
like, I thought that would have been great for LGD.
It looked pretty good. I might have to hold that thought as LGD looking like they potentially wanted to fight, but again, the vision around this area, one ward just fades from TNC, the other one will be soon to follow. I think a lot of it has to do with how Sven functions and fights, and like once he's kind of blown his load, he can't really do that much after the fact. Yeah. And if you look at Ame's items, he doesn't have the damage build. He has the I need to stay alive build, which I think is not really what you want when you have an Oracle, because you buy yourself 8 seconds of free auto attacks during False Promise. During that 8 seconds, you want to kind of ensure that you're getting as much damage out as you feasibly can. And I think that Ame's been forced into this itemization path that's not allowing him to do it.
Yeah, I would agree. It felt like Ame's damage is just pretty lackluster in a lot of these fights. I mean, he turned and started hitting Sam H, and it took him so long to actually bring Sam H even close to death.
The Lycan is just insanely tanky because his first 2 talents give him an insane amount of raw health. I think it's like 440 between the 2 of them. And then on top of that, you're building an armlet. BKB gives you a tiny bit of health too. His strength gain is solid. 3.3 is actually quite high, but yeah, it's looking a little rough for LGD at the moment. But if Ame can get to a damage item after his AC, perhaps then.
Smoke with Moonlight Shadow again, offering the opportunity for a clean initiation. Fisher does slow that down a little bit, but Victoria may be just the easy kill for TNC. They're going to group up quite a bit. Force Staff, double Force Staff on a Cuckoo, trying to get away from maybe, but it'll be run down by that ultimate. Ravy's actually going to go for the back line, just rips apart the Oracle with his BKB and runs out. You take one, I'll take one, but it's favorable for LGD for sure. Support for a core, and they're pushing out. If they can catch anybody else, looks like maybe they can get 1437. Not going to be hit by the Fisher. Good juke with Glimmer Cape. And it's actually going to be able to steal the Fisher. Turn around on Old 11. Looks like he'll be able to make it away.
So the one thing that TNC need to be very careful of is the later the game goes, Lesh is actually a pretty potent late game hero. You know, you get the Octarine later on, you have the level 25 talents with your Edicts. You do just a metric truck ton of damage. Like, it is insane how much you can do in a team fight, especially considering now he's got the Shivas finished, he's sitting over 2k life. He's not kind of the fall over hero that he was once.
Nice Yule Scepter usage there is going to be able to solve that Fisher attempt by Old 11. Sandmage is going to be able to hold him a little bit longer, but Ame comes in, so Old 11's not actually going to be able to die fast enough. Tim's maybe going to be able to finish on with the Epicenter. That was an awkward Force Staff, though. Wasn't the direction he really hoped. Ame pops the BKB and TP's out, so they do manage to kill Old 11 for that. Maybe catch more with the Burrow Strike onto Victoria. Raven's Shapeshift has now run out, and Victoria not going to be able to complete that TP because of Yule Scepter, and not going to make it back to base fast enough. It's the Diffuser Blade slowing him down so much. They're driving in so deep for this one, though, and Victoria actually does manage to get off, and now they're going to lose their Sand King potentially more. Sam H, not quite cut by the Shivas, does manage to blink ahead of that one. Jesus, they dove just all the way to the tier 3 for a measly old Night Stalker. Surely a Night Stalker isn't that important.
I think that they just assumed he was going to die. I don't think it was a level of importance. I just think they assumed, okay, this guy's got to be dead here, right? And then they just go a little bit too far, and the Sand King ends up paying the price. So all things considered, LGD able to buy themselves a little bit of time. Ame with the Assault Cuirass finish now, he's very close to a Chrysalis. And even just that one little thing can make a big difference, being able to get that crit during the God Strength, ensure that you can at least kill a target before your BKB and your Mask of Madness duration kind of fade away.
It sounds to me, Drasko, that you're looking at this game that, yes, TNC, they've won, you know, a couple of fights and everything, and they've got this net worth lead. That's good and everything, but we're getting late enough to the game where LGD are going to start taking the advantage, even if you're ahead in net worth.
I just think that that's inherently how Sven kind of works, is that if you get a lucky crit or two, it doesn't matter how much net worth you have, you're just going to die. Yeah. So the emphasis that I guess I'm kind of putting on LGD is how many items.
And the Echo Slam, a two-man Echo Slam, especially leading onto a Rubik as well as Raven. He's not going to be able to get off the Shapeshift here.
Excellent move from LGD. They're going to force a buyback, I think.
TNC did not expect an offensive maneuver like that.
Oh, are they just going to let this go?
They, I think... Okay, there goes the Lycan buyback. He has his Shapeshift. Whoa, that Epicenter! He looks like he got by the Yule Scepter. An offensive one that stalls up all of his magic damage there. Raven pops his BKB Shapeshift. He starts going for Maybe, but he's taking so much damage from both Maybe as well as Ame. Ame was actually ripping him apart there with God Strength, so Raven's going to be forced to pop a Shrine here, but the Shapeshift is going to be running on cooldown pretty soon here.
Oh my god, the net worth swing. They're going to lose Sam H as well.
Yeah, Maybe's just going to run in. Managed to finish off Sam H. Cuckoo stunned by the Stormhammer. He's going to go down as well. TNC may have just lost this match in the quarter of a minute. They're going to lose Raven as well. That's no buybacks across the board. Bat Rider, Sand King, Lycan, no buyback. LGD are all a little bit low, but they're all still alive.
Dear Lord, what just happened?
That's a 10,000 gold swing in a minute.
That smoke fake back that LGD just did just single-handedly won the game. Like, they go back a little bit, they're not showing on the map for a while, they come in, they get the two-man Echo, really clutch play from Old 11 there. They force the Lycan to buy back and try to take the fight, but without the Rubik, they basically started a 4v5, right? And after that, the Leshrac was too tanky, they had the Solar Crest popped on him as well, in addition to the Shivas, no MKB in sight on the side of TNC, so maybe was just sitting in the middle of all these heroes dealing so much damage, and they just couldn't really do anything about it.
that Leshrac is actually pretty tanky now in these fights between the Shivas and the aura of the Assault Cuirass. We saw Raven try and hit him, and it just wasn't really doing much. Not in comparison to Ame, who's swinging his big blade at the Lycan and just chunking him down.
That was an insane turnaround from LGD. I mean, I kind of figured their team fight was still pretty good, even though they were behind, but I didn't expect quite that big of a swing, and TNC committing like that when they have tier 2s in other lanes. Like, I thought for a second that Raven was just going to let it go because they have tier 2s, and they wanted to potentially save the buyback for Roshan, because they knew that it was going to be up soon, but instead, they buyback to commit to a defense where the tier 3 was already dead. I don't know, that was like a series of really unfortunate events there for TNC.
I also feel like Cuckoo's just beginning to really lack in scaling. You know, his damage in comparison to the Leshracs, very different. The Lycan not outputting nearly as much physical damage as the Sven does anymore. It goes back to what you're saying, that just naturally LGD's lineup will start taking over the game at this point.
Well, I figured it would take over, maybe just not quite in that fashion.
Yeah, just not that quickly. You know, you're thinking more like, all right, if this game is, 45 minutes in, I think LGD probably had the advantage, but instead LGD's just like, all right, one fight. That's all it takes.
God, it was so big.
And now they're going to pop out of the Roshan pits.
They want to go on this, perhaps? Wolves going to be scouting out Ame. Okay, the sentry's down, so they're just dead.
Stole another Warcry. Always good. TNC, they need it. Need it real bad.
I like how maybe just pulled an Aghanims and 2,600 gold out of nothing.
Almost level 25 as well. 18 Bloodstone charges. Remember, he was sitting at like 6 once upon a time?
Yeah. TNC, I don't really know if they want to do this.
Yeah.
This is so tough.
LGD seems so confident that they can win this fight. You know, like how fearlessly maybe he was sitting on the front lines. Same goes with Ame.
Well, they have vision. I mean, either side of the river right now is warded. They have the sentry down too, just in case, TNC were to be crossing over the map. Yeah. You look at TNC's vision, they got nothing. Like, they can't see without the wolves. If Raven doesn't have those things out and getting information, it's very hard for them to justify engaging. And because of that, LGD are just able to go claim the Roshan for free. TNC recognize that their best odds of taking a team fight is probably around defending a tier 3 tower, and again, the buybacks being expended earlier, no one has buyback on the side of TNC.
Desperately need to get to the back line. TNC, if they hope to be able to win a fight, they have to get to Yao's Oracle. I think that's the biggest problem with taking that mid fight, right? You're talking about how the vision. If you have such a big vision advantage for LGD, it's so easy for Yao to just sit on the back line. TNC are going to go for whatever hero kind of shows itself, which is, like Leshrac sitting on the front lines, and Yao's just like, boop, false promise.
He did get the Lightning Storm slow. I think that's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, baby. Slow for days.
I mean, it's really good, for sure. I just figured, since they were the ones now who have the lead, that the Diabolic Edict in the sense of pushing would just be kind of tip the scale, I guess.
Sure.
In his decision making. But
yeah, I would actually agree with that.
I'm curious to see how it works out though, because I personally have never. I pretty much always get the Edict.
In team fights without creeps, Diabolic Edict would have been a lot more effective, and like say the Lycan start trying to go for the Leshrac.
Yeah,
that
for
is
sure.
a defensive measure,
But you also
all those explosions.
You also have the perma slow now, and it's so easy to stun when you have a 4-second 75% slow. Like you can just lightning into stun like over and over and over again, and you just can't run away.
He almost has Lincolns as well, which will stop the initiation of both the Bat Rider as well as Sand King, Rubik.
Really cool to see Leshrac again. Especially in a mid-capacity. Haven't seen that hero. I'm not sure how many times he's been picked in the group stages. This is the first time you and I have gotten to cast him. Pretty cool stuff. And it's also, you don't...
Ooh! Oh, the 11. He's been really fast on those counter blinks. When we had Tim's blink right here, and instantly, boom. Yeah. Oh, the 11 blinked down. It seems like whenever he positions himself a little bit forward like that, he's got maybe like even queued up his blink dagger just ready to spam that button real quickly.
Dude's a boss, man. One of the best offlaners, in my opinion.
Yeah. He was a monster at that group stage with Shank, I remember. Maybe going to be dragged all the way back to the tier 4. This is why you need that Linken's, but an Aegis will help you with the first round. LGD are just going to bang on that tier 3 in time. God Strength now, pop by Ame, but he's going to be kited around pretty heavily. They do have the False Promise for maybe second life, so they'll get out, but the Epicenter is going to be able to catch Ame. They don't have a saving grace here, unless a BKB and a Fissure block can actually keep them at bay. TNC could not get around that one.
That was so close.
Oh. Ame just 100 HP.
I think that TNC will be pretty happy with that. I mean, sure, they got some damage in the tier 3, and LGD still maintain a decent amount of map control, but you take the Aegis and you don't lose anything. That's a win. Because now it's going to be a lot harder for LGD to justify walking up that hill again. I mean, if they want, they can commit maybe to buying the full Linken's. He has the money for it, but then you won't have buyback. So they buy themselves some time. They have a smoke as well on LGD. Maybe going for another play here.
Does time change anything for TNC? Are there any items that you feel like...
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't.
They're all just kind of like minor, like, okay, that's okay. Telekinesis into the arrow, plus the lasso, but they do have the False Promise already in place. Tim's tries to stop the backline, but he's a bit too late. They do manage to munch onto Yao, and are going to be able to catch Old 11 as well. Diffusal Blade pops that Yule Scepter, and maybe, though, is going for the backline as well. He's going for Tim's right now, but Tim's is able to make it out with a Burrow Strike. That is a huge win for TNC, and exactly why the Linkers were not fully bought out for that Leshrac. TNC, they're not going to lay down in this game. They're not going to let LGD win. Going to man up, take the fight, win it. Going to be able to go for the high ground. They may be forcing the buyback, and they manage to get the stun immediately onto Ame as he tries to go for Raven. Above back. Oh, what an echo slam from Old 11. Old 11's revenge on TNC.
Jesus.
Woo! And that is no buyback on the Mirana, no buyback on the Lycan. I think that's game.
Ame just immediately uses the Boots of Travel to get bottom, starts hitting the tier 3. Forces the Glyph even. Yeah, that might actually be the... Well, Cuckoo has buyback now. They might have a hold, the 4 heroes. They do have Lasso and Epi both available. If LGD are not careful about this, they do not have an Oracle, so there's not going to be any save for the Lasso.
Man, Lycan was just 500 gold away from having a buyback. Was not actually due to time. So LGD are still going to play it like pretty safe because they're expecting.
I mean, you say that.
Buyback. Here comes the lasso, the pullback here with the epicenter as well. Double 4 staffs. He's going to be able to pull Ame all the way to the tier 4s plus the arrow. That's the beautiful combination that TNC desperately needed to defend this push as only 4. They're going to start chasing down Victoria. A buyback from Ame. He's already TP'd into the creep wave. It is on his way in now. Cuckoo's in trouble. They can't let Cuckoo die here, but he's chain stunned up for too long. A counter Fisher from 1437, but he's all by his lonesome. A buyback from the Sand King is all that is there. The 2 of the supports against the horde of LGD. There's no chance in hell. They do have the Lycan up in 5 seconds, but come on, it's 3 versus 5. How could they possibly do this?
Even with the Lycan, it seems to be a little bit too much.
Okay, one at a time, maybe one at a time. They're going to be able to get Victoria here. Bring him down. Tower shots, maybe. Oh no! Ame comes back in, almost kills the Rubik. He's been Yule Sceptered up. Telekinesis now. But they are going to be able to get some chain stuns onto Raven. Glimmer Cape is going to buy him a lot of time until the vision comes out. Raven